And welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational here in Krakow, Poland. Yesterday was the first day of action, and today we really get into the meat and bones of the competition as the carnage will continue to reign over Kings Canyon. What a fantastic day yesterday was. Mark Hatcher and Dan Gaskin here on the secondary stream. Dan, how did you sleep? Everything good? Are you ready for today?
All good. We had all of the winners bracket action yesterday and we got to the winners bracket finals, but now we get to the lower bracket. Now we start eliminating teams from the competition. 50 teams will be kicked out today. That is a lot of players going home.
It is a lot of players going home. It's a very good point. And as you say, it's where the competition really starts. That double elimination format starts to come to fruition, and we are sending those teams home. Here are some of the tournament rules, just to remind you, if you are tuning in for the first time today. 80 teams did descend onto Poland, and groups A, B, C, and D all concluded yesterday, where we now have today our losers bracket games and our upper bracket games.
And the big thing to remember with these lower bracket games is essentially you have to finish within the top 10 after the 3 matches. If you're in that bottom 10 after 3, you are out and you will not be playing. However, if you can get into that top 10, you've still got a chance of getting to that grand final.
And that grand finals, I mean, the format, we've talked about it enough now, but just to remind you again, as I say, if you're tuning in for the first time, the grand final has a points threshold of 50, which you have to cross in order to put yourself on match point as a team. Once you get on match point, you obviously have to become a champion, win a game before you can lift that trophy. Now, talk us through the points distribution and how we rack up those points, Dan Cass.
Points distribution is the same, doesn't matter which match you're in, you're always going to be getting 12 points for first, and then 9, 7, and it goes down lower and lower until you get to 16th to 20th, where you get 0 and you get absolutely nothing. We have teams in this lower bracket who have yet to achieve a single point in this competition. However, you'd like to think that their competition should be a little bit easier now they're playing against some of the lesser teams in the tournament.
I thought you were about to say you'd like to think they will get at least 1 point on the board, and
Maybe.
hopefully they will as well, because this is what the guys and girls who are here in Poland are playing for. $500,000, of course, the prize pool. First place will be taking home over $100,000. Lots of cheddar on the line, and you can see all the way down there to 20th place. What a payout.
Just for turning up, you get... No, actually, sorry, yeah, just for 20th, you get 4,800. I was going to say turning up, there's 80 teams, not 20. This is what happens when you invite the whole world to an event, and that's what this event is. It's an invitational of some of, if not all of, the best teams around the world from every different continent. It's incredible to see all of the different languages, all of these different regions all come together and accumulate into incredible Apex Legends.
I mean, there has been some incredible Apex Legends. Just very quickly, obviously, we're going to be focusing on the loser side of things today, but who impressed you yesterday from the upper side?
Honestly, Virtus.pro were the biggest winners yesterday. They weren't really expected to do as well as they did, and then they kind of just showed up and everyone was like, okay, wow, Virtus.pro are actually contenders to win this entire tournament. So I'd say they were the winners of yesterday.
Well, speaking of yesterday, we have a little recap to show you guys at home to keep you up to date with everything that happened. Let's take a look.
Hello everybody and welcome to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational, where we have 80 best teams in Apex Legends, 240 players from around the world.
Armor swap attempt in the middle of the skirmish here.
Should be able to get it.
He breaks, he punts. Are you kidding?
The stage is amazing, and yeah, it's amazing to play.
That's Crypt back through the portal, up through the zip. Now 2 squads left here in the 1v1. Yes, indeed!
We just know how to play, and we knew what teams, how they played, and we just played on our advantage, knowing what everybody else is doing before.
And look at this, Penta actually goes in for it. He's gonna eat the portal though, then eat the circle again because it's outside the zone. They baited him into it there, and it's not going to be left. Now they try to make it happen. Nest drops down, he whiffs the shot, and that is going to be enough.
Are TSM able to get looted up? Are they able to reposition and put themselves in position to pick up another win?
They've got the high ground and they've just jumped in. TSM are getting aggressive here and they've done it again.
Back to back for TSM. Well, if that doesn't get excited for the action today, I don't know what will. Some incredible games yesterday. TSM, what a performance we saw from them. Obviously going back to back as well in that winners bracket game. But this is the schedule for today, Dan Gaskin. We've got so many rounds of Apex Legends to get through.
Personally, I quite like Gandaskin. I think that is going to be my new nickname.
Gandaskin.
That's going to be my gamer tag. But yeah, we start off with losers bracket round 1 today. So we're going to be kicking off with the losers from Group A and Group B of the winners bracket. And there were some closely contested games in that particular round as well. So some teams who only missed out on progressing in the winners bracket just down to tiebreakers. So you'd expect them to be the ones who we really should be focusing on as to moving on in this competition.
I mean, there's a few teams that are in this lower bracket that found themselves here after maybe performances yesterday that were a little bit below par, they would say for themselves. And, you know, one team I do want to focus on a little bit is Sonics, because we were talking about them being potentially one of the top 5 teams to go through from their groups yesterday. They didn't even make that. They didn't make top 10, let alone top 5, and now they find themselves with their back against the wall.
I think their main issue was placements. They finished 18th, 16th, and then 14th in their 3 matches yesterday that they played. Yes, okay, in their final and 3rd match, they managed to achieve 4 kills, but they were the only 4 kills they got all tournament. Something just isn't quite clicking for them. I know there's always going to be that consideration of, is the circle right for my team for where we're dropping? But you've always got to look at, are you rotating correctly? Are you being aggressive enough? Are you being too passive and maybe not searching for some of these third-party fights? Because you have to take some sort of engagement. You have to be confident in your ability, because if you are so passive that you turtle up, the teams that do thrive under the pressure of being aggressive and getting down and dirty with you, then you're going to struggle and you're going to lose those fights.
I think one thing that I sort of noticed as well, looking through the list of teams that we do have in our first group today as well, is a lot of them were guilty of not getting that early rotation, that hard rotation into the circle. We're kind of fighting from disadvantageous positions on the map to try and get inside that circle, to try and secure some placement points. I'd like to see a little bit more hard rotation, maybe a little bit earlier on. As you say, take that aggression, take those fights if anyone else is trying to do the same, and lock down those early placement points.
I think a lot of it's down to maybe lack of preparation and also a little bit of fear as well. The best teams that we've seen in this tournament so far, the likes of TSM, the likes of Rogue, after the first circle, they have a pretty good idea of where that last final circle is going to be. So they will rotate down to pinpoint accuracy. Whereas some of these teams we're seeing in the lower bracket, maybe they have like a little bit of a rough guess. So they go, okay, maybe we'll just push towards this area and then we'll see where the ring goes and then we'll carry on our rotation rather than really committing to a deep rotation.
And another question that I'm looking forward to having answered as well is we saw yesterday drop locations not being too huge of a factor as far as who was contesting who, and you know, everyone seemed to have their own spots in the lobbies that we had, because obviously we had the groups a little bit ahead of time. Maybe those teams were able to look each other up, do that little bit of research on where they were going to drop. But today, certainly going to be some teams who are going to, you know, their favorable drop position might be contested by someone else.
Yeah, I think maybe we saw 3 or 4 early engagements throughout the entirety of yesterday across both the mainstream and the secondary stream. And most of those were just coincidence. It was just like, well, this is our drop location as well as yours, so I guess we're just going to take this fight. In the early matches, the teams kind of swayed off from where they were actually originally diving, but then they said, actually, no, why am I giving up my priority drop location? I'm going to take this fight. And we saw some teams struggle because of that, because they weren't used to taking these necessary early fights that happens. But I think in these lower bracket games, you're completely right. We're going to have teams who are going to be like, all right, stuff this. I'm actually just going to push some people now. I'm going to go for this drop location. I want more loot, because we're getting to late game with white armor.
I think you raise a very good point there, and I think they are the teams who are actually going to have quite a lot of success in these lobbies, because I feel like there's going to be a lot of nerves in these lobbies as well. As soon as you put a team's tournament life on the line, which they didn't have to worry about yesterday due to the upper bracket format and the lower bracket format of the competition, those teams who are nervous and maybe sway away and kind of concede a drop spot or concede a fight early, we've seen how 3 rounds, you know, it can disappear before you if you don't have a good round 1, a good round 2. You put even more pressure on yourself into that final round. So I think you've got to come out the gates here. You've got to have that self-belief, not only in yourself and your own technical ability and your mechanical ability, but the 2 people alongside you as well. You have to play as a team here. You have to take the fights when you have those advantages, and you have to get those points on the board early.
When you look across the kill ratio for all of these teams across matches 1 to 3, the teams who had the most points in their groups are teams that were able to get kills within that first match because they weren't putting the pressure on themselves to try and get those kills in that final game. Yes, okay, your likes of Reciprocity yesterday, who had their backs against the wall and they required points and they required placement, but they've been there before. They have that experience. Not necessarily every team can thrive under pressure like that, so you need to give yourself the best chance. Go for it in match one and then just try and deal with it later. If it doesn't pay off, it doesn't play off in match one. You've got 2 games to then try and make up for it. Don't just play scared, don't play passive, and then have to just suddenly change everything in your playstyle match number 3 as a desperate last attempt.
And something we noticed yesterday was, the lack of early engagements. A lot of the time we were getting to that second or third circle before we were even seeing one team be eliminated from Kings Canyon, before we saw an entire team wipe. Yes, we saw maybe 1 or 2 players being dropped, being eliminated, but even they were able to respawn a lot of the time. It seems like so many teams were focusing on staying alive and avoiding those fights early on, taking a rotation away from where other teams were before trying to get some points on the board. And they just gave themselves too much to do a little bit later on. The thing is, if you do rotate, into the circle, and you don't take a fight, and you find yourself on the periphery, the likelihood of you being able to get a good position if everyone is inside that third circle and being able to take an advantageous fight, it just diminishes second by second as that ring closes in on you.
Yeah, you really have to be considering as a team what your priority is and where your strengths lie as well. Where are you going to be able to pick up these points? Because that's what you need in these matches, essentially. You need to get points to be able to make sure you finish in the top 10. None of these teams thus far were able to achieve that, but they were going up against some of the giants in this competition. When you look at, for example, Team Cooler, the French squad, they managed to finish 3rd in one of their matches. However, they still finished in that bottom 10 because they just weren't able to get it. I think they got 1 kill across 3 matches, even after finishing 3rd.
It's really not going to get it done. I mean, the other way to look at that is the way that Reciprocity made their way into the upper bracket from their group. They had a couple of shoddy games, the first 2 games, 19th and 16th, but then they put together a big kill game, which they had to do, and they left it till that last game. Try and get that game in early if I'm one of these teams right now. Believe in your ability. You're invited to this tournament for a reason, and really come out and prove yourself. And good news for everyone who's watching at home, we are about to get into our first game of the day.
So allow me just to run you down for our 20 teams then. We've got Love Gaming, Third Impact, BDS, Athium, Triumph, Chaos, North, SJ, SJP2, Estral, Forehead, Cooler, Clash, Quasar Blue, Samsung, Sonics, Team Secret, AEQ, Isurus, and Dreamit. They are competing for their tournament lives.
And you can certainly tell things have got a little bit more serious today, not only in the arena itself, but on the commentary desk, because I didn't laugh at the word Forehead. I'm so proud of myself as we get into our first game of the day.
And Forehead are going to be heading towards Thunderdome as well, and you saw them just scouting around to see if anyone else was going to be joining them. If no one else is joining you, then of course you have the ability to loot freely, and you can drop and spread across wherever you are heading towards. But there are a couple of sites being aimed down, so maybe they are concerned that someone might be joining them a little bit close here at Thunderdome.
Of course, you have that settlement just to the side of Thunderdome as well. Certainly have to keep your eyes on a swivel and your head on a swivel. And one thing that I do want to see swiveling a little bit more today is Forehead early, rotating a little bit earlier than they were yesterday. We saw them so many times sort of fighting against the ring, trying to move in, and not being able to, not with the best loot either. A lot of the times it was with white armor, and they were kind of playing that survival game. Would like to see them maybe look to locate that circle a bit quicker and maybe move out a bit quicker.
Yeah, Forehead finished 11th in their group yesterday, so they were close. They were teetering on the edge of qualification. They had 10 points, which was okay. Their finishes weren't great. They finished 12th, 11th, and then their final game they actually finished 5th, and you thought there was a real chance they were going to qualify through. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out for them.
We're seeing here, we're jumping on board with Third Impact, and one player already seems to have disappeared off the map of Kings Canyon, and they haven't even managed to get that recovery on the banner. So I'm just wondering here if they were hassled a little bit on their landing down. Maybe you are seeing a little bit of early aggravation here.
Yeah, 3 players have been taken off Kings Canyon thus far, but still 20 squads as that circle is moving very heavily towards the southeast. So that kind of repulsor landing pad area is going to be a good place to set up shop and then see where that next circle is going to be to give you a clearer indication of where you're actually going to be able to push and set up. And The reason why a lot of these players are very good at realizing where these circles are actually going to be is patterns do emerge. A lot of these pro players have noticed that when the circle is ever so slightly over water, the circle tends to prioritize the nearest main location, the main named location, and that's why they can guess so accurately as to where it's going to finish.
And obviously we're seeing the guys on QLash here on one of the newest locations to Kings Canyon, laboratory, of course, labs. And the beauty of labs here is you're going to see that huge portal there, which is in front of them, and the ability not only to loot up if you land here, and you are on uncontested, of course, is the fact that you can wait. If you're uncontested, you can loot up, and then you have exactly what's happening here, the ability to redeploy through this portal, get a lot of height on the map, and traverse a lot of land to where that circle is going to be located.
You do often see teams push from labs towards the likes of Hydro Dam, towards the likes of Repulsor as well. So if you are looting in those areas, ever since labs was introduced to the map, thanks to the new Wraith event, you have to be very aware of the possibility of people just landing on you aggressively. And I'm sure if you've been playing at home, a lot of people do land labs. It seems to be a death zone at the moment, but I'm sure it will calm down as people just get over the new and fun, exciting portal that's been added to the map.
The only way that I have fun is by annoying other people in game, so I drop labs and I'm caustic. But anyway, let's move on from my gameplay and let's talk about some people who are a lot more talented than I am, and it's going to be Team Secret at the moment, who are coming on some fire and having to rotate. They could hear the communication there, just faintly in the background saying there are people behind us, not willing to take that fight early, maybe looking to get a little bit of better position on the map before turning around and thinking about engaging.
Team Secret, of course, unfortunately losing their third player before they came into this tournament as well. They were actually considered a pretty strong team, but due to some issues, they had to make that last-minute change. And that's why we see Limek come in as a final replacement. What I loved, though, what I saw when they came under fire there, one of the players just instantly dropped a couple of shield cells because he knew his teammate didn't have any sort of regeneration whatsoever. So even though you get that little bit of panic, oh no, what's happening, you're still able to think quickly and still able to drop a little bit of help to your teammates.
Yeah, and that calmness under pressure is something that TSM showed so many times today in their decision making, and it's just those tiny little macro decisions sometimes that can change the tide of these battles. We are seeing a battle go down now, and it's actually going to be Chaos Esports Club who are looking to push onto this team, who are locked up in their little hut at the moment, and the Peacekeeper doing some damage. No choke on the Peacekeeper at the moment, meaning that from range it's not going to be quite as offensive, but boy, when it gets up close and personal, that's going to hurt.
There's a real chance for a lot of these teams to actually, it sounds silly, but enjoy themselves in a game. A lot of them have only got one kill in this tournament, or even no kills, and very little points to work with. Now they can just actually shine in a lobby full of teams that have also been struggling in this tournament.
And I think it was North they were actually fighting there, and they've managed to get away from that battle. Chaos trying to push in, and one thing I just wanted to highlight here as we jump on board with Chopper from Chaos Esports Club, who of course has that Skull Piercer on the longbow as well to do a little bit of extra headshot damage when he lands those shots, is just the composition of the teams here. And one of the things I want to quickly talk through is how they're using the correct characters in the correct way. They were sending in the Wraith first there with the Peacekeeper to try and land those shots, because he has that mobility and that Q to get out of dodge should he take that damage.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this discussion with a lot of players and pros alike, and also fans of the game, and where do you stick your damage dealer? Where do you stick your main slayer on a team? And a lot of people say, well, you want it on the Wraith because of her ability to get into fights quickly. But me personally, I think Wraith is great as a distraction technique. You get her in, you do as much damage as possible, and then you get out. And then you have your main slayer as a Pathfinder who can then just zip on it, grapple on in, and finish everybody off. Yes, okay, they're not going to be dealing the most damage, but they're going to be the ones who are going to be getting those kills, getting those knocks.
And then the more you think about it, you sort of had a deep dive as well. The communication on the Wraith is absolutely vital for someone who is maybe playing Pathfinder, playing that position where they have the ability to reposition themselves to finish off the kills that are being communicated by the Wraith. So certainly something that these pro players are going to be keeping in mind. And you can hear at the moment from Cooler screaming out some communication as they take this tower here around Repulsor. You can see the battles going down, and this is where a lot of the battles are going to be going down. 20 squads still left here, as we're seeing round number 1 close in.
There's going to be 20 squads all heading towards this Repulsor area as well, so you have to find whatever cover possible. There's only these tiny little pylons that Cooler are currently being able to hide behind, but they're trying to just stay away from certain edges because they want to only be at least seen by one team. Ideally, you don't want to be seen by any teams, but when you are in a vulnerable area like this, you've always got to assume someone is going to be looking at you, and of course, the passive of Wraith is going to really help you see that.
Well, the good news is Sonics are getting busy in the kill feed. You can see it there, picking up some points already, taking down a player there from ISG, and Isurus Gaming here are going to be stuck in the market, so they've got a long way to rotate across the map at the moment towards Repulsor, and the reason that they're not able to rotate quite so freely is because there's a team sat up top, and that is going to be Sonics.
And you can hear the questions being asked as well of what kind of armor have they got? Is it purple? Is it blue? And they've actually cracked them and they're going in.
And you see there the Wraith doing the damage, like you were saying, sending in the Pathfinder afterwards to try and finish off these kills. The thing is, the longer that this battle is elongated here for both teams, the worse the news is, but Sonic seem to have got the job done here. You can see a player being dropped, they have gold armor now, and now they can focus on that rotation.
It's all well and good getting these kills and being able to pick up these eliminations, but you're also going to be making yourself very vulnerable to players who are going to be able to hear all those shots as well. And okay, they're not going to be coming in for the third party like you might see in a traditional normal game of Apex, but in a competitive lobby, sound is everything. Knowing which direction your opponent is going to be coming from, you can then set up little choke points, you can gatekeep, so it's going to be difficult to get into this circle when people know where you're coming from.
Let's see what North have up their sleeves at the moment. You can see them around the water treatment at the moment. Not too bad of a location to be in as far as the rotation towards Repulsor is concerned. The only issue is maybe they have to take that uphill battle as maybe they approach the landing pad area of the map and have to rotate into Repulsor. And the thing about when the circle is moving towards Repulsor as well, Dan, is I feel like you need a Pathfinder to find yourself a good position because of those huge walls that surround it. Such a difficult area of the map to enter if there is so many teams left in those final circles, purely because of the elevation differences.
And you need longbows, and usually
you need longbows.
Find longbow in the hands of your Watson, your support player, but also you can throw it in the hands of anyone, really. It looks like the entirety of Cooler all have longbows, so this is a very powerful position, just merely for the fact that all three of them can light up anyone that they see. You do have to be conscious of your heavy ammo, of course, and you've got to make sure that you're able to you use it correctly and spread it out, but the longbow, because it's slow firing, I'd say 161 bullets, that's a decent amount to have.
That is plenty of bullets to be firing, and you're seeing the team set up at the moment. If you're watching competitive Apex for the first time, and again, I'm going to go and harp on about the composition of these teams. Those Watson fences are just going to make sure that anyone who tries to push on them up on these elevated areas, who tries to take that advantageous position away from them, is going to be slowed down, is going to be stunned. To be honest, they're going to be a free kill.
Just makes it so difficult to push onto anyone when these Watson fences, like, even though you can shoot the Watson fences out, you're just going to be wasting time doing so. It means that we get stuck in this standstill where a lot of players are reluctant to move and they all turtle up until we get to maybe round 6, sometimes round 5, where the action really unfolds because people naturally have to move out of their little cubby holes, and that's when the people who have managed to rotate into the prime positions will really take advantage and start to pick up some big kills.
I mean, Cooler are in a great position here. You know, they have elevation, they're inside the circle, they can overlook Hydro Dam as well. The only issue is, as you say, that we're now forced to move off of this position. It's a case where you're looking at your IGL. You're looking to, where do we want to move after this? They're thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead of where they want to reposition, where their enemies are. You can see them being pinged now, and where is free real estate inside of Repulsor to reposition and take another fight.
Yeah, I don't think that they should have stayed there that long, personally. I think I would have liked to see them move earlier. I know it's easier said than done because when you try and move, you can just get lit up from everyone else in the lobby, but they weren't far and deep enough into the circle. They know it's going to be pushing towards that landing pad. You can see them making the movement on the far end of your screen, but Love, now they're under fire from everyone else.
Yeah, Love Gaming is struggling at the moment. Legit Lolly has to drop down and desperately stay alive as one of her teammates was down there. The Wraith is down, and just look at the fire that's coming in. They might be able to get the res off here in order to keep a full complement of players, but there is going to be an elimination. You saw it there in the feed, and all of a sudden the action is starting to pick up a little bit as Repulsor has that circle closing in on it.
Look at that decision from both the Wraith and the Pathfinder just to get out as well. There is no discussion of, should I stay, should I help you? They don't feel bad, they know they just need to survive. Battle Royales are survival games. That is your priority. Get to the end game, try and get those placement points.
Sonics have managed to rotate inside here.
Yeah, they're here.
Of Repulsor, taking hold of one of these warehouses, and one of the reasons that kind of liking the idea of this final circle. Yes, we have a lot of closed areas, a lot of buildings inside Repulsor. We have a lot of different elevations, but when that circle closes, that's going to force the movement not only, you know, laterally across the map, it's also that change of elevation. As we see Cooler starting to heat up a little bit. Lager hit a beautiful shot on Q-Lash player there. He was trying to maybe think about ascending that zipline and taking that high ground position from them.
It's going to be the first squad taken out. Clash, unfortunately, going down, and that's not how you want to start match number 1, but maybe they learned something this game. Maybe they didn't rotate quick enough. Maybe they didn't get into one of these prime positions. And the team that Athayam are shooting at right now, I would say are in pretty prime location because they're going to be relatively central to the circle and they have so much high ground as well.
It's very, very true. As you can see, maybe we're moving slightly more central than I was expecting as far as the circle is concerned. I was kind of, as we talked about before, expecting maybe the circle to be dragged a little bit closer to that coastal edge, but looks like a lot of teams are going to have to move. Maybe a little bit of surprise in some of these teams of where this circle is from where they sort of located themselves in that second circle.
The circle has been doing some strange things during this tournament. I think everyone can agree with that. It hasn't necessarily been in the predictable places that we've seen in prior competitive tournaments and pro scrims. But I think Landing Pad was a good guess, and Landing Pad still is within that zone as well. So we'll see where it ends up in the next round. But I think those guys who are very high up and have that high ground to work with and those longbows should be in a decent position. But you've got to be careful when you're going for those eliminations because you leave yourself vulnerable from being shot from elsewhere.
It is going to be time for the revive to come in, and that's the one good thing about the fact there's so many teams still left in the lobby. If you get a player knocked, the likelihood of them getting finished off due to the proximity of each team to each other and the amount of shots being fired, longbow shots being fired, you are going to have that opportunity to potentially get the res off before that player is going to be taken down. A couple more kills going down in the feed as well. You can see Tirai losing a player here, or being downed, I should say.
And it's Samsung who made their way to Landing Pad first, and they've been able to get control of this building and exactly what you needed. They've predicted this circle down to a T.
Yeah, and this is one of the only real enclosed buildings available around the Landing Pad area as well. You can see Team Secret, I should say, excuse me, are set up around the outside wall here of Landing Pad as well. But that little compound just to their left is pretty much the only closed space here. So you have to say that Samsung are in a fantastic position as we are looking at around a minute's time to enclose on that fourth ring.
Even though Samsung are in a really good position to potentially win this game, they're not in an amazing position right now to pick up a lot of kills. Whereas the other boys we just see of Team Secret, they're in a great position to just lay down fire on everyone who's going to be exiting out of Repulsor, and they can really pick up a decent amount of kills here.
Yeah, and Sonic's Wicked has just become the kill leader in the lobby as well. He has, excuse me, 4 kills to his name, so we were expecting a little bit more from Sonics yesterday, and maybe they got up early in the morning and they were smelling the coffee because they've started off exactly how they wanted to as far as eliminations are concerned.
Astral Esports, again, this was the position I was saying was great in the previous circle, but it's just outside of the edge now, so they will have to drop ever so slightly, which could be to their demise, as Team Secret again still dancing around these fences, still hoping to pick off a couple of players as they now are all exiting Repulsor, so this is where they can potentially pick up some kills.
16 squads still left, which is slightly less than what we saw yesterday. A couple of battles have been taken. But you look at SJ Gaming here, making that rotation in from the low ground, but the only problem is, as you can see, those Watson fences in front of them mean that there is another team who are set up. That was the team we were watching just a moment ago. I believe it was Team Secret who were holding down that little cubby hole just behind that defensive wall, and it is Team Secret here. You can see that portal set down. They know there's going to be a couple of players waiting the other side of that, and that Watson fence going up, and I think Watson will be clapping if someone decides to move through there.
And that was the quickest triangle fence I've seen in quite some time around that portal. As soon as they noticed it, they're like, all right, we need to step around this. We can't allow them to push through. If anyone does go through that portal, of course, they're going to be stunned instantly, and they will just be sitting ducks. So good stuff from Team Secret for making sure they actually notice and spot that one out.
Sonic's picking up another kill here, but it's another chance for us to maybe show the power of Watson and why so many of these teams are making sure that they have that legend as part of their makeup as a team. Look at these longbow shots raining in from Astral Esports, though. I was about to say, Watson fantastic for finding a little bit of cover and making sure that you can't get rained down from above as far as grenades and ordnance are concerned. However, it does not stop the longbow shots coming in.
I love that just one member of Estral has decided to stay up as well and actually provide shots with this longbow, because you can get some kills, you can get some eliminations, but they have to drop, and one of the members of Estral falls, and elsewhere everything is going down because there is a long way to go from that area of repulsor now over towards landing pad.
12 squads currently left in the lobby, but that is dropping second by second. 35 seconds left on this ring. A team trapped behind that truck just at the bottom of the little track here as you try to enter landing pad, and look how tight that next circle is. We really are going to see some action as we see the assists come in, we see the knockdowns come in as SJ Gaming again a little bit aggressive.
Teams desperately trying to revive their teammates as well, wanting to get into that final circle as healthy as possible, but it is so difficult when you're being shot from every single angle. If you leave any sort of angle exposed, there is going to be a team taking advantage of that. Because there's so many teams in such a small space, it's going to be rough, and the circle is closing in, so things are going to go from bad to worse for those teams who are trying to get into that circle in 20 seconds.
Just like to check in on Samsung as well to see if they're still holding down that building. They were the team who had control, and yes, there they are, just overlooking all the action that is going on. They can just peek out these windows. Everyone else is kind of running around in the open just due to the lack of elevation that is available in this final circle down.
They need to be very careful because there are going to be teams who want to take that house off them, and whilst they won't be throwing grenades in there because they're going to be careful of Watson's ultimate being up and blocking them, if they can get within a radius and within that bubble that Watson's ultimate creates, then they can throw in grenades and they can make life a living hell for these Samsung boys. But that circle has closed in, it's got smaller, and 9 squads have managed to worm their way in, still surviving, still hiding, still hoping to get placement points.
8 squads left, make that 7. We are seeing players fall in secret in a battle at the moment. Samsung doing a good job of just holding down position, but above them now, it's actually BDS who have managed to get the high ground towards this circle. It's all great having the compound. The only problem with that is you might allow one team to get above you with 7 squads remaining. They can be able to just rain down shots on anyone trying to rotate in late here.
Still, even under all the pressure, all of the shots coming through, they're still spreading out all of the possibilities, all of the different utilities that are available for them. And we're going to see Thermites just tossed out to try and help them escape here, SJP2, because they are stuck below several different teams and they're just desperately trying to get within the next circle.
Yeah, that wingman shot landed heavy there. SJP2 doing a good job to land some damage and try and survive. Only 2 members, of course, alive for them. And now we're going to see a quick shot come in with that longbow. Doesn't manage to locate him. And now we're going to see a zip line being set up, potentially looking towards that final circle down, just to have a little bit of extra survivability to try and close out, pick up that championship banner.
Important you do that. If you are a Pathfinder main, always give an exit route to your teammates. Even if it's not the best possible one available, you need to think of something, because there's only 1 second now till round 6 is closing. We're going into round 7, and it's going to get messy.
Yeah, it's getting messy now, and it's BDS who still have this high ground advantage, but they're not able to pick up too many kills. They managed to pick up 1 there onto SJPS, and now we're seeing Samsung, who have been holed up in this compound for the majority of their game, burst to life and take down a couple of players. The armor swap comes in there for Leo Dent as well, but one player's going to fall here, Nissa, and he's waiting for his teammates to maybe keep him alive and take down those players who are pushing.
So much open space and so little to hide behind at this current moment, but still 5 squads behind because there are several different levels to work with, and you can see it's SJ who have been able to get themselves in a very decent position here where they've got walls to hide behind, where they can get a little bit of elevation and they can lay down shots. There's the knock onto Sati, and that's 1 member going down from BDS. Make that 2. They finish in 5th place.
There's some serious wingman shots being hit there. That headshot absolutely destroying the player who was on the top of that silo. And they're doing a fantastic job here of timing their push, picking up eliminations on their way to a top 5 finish as well.
Trying to lay down some wingman shots. Just going through the portal, you end up in the red, so you're going to be taking a big chunk, but it's SJ again in prime position, and now they're getting aggressive as well. They can smell the blood. 2 squads left.
Yeah, the Pathfinder getting height as well, so this is all theirs to lose at the moment. The wingman shots were good initially. Needs to finish off this kill, missing a couple, goes for the melee. Still can't finish it off, but I think the teammate might have just come in there. Or is that Pathfinder being downed? He is! SJ Gaming. They time it perfectly. They time it absolutely wonderfully, and they will pick up the first win of the day.
SJ, who weren't able to finish within the top 10 in any of their matches yesterday, getting a victory here in their first match of the losers bracket round 1. Positionally, they did incredible. I think a lot of these teams are very good now at knowing where the circle is roughly going to be, but they don't know that final pinpoint decision. So it's going to be down to the in-game leader in those final moments to be saying, all right, we need to be moving here. I think the circle's going to be going over here. We can traverse the map this way. 12 kills as well for the SJ boys. Jerpa picking up 6 for himself. 1,733 damage dealt.
I think you just look across the damage dealt there. Huge performances, and of course, the further into the game, we have to kind of add that asterisk. The more opportunity you might have to land that damage in those final circles, but maybe, you got to think here for SJ Gaming coming into today, and, the little nerves in the back of your head, that's all gone now. Putting big points on the board in that round 1 down, it just changes everything. Now you can go back to maybe just playing that game that you love to play.
I felt really bad for the teams that were able to set up really early right inside landing pad, and then just to see the circle just stretch away from the building they've been holding for so long, because you're just banking on staying there and hoping that you can be able to pick up some kills. But they did get aggressive in the right time, Samsung, when they noticed that they weren't going to be able to hold that building for the entirety of the end game. But here's the final results and the standings from that first match.
So you see SJ Gaming there obviously taking home that win in our first game. Samsung Morningstars, who were the team who rotated early and managed to get hold of that compound and hold it down, do take home second place there and put up 14 points as well, so pretty solid performance from them. BDS in third, SJ P2 we saw in those end battles as well, 9 points for them, and Forehead, fantastic stuff from them, taking that 5th place, 8 points on the board.
Yeah, top 5 is really what you want to be aiming for, but you still get some points for finishing in the top 10 as well. AEQ getting 6th, but you've got to be looking at the kills they were able to pick up. 5 kills and 6 kills for Susk as well. 3rd Impact in 8th, Athiam in 9th, and Love Gaming just managing to creep into that top 10.
Yeah, Sonic's there, 7th place, one of those teams we did highlight coming into the start of this first matchup of the day. Needed to perform, and at least they're in that top 10, Dan. A lot to maybe be desired still from them, but still in with a shout of staying in this tournament.
And a lot more of these kills have been spread out as well. I guess when you don't get your likes of TSM introduced into a game, you're able to actually enjoy yourself a little bit more in Kings Canyon. You're able to pick up some kills. But SJ will be topping the standings going into match number 2 with 24 points.
And the thing that, of course, if you're just joining us and you're worried about the format and how this all works, it's that top 10 cutoff. Any team that does not make it into that top 10, unfortunately, will be going home after the next 3 games. So it's a tough one. We're going to keep an eye on that 10th. I mean, Team Secret just outside there. Estro Esports, very tight at the moment, even from kind of 4th down, to be honest with you. 9 points, I think, was 4th place there. And after that, very, very tight, just a few points separating them. So one big game here, and you can really put yourself into a good position to qualify. Yeah,
I think that Estral in particular were in such a decent spot as well, just on the outside of Repulsor, but unfortunately for them, they weren't able to hit a lot of their longbow shots, and they also lost a man relatively early. Because of that, they really struggled to pick up the kills that they had the potential to grab, and unfortunately for them, they didn't necessarily get the points I think they deserved for their early rotations. However, we'll see whether they're able to change that in match number 2.
And of course, match number 2 is what we're going to be waiting to get underway as well. As we see, we're lucky enough to see from our commentary position now, we can see a couple of booths and the players kind of having a couple of chats between themselves and maybe discussing some of the issues that they had in that first game, some of the things that they would like to put right and maybe improve on for that next game. Dan Gaskin, by the way, fantastic technician work there. You probably didn't see that on camera, but Dan just managed to replace one of the cables on our monitors to make it work. I didn't know you had that in you.
It was just a moment of blind panic when I saw a blank screen, and I was like, right, I need to get that out my GCSE mathematics here, because that's somehow going to help.
I was really looking forward to where you were going with that. GCSE maths apparently helps with electrical work.
I mean, it does, yeah.
Oh, do you know what? It did. It's still it's working now.
In various different things. But yeah, I think in this match number 2 now, we're going to see several different teams try and get more aggressive and try and look for some early engagements and try and take advantage of teams rotating into the circle. If you can get that early prediction, if you are close enough to the circle after the first one is revealed, then you can situate yourself in a place where people have to come through you to be able to get into the circle. There is actually only one team now who is left who doesn't have a point throughout the entire tournament. DreamIt were able to pick up a point, so they got their first point of the tournament. So it means that Isurus are the only team left on 0 points. So keep an eye on them to see if they can pick up at least a kill or maybe a placement point in this next game.
Are we going to ask to watch them from the start? Are we going to be those guys? Are we going to keep on?
I think that would be mean, but we want to see everyone get a point.
We'll keep you up to date.
We'll keep you up to
I
date.
think that's the fairest way to do it. Of course, we want to concentrate on those qualification positions, those top 10. I'm looking forward to that scrap in this third game, to be honest with you. Yes, we've got to get through this second game. I think we're going to see maybe the top 5 positions potentially be a little bit more solidified from some of the teams who found their way in. But that game 3, when you tournament life on the line, that's where the carnage is going to ensue.
Yeah, it's a strange one because I was thinking yesterday in the winners bracket in match 3 we would see a little bit of more teams going gung-ho and really going for those kills and being aggressive, but we didn't see it as much. And I wonder whether that's because they knew they had that possibility of a lower bracket. They knew it wasn't do or die. They had that second chance, so they could kind of play passive. They could kind of go for the placement and not risk everything. When the tournament life is on the line, though, I think you just have to throw everything at your opponent and you really have to push in and get aggressive.
So what do you think is being discussed by the teams right now? We can see them obviously with their headsets on, having a little chat about things, what went right, what went wrong.
They're saying, how nice is it to have a lobby without TSM and Virtus Pro stealing all our kills and absolutely destroying us with their incredible rotations? Honestly, that's the hardest thing, I think, for a lot of these teams when they're going up against some of the best in the world is you get to these late game circles and you're like, how are TSM here again in the ideal building at the ideal time?
Well, we'll have to wait to see some more TSM later today, but for these guys, they're waiting to get that second game underway. We're going to take a few minutes just now while this lobby's going to get it set up for the players to get everything right. So when game number 2 is ready, we'll be back and we'll give you some rundown of the action. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. We've just seen our first round of action from our first losers bracket group today. Congratulations to SJ Gaming, of course, on taking home that first win of the day. 12 kills alongside that as well, so a great start for them. But now it looks like we are ready for round number 2 to get underway, Dan. Now it's a time where you start to have to talk about that do or die mentality for some of these teams.
Yeah, match 2 is where you either have to shift your momentum towards getting more aggressive, or where you feel like you've achieved a decent amount of points, so you can start to play a little bit more conservative and say, okay, well, we can let people push us now. We can be the team that sits inside a building. We can wait, and we can actually save all of our utility in case we do get to that end game. Because a lot of that is resource. A lot of Apex Legends for me is resource management as well. Is keeping as much shield batteries, as much shield cells, as much arc stars for that late game. Of course, the final circle is entirely dependent on how much resources you need. For the previous circle we had in match number 1, it was quite an open circle, so we didn't get to that final situation where it goes tiny, where everyone's just stuck in a tiny place, and you have to throw grenades and you have to use your Wraith Q. Instead, we had a little bit more open. It was able to have more gunfire, so your SMGs became more prominent. However, we'll see whether maybe in match number 2 we might get a smaller circle and where that utility will come into effect.
And if you look at the standings at the moment, I'm thinking objectively here, sort of from the outside looking in, those top 5 teams are going to be feeling pretty good after putting the points on the board in the first game. Of course, their confidence is going to be high. The teams who are kind of in that bottom half at the moment, they're going to know what they have to do. They know how they're going to have to maybe play a little bit more aggressive, look to pick up eliminations to put themselves in contention. The scariest place for me at the moment is maybe being that 7th to 11th place, because that's when you're kind of thinking, you're looking behind you instead of in front of you. You're thinking, just need to get inside this top 10. As soon as you have that mentality of don't fail, I feel like that's when everyone starts to fail. So those teams have really got to focus up here. A huge game number 2 for those teams holding down that position. As you can see here, we're getting underway, and we're, of course, going to carry on watching SJ Gaming after they picked up that win in the last game.
It's a very northern dropship as well, so that means if you are wanting to make your way towards water treatment, it's going to be a little bit of a tough time. You need to have a decent jump master on board to make sure they can get you there, or at least get you close enough. But SJ, they're staying on board for quite some time, and they're now going to be heading towards runoff, and they're just scouting around to see if anyone's going to be joining them as well. If they're not, they should be able to separate. It looks like one team going towards Slum Lakes, but I think they're just about safe, and that's why one of them's now actually heading off towards pit and saying, look, no one's heading towards the pit, so let's go and take the loot there as well.
Yeah, so much loot, and what a way to drop there. Get a nice purple armor to kick things off, exactly how you want to start the game, especially after you just won that first one. Sometimes it just seems to work like that, doesn't it? You have a good first game, and oh, look at that. The luck continues, and yeah, we'll put themselves in a good position to maybe pick up a back-to-back here.
And I know it's not as easy when you are playing at home and you're playing in your ranked games and you see all these teams, like 6 teams dropping Skull Town, etc. But if you do wait, if you are patient on that dropship, you can find yourself dropping away from a lot of other teams, and you can spread yourselves out like these guys have done, because you've got enough time to regather after looting, and it just means that you're going to have such better loot. You're going to be able to have people with purple, blue armor, even a gold knockdown shield I think was just picked up there as well, and that is just going to help you so much later in those fights. If you all drop together, if you're all trying to split that loot, you are going to struggle.
And that is the difference between these pro lobbies. Everyone has those set locations, and they like to get that loot on board and not be challenged and go down early. Obviously, points on the board is the huge thing. Whereas my favourite thing to do, of course, when I'm dropping down is scream to you, I don't have a gun, Dan. Do you have a gun? Please give me a gun. Please help.
Well, usually I have all of the guns and all of the weapons and all of the ammo. I have everything because I'm a little loot goblin. As Forehead find one player going down, it's going to be Pride, and it means that Pain and Lins now have one of two options. They either retreat or they try and take this fight. It depends how much damage was done to the opposition team here at Thunderdome.
Yeah, Hemlock, single fire selected as well, just to have a little bit more accuracy at distance. And the scout, I mean, he's only got one bullet left here. He's got to do a good job of keeping his teammates in, well, keeping that team who are pushing at bay. And it seems like that scout shot maybe has just kind of potentially warned a team off, looking for the finish now. So there is actually an opportunity here for a couple of players to be taken down. It's actually Forehead who are going to lose the first player in this game. Venus takes down Pride. There's going to be points on the board here.
Yeah, it seemed like they traded 1-for-1, Triumph and Forehead, but unfortunately for Forehead, they weren't able to take down that player and get that elimination after the knock, and then that's when the revive came through. And now Forehead have just had to retreat. But let's see whether Triumph are going to be allowing that retreat. It looks like they're saying, all right, well, we will. We're going to carry on loot in Thunderdome. We'll just maybe wait around this beacon to ensure that that third player can't be brought back.
Yeah, very interesting to see that challenge early on around the Thunderdome area, especially when there's so much loot still up for grabs. So you have the feeling that maybe that was a contested drop in that particular situation, or maybe one of those teams just landed to the side of Thunderdome and thought we might be able to get a pick here just while they are looting. They might have had a weapon in their hands that they might be able to do with a little bit of damage from distance. But now we're going to move over to Samsung Morning Stars, of course, taking home that second place finish after an early rotation towards the end circle. Last time holding down that compound within for pretty much the majority of the game. Just that last little circle movement really sold them out as far as having to hold down that compound for the entirety of the game. But they're in a great position now as we jump on board with Isurus Gaming, who do need something to happen.
Come on, Isurus, get your first point, get the elimination, please. They've managed to get 2 knocks. They haven't got any elims yet, but it looks like they're going to be getting their first points of the tournament in this fight in Canyon at the moment. There they are. Welcome to the Preseason Invitational. It's taken you 5 matches, but now you've got some points on the board. Let's see if you can build from that, and let's see whether you can actually finish off this squad, or whether Den Pride is going to be able to survive for Estral. Estral, who you remember from match 1, had prime position for quite some time, but weren't able to pick up those kills, weren't able to secure as much points as maybe they could have.
I feel really good now they've got their points on the board. You know, it's kind of that warming, humbling feeling. It's like, all right, boys, good stuff. You deserve to be here. You've done And now we're going to see Quasar Generation Blue actually set up here around Bunker Town, and one player did get knocked. It looks like there's some trouble going on, to be honest with it. Attain, one team who have been struggling a little bit, seem to continually be struggling here. Shots going in here from the R301. The distance will be not too much of a problem, and won't be either short range, because that Peacekeeper is going to absolutely chunk the player as Defties is now looking to close down the space on that Wraith, but they can't quite get the finish. They do have the time here to get the res on.
Good communication though, just to ensure that someone's blocking the door so they could make sure they get that revive. But the Wraith player did get away. A couple of missed shots though. There could have been a finish there, probably could have been a knock if he had been a little bit more accurate, but very different when that Wraith is dancing around, strafing and trying to avoid you. It looks like a pretty central circle, so that's why we're seeing a lot more early engagements, because everyone is rotating from out. Well, they're not rotating, they're actually just moving from the outside to the inside, just W keying towards that circle, and they're all running into each other at this point.
And that's going to be the interesting thing here. That round, you know, second or third ring really are going to be interesting, because every single player is going to be converging on that circle. Every single team, excuse me, going to be converging in that circle from essentially a different angle. And one thing we just noticed in the makeup of this team as well, we are seeing a lifeline, and we saw that from Reciprocity. Yes, they didn't have too much success with it. They're certainly seeing a little bit of variation in those legend picks.
Yeah, North taking lifeline maybe to go for a little bit more aggression. It doesn't sound right using 2 support legends to actually go for aggression, but the fact you've got the quick heals and you've got the quick recharge of the shields as well from Watson, it does work out really nicely if you like that close quarter combat. And of course you get the quick res with lifeline as well. North were only able to pick up 1 kill yesterday in their 3 matches, so maybe they just felt like they weren't doing enough, or they weren't confident enough going in with the Pathfinder.
Quasar Generation Blue are in all sorts of trouble though. Rhythm's going to be the last player alive, does manage to crack a shield, but the only problem is the shield's cracked. but there's players coming around the corner to finish him off. So Quasar Generation Blue, every single player there will fall to the hands of Chaos Esports Club.
I have heard that Rhythm is a dancer, but unfortunately he couldn't dance enough there. He couldn't avoid the shots, not well enough strafing. But that is going to be the first squad down and out, as now all the teams are moving around Bunker Town here and just trying to work their way towards the central circle, whilst also guessing and predicting where this final circle is going to be as well.
Yeah, great shot there from Synced from Sonics here. Again, I think they had a seventh, excuse me, place finish in that last game, but again, not a particularly convincing performance. However, a big game here for Sonics. Maybe that'll just calm things down a little bit for them and stop those worries, those kind of feelings of looking over your shoulder at elimination.
Yeah, I think once you do pick up some kills and you get some points in the bag, it opens up this game for you, and you don't actually think necessarily about, okay, we have to finish top 5 or we might be dropping into the low bracket. You say, all right, well, we're feeling confident, we're looted up now, we're hitting our shots. Let's actually take some fights here. We've already secured 2 points. That's what we would be getting if we finished within that top 10 anyway. So let's keep going.
Then holding down one of these huts, and I think we are going to see a lot of different engagements, a little bit of poking with wingmans, a little bit of poking with longbows and scouts. As we see also teams traversing across the map, that sort of time from the bunker side of the map. And you can see Market's quite central here, Dan, so we might be looking towards a finish around the Market area as well. We're going to have to see. The big part of the game here is where this central circle is going to move. Is it going to locate itself in a place where a lot of teams are going to have to force themselves through particular choke points towards it? And most importantly, is there going to be some teams who find themselves in position to control those choke points and pick up quite a lot of eliminations?
Yeah, a lot of teams will be relying on what they've seen previously, not just in this tournament, but in scrims as well. Cave's finish is entirely possible at this point. This is where really you want to be in a place where you can use Pathfinder and use that Pathfinder to get as much knowledge as possible of where that ring's going to go. And Cage is a good place to be standing because there is a beacon over a Cage.
And it's very interesting as well. You talk about composition of weapons across a team. Difficult to judge at the moment exactly what you might want to be holding. You're kind of covering a lot of bases with the alternator, longbow combination here. Obviously short range, long range covered. But if we do move towards that cave area where things do start to get very, very tight, maybe we'll see a few teams and players swapping out those longbows for an R99 and a Peacekeeper setup, trying to take 2 short-range weapons instead of taking that long-range weapon.
And of course, sometimes you just have to deal with what you're given when you go through your looting process. If you are a team who's on the outskirts and you've had to loot up fast so you can rotate early, you might not have the ability to pick and choose as to what you want. You might just be given whatever is on the floor, or whatever is in a little box for you.
So cooler then, they haven't moved too much here. Secret coming under a little bit of pressure here. They've been holed up for a while, but shields, not too much of a problem. Of course, with that Watson ultimate inside that room, we'll be slowly just regenerating those shields. Health is the one thing that you have to keep your eye on, to be honest with you. But it looks like they've got plenty of heals to be working with as well. Let's take a look across some of the teams here just to see where they are located, as this next ring will be closing in around 30 seconds time, as Aladdin ain't going to be moving. Team Secret ain't going to be moving, but one team who are on the move is SJP2. They're in Market at the moment. Maybe they're hedging their bets on a Market finish here.
Around Market, or at least the little settlement outside of Market is also somewhere it could be heading towards as well. So yes, okay, hedging your bets early can really work out, but it can also very much not work out in the same situation. It's probably going to guarantee you a top 5 if you can predict close to where that final circle is going to be. Here's going to be the next one, and Market just on the edge there, but also Cave still in as well. So Market Caves was a good bet for a lot of these teams, but now you've just got to make sure you are looking at the possibilities of the 2 or 3 final circles of where it could be heading.
And if it does move towards Market, that's going to be a very interesting finish, because you have so many close quarter areas that can be held down by those Watson defenses. You also have the differences in elevation, so there's going to be a lot of peak shotting before one team decides to maybe get a little bit ballsy and make a play in and try and finish off those kills. And Sonics, again, being aggressive here, taking these battles. I do enjoy what I've seen them from so far today.
The thing is, right now, are Sonics being aggressive, or are they being griefed from several different teams from both angles? Or is it just one team who have managed to just fall into Market here and saying, oh, well, there's another team here, so we need to actually try and take this building off them, otherwise we're just going to be sitting here alongside them. As I say that, SJP2, here they are. They're in Market as well. They're going to be this team right on the other side. And they're just peeking at the moment, trading shots and trading shields.
This is a little bit of a wingman measuring contest at the moment, isn't it, to be honest with you? Both teams poking out and saying, I'm going to hit you. All right, let's go again. And we'll see who hits the next shot. And jumping back in and recharging those shields. So a little bit of an ego test, to be honest with you. Quite enjoyed it.
I would quite like to see one of them push, and I know that you could argue it's a waste of utility if you have got some grenades, if you've got some arc stars to use, but there's potentially 3 points available for you in such a short distance away. If you were eliminated outside of the top 15, you're not going to get any points. So maybe you push for those kills, maybe you are brave, but these are teams that are competing for their tournament life, so it's very difficult to have that bravery.
We are starting to see a couple of kills, or downs, I should say, in the feed. Kulash picking up one caller, picking up another down as well. So a few battles going down on rotation here. In around 17 seconds, you are going to see a lot of teams having to move through some choke points. I mean, if you take your eyes to the top left-hand side of your screen right now, you can see that overhead on the map, and you can see the choke points. There's quite a lot, Dan, that are going to be in play, and it'll be interesting to see who's located around the caves at the moment, and if anyone is holding down that high ground area.
See on the top of your screen as well the current standings, several different teams on 0 points, so they're going to be the ones who really are going to be nervous in this match number 2, even more nervous in match number 3 if they don't actually find any points. And you can see now teams just teabagging on the floor as they can see each other through the windows as well, just saying like, hiya, yeah, we know you're there, let's see whether this circle ends up here, because if it doesn't, we're coming for you in a second.
Synced again. Looks like he's just trying to close the door on them at the moment. Lock them in that room with those wingman shots. On the other side of things, you're seeing that door just being peeked. So both teams still trying to peek, but you can see here maybe Sonic's thinking about getting a little bit aggressive, sending that Wraith in sync and then backing up with that.
He had a thought.
That Wraith.
As soon as Android was able to get some damage there, Sing was like, all right, we're going. And then it was like, okay, we're not. There was that moment of panic where he just suddenly took damage as well, as that circle moves just slightly outside of Market, but it is going to allow for a smidgen of Market still in the circle. I would imagine that a team might end up on top of it as well.
Here comes a push across, and one player with the Wraith there is going to be in all sorts of trouble. The Arc Stars are going to go in. Just waiting for maybe for that Wraith to be pushed out here. SJP2, maybe the distraction technique like you talked about, Dan, being used here. The portal going down as well, and there you go, managing to escape. And I think just trying to set up an escape route here for them if that circle does close. And you can see from their position here inside Market, they've got some problems now because North have got this kept. They have Watson fences up in front of that portal, and that's pretty much the only escape method unless they go into the R99 fire, excuse me, the alternator fire from the SMG. That North are locking down. Good position here for North.
Yeah, North have just been able to take that one side of Market that is going to be in the circle. And as you can see on the mini-map as well, there's 3-4 little tiny buildings that are going to be in this next circle as well. So I would expect a couple of teams to already be residing in those, as now North under fire. A lot of grenades coming in the way of Nook.
This could be bad news indeed, and Jellycore now coming under fire. This is where the moves are starting to come in. If you can get the finish on this, that will be great for North. Nook manages to pick that one up. And now SJP2, they've been kind of in position to command a lot of the real estate here in Market, and they are making their move out towards North. SJP2 coming under fire as well. Sonic's involved in this battle as well, and they've relocated here to the top of Market. So then they've now got that elevation in their advantage. Watson fences set up, of course, as well. And on top of them, you've got another team here.
Yeah, because of the side of Market, or the corner of Market that's still in the top of Market is actually quite a nice place because it's very difficult to be shot from, and there's a couple of like little generators on top of Market you can hide behind as well. So I would say that it's decent positioning to take that.
You can see why the teams are starting to move at the moment. 30 seconds until this ring does close, and if you're looking at Market, there really isn't a lot of places to rotate out, to be honest with you. You have the doors to the side, you have the option of trying to maybe zip line up top and maybe lay down a portal, but with so many teams involved in the battles here within Market, someone is going to have to lose a battle here, and one squad is going to have to go down, as Sonics are making the move now, and they're picking up kills, taking down one player. This is fantastic positioning from them.
Yeah, Sonics moved early, so they could get those teams rotating in that have the red on their backsides. It's what North tried to do on the inside section as well, but I don't know whether that's been successful for them, because they were taking that fight very early. Wraith tries to get the team out. He does get tagged in the backside as well, but I think just about managing to get away.
Now you're going to have to see these teams be forced to move. One team here just trapped on that inside edge of market. Not a lot of room, excuse me, to work with for SJP2 at this point. And again, having to take a battle just to get repositioned in here. So this is a huge fight in, not only as far as the game is concerned, as far as who's going to pick up the kills is concerned, but for placement points, this could be massive. The EVA 8 shots ringing in as well, landing. Look at this push coming in from Sonics. Love the aggression that's coming in.
Yeah, Sonics just smelled blood. They knew there was vulnerability down below them. They could hear the healing, but now here comes the third party. They knew there was noise as well, but Sonics are straight back out and they're getting aggressive with the wingman. But can you hit your shots? You got to do the damage and rely on your teammates to finish off.
Sonics are still alive in all of this carnage that's going down. They are picking up so many eliminations at this point. This has been a fantastic run. They've put themselves in the position they've had to take these battles, Dan, but having taken them, they've had a lot of success.
I love that they did take the battles. I think when you see the circle spread that far away from you and you know it's going to be so difficult to get towards that final circle, you say, look, we've got 2 teams below us. We have potential to pick up 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 kills here and really get some points on the board. Then we'll see whether we can get into that circle. We trust our ability. We know we can win these fights. Sonics are a team who can progress through this tournament.
Yeah, you're going to see Sonics involved in another battle now and dipping out here. Here's Android Dream. A little bit of a paranoid Android at the moment as he's searching around looking for that player. His team are trying to push out as well, but this is the choke point I was talking about. Sonics have won the battle and the right to move up onto these buildings just outside of Market at River's End. And this is where the battles are going to go down now. 10 squads remaining, and not a lot of buildings to be hiding in either.
Yeah, Sonics have done really well to get this far, but you can see they're not quite in the circle just yet. So they're going to move together, and they have to move through open ground. They're going to be chunked by this red. They need to communicate, so they're pushing in the right areas. Pathfinder can get in, but are you going to be able to get the battery off? No, you're not. 2 members of Sonics down.
Yeah, Synced is the last one alive here as far as being able to compete in the fight is concerned. And Secret in a decent position here as well. They do have the low ground, but as we talked about before, that Watson ult has changed the meta game as far as high ground, low ground is concerned, Dan.
Yeah, I really like low ground. I think a lot of teams can agree on that as well. You've got quite a lot of cover here, and also with that final circle, you're not going to be stunned if you suddenly have to drop into it. But I'm not sure. Well, I don't know whether we're going to get to a final circle. We do have several different levels. I think when you've got 2 or 3 levels, you can get to that tiny circle right in the end game.
So Cooler, one of the teams who are involved, and they're in a very, very nice position as far as placement is potentially concerned. All of them full shields. We've got Triumph Gaming who are involved as well. Maybe a team who haven't had the greatest of runs so far in the tournament. They're going to have some big points on the board. And they currently have the ultimate high ground in this particular circumstance as well, and that alternator is just melting shields. The disruptor rounds just doing so much damage, even at medium range.
Ultimate high ground and utilizing ultimate accelerants as well. Of course, Watson, her passive is that if you use an ultimate accelerant, it instantly recharges your ultimate as well. Very important. We've seen how Watson is just the definition of this meta. She is everything. You need her in for her fences and for ultimate as well.
Synced has a huge role here for Sonics as well. We've seen how many eliminations they've picked up so far. He's managed to eke his way into a top 5 placement as well as the last player alive for his squad. If he can just let these teams go about their business, get busy with the fighting and somehow stay alive and take another couple of placements, this could be a massive game here for Sonics as the wingman shots are ringing in across Kings Canyon.
Brave trying to get away, trying to use the portal as well, but everyone is staring at that portal. You just start firing at it as well, just in case anyone's going to come behind you. But it's madness now. Everyone trying to get in a building or under a building or on top of a building. And then we will get a period where everything will slow down once everyone has got some sort of vantage point.
Team Seeker in a pretty decent position here. They don't have the high ground, but as we say, that Watson ultimate is going to make that not too much of a factor in comparison to maybe some of the early game iterations and meta games that we did see. Cooler now coming under a lot of pressure as well as the last 4 squads remaining here try and push on each other. They peek. The R301 shots ring out across as well as we saw a player trying to peek around that corner, maybe finish off some of those kills, and now we're going to see some desperate reshielding as they try and hold their ground.
5 points for 4th, 7 points for 3rd, so a 2-point difference if you can get into that top 3. So that's why teams desperately trying to survive here, and there's 1 minute and 10 seconds to think about what you want to do. Are you actually going to get aggressive? Are you going to try and push one of these teams, or are you going to wait for that circle to enclose and just hope for the best with what utility you've got? Looking across SJ, looking across Cooler, and not seeing much utility whatsoever. Not many grenades to be throwing into that circle. So then you're relying on Wraith. You're relying on her ability to queue and survive a lot of this red.
Triumph Gaming still holding that high ground, and now we're going to see the moves now, trying to maybe go for that loot box, maybe get a little bit greedy, but the Pathfinder mobility getting him out of trouble momentarily. Wonder if that was worth it. It was a little bit of a risky move, but we are going to see a knock come in here, and Team Secret, they are holding this ground as they do drop Painless their piece with that Peacekeeper shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Triumph was looking for, whether it was ammo, maybe whether it was utility, or whether he just hoped he could kind of drop very central to the circle and not be noticed. But here comes now all of the action. 4 squads left, 10 seconds and this circle's moving.
Mortals go down from those wraiths. You're going to be seeing players and teams just whipping about towards this final circle. On board with Lemic here, as he tries to land some wingman shots. SJ Gaming, of course, they took home your last game that we saw, so they're looking for a big points result once again. Jerpy now setting up his portal to find an escape mechanism or being able to stay alive as that ring closes in. The shots are ringing out now, but Rubo's going to be taken down. Team Secret, they've controlled this low ground for the majority of this second game. Secret trying to do what they can to close out a win. The Peacekeeper shot comes in, but it's not enough at this point.
Ishi's the only one who's actually alive at the moment. He's trying to survive, but there's so many portals. Everyone's just dancing around and just surviving this red, but someone's got to survive. Someone's got to get the final shot. Graceful's still alive, so's JMW, but someone is still lurking.
Someone is lurking. They've just got to find him. Who is it going to be? Triumph Gaming, they have it all to do with this point, but no! The one player alive somehow does something magical and turns this game into a win. Jerpy, what did you just do?
He had a knockdown shield. He had a gold knockdown shield. They didn't see him, so he was just surviving on the ground. He wasn't taking as much red damage as the others because that gold knockdown shield provides you with that extra health. And they hadn't sussed it out. They were looking above them. They were looking below them, but they didn't see the man. Just sat there on the floor on his knees. SJ get the victory. 4 kills to boot, and that's 2 in a row.
2 in a row, and Jerpy's got to be feeling good about himself there, but also feeling maybe like he got away with something, to be honest with you. That's a little bit of a disappointing one from Team Secret. I think they maybe want that one back.
We've been harping on about how important gold knockdown shields are.
That's a smile I want to see.
For the entirety of this tournament, because we've seen it happen before. When so much is going on, when your vision is impaired by Watson fences, by portals, by grenades, it's sometimes so difficult to see who's in front of you, who's still alive. Even though there was that period of time where both of them kind of looked at each other, one in the bottom, one at the top, saying, well, where on earth is this guy? They just couldn't see him to their left. Because there's so many dead bodies and dead boxes as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, isn't it? Where it just happens, and you can't, to be honest with you, allow it to happen at this level in this, this part of the tournament where your tournament life on the line. Yeah, it didn't cost them too much in that particular circumstance, but the difference between first and second always going to be talked about. And SJ, I mean, 2 wins on the bounce. I think these boys went away and maybe watched a little bit of VOD last night.
Yeah, they did very well at using Wraith's portal to survive for as long as possible. The thing that's very difficult about the end game of Apex Legends is that when you do get into those situations, even when you're hitting your shots and you're winning your fights and you're downing other people, there are certain members of teams who are not able to be shot because they are either Wraith in Wraith's portal or they have queued out.
Well, let's take a look at the standings from that previous match. Points on the board there for Triumph Gaming. And of course, they didn't take home the first place, but 11 kills, Dan Gaskin. That's getting it done. That's giving yourself a chance of survival.
Yeah, so it's like, all right, well, we'll just, even doesn't matter if we didn't win the game. Like, with those extra 3 points, do they bother us? Nah, not so much. I think Triumph will be more than happy with how they performed. BDS in 6th place. Asurus, they didn't have any points.
They got those points on the board, and now they got that 7th place finish. This could be the spark that lights the fire.
Yeah, this could be a chance for them to maybe progress into the losers bracket round 2, which is of course where you go if you finish in the top 10, but if you're in the bottom 10, you're going out of the tournament, and these are the current standings though, so we have to focus on 11 through 20, because at the moment, they're the ones who are being eliminated.
Yeah, Isurus Gaming, as I say, first points on the board for them, but it's not enough to force them into that top 10. You're looking at Clash at the bottom there, not looking too good, just 1 point on the board for them. And all this means, as we approach our final round now, is all of those teams from 11 through to 20 have to pull off something huge to scrape through and stay alive in the tournament.
And yesterday in the groups in the winners bracket as well, we saw teams get knocked down to the lower bracket on 15 points. For example, Love Gaming, they finished on 15 points and they still went to the lower bracket. They still finished in the bottom 10. Of course, it changes from group to group. We saw teams also knocked down with just 10 points. So I would imagine somewhere around 13 to 15 points is where you're going to be feeling somewhat comfortable, unless you love gaming and you have flashbacks about tiebreakers. But 13 to 15 and you should be getting into that top 10. So that's what they're going to be aiming for. I just wonder about how much research these players do and how much they know about where they actually currently sit in the standings. Are they asking the admins, okay, how many points are we on? Where's everyone else? Do they know the teams that are around them? Do they know who they need to be killing?
I mean, you would hope that they are doing that research, obviously, with so much on the line here in Poland. But one team who we focused on at the start again, and we're going to have a little recap here, who are doing what they need to do, is Sonics. That game that we saw from them there, I loved the fact that they took it to other teams. They took those battles in that second game, and it was almost as if they weren't happy to let it go down to that third game. They wanted to get the job done now, and then refocus up on this third game with a little bit more pressure taken off of their shoulders.
The circle also shifted away from where they were kind of setting up and where they were banking on it finishing as well, so it made it very difficult for them to rotate into that final circle. So they said, look, let's just get aggressive. Let's commit to some fights here.
Get
see
some
what
points
happens.
on the board. And that is exactly what they did. Market was theirs for the taking, and Sonics, after, as I say, sorry to repeat it, boys, if you are listening, a little bit of a disappointing performance yesterday, are starting to find that form. And I think that's one thing that double elimination bracket does give us as well, Dan, is, you know, the opportunity for teams to get used to the LAN environment, get used to where they're playing, get used to some of the teams that they're going to be coming up against as well. When we say it in a lot of different esports, in any particular, you know, competitive setting, is the fact that you can have the greatest day one in the world. As long as you get through day one, it's kind of irrelevant. You know, you've got to play your best when it matters, and that is, of course, on Sunday. TSM were brilliant yesterday. TSM were unmatched in their performance. But if they can't do it on Sunday, no one's going to remember.
A famous man once said, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. And that man was Michael Bublé.
Does any of this have reference like to what we're talking about?
Yes,
right
it does, because it is a new day, Mark. It's a new chance for these guys to actually show what they're made of. We saw Reciprocity, their discussions on Twitter, a couple of players that were saying, like, I played really bad today. I'm so unhappy with how I'm doing. And then you've got another member of Reciprocity, Snipedown, coming in and saying, look, tomorrow's a new day. We've got a lower bracket to run through. We have to play only one extra game than we would if we were in the winners bracket. Chin up, let's get this done.
Okay, then, well, as we are waiting for our third game to get loaded and ready, we're going to take a very quick break. Don't worry, you'll get some beautiful shots of the arena. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational here in Krakow, Poland. And it is a case now, Dan, of some of the competitors that we have currently sat in front of us that you can see at home. They are currently competitors, but 10 of these teams are about to become spectators. The lower bracket game and round 1 is about to finish. We will be sending some teams home.
Yeah, we're into match number 3 of 3 in this lower bracket round 1. And we have seen a lot of these teams struggle, both yesterday and today. They haven't been able to achieve maybe the placements they expected, but we've also seen a lot of passive play, people just really playing for that late game placement, and it hasn't worked out either. Bad predictions of Circle or not rotating correctly. And because of that, they find themselves in a situation now where in match number 3, they just have to go gung-ho. They have to look for those kills. They have to look for decent loot early on and try and get to those circles early so they can catch these late rotators for these big kill games. We've seen the big teams do it. SJ and Sonics, who currently lead this particular round, they've got 16 kills and 18 kills respectively. So now we're going to see whether we can see some of the lower teams also achieve that.
And it's very, very doable. We have to remind ourselves, you can put up huge amounts of points in just one round here of Apex Legends. You need the kills, you need the eliminations, and of course you need placement. I want to see if we're going to see some teams mixing it up for the drop here. I want to see if we have some teams dropping on each other, thinking we'll get points early on the board. We have to get aggressive. Let's see how it plays out. I'm super excited to see how this one the story is told, to be honest with you, and what teams are going to be going through in that top 10.
The thing with this lower bracket is a lot of these teams are a little bit more unknown in the pro scene, and a lot of their drop locations aren't as well rehearsed and aren't as well practiced because they haven't seen them in the pro scrim lobby. So it's very difficult to target any teams you might be near or near about in terms of your current placements and your current points. Currently, third Impact, they sit 10th in the rankings, and you will see your standings at the top of your screen on a ticker after the drop location. But we're going to be kicking it off with SJ Gaming because they've now won match number 1 and somehow also won match number 2.
Now, we saw a couple of teams yesterday managing to go back-to-back, but nobody managed to complete that trifecta of wins in one game of Apex Legends, one round of Apex Legends, I should say. Across the 3, the other 2 teams, if you're wondering, were 7-8-9. What a performance we had from them yesterday. And of course, TSM. But SJ Gaming, again, very similar drop from what we saw from them around the first and second games. And again, it's going to be one player here landed in the pit. The other players
landing very slowly in the pit as well. But yeah, 2 players are going to be taking runoff and again, just spreading themselves out so they can get as much loot as possible. It wasn't contested. You saw how they were just looking around to make sure no one was going to be taking the pit as well. But early engagements, and it's going to be Forehead Pride going down. First player off of the server, and it's Triumph Gaming after their second place. They're getting aggressive down here at Thunderdome.
Yeah, it's going to be really bad news here for Forehead Gaming. I think they might have been one of those teams who were kind of just inside that top 10. I'm going to have to check as that ticker rolls past at the moment. But early eliminations for them means that they are going to be spectators and just watching what happens here. I'm really hoping they do pop up at some time. They're in 9th place. So that's the worst possible start for them going into this game. Players dropping, players being eliminated. That means they're going to have to rely on other teams to perform or let themselves down.
Yeah, I mean, at least they've still got 2 of them. At least it's only 1 down at the moment. Maybe they can make some sort of rotation around here and actually recover the banner, but it's also a very difficult strategy to go for because a lot of teams will sit on those banners. They'll sit on those boxes so that their respawns can't happen comfortably. But then when you are in 9th and you only have 2 of you, you have to just play for placement. You've only got grey armor.
I think one of the potential things that Forehead might have going their way here is the fact that everyone might still be looting and it's early on their rotation. So the position they're in at the moment is a position that you'll see a lot of teams rotating through early on in the game, away from some of those more popular landing spots. They might be able to get that res away and bring Pride back into the game to bring them back up to a full complement of 3 players.
They didn't even pick up his banner. Unfortunately, his banner is just there. He's left. He's dead. He's going to be out. He's just going to have to sit and watch and hope that the rest of the boys could do a job. Right, there's a glimpse of the circle, and it's very central once again. Slightly southern, so almost around market.
Very similar to what we saw in the last game.
Also, caves and canyon entirely a possibility for a final circle too. So even though, yes, you can go for an early rotation here, it's not as easy to predict as it would be if the circle was on the outer edges.
Will it be the same teams ending up in the same placements for a very similar circle to what we saw in that last game? That's what we're going to have to to wait to see here, as we're watching a little bit of Forsaken here on third impact, just traversing across the map here. Not too far here for third impact to go, as to make an impact on that next circle, but the one after that's the one they've got to be worried about, because they do have a fair amount of land to traverse before they get into those inner circles. So you can see, I think they're looking for a little bit more of an early rotation here. Get inside, try and get across that ground, put themselves in a position to pick up some points.
I'm sure in this third match, a lot of teams are probably hoping to hear gunfire so they can actually look to third party and pick up some kills and try and get some points on the board here. But unfortunately, so many passive teams in this lobby, no one's shooting at the moment. As I say that, finally some gunfire in the distance. And now this is a decision for Chaos. We wait. We look for some downs in the top right, and we wait until we get the chance then to press on some weak opponents.
This is the team who are currently, unfortunately, sat in 20th position at the moment. If anyone needed a big game, it's Clash. Mega here missing a couple of shots there with that triple take, not able to locate any players and do any damage. And now we're moving over to watch one of the teams just rotating down through one of those choke points around the farm to a little bit of a safer area just outside of the cage and the broken bridges. Chaos Esports Club now trying to land some shots. A couple of shots going to be landed there with the flatline. Peacekeeper in the back pocket as well. So if anyone pops around that little rock, they're going to be met with a face full of lead.
Decent stuff from Clash as well. Nice ability with the longbow in there, just holding up here. And probably will Watson up and just take this compound ever so slightly near farm and hope that they can actually find some people rotating towards the middle of this circle and pick off some kills. Whereas Chaos doesn't look like they actually want any of it, even though they've got some decent weaponry, decent armor. Again, reluctancy to fight from so much of this lobby.
SJP2, they are one of the teams who are currently residing inside of our top 10, I believe. So they're in a pretty good position as far as the group is concerned. They just need to maybe look for some placement points. 8th place, they're currently sat on 11 points. So team who's sat in just outside of the top 10, excuse me, is on 8 points. They're sat in 8th place, sorry, SJP2 at the moment. So kind of in that difficult position of, do we play for kills? Do we try and play for placements? Because if placement goes wrong in this situation, you could be out of the tournament.
Currently, they're just playing to survive as well.
Oh,
the Watson all went down, and now they're getting attack grenades have come in, and they're all so weak. The floodgates are open at this point, and they've all gone down. SJP2 unfortunately eliminated, and that means they have to sit back, watch, and hope that the points they previously gained is going to be enough. But bad news, I don't think it is.
What a push that was as well. Triumph Gaming, we saw them play very well towards that last circle. Last time they had the high ground in the situation, didn't manage to close out the win. However, to get those points on the board, that's put them in a pretty good position. We're jumping on board with Quasar Generation Blue, another team who are outside of that top 10 at the moment, who need a big game. Have an elimination on the board in the hands of Depsy, but they've got to do more than that, Dan. They need placement and they need kills.
Yeah, they're both trying to rotate into the center of the circle, but they were also following gunshots as well. They noticed there were a couple of weak members of Love who just had that initial push we just witnessed. Unfortunately, onto the boys of SJP2 who were knocked out both of this match and potentially of this competition. If we see teams who are in that bottom 10 secure some points, there is still a chance, of course, that maybe SJPT can stay in that top 10, but it's going to be extremely difficult. As you can see on the ticker at the top of your screen, the likes of AEQ are waiting just outside, and all they need is a few points to upset those who are sat on the edge of the top 10.
Chaos here have managed to rotate and get the upper levels of the cage into their control, which is going to give them all sorts of vantage points, as you can see ably displayed here by Inboxes. He has that wingman in hand as well, looking to land any long-range damage that he can and trying to scope out where teams are going to be rotating as well. But sometimes positioning, it's not just for the fact that you have the advantage as far as your shot is concerned. You can see where those teams are moving and you can kind of work out the path you want to take towards that next circle.
I really hate the upper level of cage, might I add. I think it's so difficult to hold because it means people can actually get up above you with Pathfinder's ult. However, when you're in a lobby like this and there's so many eyes and there's so many teams in such small circles, you can get away with just sitting on the edges and scouting everything because people are so nervous of being shot and popping out. You can afford to have that little bit of freedom to roam.
Esports Club here, they're holed up, they're inside the circle, so they're not going to have to move until that next ring does descend.
Just topping off my shield.
And This is where you're really going to see a test of steel for a lot of these players, where those nerves are going to start to play. You're going to see a couple of shots maybe be missed that can turn the tournament around for one of these teams, for one of these players. You see shots just ringing in here from Cooler again, holding down the top of the cage. Lager joining in with the battle as well. Plenty of ammo to work with in that longbow as well. And that's one of the things about the longbow, you know, why it's so favoured. You don't need too much ammo to work with. You can leave a lot of room in your inventory, in your backpack for some R99 ammo.
And you might be thinking, well, why are they taking the shots? There's no way they're going to get any eliminations from that. And you're completely right. They might get a knock, but they're not going to get an elimination, but they're going to be wasting resources of their opponents. They've also the chance of encouraging a third party coming in, and that will eliminate another squad, and that will essentially get them higher up in placements as well. So it's always worth taking a couple of pop shots, give a little bit of warning fire, and well, that's more than warning fire. It's actually now everything going down over here, and it's Sonics again picking up more kills.
Yeah, they've been so good so far in this lobby as far as executing their pushes onto teams, and a lot of the time they've been winning these battles in these close quarter areas. A lot of Peacekeeper work. We saw the EVA 8 doing a lot of damage around the market last time we were here, and I think that the guys on Sonics are going to be pretty happy with this circle just because of how they played it last time around the market, but it also looked like maybe they've taken a little bit of a different rotation to what we saw from the last time.
Yeah, I think if you've done anything even slightly wrong in a previous rotation and you think the circle's going to be somewhat similar, you can't take too much from it, because I don't think, actually I'm 99% sure we're not going to get exactly the same final circle. Yes, okay, it's near or nearabouts in that central area and it is somewhat near market, but you've always got to be thinking on your toes. Yes, you can plan in advance, but it's in those later stages when you really have to think on your feet where you are going to see teams really show what they're made of and really show where that in-game leader comes in handy.
Now you're going to see one team pinned here, and that grenade's going to land very close to the toes that particular player. And now we're seeing SJ Gaming. What a performance we've had from them. 2 wins in a row, and they're getting aggressive again. The Peacekeeper in hand, and he's just absolutely destroying the shields. 3 shots hit in succession there. That's going to take that player down, and SJ decided to push. They decided that where this team is right now, that's their ground, and they're going to take it, and they're going to put up a signpost.
And that's going to be a gold knockdown shield as a reward as well. In match number 2, we saw that gold knockdown shield was what won them the game, so very important to have that in your backpack. But now they're under fire from Dreamit, who didn't have any points coming into this particular series, but they've been able to pick up some kills and work their way through this tournament. But they are down in that bottom 10, so they need a huge game as well. 17th at the moment with 4 points, so we need to see them at least realistically getting into that top 5 placement-wise, as well as finding some kills.
Yeah, look, history has a funny way of repeating itself, and Sonics, after picking up some kills a little bit earlier in this game where we were watching that close quarter battle, they thought, hey, that worked last time. This could genuinely be game 2 with the way they're positioned right now. They know their rotations. It worked for them last time. They've gone for it again.
Well, one thing they did very well in match number 2 when they did have market is they knew when to stop holding the center of market and instead go on top of market. When we saw the ring shift easterly, there was only a tiny section of market that was actually left in the ring, and it was a really good vantage point on top. And then they were able to drop in on 2 teams who were fighting, and they picked up around 5 or 6 kills because of that. I mean, Sonics, realistically, they know they're through into losers bracket round 2 at this point anyway, but they're just going to be enjoying themselves. Get yourselves warmed up, take a couple of fights, and just get a good practice regime on the go.
Yeah, I think it's important not to fall into lazy habits in a game like this. You have to play to the top of your ability, because the next game that you go into, you know, you're still in an elimination part of the tournament, so you've still got to play to that full potential. Make sure that you aren't making those basic mistakes, and it is so easy to fall into those patterns if you just do take your foot off the gas for 2 moments. But SJ Gaming, I mean, how good have they been so far, Dan? They really have been superb.
And that's not good news for Dreamit as well. When you know, and when you get any sort of indication that you're going up against a team, there's 1-2 matches in a row, you want to get out of there. You do not want to take that fight, but you're not going to have that indication until you get some sort of knock.
Beautiful shots there with the longbow to drop the shields of that player. You heard the crack from across the canyon. Couldn't quite find that 3rd shot to get the down, however, and now we're going to see SJ Gaming again taking a very similar rotation to what we did from we saw from the last time around the outside of the map here with 20 seconds left, timing this one perfectly to get to the other side, the more eastern side of the market rotation, to put themselves in position as we will see that fight going down near the bottom of that Leviathan.
I'm sure the question for a lot of these players right now is, are we going to see the circle shift towards the river like it did previously, or is it going to be focusing more around market? For teams like North, who also found themselves in the center of market in the last game, they'll be hoping this time they don't have to shift themselves over to river, because they struggled to escape the market. market. They got just swarmed by several different teams as soon as they even showed themselves in this market area. But it's Sonics again who are playing the aggressors.
Yeah, they are. It's almost an exact same fight than what we saw in round number 2 for them as well. They look like they're trying to pinch onto North here and just kind of hold up in a difficult position. They have to take this fight, but the longer that they take their time in waiting for maybe Sonics to make that push, the more likely that flank is to come in.
North's just waiting and watching this door, and now if one of your teammates goes, the rest of you have to join him as well. So it's actually one player who is going to get aggressive, and Secret are the ones who have found themselves on top of market. This was where I would want to be in this current stage of the game, as the next circle is about to show. Is it going to go towards River? It's gone to
exactly
River
the
again.
same again. This is huge.
It is literally the same circles we saw previously, or at least in this round anyway. That round 5 circle is the same. Whether round 6 will be the same, well, that remains to be seen. One of 2 possibilities as to where it could go from this point.
North are trying to take this battle here, but North, then one player gets dropped here, and now Manny's trying to desperately stay alive, and it's Sonics who are doing a great job again of being aggressive, looking for that down, and look at the shots just ringing in across market. They're going to pick up this elim. They're going to be able to put more points on the board, and at the moment it seems like Sonics are just owning the market.
And they're just going to continue to rain down, and somehow that Peacekeeper shot actually connects around the wall. But either way, Sonics are still showing that they are here to play on Saturday. They didn't show up on Friday, that's for sure, we know. And they were disappointing. They were probably disappointed with their performance as well. But they're here now. One member of North has managed to survive, and this circle isn't exactly the same. It is slightly more east from what I can see. A little bit more of the river is available, but still, those 4 little buildings, those 4 little compounds you can see are going to be the priority areas, the little tiny wooden huts. Do you want to take underneath those wooden huts? Do you want to take in between those middle huts? Do you even want to try and go on top of those middle huts? Those are going to be all the considerations going through these player minds right now. Still, 16 squads remain.
I think if you can find yourself in a position to push into the hut at this point with so many teams left, it's going to leave you least exposed with, you know, the best potential positioning with that circle moving. I think that's the big play at the moment. But Sonics, again, have found themselves on top of market this time, much like they did in the previous round, and now they're going to have to battle back through a choke point. You can see, though, there is a team actually moving through caves looking to rotate here, so a chance for Sonics maybe to wait, maybe just try and bait these players in and pick up the kills, or will they take that rotation away from the caves to try and get repositioned for this next circle?
In match number 2, if Sonics would have pushed this, they would have got aggressive, and however, they don't need to push that way. They don't need to go through caves. They're going to double back, and they will go the other way towards the river, so they can just wait, be patient for this ring to come in, as it's closing now, 20 seconds until it's fully closed, so they can just take this fight and then move with the ring. Yes, okay, it's dangerous, and they're going to be greeted by people on the other side of the choke, but they might be able to pick up 3 kills on the way.
Now you can see North being forced through this choke point, and the longbow shot is going to land. Can he then land a second one to maybe pick up an elimination? Oh. Yes, he can, when it matters. Manny there with a shot as the last player alive on North as well to get another point on the board. That could be huge for them.
Really late push out of market from Dream It as well. They get some really good shots, but 2 of them go down. It's just down to Tiny, and that's going to be Dream It completely wiped off the server, and it's Sonics again who are the punishers. They've been able to survive only just about. Jesus Christ, that was so close from Sonics because they were shot from behind, and if they weren't
of the market at the moment,
if they weren't quick to return that fire, they could have found themselves completely and utterly destroyed, but they responded quickly and they communicated well.
I think Sonics has still got that team trying to rotate behind them from caves. Still some people to deal with. Here comes the Pathfinder trying to get in position to do some damage. The Peacekeeper shot isn't going to land, but look, Sync now backed up, and Sonics, they're in trouble again here. Android Dream goes down.
Wicked's still alive though, so Wicked's the one who's got to do the damage here, and there's just everything on legit Lolly, and that's another squad eliminated by Sonics. Sonics,
these guys are insane.
Are just crushing Dreams at the moment. 12 squads left, and I'm sure several teams already at this point are not going to be heading into the loser bracket round 2. Dream It were eliminated, they're going to be out. North, they're struggling at the moment. Really Clash also struggling as well.
So we can get on the roof.
I mean, Sonics are going to be happy to take any battle that comes their way at the moment because they just seem to be coming out on top of every single challenge that is presented in front of them. Chaos in a good position here as well, just on the edge, the fringes of this circle as it looks to move to that 6th circle. Good armor to go alongside it as well. Wingman, Peacekeeper, pretty good setup here for Joey Blackout. And we're going to see those Arc Stars going in, looking to distract and push those people away as now they move into that high ground. Secret again in a very, very similar position, Dan, to what we saw them in this last game. But now can they execute?
Yeah, I think you have to move early when you see a situation like that where, yes, okay, you have the high ground, but you're not going to be within the circle as soon as it does close. And it's Sonics who are just crushing dreams yet again, eliminating another squad. And now they're getting aggressive on this Pathfinder, and they're just doing everything they can to accumulate as much points to strike fear in their enemy's eyes going into the next round.
Yeah, finally Sonics will be taken down, but they won't be taken down without a fight. They have taken a lot of players and a lot of teams with them to the grave in this third game. Now we see Chaos. They're in a great position here, set up on top of this hut inside this final circle. I think it's exactly the same circle that we saw, just slightly skewed maybe to what we saw before, but the Wingman shot's pretty good here from Chaos, just trying to clean up some teams as we see 7 squads now left remaining. Secret again on the low ground. Can they, as I said before, execute on what the same position they had before?
The only difference is just that slight direction to the east, that long bridge that wasn't really in the circle as much in the previous match, so there's kind of more areas to run and escape this current destination where they are. They do have room to run away and especially use Pathfinder, but Chaos are actually taking advantage of this bridge and they're getting on top of it.
6 squads remaining then. Chaos, Peacekeeper shot hit. Pretty sure that must have been a choke Peacekeeper to hit from that distance with that kind of accuracy. And now we're going to see Samsung in position as well. They need some points on the board here. No explodes to work with. We can see checking through that inventory, and they've got to make this push towards the circle. They're the ones who have to be the aggressors and try and take some real estate off of another team who are holding it down.
I'd like to think at this point Samsung have solidified their spot in the next round. They were in 4th going into this game, but it's Chaos who could do with a couple of points here and getting top 4 already. Getting top 4 would be good for them at least to get those points. Top 6 at the moment. Decent work with the alternator.
That was the push coming in here from Samsung as well. So Chaos versus Samsung is going down, and I'm pretty sure that Samsung seem to be winning that battle. The Wraith is desperately trying to get away in this situation, and Secret, where all of these battles have been going down, are still holding down this low ground.
You have to remember, Team Secret, they lost their 3rd coming into this tournament. He couldn't make it to the venue, so they picked up a last-minute replacement, but they're still here within that top 4, and they're just positioning themselves so well, rotating early, getting those prime positions, setting up with the wants and fences.
So we have a solo there on Team Impact as well, desperately trying to stay alive. He has that gold armor, which is going to allow him to kind of shift his body around a little bit, maybe take a few extra shots than some of the other players that are still alive on the server in this final ring. 1 minute 30 on the board here before we're going to see that collapse in. Secret now, maybe thinking about getting a little bit aggressive, and that fast backpack recharge is going to be huge. The gold backpack is going to make things a little bit easier for them.
I wonder whether they actually even get a chance to use the fast backpack at this point. I'm sure they're all diving in those boxes looking for grenades, because when you get to this final circle, those grenades are going to be what might make or break your chance from finishing 4th or potentially even 1st. It was the gold knockdown shield in an earlier match they were able to pick up a win for SJ. I wonder whether we'll see something similar here, or whether we're just going to see a straight-out gunfight, because it's quite an open area they're going to have to all dive into here.
So Secret on the low ground, Samsung up on the top. A couple of solo players, I believe, still alive on the server as well, desperately trying to play for places. Kind of hoping that Secret and Samsung are going to engage, and maybe they can add a few shots in and steal a few kills away.
I'm sure both Samsung and Secret are going to be setting up their Wraith portals any second now. You use all 100% of it, and you dodge and you weave so that you can ensure when you go through that portal you waste as much time and you're not taking damage from that red ring.
This is the definition of the calm before the storm. As soon as this circle closes in, we're going to see the action kick off. EQ are the people inside the building. Samsung on top, Secret underneath. We have that one solo player who might be in position to really disrupt the flow of this final battle. You can see Samsung desperately trying to peek in, find any kind of angle that they can whatsoever. But with that movement coming in now from the ring, still most of the teams don't seem to be involved in any of the battles. Finally, some shots going to be taken here by Samsung. All of the players now drop into the circle. Leodes here trying to land the shot himself, but he can't. And it was the solo player again who manages to hold it down and take that win. Zanma for Aquilibrius Esports holds on in the final moment as the ring closes. and gives his team the win.
Funniest thing about those final moments was both players from each team set up their Wraith portal and it ended up right next to each other. So they went through their own Wraith portal. As they went through, they went into the other Wraith portal, which took them back out of the red zone. And both of them just ended up dying on the outside. And the single player was like, hey, what's going on here? Everyone's just in Wraith portals right now. I can just win this game. Decent work from AEQ. Only 2 kills for the squad. But it is a battle royale. It is a survival game, and really good work by Zanma to stay alive there.
Yeah, it's going to be 12 points for the win. 15 points in total, as we can see, for Sonics, who actually take home #1 there. That aggression really playing off. 13 kills to report there. Unlucky for some, but not for Sonics. And as we see in second place, they're 14 points. That's going to do huge things for them as far as making it through into the next round. Samsung Morning Stars, 13 points. Their third Impact with 11. And Chaos Esports Club rounding out your top 5 with 10 points.
Yeah, Team Secret down to Quasar Generation Blue, who were able to secure those points in that previous match, but I really want to see the overall standings shortly because it's going to be now our first 10 teams heading home. It's been a really rough ride for a lot of competitors here at this tournament. It has been a very tough entry point. We've had some of the best teams in the world. Here we go then. Our top 10 are included. Chaos are up there in 10th, Cooler getting 9th, so that means Love are out with 13, SJP2, Forehead, Clash, Diam, Quasar Generation Blue, Estral, Asurus, Dream It, and North are all out of the preseason invitational. But good news for the rest of them in the top 10. They survive.
Yeah, they do survive, and SJ Gaming, I think, are the team that are certainly going to be happiest with how things went. I think the Sonics as well are going to be pretty happy with their performance. Seemed to make a few adjustments as the rounds went on and kind of backed themselves in a lot of the battles to win, and they put up a lot of points there from eliminations, and we've talked about it almost too much at this point, of the fact that eliminations, you know, they are what win you championships. Placements do not do enough to win you those championships. You have to pick up those kills along the way to put the points on the board. As we take a look at some of the replays from the series, Dan, but I mean, SJ Gaming, they couldn't have asked for a better start to the second day here in Poland.
Yeah, I'm really surprised, to be honest, that SJ were able to perform so well after how much they struggled in day 1. They were only able to get 4 points in the winners bracket. They finished 13th, 11th, and 20th, I believe, yesterday. They just weren't able to get the placements, and they were only able to get a couple of kills to join them with that, whereas they look like a different squad today, and that's what a good night's rest can actually do for you, a different mindset, and maybe just a different idea of how you want to approach the game. Are you going to be rotating a little bit earlier? Are you going to be a little bit more aggressive this time around? But certainly sad times for the likes of Love Gaming. I was expecting a little bit more from them, considering how close they actually were to progressing to winners bracket round 2 yesterday. They only went out on tiebreakers, but today they finish in 11th, and it means they're out of the competition.
And it was Sonics again. We're going to talk about them because the market was very much in their favor in this particular series. You saw it numerous times where they took those battles inside a market, and for all of the work that, you know, Mande did manage to do there as the last player right for North, it wasn't enough. Unfortunately, they will be eliminated from the tournament. But this was one of my favorite parts of action I've seen so far in the tournament. Sonics just continually getting pushed on their way into market, on their top of the market, and then on their way out of the market. And every single team who challenged them, well, they got the same result.
It was like Sonics were like, can we just rotate to the circle? Can you guys just leave us alone for a bit? Okay, we'll take another fight. All right, we'll win again. And I think that's because when you get to this point, when the circle has moved quite far away from market, all these teams were just thinking, we actually need to push someone. And they wouldn't have known it, Sonics, necessarily, unless they've got a keen eye on that kill feed in the top right-hand corner and they're really watching. They would have no idea who they were pushing at certain times.
Let's see the final moments of this game as well that we just saw, of course, as Samsung, Team Secret were all involved. We see Leo Dead's there falling from the skies, trying to land a final Peacekeeper shot. The grenade markers are there, all the carnage that you could possibly imagine. Everyone explodes at the same time, but one player, he just held on for a little bit longer than the others.
It was the Pathfinder who just came through the portal at the end, like, hey guys, how's everything going? All right, okay, I'll take a couple of shots. But really funny that both those Wraith portals ended up so closely together, so when they went through, they weren't expecting to then go into the opponent's Wraith portal. But really interesting games, 2 very similar ending circles in match 2 and 3. You don't see that often. 2 circles that were literally like centimeters different. So very, 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 very close games. Very impressed with SJ. I think they are going to be a team we have to watch out for in the next round.
Yeah, SJ Gaming certainly going to be happy with their performance. And I always feel like when you have a team coming from the losers bracket who have just put in such a strong performance as well, they kind of, you get that nothing to lose mentality. You kind of think, oh, we've got our second chance here. Things didn't go our way yesterday. And in a single elimination format, we're home at this point. We're playing with house money. We have the chance to really go in and upset some of those teams who are in that upper bracket. So huge congratulations to SJ Gaming. And I feel like there might be a little bit of a fire lit under them now. That confidence is going to be feeling good.
And now the 10 teams that do progress from this group as well, they can have a little bit of a break. They can watch the games unfold on the mainstream, and they can see who are going to be their competitors in that lower bracket round 2 potentially, because now we're going to have the teams that were dropping from the winners bracket round 2 also come into the equation into the lower bracket when we progress into the next round.
Yeah, we've got to remember it is a long road through the losers bracket, and there's two ways to look at it. Yes, it's going to, you've got an extra game to play today that may add into the fatigue factor a little bit of some of the teams as we move through. However, I always feel like the more games that you play, the more options you have to sort of make those little improvements, make those little adjustments, talk about those rotations of the team, and of course put them into effect as well. Because it's one thing to talk about something, it's another thing to carry it out in game.
Yeah, and I think throughout the entirety of the game, we saw teams just really switch up how they wanted to approach everything. Like, we saw some teams who started with aggression, and they later went, actually, we're being too aggressive now, we're pushing too many early fights, and we're finding ourselves in really bad positions where we're rotating late. And then we had the teams who were rotating a little bit too early and weren't picking up enough kills, and their placements weren't enough to actually get them points throughout the tournament.
And I feel like teams have kind of adjusted a play style to somewhere they're confident at the moment in the way that they're playing. Sometimes you have that kind of, you get to a tournament, you think, do we want to play in the way that we're playing at home? It's very difficult to kind of transfer that over in a live environment setting. It's very different playing at home as it is at a live event with the pressure that's on, etc. But for a team like Sonics, I just want to highlight them because they've kind of been the story that we've been running with throughout this group in the fact that they played pretty poorly yesterday in comparison to a lot of teams. They found that niche again. They found that confidence to take those battles, to win those battles. And I feel like going through the tournament now, they've clicked. And I think clicking at the right time is so, so important. But that is going to be all for our first losers bracket round of the day. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring it to you. SJ Gaming, congratulations to you to take home the first place. We're going to throw it over to the desk now. Fallout, take it away.
But that really was just a gunfight, and in a pure 3 versus 3, you love to see it. The team that hit the better shots came out on top. Simply.
Honestly, shout out to Watson, and did you know that she designed the ring?
Yeah, with her dad.
I mean, we've been having some amazing rings all weekend long, and this is one of the newer ones that we've seen so far throughout this tournament. We haven't really seen a Wetlands ending, and so it's great to see it actually end there. We saw a lot of teams getting funneled up to the north right there, and so now we're getting to see different teams work out there. I know that Pittsburgh Knights, they do like to drop over by Cascades towards the hillside farms, kind of the lab area. And so they were able to make that easy rotate into there and get into a building early on.
Yeah, and I want to talk about how the fight ensued at the very end there before we jump into the rest of the game, especially based on the hype that it just ended at. You really see a pure 3v3 fight. Luckily, we have the replay right here. And look, Hodzik goes down early. That's a disadvantage here. But really, it was all Turns who absolutely popped off with the Peacekeeper. I believe it was Turns. In a 2 versus 3, I think it was Kamikaze had the upper hand. They had a 3v2. Whoever was up top on the ledge got actually flanked and shot from top and taken really to no HP. Yet still, the beautiful Peacekeeper plays, does enough damage in some way, somehow PK pulls it out.
Eventually, I mean, it was very, very important that they were actually hugging that wall, right? Because that meant that Kamikaze had to peek out. They had to come down if they wanted to try and make an engagement. And it feels like getting that first knock might have baited them out to try and drop down for that fight.
And this was the type of stuff I was hoping we'd start to see coming out of the loser bracket. I mean, we didn't get to see a whole lot from these teams first time around, and now we're going to see some of those bottom teams really making a push to make themselves solidify their position moving on into the finals.
That's a great point. We didn't see a whole lot of performance from Pittsburgh Knights and Kamikaze yesterday. Well, they performed here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and show you how exactly they performed and where they ended up. Pittsburgh Knights, the black and gold, they do it. 12 points for placement. First place finish, they get a win alongside 8 kills for a total of 20 points. Well, guess what? Kamikaze right behind them with a second place finish, 8 kills, that's 17 points. Echo Fox, following. So the teams with the orgs that you'd expect for the most part, Echo Fox, Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, Lazarus, really performing here in the first game.
Honestly, I'm rooting for the Pittsburgh Knights here because I heard that, you know, if they win this entire thing, we get Wiz Khalifa at the after parties. So, I mean, you know, it might be fun.
Black and yellow performance here in Poland. You know, I'm okay with that.
Guy's excited for that one.
Yeah, he's repping his gold right now on stream. Shout out to my man Blaze. But
no, I love how they're representing too. I mean, did you see Hodsick's hair, by the way?
I didn't even think about that.
He's got the gold hair with the black beard.
Yeah.
He got that done like days before flying out here.
It's thematic.
Yeah.
If you're representing the Pittsburgh Knights, you're one of the only teams representing an entire city. And shout out to the city of Pittsburgh, by the way, for investing in esports. Awesome to see. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay here. Fnatic EU, a team that we really counted on to go big. They do very solid with a top 10 finish of their own right. And you can see this right now. But look at this drop. What? No way. The grapple. This beginning.
Straight onto Reddit.
Look at this. Literally, there's a brawl. It's a boxing match. That's all we have here. Finally, some guns picked up. And ultimately, Fnatic's going to win this fight. But wow, what a start.
Yeah, taking on Singularity here. I mean, this is such a scary fight to be able to take. But the loot table at this area, it's either very good or very bad, and it looks like it was good for them.
Meanwhile, Justice, representing Korea, only Korean team to lose when winners back at round 1. They come out on top in an early fight as well, picking up some kills. So we had some early contests here. As you can see, Echo Fox, who ended up placing pretty high, an early 3 versus 3 fight, so a little bit unorthodox compared to yesterday. We see some Gibraltar action as well. From Superkick, I knew they were playing Gibby actually. I talked to them on the bus. They love rocking that Gibby. They really think he is a strong character as it currently stands.
Yeah, talking to a lot of people, they said, yeah, take a look at Group C. There's going to be a team that's going to be placing Gibraltar. And I was like, nah. But they did it. But we're seeing why he's kind of a liability. He's a big boy. And big boys get hit.
My man ate. You know, my man was well fed growing up. Gibraltar was. Oh, look at this movement here. Ultimately, Sinister comes on top in that fight. So a lot of really great fights early on here. Of course, nearing towards endgame now is when we saw how the action really broke down. Great plays from Lazarus. Come out on top in that pure 3v3.
The thing is, like, taking a look at like the pacing of the match, we were talking about it, right? Where we mentioned that it was much slower by the end of Ring 3. Only about 5 people, 6 people on average died. Here in the mid game, it seems a lot faster than most of our other games, where we only have 11 squads live. We were used to kind of by the 6th ring, there would still somehow be about 14 squads alive.
Nice.
Not playing with the corner of the ring right there. Not the best situation. Tempo, of course, comes out on top in that one. Let me see the Nagano boys, 1998, who we gave a lot of praise to, and I want to look out for. Performed pretty well. They got 4 points. I believe currently in 10th place. Nagano, 1988, who qualified for X Games, picked up Zerifer for this tournament. They finished with 10th place with 4 points, I believe. Of course, the last fight. Kamikaze gets the upper hand, knocks 1. 3 versus 2. You don't lose your 3 versus 2. You don't lose your numbers advantages, especially when you have them so weak. But ultimately, it was a Peacekeeper play. And look at that. We didn't see that on stream. Wow. And look at the disbelief from Kamikaze. I mean, really, they should have had that one. They really should have.
Although you could see that they were still happy with that performance, Kamikaze.
Oh, yeah.
Because if we take a look at the standings coming into this, right? Getting dropped down, Kamikaze was sitting at 13th in their group when they got knocked down, and the Pittsburgh Knights, they were sitting at 18th before they got knocked down here to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, those replays really said it all, and we did a quick overview of those replays, but there's a lot to dissect, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and send it over for the first time today to the Command Center, where I got my boy Guy Blaze, as well as Nathanius. Boys, break it down for us.
Thank you very much, Fallout. And I will definitely be down for a Wiz Khalifa concert. That would be awesome. And I will say that I am wearing gold, and the teams that won the first games of each day, colors were yellow and gold. Just saying, you know, call me with predictions. But Nate has a play here.
Western
Nate,
Pennsylvania.
Yo, right? So, Nate, what do you got here for us on our screen?
Well, I got just a nice little breakdown. You know, if you're trying to step up your Apex Legends gameplay, and we all have to face reality sometimes right now.
Yep.
You've got those turtle, but adjustment compositions. That's why everybody's bringing out the Watson, bringing out the Wraiths and the Pathfinders. We're just going to take a look at Echo Fox, their setup. Now, in your magical dream ideal world, you could just block off an easy building, but that's not what we've got here. So just coming in the setup, you've got 12 squads remaining. The circle is naturally getting pretty small, but you're just looking at one of the things that you want to be checking the boxes off, okay? And even though you've got your team, you're on this low ground position, position, just some of the nice things. Making sure to cut off every possible exit point with these traps is really nice, but the players are constantly moving around, looking up towards that high ground. And the other thing I want to point out as well, taking advantage of not only the comms to get the pings, but the biggest area that you're going to be worried about usually is that high ground. And having this wall is nice, but they've got the pylon tucked in a little bit. I hope we get to see that in just a second. So the pylon is tucked inside, so you can kind of keep this outer perimeter. Even though you're on the low ground, everybody's still playing the outside, waiting for that opportunity where they need to fall back. And these are the types of strategies that when you're in this situation, that pylon having your back in that situation is always going to be nice. You're keeping the grenades off of you, so you're going to be able to block this off. You got your staggered fences, which is always going to be really important. You want to make sure your fallback points are available for your teammates. But most importantly, if someone gets on top of you and you try to throw those grenades down, being able to intercept those explosives is going to be huge. And these are the types of setups these players, these teams all weekend long, constantly shifting, constantly adjusting.
Always being creative with those setups.
And making sure that it's not too predictable for the enemy either.
Now, let's swing on over towards our winning moment, going towards the end on our winner's POV right there. And we're going to slide on through because this came down to Pittsburgh Knight and Kamikaze, and this got really messy. And I just want to kind of pause it right here just a little bit because what you're going to see is Pittsburgh Knight, they get themselves in some good positions and they get their height advantage, right? You always want to make sure you have height advantage and you're looking down on your opponent. But what didn't really get called out was this Pathfinder zip line going all the way up the top to the mountain. So they didn't see that right away. So we're going to play this clip. And now Pittsburgh Knight, great situation. You take a look at the zone in your left-hand corner. It's Kamikaze who has to come out. Pittsburgh Knight, they recognize the situation, but they're going to start to get some shots. And this is going to get traded out all the way down to the 1v1. We're going to see this player's POV where the Pathfinder takes that zip line. He gets the height advantage, but it was Turns who turned on him and knocks him down. And it's now about to unfold. You see the shots happening one by one. Nades hitting the ground. Those are going to be thermites behind him. And this is the Pathfinder. He gets that height advantage. He's going to get the first knock. And it's just straight chaos. But Turns, he looks up. He gets it down. And once again, Pittsburgh Knights, they're going to come through. And they're going to finish this one off and become your champions of that matchup, okay? So that's going to be our breakdown from the command center. But we know you guys want to see match 2. And we do as well. So, casters, take it away.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Athenius. Of course, we do want to see game number 2. I want to thank you also for the breakdown. We saw some great replays there also from the desk with Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter as well. And we got to see a few moments there. Also, great to see that final ring. You and I were talking during the break. Not the best ring setup for a Gibraltar team.
Yeah, no, that is... okay, so let's put it this way. That technically any circle that kind of indicates a rotation in the open can force a really awkward one, right? But that definitely, because of the circumstance based on the drop and everything, like it basically made Gibraltar's strengths almost against him to some level, because he almost created, as long as he doesn't win the fight, he creates territory for others to be able to defend outward too.
Absolutely, and also you saw where he decided to place that shield, and it gave an opportunity for a player to fly across open ground, Peacekeeper out, and just fly right in. Like you said, not the best set of circumstances for that. We'll have to see, though. Game 2 is going to be a different game and maybe some opportunities for some Gibraltar success.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm hoping that we see maybe a little bit less to that eastern side kind of circle, right? I'm thinking, you know, your Thunderdomes, your Skull Towns, anything that has structures, a lot of structures.
Even a Bunker Town, there's opportunities.
Just anything that doesn't involve being out in the middle of that valley that they were all forced into. Even the final circle, the closest building, I feel like, was, you know, at least 150 meters away.
You even saw some awkward Watsoning up where people have just like the tiniest rocks and they're deciding to put Watson fences around them. It's like, Watson's like, I guess I should put my fences here. I
have fences, guys. Where do you want them?
Probably the best place for them. So definitely not really a defense-heavy final ring, and really just came down to, like we said, that final coordination there out of Pittsburgh Knights. They will take game number 1 as we get ready to launch into game number 2. Any other surprising results that we saw there? Kamikaze, of course, in the end, do get the most points there with 17.
I don't think anything that is too outstanding, right? We named some of the teams that we expected to perform at the upper end. I think the biggest thing I would say is I'm just surprised at how lopsided it is in favor point-wise of Echo Fox and Kamikaze together acquiring 30 points, and everybody else, you know, Team Liquid Blue here.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, of course, I want to correct that also. Kamikaze, not the points leader, as we saw. It was actually Pittsburgh Knights, who I believe were in about the 20-point range. We're going to go ahead and get those stats finalized again. You guys already saw them during the break. So it was Pittsburgh Knights, who we're starting with here. Your game 1 leader and also your point leader going into game number 2.
Gonna drop very centered here. Doesn't look like it's going to be too contested. Also a bit of a split. This is something we've seen a lot of teams end up doing, right? We're checking around, am I going to be contested? If no, then it's in our best interest to try and split up as best we can. I find it pretty interesting on whether or not it's the Pathfinder versus the Wraith for multiple reasons in their between the beacons and also the survivability of each character, but it's something I'm going to keep my eye on as we go here through the tournament. But I've heard over at the Command Center, we got something we're checking in here with all these teams.
Yes, we do, casters. We do have that Gibraltar coming out once again. It seems like Superkicker is committing to that meta. And so, Nate, where did they land this time with that Gibraltar?
Well, the Dummy Thick squad has found their way over to Skulltown, of course. Going to give them some opportunities to cut off any areas if there was an early close quarters combat. But you're going to make sure with those rotations, you want to stay in places you can actually get the most value out of that bubble shield.
Now, Kamikaze won our last game as well. Where did they land at?
So we'll
not one, but they were there in our top 2.
Yeah, we're seeing them on the southeast side by the hydro dam set up. They're actually getting a quick scan in, so they've already got their eyes on that second circle. It's going to be closing in on the southeast of that current first one, so they've got great information moving forward in this match.
And then Tempo Storm went back to pit, and they're rotating towards the south side of the map, but that's going to be it from us, casters. Take it back away.
All right, thanks so much, Blaze and Nate. Back into the action here with Team Singularity. See what they can do. We did see them in the last game. Tried to hot drop on Labs. You guys saw the replays as well. Did not go well for them. Like we said, it's a high-risk maneuver in that first game, and now they're forced to look at these next 2 games as their opportunity to try to put some points on the board, of course. 0 points so far, and they're going to have a long game of catch-up in games 2 and 3.
I mean, it's absolutely dire. If you struggle in this game, you basically make your game number 3 be such a we must kill nearly everybody in the lobby and win type circumstance to recover, that this is absolutely the tone setter of Singularity. Well, it doesn't want to be sent back home. That being said, the loot department, not necessarily anything really to be writing home about there. We got ourselves the 99 white armor across the board. Wingman is going to be able to help out there as we see the swap coming in for that flatline.
Some scouting here from Bullet from Atletico, just popping up here on the jump tower. We're going to let him take a look all the way around different angles out of water treatment. You're going to see him just to continue zip up and down this jump tower. So if you want to bring that into your gameplay, if you need to get into more scouting, and of course, going to give you an opportunity to find some safe routes, some safe places to push.
And I think even more so on a educational point, one thing you might be wondering is why did he actually zip downward when he grabbed onto the zip? The answer is it actually takes where you're looking. So it's very important to make sure that you break that 50% so you can look upward. Otherwise, you might have a bit of an awkward moment like we just got there from Bullet. But Atletico here, a bit more focused towards the center of the map. Has to be concerned with that high ground, but also a couple of these tangos here in front.
Yep, starting to make their move down from River's End all the way up, and eventually will jump tower into join the teammates. Now on board with Akihabara. They get that first knock. It's going to be coming there. Now see if they can push across as well. There's a second one. Sapotem with that one, and Alelu with the first.
Yeah, it's a pretty big win for them to be able to pick up some of this loot and also control any of the cadence over this middle of the map, because they are going for a rather large trek and more vulnerable trek than I feel like a majority of the teams coming through. Tempo Storm, though, find themselves a fight here outside Bunker.
Yeah, look at them here as we take a look.
It's against Pittsburgh Knights.
Yes, look at Tempos. They have the high ground, and right now the shield advantage as well, it looks like. If you continue to take a look at this battle, you're also seeing these rings here, bottom right, to see exactly where these rings are heading.
Should be noted.
It's going to be a Pathfinder circle, I believe, with the survey beacon indicating exactly where that second circle is.
Yeah, and there's also 2 teams shooting at Tempo Storm right now. There's not just one. They actually have the quarrel that they have there with Pittsburgh Knights, and also another team, I believe, with a 301 kind of chipping away up in the high ground to the western side of where they were. So it made sense that they were trying to get out of there, but Solve is not going to be able to have the answers there as he ends up dropping in his rotation. And Tempo Storm, they're stuck in that house with that grenade.
Here we go now, back with the Pittsburgh Knights. These are your game 1 winners on board with the Hotzik. Does have that choked Peacekeeper. Might go for the revive here, we'll see. Maybe allow that teammate to come a little bit around the corner before he decides to go for that. And I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Yes, indeed, revive coming through while Turns watches for anyone who might try to push that and give them pressure as they're set up here at Bunker Town. They'll be able to get that revive and slowly get back into the action. They've got to be feeling good about that game number 1, but they know in a 3-game set, you really need to be consistent across these 3. It's not a whole lot of time to do so.
No, there isn't a whole lot of time to do so. And also the devotion here coming out from Zeki is something that we were talking about, some of the auto weapons that might become a little bit more common here through today. And I feel like that has got to be one that really comes to name, right? As long as you get yourself the turbocharger for it to be able to help out with that wind-up speed, it's going to be one of the more lethal weapons here.
Now on board with the claim here, Echo Fox rocking a 99 flatline. Like we talked about, they're rocking 2 white armors here, so what they decided to do, and we've seen this before, is when the team is unable to really get the loot they need right there, one of their first reactions, if they are not able to get those early rotations where they find the specifically armor that they need, where they can continue moving around, they'll Watson up and they'll make sure that they get some type of positioning so that they have some sort of advantage in case anyone comes flying through and rotating.
Talking about some of the rotations here, our circle, as we can take a glance in that little green highlight. There we go, better glance there, sitting south just of that of the cage, which is going to make it basically one of the more difficult low ground. Okay, so basically a valley, right? And we can already see one half of that valley here with Super Kick a little bit as they make the rotation up towards the northern half. And anybody who tries to take the skirmish into the middle, I can't help but feel like it's going to have a really bad time. That being said, we were wondering, is this a more Gibraltar circle? I would say up until about round 6, it's likely going to be the case.
Indeed, now on board with Vic from Super Kicka here, rocking a tried and true combo here, longbow Peacekeeper for him, and they've also got pretty good looking armor as well.
Akihabara have themselves a high ground here on the Hydro Dam, or excuse me, repulsor wall. They'd end up dropping down. You can see them questioning whether or not the watchtower is going to have anybody there, and it seems like maybe a shot came through, but the fact that they're willing to aggress onward feels like they either have confidence or they're neglecting that situation. Fnatic find themselves shots distributed outward. Just going to throw down the ping, not wanting to risk positioning here outside of the cage. And the cage is a pretty common end place, but I'm pretty darn confident that is not going to be our final circle here.
Tell you what, Fnatic EU is hoping that is the final circle based on the labyrinth of Watson fences they're already creating here. But now on board with Justice Esports here from South Korea. Great shots there. Had a shake. He was barely staying alive here. No shields as well, and they are working well here. Look at that wipe come in on Excellence as they get the squad wipe there in the far corner of that market rooftop.
What a great way to be able to open up that fight there with the wingman, though, chipping away and locking it down. And the coolest thing that you notice with the back and the forth, Eva 8 was spraying as hard as it could and possibly could, but the back and forth positioning-wise, right? When one person was overly exposed and maybe a little bit weak, they were willing to transfer another body in the way, tank a couple of those bullets.
Yep.
And that's actually a very good technique that you normally use with walls and things like, right? Between each Peacekeeper shot, you're going to peek back. But why not use your allies in some of those situations, especially when looking at those lower rate of fire weapons?
Yeah, really great work there, baiting and switching. They will take down Excellence, who is currently sat in 13th place. They only got 1 point from the last game. That's going to send them out with 0 points in this game after they finished as the second team eliminated. That's going to make for a very difficult game 3 for Excellence, but now on board with Akihabara.
Armor situation for them is not optimal whatsoever. Weaponry-wise, it doesn't look like it's that good as well. It seems like this has been a tough starter there for Akihabara. Now here, Fnatic, they made their way out of Cage, actually. It seems like they're thinking pretty heavily on what they end up wanting to do here.
Absolutely now. Made their way over to Hydro Dam.
You know what? I'd actually really like to hear what's going on in Fnatic's mind right now with this rotations, because it's clear they've got some tough answers ahead of them.
I think we want to just poke and try and come in late or something.
Give on my ping up there. Okay. They're gonna be holding that side hard.
Yeah.
They hold that side, they're literally chilling. Yeah.
Well, just concerned about where everybody's going to be, not highlighting too much for us. Sadly, not going to get to read into the 8-ball of Fnatic, but you know, basically going to be posturing on making sure that nobody too well off when it comes to the cage. More importantly, when they have to leave this facility, how quickly can they make that rotation?
And of course, also the big question is what other teams will be coming in from the west, passing anywhere near cage, whether through it or around it, is just one of the angles that they're going to have to worry about.
Over there.
Click Esports there with the low ground. Bryn has himself nice positioning here.
They're going to be looking for a different result from that last game. We talked about how precarious of a situation that they put themselves in. You could even hear it in their team comms last game. Some great shots there out of Brand with that wingman, that digital threat, and that extended mag as well.
Yeah, and talking about the digital threat, that's been an attachment that we haven't seen too much of, honestly, across the board, outside of some of the Bangalorean play that we got there yesterday. So it's actually been pretty neat to see that maybe rise a little bit in priority, even without that hand.
It's a longbow disruptor ult. for Cappy there, but now back over to Pelele on Sinister, and also checking in with Leia here on Akihabara.
Pelele's
team from Japan here.
Got 20 cell shields. You know, you're
20.
You're in a good looted situation when somebody stacked that well in the med kit department. Echo Fox here. You know, honestly, I say this, I feel like I've struggled to look at any team that has greater than 1 blue. Almost everybody's armor situation seems to be problematic outside of, I think, one we got to glance at with a very well-established, like, double purple into blue. But my goodness, right now, everybody is just on scraps. There it is.
Broken shields there, as you see, with those longbow shots coming through. Let's see if they can finish it. Not just yet. Here with Vic, he's got some nice high ground, but like you said, Dread, that's going to make great shots again. Another shield break. Not able to get any knocks there, but just going to continue holding this ground and also patrolling. But that's going to make for some interesting late-game engagements here with the armor situation that we've seen. It's going to, first of all, create some imbalances, but it's also going to create some very scrappy situations where teams are desperately trying to get into the right engagements, armor swapping as fast as they can and choosing where they can disengage.
Yeah, and also, sorry, taking a glance at Super Kick, there's something that raises a pretty big concern for me, and I think we just saw a moment of it. Look at the ammo circumstance for Vic here. And I don't know if the observers could swap between each perspective, but notice the loadouts. They all are sitting with heavy across the board, and the ammo is not necessarily something to write at home for. So I feel like they need to find a way to diversify the weapon and ammunition situation here. Or when we get to that final circle, they're going to be going, guys, does anybody have anything to throw at the bad guys?
I think we saw one ult, and we didn't see exactly how much ammo was in that ult. So that is going to definitely be a tricky situation for them as they're going to go ahead and head low here, the Super Kick side, and zip up. Also taking a look back at caves, making sure no shots are coming through there. And now going to be able to rotate up. Keep in mind, we're also looking at the Gibraltar to see exactly what that Gibraltar can do this game, and lots of openings here and towards caves.
And keep in mind that every initiation that we see out of Super Kicker right now, though armor's in their favor, every initiation that does not net a kill that you can loot. Keep in mind, not just a kill you can loot. You are going to be in a situation where you are not gaining anything in the long term, and it may be a problem later down the road. So I can't but feel like they have maybe some of the biggest responsibilities here for game number 2 if they're going to make sure they don't get sent home here today.
It's a great point. It puts them also in a very interesting situation because just about every other team in the lobby who's sitting pretty on armor, sitting pretty on ammo, can choose those bad armor, and also they can choose those battles to get some kills. And they can, if they get a very advantageous situation, they can push that and get those kills without having things like ammo in the back of their mind.
Exactly. It is the beautiful plight of, can ammo buy me armor? The answer is maybe if you can find the right shots and, more importantly, the right initiations. But finding one, Atletico here trying to get the door jam before the longbow shot comes through. Execution seems like by somebody else there, but at least the armor swap available.
Now here back over to Hey Katie on the Atletico side. These guys hailing from Australia are going to take some time to heal up as that ring is closing, and they'll need to go push into this building interior here. 17 squads still left. Dread, want to hear your thoughts as this ring continues to get tighter on the challenges some of these teams are going to have here in terms of where we're ending up.
Close range weaponry is going to be very, very viable and very, very important for a majority of it. Did it make the transition upward? It did, actually. I believe they're towards the cage. So even just getting into itself is going to be very difficult. Overall, I would just suggest that a lot of the weapons, 99s, Peacekeepers, and actually more mid-range focus, I think is going to be necessary. Losing a bit of that focus.
Kamikaze goes down. That's going to be a fantastic push from Fnatic EU. They will get that wipe as well. They'll pick up those 3 kills, and also an opportunity to find what little goodies got left behind.
See if anybody looks towards that turbocharger or interest on that.
Talking about rotations through cage, here's one team that's doing that. This is going to be Pro Gaming Team Selector here, as they're going to make that push through cage, as they did find it vacant and available. These guys, of course, the Japanese team we've been talking about a lot at the beginning of the game, but now back over to the Liquid Blue side.
And I want to bring this back to one of the circles that we did get at the X Games. It was on this side cage house, just pretty much exactly what we get right now. It's just a little bit towards the southern end, though. It's going to be super, super interesting here. Look at this, Team Liquid pressuring so very well here over Fierce, just trapping him inside this home. One knock comes through, and it doesn't look like they're going to be long with us here, as there it is, the audio cue comes through. Team Liquid Blue looking clean here in game 2.
They'll pick up that kill as well. Liquid Blue, some fantastic thermite use there as well, as we talk about the timing of pushes, we talk about the timing of those grenades, how in sync do those players enter those doorways. I mean, that was pretty great there. Tactical work, the thermite hits from distance. Players on the rooftops are able to drop down and time that push from the high ground. Fantastic work from them there. Now checking in with Game Arena Esports here, and not looking too good in terms of teammates or armor. They've lost a player. Respawn has timed out, and also under fire with running 2 whites.
This next circle is so concerning, Bravo. You have two options. It's either the Hydro Dam building that we see right there, already postured up with that high ground, or it's this side cage building.
Yeah.
It is so different. If you don't own one of those positions, good luck finding some real estate, because this is not a buyer's market. My goodness, this is going to be very tense here.
See, Leah can stay alive.
He
just
does.
grapples out. That's a huge play to stay alive here with Bullet. Going to try to fly as fast as they can, and take a look at that. When we say 1 HP, we mean 1 HP. Stays alive there with a well-timed grapple and lives to fight through this potentially. Now on board with Echo Fox. They've got the high ground, but armor not looking too good for them either, like we've been watching all game across so many of these squads.
To cage or not to cage? That is the question. Our next circle will define it as Atletico drops. It's the Hydro Dam building! Oh my! The high ground. There is so much here over this circle. Very, very interesting. And somebody could be down the staircase on the low ground too.
And Nagano 1998 did fall on the kill feed, if you caught that. Now checking back in with one above all, and a lot of play is going to happen here. We've got, of course, a little corner of cage left in this match, which means that a lot of teams are going to be able to set up on the different levels of cage, and there's going to be a lot of mind games with elevation there and how those teams push out. Where are the zips going to be? Where are we going to see the portals? This is going to get nutty real fast. 11 squads left.
Casper here turning into the ghost he was born to be. Not longer here with us, but that's not the entirety of the roster. That being said, I believe that was going to be the beginning and the end there. Sinister find themselves a res opportunity, still having all 3 members. Pretty good armor to boot.
Yes, Liquid Blue does go down. They were in 9th with only 4 points, essentially tied with the teams 9 through 12. So Liquid Blue is going to have a very important game at number 3 as well. Now looking back here at Sinisters and one above all, and like we said, there's really only a few places to set up here as the ring closes, and then things are going to converge very, very fast. Little corners of cage are going to be important here, but longbow shots coming in as shields are breaking there for Echo Fox, and still holding this high ground choke.
They do have a zip line to get to that high ground on the right-hand side, but even if they go up that, they're going to be met with at least a minimum of 3 more targets
and
there.
Here's some devotion play that you talked about in the pregame.
Yeah, I got the super turbocharger, which is going to be a very big stipulation onto that, and maybe not so much a true story when looking over towards the Havoc. Well, heavy ammo very limited here when looking at Echo Fox.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at that flatline ammo. A little bit more.
Everyone's sipping.
99. And now back on board here.
This is insane.
With the Justice Esports side, one of our South Korean teams here, I believe. The only South Korean team in this lobby. Great shots there, though, as he jumps in, and they should be able to get this knock, but maybe not. Songville trying to get some shots here with the 99 as well.
And they're still trying to make it to the high ground. Even if you win this fight, if you're Justice Esports, you have so much distance to gain. The pre-heal is going to be okay here for that. Coming through, Gibraltar Shield already dropped down here as we take a glance at Team Liquid Blue. One-man band is going to be Nocturnal. He has the eye frame.
I think he gets, I believe, Gibraltar knocking out all sorts of players there as we go here now. Even 8 for one above all. Fireman trying to stay alive. He finds some generators. No, he can't get away. He will fall as well. They will wipe now. 5 squads left. That's going to be a wipe there for Echo Fox, and also Fnatic EU still here and also putting some good shots on Sinister as well. Things slow down for just a second.
And we know who's inside the house. Who has had this positioning here this whole time? Echo Fox on the outskirts, but someone should exist through those doors, I believe, and if not, that is Echo Fox with the best positioning here over this final circle.
And finally, Justice will fall. They will go down, and that was going to be, I believe, no more Gibraltar Shields for the rest of the game. And now Fnatic EU is your team.
It's Fnatic. They are the final boss of this circle. Everybody has to make their way into a double-layered fence. This is no white picket fence. We are not putting a picnic out here and introducing the neighbors. This is going to be a tough time for anybody who tries to make their way in. And again, there's a retreat point that you can make downwards through the staircase that can lead to, again, that kind of weird elevated heel-off situation. Yep. So something we got to keep in mind, who's got a golden backpack.
And right now, take a look at Stormin here, deciding if he wants to engage this with the wingman. Some shots coming up. Could be a solo fighting from the low, but it would be risky here as we go. Actually, it's going to be Vic and Nasky together on Supakika. Here, Supakika still rocking that Gibraltar Shield, so still will be in play. Still has the longbow Peacekeeper, and as things go up the hill.
Great nade.
Let's see if he's going to just go around the edge of this, and they are going to be trapped inside, nowhere to go.
He's going to just make it to where the distance he has to go is the easiest shot opportunity. He's basically going to take damage from the circle, and by the time he moves through, he has to take that thermite grenade. Echo Fox not even looking at the targets here. Shots going through, and actually Fnatic may be biting off more than they could do. No, it's actually Sinister's Capri Cappy who ends up moving out to try and take that trade. So a big win. The fact that we see Fnatic not risking anything.
2 squads left here now, just Echo Fox. And they have very different looking in the way of shields as they have found 1 perp and 2 blues, and they're now going to get ready for this push on Fnatic EU.
Grenade number 1 here. Arcstar not going to proc onto anything, not raiding of those fences. Whoa, a wild push out, but then it's going to be just a raid portal, actually.
Look at the shots coming out from the Pathfinder. Arcstar going to be used, getting attention. That's going to be a break. The Arcstar connects.
Let's see if he can push through this Thermite. No, the Thermite's so well placed. They're not able to come in, and looks like an opportunity for them to push, but they will have to wait for the next one as well, as they may take an opportunity to shield up. Still trying to break through this doorway. EVA 8 is out. Can he turn the corner? No, another frag comes through, and they are constantly grenading that doorway and need to be careful.
A minute and 20 in the heal-off situation may happen. Great Thermite grenade, just melting the heals. Fnatic has an opportunity to push. Stormin ends up getting knocked.
Stormin goes down here, and also no shields there, so we're going to see a shield swap. Look at that now going down. Fox Clem, the only player alive. Fnatic EU poised to take the win. Can they get the last finish on this player? Looks like only a moment away. Yes, they can. Fnatic EU wins game number 2.
I mean, what else to say other than understanding the economic and real estate problem at hand with that final circle. A lot of teams showing interest towards the cage, but somehow Fnatic having the next level understanding there, understanding that that small little staircase upward was going to be that final circle and just establishing their territory so early on.
And let's talk about also the situations there as they, I mean, I think we saw 4 different grenades, thermites, and a frag that blocked out that doorway. That even though their shields were broken, they timed those grenades perfectly. They get the win, but even bigger than that is they were in 11th with 4 points.
Oh, yeah.
So that is huge. They could take a breath. You saw the smiles on their faces. Let's hear more about that game from the analysis desk. Fallout, over to you.
No, Nocturnal. Thank you so much, Bravo. Appreciate it. Fallout here, joined with Jamerson and Glitter. A really, really crazy ending right there that I want to jump into first and foremost. You see Fnatic standing up, trying to hype the crowd up, and they're feeling themselves right now because they should know they got away with murder right there. I mean, honestly, Echo Fox had the complete advantage in that 3 versus 3 fight. And again, on Saturday, it comes down to a pure 3v3 gunfight to win the game.
There were a lot of micro decisions that went into that, and you and I were alluding to it.
We were just yelling back and forth.
Yeah, when we saw that Gibraltar running across the field and we saw Echo Fox throwing nade after nade after nade into that barrier, we knew that would have been a huge mistake for them, and it did come back to bite them.
It really did. If you had just saved even just one more of those thermites, they might have been able to put themselves in a better position to have that final fight there at the end.
I mean, at the end of the day, everyone in the whole world watching knows that Fnatic's eventually going to have to leave that building. All you have to do is sit there and hard aim, point at the exit. Obviously, have a thermite ready would help. Of course, keep poking damage the way you did, but really stay patient. They got impatient. They pushed into the building, and look at the damage that Fnatic was able to do here when Echo Fox pushed.
The important part was that, they thought that they had the advantage. It was a 3v2, DCT was down, but getting that knock onto Stormin first off allowed them just to push on through and able to get that first frag out of that portal and then finish off this Watson. It was perfect coming out from Fnatic EU.
And look at the finish there too. I want to point out the small play. The portal out behind them gives them a flank route. And guess what? Not all 3 players took that portal because obviously that avoids the force Echo Fox to fight a 2-front war scenario that they gave themselves. They had 2 players go through portal, 1 person hold the door. Next thing you know, they're getting pinched and Echo Fox is getting destroyed in a game where they should have won.
I feel like as soon as that Arcstar landed and they saw that the armor was cracked, that was like their moment right there. And they kind of played it a little bit safe and stayed on the outside. I don't know if that was the right decision.
Yeah, if you're Echo Fox, you're kicking yourself there. That could have easily been 3 more points that they had for 19 total and 3 less points for Fnatic EU with 18. But still, you're very happy with that overall performance. 7 kills, 9 points for 16 for Echo Fox. Fnatic EU, though, shows a little bit of Europe over NA muscle in the 3 versus 3 and comes out on top. Team Liquid Blue right behind them with 12 points.
Look at those kills, though. Look at the kills on Team Liquid Blue. It kicked them all the way up into 3rd place overall because of it.
Yeah, we're seeing that surviving to the end really does work out for you, and we even saw it from Fnatic. They were able to end up with 9 kills there at the end, and that was because they had that position inside the tunnel where they were just poking away at teams that were just, fighting in their own 2v2s, 2v3s, and so being able to have that team that has a positional advantage and being able to poke out and find a kill every now and then, it adds up incrementally.
Yeah, and you guys see the same exact placements here. One team I want to point out is Superkick, rocking the Gibraltar as a main. You'll love to see some diversity here. Shout out to Superkick and the guys representing EU as well. Of course, 11 total points for them, 7th in placement, 7 points in placement with a top 3 finish and a couple kills on top of that. Sinister's right behind them. Lazarus, another solid performance. Pittsburgh Knights with a solid 10th place finish in that one. Pittsburgh is looking great. I'm excited to see the final standings.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, with that 1st place finish and then, of course, getting the placement points and the 4 extra points there, that pretty much solidifies them in the top 10 here.
Yeah, and then one team you talked about that you want to look out for in this losers bracket is Nagano, 1998. They are like 12th or 13th place here. They got like 9th or 10th place in the first game. So they're right in the fringe. It's going to be a key game 3 for them. That's one team to look out for. But you also said Echo Fox was a team to watch. You had them as a dark horse yesterday
were my dark
in our
horse.
pre-show, and they're looking good so far.
I'm really happy with what's happening today. I feel like this is a better representation of their overall skill as a team. And, you know, I'm feeling a little bit like Jamerson right now. Not to mention we also I just called out Team Liquid Blue right before this round, and then they turn around and they do well.
I'm feeling like Jamerson. You know, it's a good day when you're feeling like Jamerson, you know? Like, feel like Jagger? No, feel like Jamerson, let's be honest.
Jamerson McJagger. There we go.
And here's Athletico, of course.
I'm healing.
Is this Athletico representing Australia? I can't remember which team's going.
Yes, they are.
Along with Kamikaze.
Along with Kamikaze. So two Australian Oceania region teams here really looking to cement themselves a spot continuing this tournament. Australia and Oceania perhaps the only region that has not performed to the level of other regions by, I don't think they sent anyone to winners bracket round 2. However, we're looking to make them grind through losers.
Yeah, one of the biggest disadvantages, especially playing from those regions, is that you're dealing with highest ping, I think, possible. Maybe South Africa has higher ping when you try to consider that. And so their practice might not be exactly the same, right? It is very difficult to play with that, but take a look. Team Liquid coming on in.
And look at this Gibraltar making an effect here. Super Kika with that Gibraltar and the dome drop in the midst of an ultimate as well, and it came clutch for them. So perhaps redefining a Gibby meta. I'm going to keep playing that up because it's obviously fun to see here. But ultimately, Echo Fox versus Fnatic in the end fight. Here it is one more time, and you hate to see it if you're an Echo Fox fan. But really, a round stolen away from them that they should have lost.
But if you're Jamerson, who's been pumping up both Fnatic and EU all weekend long, you're pretty happy.
Yeah, he's been on the Fnatic train all weekend long. We got to get him off of it. But it's for good reason. They come out on top here. Fnatic proven they're one of the most dominant teams here in esports. But take a look at the overall standings. Echo Fox gets the upper hand here in this one. First place, North America on top right now, followed by Fnatic EU, and of course North American Pittsburgh Knights to follow is our top 3. And it's pretty close, 29, 25, 24. For bragging rights, we'll see who can keep in the top 3. Talk about the rest of the top 10 now.
The important part is the bottom 3 here with Tempo Storm, Lazarus, and Super Kika at 12, 12, and 11.
Wow.
That puts them firmly on the bubble. That means any other team from the lower 10 can actually just Mario stomp past them.
Meanwhile, Nagano 1998, a team we talked about, right behind him in 11th. Zerafer, who just recently completed this roster as the third due to their original third not being able to make it. 7 points right now, a couple behind 10th place, who was at, how many points was 10th? 9th?
11.
So they got some work to do.
And this is not the first time we've seen this happen. We have had so many sets of matches at this point where game 3, we keep talking about those fringe teams, and one of them will have a phenomenal third game and more than solidify their place in the top 10.
Listen, 3 games in a series. You got to go big, and this is when you have to do it. You're back against the wall on the brink of elimination. I'm excited for match number 3 here to kick off Saturday, but we had a lot of great action from that last match. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius at the command center. What's up, boys?
Thank you so much, Fallout. Yeah, it's Nathanius and Blaze, and man, some great stuff to follow. I have my eyes on that Gibraltar.
Wow.
Those are some fun plays. I love seeing it. Variety is the spice of life. And I understand in a competitive environment, everyone's kind of playing similar styles, of course, here, but it is so nice to see that. Blaze, what do you got for me?
So what we got right here, this is something I thought was super interesting. I wanted to kind of give it to the Watson players at home. We saw one above all setting up at the top of cage, but where they put these pylons at, I thought was super cool because they put the pylons so that it blocked off the ropes of anybody coming across, going from end to end, and you really couldn't block that one off. One above all has such a good setup, and I'm pretty sure that Watson was super proud over that whole thing because this kind of turned into Heaven's Arena, the Tower of Power towards the end of this one. A lot of teams died here, so that was a great setup for them before everybody had to kind of rotate out and go towards that Hydro Dam and so we can kind of watch the final moments of this one as well, Nate. But I want to put that one out there just to kind of give a little tips out there to our newer viewers and Watson players who looking for some more creative ways, to put those pylons up.
That is an absolutely beautiful spot to cover. And of course, as you're talking about this, we were looking at the setup and really just breaking it down. When you have an area like this, it's so nice to be able to cut everything off, right? You've got the Watson pylon. That's super important. You don't want it to be easily visible from any of those doors if they do get blown open. But just great coverage between that with the fences. You're prepared if the grenades are ready to start coming in.
But are you? And the reason why I say that is because as this clip comes on through, you're going to see that there was a nade that came in that actually took care of this pylon in the corner, but it did not get detected. So as we come on through, you're going to see this arc star hit the right-hand corner.
Just outside the catch radius of it, right?
Yeah, just right outside the catch radius. So let's see. We're going to see if you can, Nate, if you can stop that. There you go. The arc star just caught it out. Back it up just a little bit. And boom, lands in a perfect position where it couldn't get caught, but it takes out the rest of those fences. And you will think that in this point, Echo Fox says, okay, we got it done. They have to come out. This is where we can get them. But little did they know they was ready for that fight.
The positioning there is so important, and of course, you got to be able to get it in front into a spot where even though it's going to be in range, it's still not going to get caught by that pylon. Very tricky, very difficult to do, but those are the plays that are going to make champions here.
Yes, it
at
is.
The Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. I hope you guys enjoyed the bit of the breakdown. We're going to kick it back over to the casters and get ready for our next round.
Hey, thanks so much, guys. And amazing to see some of that from the other side, that POV from Fnatic, right?
Yeah.
The timing there. You saw there was such intention with the timing of that first Arc Star, following it up with a Thermite and then the ult spam, right? They were ready for those pushes. That gave them all the time to pop meds, to pop shields, and then able to push out and get that game to 2 win.
Yeah, and I think for anybody who goes, well, that was all reactionary, you know, to those who truly want to be the devil's advocate and even shed more doubt to it, the Wraith portal right out the gate shows how much focus there was towards what that final circle would have looked like, right? As the initiation happens, giving you an opportunity for, if somehow they move in, but they move in a singular sense, you can take that portal and then suddenly have a back flank, right?
Yeah.
And also, we know that the portals are pretty good when it comes to the final circle, just in general, right? So there was a lot of a forethought there from Fnatic, and I think the coolest thing is, we normally get that from Fnatic in A. This is suddenly kind of trickling over here to Fnatic EU, and I think that's really neat.
Absolutely. Also, Fnatic and a team we're going to see later on in the losers bracket. They did make it to losers 2. Of course, Fnatic EU wants to join them even later on in the bracket and continue on. Taking a look at the standings here, Echo Fox in number 1 with 26. Fnatic EU there in 2nd with 25 after that great game. Pittsburgh Knights still sitting pretty in 3rd with 24, really after that game 1 win.
Yeah.
They only got 4 points last game.
Yeah, so being able to get that win was really good. And we saw where the kind of struggles of the Pittsburgh Knights came in, right? With that transition neutral, trying to make it over to Cave. You had Temple Storm, somebody sitting on the upper high ground off to the side. It was just not an optimal circumstance here. But, I mean, at least they bought themselves enough breathing room, you know? But those teams who maybe didn't, that's towards that concerning level, teams like Superkicker and Nagano, Games Arena, those are the ones that I'm really keeping my eye on.
Absolutely. That bubble right there is going to be Lazarus, Superkicker, Nagano, Game Arena, Selector, Atletico. And really, if you look all the way down, teams that with a big enough performance could make it all the way back in as we're getting ready here for game number 3, match 3 of 3 here in your losers bracket round 1.
If you lose this game and find yourself at the bottom, you will in fact be going home. But here at 10th place, we need to figure out, here's some of the comps.
Yeah, that's it's either Echo Fox or Tempo Storm. It looks like it's Tempo. Tempo Storm. So many teams going Skull, dude.
Yeah,
let here instead in the middle.
There's already a team there.
Yeah, T-Bunker. We will have Soap and Pega loot. Let's just contest them.
Okay.
Let's go left. Take left side.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going here.
They have 1 blue armor so far.
Yikes.
Guys, let's loot this, run away and loot the place outside of market.
Yeah.
Please keep on me. I'm gonna take it for you, Vic.
Oh, thank you. I'm taking the armor.
Good, we're inside.
I got a turbocharger on me.
Okay.
Nice. Okay, let's go here.
I say we move.
Yeah, you guys go. I'll keep looting until I hear someone.
Oh. But watch out, dude. You're pathing them, but they can still fucking.
I know.
How to aim it.
I need sound though.
All right, now back here, here's some fantastic communication there from Superkicker. You saw them taking a little bit of a risk there. They get into Skull, and you heard them saying, we got to loot and get out, and they're able to do that. And they also are looking a little bit better here in the way of weapons. Certainly a little bit to be desired in the way of armor, but like we said, fantastic to hear comms from a team on the bubble as they drop in. They've got a long road here in game number 3. We do have the command center ready as well for some more updates. Blaze and Nathanius, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Now, Atletico and Game Arena, both of these teams are at water treatment. One is close and one is outside Battertown. So we know that both those teams are battling to get in the top 10. So we'll see a lot of action is about to go down with them. But what's happening with Nagano, Nate?
Well, they decided to go for a huge split up landing between Cage, Hydro Dam, and also a little bit outside towards where the old bridges were in Bunkertown. So they're just all over the place, trying to find out as much as they can possibly get. Obviously, there's some big risk involved with that, but potentially some really big reward.
All right, Casters, take it away, because we don't want you guys to miss none of this action as these teams battle it out.
All right, thanks, Blaze and Nate, for the updates there. Now taking a look at convertibles here on Game Arena Esports. Over here at Treatment, taking a look at where convertibles is on the table, right? Excuse me, where Game Arena is on the table, as we mentioned. A bubble team there. They got 6 points in 12th, and a good performance here keeps them alive in the tournament. If you're just joining us, this is our first round of the losers bracket, a $500,000 invitational tournament, and teams are going to be going home right here after game number 3. And as we said, in these 3-game sets, because we are looking at a point total of only across 3 games, huge Game 3 performances can propel you through even from the very bottom right now. Very possible.
Yeah, nobody is out of it quite yet. We have figured out who is very comfortable to likely make it, but anybody, even at the last place team, has a chance if they can play well enough here in game number 3. A very spicy circle is also brewing here as we see the Pathfinder reveal just a bit north there of Skulltown. Likely going to be hindering towards a little bit of the Gauntlet airbase, or again, something towards that crossroad northern Skulltown. I'm very, very excited on what we get here, but for now, we still stand here with Click Esports trying to find a way to defend their corner so far of this first round circle.
Also checking in with Tempo Storm, and the armor, unfortunately for their sake, looks all too similar to what we saw in the last game as well. Solve, Decop, and Assert want to make a performance here. Right now they're in 8th place with 12 points, and one of the teams that we would certainly call close enough to be on the bubble. That's only 1 point away from 10th.
Anyone passes
Someone maybe identifying somebody sitting on the opposite side there of the crossroads. Now again towards one of these southern settlements just south there of Thunderdome.
And I got to say, excellence here. They're running 3 blue armors, and they are in 20th place with 1 single point. So right now, a decent start for them to really make something happen here. Like we said, they would need more than just a win. They would need a very kill-heavy match as well as a top 3 finish as well to even think about breaking through, but it's possible as they're now here up top. Bones looking down on Skulltown and going to try to fly in because they know that they need to play this opening aggressive. Dread, you and I talked a lot about these moments before the tournament.
Yeah.
These are the times where they need to push on these advantages, and they are going.
They're ready for it here. Peacekeeper is out. First 2 is going to be a whip. They push right through that Watson. 22 gets a not great spray coming out from that 99, but only a 1-for-1 here so far. Look at that hip fire coming up from the flat line. A reason why so many people have been bragging that weapon up here, and now an advantage for Excellence in this skirmish.
Beautiful set. They lose a whole lot of shields. Look at a few knocks and a good push from them. You saw some great shots coming through. Going to take some time to heal up now on board with the Click Esports. If you take a look at where they are on the table, they're in 19th with 2 points. Very similar situation for them.
And notice how neat it was, the fact that Excellence is actually the team that they're actually fighting here, so Excellence is able to get that skirmish. But Selector find themselves a nice EVA 8. That's an easy cleanup here. Resurrection will come through. Revival for both members as long as they don't find anybody else. So a good set up here in game number 3 for Selector.
That's going to be Kamikaze and Click that go down. You'll see top right, 18 squads remaining. Taking a look at exactly where they sit. Click Esports, like we said, was in 19th. That is likely going to be the end of their tournament life. Actually, I think we could say for certain.
Yeah, I'm not fair to say that.
Yeah, for certain the end of their tournament life. But Kamikaze's an interesting case. In 5th place with 17.
Yeah.
So
that's a bad enough setup.
Yes, that is a bad enough setup indeed. And depending on what this lobby looks like in terms of kills and where these top finishers come from in the table, they are going to have to sit back in their player booth and watch this one play out with their fingers crossed.
And the last thing you want as a professional gamer is to have no control over your fate. Whether it be in-game, in the tournament, it doesn't matter. Usually they like to have the opportunity to feel like, if I do this, I can do this, be better than you, and therefore I find the success. But looking for some success here is Justice Esports, a roster here representing South Korea, and one that has maybe not had the same impact as some of our others here, like MVP.
Now on board here with the Justice side. here with 2 blues and still at Skulltown. Trying to figure out exactly how they want to move out here, and right now just going to be comfortable and take their time.
Notice
they need to push out.
An interesting element with Justice Esports. Out of the majority of the teams that we've glanced with this kind of positioning, they already have identification of round 2 circle, but Justice doesn't have that opportunity. Granted, there may not be enough beacons. You don't know, you do know that the Skulltown beacon is not able to be picked up at this point without getting pressured so heavily, but I just wonder, is that going to be a problem for them? And also, is this a playstyle difference that we actually see when considering what is the greatest way here to play Apex Legends?
We did see Singularity on screen for a moment there. They're also at the bottom of the table, 18th place, excuse me, with 2 points on the board. But here we see the Superkicker side with some great high ground right now over market, heavily exposed, but opportunity to drop down with teammates if need be.
It's very important to highlight why Taxi 2G is moving. You do not want to ever, even though you're in a cheeky hiding spot, sit still. You're begging for that longbow to just pierce right through your brains there. So I like this. A lot of information is going to be gained still within the circle and where the future circles are going to be here, all thanks to Superkicker's positioning.
Superkicker, the ultimate bubble team, in 10th place with 11 points. They know that they need a performance here.
That wasn't a Gibraltar pun, because that's what I thought it was, the ultimate bubble team?
Oh no! I wish it had been. Gosh darn it, that would have been fantastic.
I'm sitting here dying on the inside. That's great. Bubble team.
I gotta be honest with you, Dread. It was not intentional, but I'm really glad it came out regardless. As we see, Fierce here now exchanging some shots as well. It was intentional.
Alex W, also known as there a little bit. Trying to get rid of this generator, clipping a little bit off to the side of that tree. Wasn't enough to be able to finish it off there. Nice shot coming up from the triple take, a weapon that we see, but we haven't seen success with, I think is how I would describe it here throughout this weekend. It feels like it's the, lesser of evils option more than it is this is the go-to for most teams.
Taking position here on Watchtower South, but now going to drop down right away to River's End and place this portal exit to help that team come down. Now also checking in with Akihabara and where they are in the table. 15th place with 4 points. Another team that really needs to secure a big game here in order to advance through. Very few teams are even through. We could really only say, just in case you're just joining us here, welcome to the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational. Bravo alongside Dreadnought, bringing you game number 3 in the first round of our losers bracket. Our top 3 right now are Echo Fox, Fnatic EU, and Pittsburgh Knights, which are likely going to be through here. And the rest, really, of this losers bracket round 1 is up for grabs.
And what an ending circle opportunity for our final game here. The fact that it is going to be the one place that everybody knows death, because not only in the name, but also just because of the hot drop that it typically is going to reside right to the southern end of Skulltown. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how these teams try to make the transfer out of it, as we see now taking a glance just outside of market here, setting up a pre-zip.
Triple take shots coming out. Fnatic EU, the winner of that game too. Very composed close to net that one out. Like we said, they sit in second place now, but Atletico finding a little bit of engagements here as well. Some very little show break there on the purple. We'll see if he can push here. Here's Bullet trying to fly in, taking some shots from the rear as well.
Wow, that's
tries
actually
to destroy
really
the
bad
pylon.
trade.
Yeah.
Full battery here now, coming out. I mean, actually, the fact that nobody was willing to push either, just the haste at which we saw Atletico leave the building, thought it was going to be a little bit too much for them, but actually on the other side, one above all, actually struggling there. 2 members already down. Fireman looks like he's about to trying to get out of this situation, and actually not going to be too problematic here for our friends at Crossroads.
See what he can do here. Potentially pushing into a 1v3, going to try to get some quick revives. Looks like he will be able to do so. And they need it because they're in 17th with just 2 points on the board, keeping his team alive, and this is their tournament life on the line.
I am in awe that one above all was given the opportunity to get those double res. I mean, you can understand from Tempo Storm, it's across the crossroads, and you got to risk a bunch of positioning maybe to make it over, and you don't want to take any shots from elsewhere, get that third-party opportunity, but you had so much dominance and control, and the fact that no one, mainly it's not why didn't Tempo push, it's nobody else is looking at this to just take the one shot and rid them of this world.
We always talk about that side of the map, and Crossroads really just the beginning of that open western side that is so difficult to control now. Akihabara here, Sapo 10. Once again, setting up here in Skulltown South.
This is something I believe that we had heard about this roster, that they're comfortable with a couple of just doorway plays, where if you make your way in, it's almost, tripping the Claymore. They're quickly going to take an easy couple of Peacekeeper EVA 8 shots and send you back to the lobby. We'll see if that's something that actually, you know, nets them not only some kills, but maybe success here in game number 3 is one above all. Get the resurrection, get out of Crossroads, make their transfer over, and now taking a different approach here through caves up into the market area once more.
Yes, indeed, of course. Like you said, thankful that no pushes or other pressure came in from other angles. That would have been their entire tournament run put to an end. And guess what? Taxi2G of Superkicker still just hopping down up on market and scouting here.
He's role-playing. That's amazing. I'm memeing a little bit, but let's be real here. He's actually jittering at almost the exact same pace as Taxi2G.
I think that's actually what's controlling the movement up there. It's incredible. Everyone could kind of just bounce our heads. Why are we bouncing our heads now?
Bouncing some heads, but maybe not theirs. It seems like the opponents here. Team Liquid Blue with positioning within Skulltown. You see the pings. They're concerned about the railing. That is going to be the closure over this final circle, and understandably so here with 17 teams still remaining here in round 3.
Thoughts here. Jazz and Fierce as they're going to try to make a Skulltown push here. Right just about dead center of Skulltown. And West for a second. Yes, indeed, that first knock does come in. We'll finish there with that Disruptor ult. Also go barrel on that. Now going to fly outside. Has some help here, but now I'm on board with Lazarus here. Here's Kashera. 99 and Peacekeeper in hand. They've got some good high ground as well.
Not going to be too concerned with maybe relocating their positioning here for Lazarus, at least in the circle that they have now. The next one, I can't help but feel like is going to be moving a little bit farther away from Skulltown than they would like. All of the teams here stuck in that area is going to make a transition outward. That being said, so will the Superkicker squad. And, you know, we raised at the beginning of this, Superkickers are bubble team, not only just because it's Gibraltar, but maintaining dead 10th right now. The one's position away from going home. And they're willing to put it all on placements, at least so far.
They are still, of course, 17 squads remaining, so there's a lot of points up for grabs in terms of kills, but you're right, they are not on the hunt right now, which you might expect a team who is sitting in that bubble position to be. Fnatic EU, though, look at them just below here, just below Taxi2G. Is now maybe even trying to conceal his character model just a little bit as he was turning around, but he did have eyes on that Fnatic drop into market.
Yeah, the real question is did he choose a green skin to make sure he can blend with that moss?
Or even that, is it moss behind him or is it more of a cliff? Because there is that desert path skin as well, that desert camo skin.
I wish I could tell you I played that much Pathfinder. I play a lot of Pathfinder, but not that much to tell you like, oh, the skin based on this hiding position would probably be best. But
I guess you're right, it's pretty mossy.
At least underneath them, but I'm willing to bet that backdrop, you're probably right, you know? But what if it's the sky? What if there's not that much rock behind him and actually should have been a blue skin?
That's true. We'll have to see exactly how he fares up there. But now back on the market town, that's going to be one above all who does get wiped. They will go down. They were sitting in 17th. That will be the end of their tournament life. One above all eliminated here as well. One of our first teams to go down. But guess what? We got 6 more teams that are going home before the end of this round.
Yeah, and not all of them will necessarily know whether or not that's a true or false statement for them until they end up finishing here and concluding some of the results. A lot of grenades here for Team Liquid Blue as they are still sitting into Skulltown.
Look at the shields here. It's a terrible situation here. Casper barely with even just a part of 1 bar of white now trying to grenade out. Has lost a teammate, but look at this. Atletico now. Bullet the only one in play. We're now on board with Bullet here with an RE45. Just trying to stay alive if he can get out. Let's see if he can get this kill. No, Atletico will go down. They will be wiped, and that will likely be the end of their tournament as well, as they were in 14th. The Australia squad sent home.
Team Liquid end up getting a great skirmish there. And more importantly, opportunity to heal up. That was the biggest thing I was thinking the whole time is no one going to push this? Is this a third party? Because we know that Skulltown is full of so many bad guys here. Temple Storm being one of them, residing nearly dead center.
Still rocking a double white there as we saw. And now taking a look here at Echo Fox. That Ziki respawn did time out, so they are fighting with just 2 players here. A little bit of high ground looking over Skulltown.
And though I like Echo Fox positioning, especially when we consider what these next circles are going to look like, it's important to note with only 2 members, they are not going to be able to defend that high ground very, very well. Defensive posturing here now from Pittsburgh Knights. Got the choke breath there on that Peacekeeper, now forcing out this iframe.
Great little shot there from the Peacekeeper that hits for 109. Let's see if they can finish this. I believe it's Fnatic EU they were fighting against. They did get 2 knocks, but now there's a lot that's going to converge here on these towns around market.
Everybody's sitting there, as you can see them, just trying to make their way through that market trade. Shots here now coming out from Hotzik. Not enough to be able to break the armor, but keep in mind, if they don't get the kill here, that it's very, very likely that they do from the high ground over there. There's our Gibraltar sick.
Oh, it's late. The knock goes down just at the same time that the shield comes out. There's going to be another knock as well. That's going to be Radic of Nagano 1998. He will fall. Pittsburgh Knights holding down this ground. No! And out of nowhere, we're going to check the kill feed. Looks like Pittsburgh Knights will fall. essentially all players at the same time, they will drop and they will go out. Like we said, they're in third with 24, so barring any extreme circumstances, they should be through. But now Sinister Esports will fall as well. 13 squads remaining.
And look at this circle. My goodness, only one house available within that next rotation. 1 minute out from that, we find ourselves with Game Arena, the team that ended up executing some of our defenders of that market rotation. Here we see Echo Fox, the members, also kind of chipping away at them in that transition through. And Echo Fox, again, has a really good positioning now, but I feel like their next rotation, I would like to see it earlier rather than later. Yeah. Everybody's worried on the backside of this wall. If they wait for the timer, they're going to share the same fate that we just saw from our Gibraltar friend, which is just...
Here's what you asked for, right? The pre-zip goes down. They'll be ready to take that when they need. 33 seconds until that ring close.
Tempo Storm has good positioning as well. Pretty well off here, except for D-Cop struggling in the armor department. Looks like the cells kind of be spreading around here. The Love Justice, one of our Korean representatives here, repping a Hemlock in a triple take.
Justice here in 7th place. Need to make sure they stay into the late game here to make sure that they make it through. Great 99 shots there from Stormin and trying to maybe try to finish this and get that knock if they can. Going to be exposed here. Maybe some other longbow shots coming in, and they're going to be
one more
so
shot.
Close. Yes, indeed, so close to that knock.
Not going to go ahead and push up, at least not quite yet. Clem looking at the other target here who ended up getting some cover fire for them. 20 seconds here until we finish the closure of this circle as the shots come through on that longbow. These need to land, but they failed to do so. Echo Fox now has to take the zip behind the targets that they were once considering prey.
Dancing on the zip. Peacekeeper is out, going to just try to jump up on the shed if they can. They should be able to get this finish. Yes, indeed, there's a knock on that path, and they do get that wipe as well. That's going to be Fnatic EU on the receiving end of some knocks. Now 9 squads remaining, and we are here for a Skull Town finish. Great shot there with the longbow.
It's a collateral and a headshot at the same time, but misses nearly every other one. 12 ammo, 13 in total, bravo.
Talk about the highest of highs and followed by the lowest of lows there. None of those second shots hit. Now Justice Esports trapped here. Great portal. Do have a port, though.
And it takes him outside, but he would have died to the grenade either way. Tried to make the play here. Tasek ends up surviving, but Game Arena Esports now on the outskirts.
That will be Tempo who falls there as well, and now 7 squads remaining. And even though we have a Skulltown finish here, Dread, this is really not the area that we consider Skulltown proper in those buildings. This is going to be just that open pit around that beacon right around the center.
Thank you. Look at this res opportunity. Somebody trying to get the pressure. Peacekeeper actually have to get the reload animation. Talking about reload, still continuing. Justice Esports no longer with us here. The res attempted, the thermite grenade, got to push him off.
Not a chance. Let's see if he can pop that shield. Let's see. And now they're going to stay alive, maybe even go for this revive as well. First, going to loot up just a bit.
Ended up going with an armor swap there for a second. His teammate ends up going down. We see Echo Fox also struggling. There is an excellence, actually, the team to be able to make it happen. Our winners from last game here, Fnatic EU, threatening the high ground, as it's going to be 2 members alive. But look at Nicola losing so much AP. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it out.
Have to be careful here. Fnatic EU, like we said, fighting from this 2v3 with 5 squads remaining, and they have the close quarters weapons out, that 2020 as well as that ult. Have started to swap out things like longbows as they have opportunities to loot. To come here and not take any damage. Nice little route there to tiptoe on the edge of the ring. And now going to have to time this push. Still 5 squads left. Akihabara still alive as well, and they're going to have to make their move.
You see the pre-prep opportunity with that choke, precision choke here, waiting for the shots to go down. Lazarus find themselves a victim. Lazarus with 3 members alive. Shielding looking pretty good too, as long as Watson can get her generator out, and likely would do so. The circle ends on the res point in Skulltown. Here's the Havoc.
That's the weapon you wanted to see, Dread. The Havoc doing some damage here, and Kashera for Lazarus picking up some good shots. There comes the limb there. That's going to be Excel, who goes down. 3 squads left here in game number 3. Now more shots from Smith J here, and they're holding down this high ground quite well, but that ring is pushing in. They need to be careful with those touches.
And if that Wraith hadn't swapped that armor, she would have died to that Peacekeeper swap, but it's not going to be enough to help them recover here. 3 squads remain, and Fnatic is cleaning up house here. Struggled there, tries to get the armor swap available, finds himself a Peacekeeper instead, tries to shield up in the downside. Now we see Lazarus here with the high ground. This is their game. They are ready to close this out as they have such a big man advantage.
Yes, indeed. They're taking a look down. Also got to find out exactly. There might be a solo down low as well. We'll keep an eye on where that 3rd squad is. They're broken there. 35 with the Peacekeeper here on board post-kill, trying to also help with that team shot into down low. 99 out here for Smith J, trying to keep an eye on. And here is, look at that 1 HP for Nicola here, as he is going to be popping a cell, and he's going to need a lot more than a cell. There's a medkit, as you see bottom left. And now still 3 squads remaining here, and shots still coming in. Now back on board with Akihabara. They're the team that's downstairs.
Yeah, they're just hiding by themselves, waiting for everybody to get too distracted with each other, and in 40 seconds have to go for that very, very big play. A pre-portal now set here for Fnatic EU, trying to consider the future, but they may not have one as those Peacekeepers keep raining from above. There is one knock, one left for Fnatic.
That's right here. Can that Fnatic player get the 1v3? They do take the self-trace portal, likely going to be hopping right out in a second. There, they're found. They should be able to get this wipe, but they got to be careful if Akihabara tries a third party here now, and now going to have Lazarus trying to get these last shots. They still have not taken out that Fnatic player, and now shots coming in still from the building as well. Now back on board here with Fnatic EU, and this solo here trying to make it happen. Somehow still alive behind the fuel tank.
He is somehow alive and actually has enough HP to still not be to be all right when it comes to the final circle race. The fact that the members on the outside there with Akihabara actually lost a little bit when it came to the Wraith, or excuse me, what is going to be Lazarus, I think is going to be a problem as her iframe just comes up. We got 7 seconds of this.
Look at this. He needs to move right now, see if he can hit that portal. Yes, indeed. He is in the portal, not going to take any damage. Now tries to fly in, stays alive here. Very low on the health. No, he will fall. Now there's 2 squads left. That's going to be no, and that's going to be the win there. I believe Lazarus from up top. Let's go ahead and check. Yes, indeed. Lazarus Esports gets the win there. Great control in the end from that top Skull Town building. They didn't let it go. They did drop down. They fought from elevation. Some wild Watson fences. They're unable to get the finish there on Fnatic, and in the end, they will win the game, and Akihabara trapped in the bottom of the base.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, how they found themselves, and the healing strategy is the only way out of this, because you can't help but wonder if they had enough information of what we had later on with how much pressure Fnatic was under and how Lazarus, though positionally had the advantage. It's not like that was a clean-cut victory up until, again, the lack of healing going through on AE's side.
Absolutely. Lazarus, of course, forced off of that position. They decided to rotate early just to get that positioning to get against that fuel tank. They did not get it took quite a while to get that final finish there on that Fnatic player, but in the end, they will get the win in game number 3. Lazarus was a bubble team. They were in 9th place with 12 points, and you know that is going to definitely see them through not only the win, but also a great amount of points on the board. Let's go ahead and head over to the analysis desk. Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back with Jamerson and Glitter, and wow, what a finish here in Game 3 to kick off Saturday. It's Lazarus with a must-win, go big or truly pack your bags and go home, and man, they step up.
I mean, these are, once again, teams that you have talked about, Jamerson, many times. I think you're excited to see Fnatic do so well, but Lazarus, coming out of nowhere, they finally had a good game. I'm happy to see that for them.
Yeah, Lazarus didn't have, you know, the greatest of weekends at EXP, right? They were always just on the cusp of making it to the top, and they had three third-place finishes at EXP. Closing it out was the biggest question for Lazarus, and they were able to do it here in the final game.
Yeah, of course, Lazarus, 2 players coming from Portugal, 1 player coming from Finland, so a multinational team, of course, most likely speaking English, and which is not their primary language. Awesome to see their shots hitting straight. That's what mattered the most, is they really did connect incredibly well. Must win. They do a very, very good job. You can see the replay here of the last kill. Let's actually do a quick listen.
오빠라. 2등이다, 게이트.
백팩인가 보다.
And he, I think at this point, trying to heal, not really doing much here. Maybe a heal off with the storm, trying to survive. Not sure what the attempt was. Not sure if, I mean, really, no matter what, you're going to go into 3 guns. You're not going to be.
They did have full 3, right? And so they sent 2 out, but just getting into the ring to try and go for that like sacrifice play.
Too much damage.
They took too much damage. The ring is ticking for 25 HP at that point. I mean, it starts at around, I think, ring 5, where it starts ticking for about 25 HP. So they take about 75, maybe 50 just to get out there, and they get absolutely melted. And then that was the last stronghold coming out for them. The Wraith is supposed to try and use their Q to try and survive in the ring. And it did work out for them because Fnatic did end up going down in 3rd and AE ended up in 2nd. And so that's what like the primary thing was, not to get the win, but just to try and get a better placement.
And I think they saw that coming from a mile away, which is why they ended up trying to use both the portal and out-heal the damage that was coming in from the ring. It wasn't even about actually out-healing the ring. It was about outliving Fnatic. That was what the goal was.
Yep, ultimately Fnatic did end up in second place on the previous match standings, even though they got third. So that's 7 points for them with third place. 9 kills though, leading in the category of kills. Team Liquid Blue right behind him with 8, as well as Lazarus with 8 kills. 20 points for Lazarus, the Portuguese, and the Finnish, as well as 16 points from Fnatic EU. Akihabara though, coming from Japan, a strong finish that you might think maybe they're representing Japan here, maybe they make it through.
The thing is, like, Apex is pretty popular over there. Anytime I tune in and check out the browsing section for Play Apex, there are a few streamers on there. And, like, Japan does represent when it comes to Twitch streams for Apex Legends. And so I'm glad to see that we do have Japanese representatives having a good showing.
Yeah, one thing I just saw there as well, of course, Australia trying to live for a life here. Kamikaze got second place in the first match. We'll see where they end up. Nagano 1998 is a team that was on the fringe. They ended up on the fringe again. They got 3 points, but Super Kick is some of those teams that were above them on the fringe didn't perform very well either. I think it's going to be a complete mix-up, and guess what? The standings are ready. Let's go ahead and see who will advance. Oh, sorry, I take it back. Standings are not ready. First, we're going to do a quick interview on the main stage with Jump, and then we're going to jump into standings as we're getting those calculated. Jump, take it away.
Thanks a lot, guys. I've got Smith J from Lazarus here now. I was able to be at the X Games and watch your guys' journey throughout that, and heartbreaking, I think, is an easy word. There were so many games where you guys were able to finish top 5, top 3, top 2 in a lot of instances, but you weren't able to pull out a champion banner. You're able to do it today, beating the drought, essentially. How does it feel to actually be able to finally get yourselves a win in a lobby?
Well, yesterday was really hard for us. Like 3 games and we dropped down and get really bad load and died instantly like first team on the groups. But I don't know. It's like after X Games we wanted to make things differently, and now it's working on here, except for yesterday.
Well, if you want to talk about something that you guys have improved on, it is that late game positioning. If you take a look at what happened in that last game, specifically, you were able to have the height advantage being on the roof right outside of Skulltown, and then with 2 other teams, it didn't make it an easy path. How were you guys able to communicate effectively to ensure that you did walk away with that win with those other 2 teams still left alive?
We have been so many times in a situation like that, like in X Games and the scrims as well. We just wanted to hide. Like there was easy kills on there. Sometimes we peeked. If we peek together, and after that we just hide. We knew that there was 2 teams, maybe 1 solo and Fnatic. I think they had the 2 players on there. We just wanted to make sure. Like when we go in, we go all together if we need to go in. And that high ground was really hard because there was some angles they could pick us. But yeah, we keep calm and talk to each other.
Now, you're not done yet. It is safe to say, we'll get the final calculations from the analyst desk in a second, but with the win and the 20 points total that you guys got in the last game, it all but secures yourselves to move on to the next lobby. There is a lot of Apex left to be played. How are you guys going to keep your resilience levels high and yourselves efficient through the next lobby?
Well, this is what we needed, so that's all.
Doesn't need much words, doesn't need anything, because confidence is on the backs of Lazarus as they walk away with a match 3 win. That's going to be it here from the stage. I'm going to throw it back over to Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter Explosion. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Jump. Fallout here back again, and great to hear from Lazarus there, of course. 2 members of Lazarus coming from Portugal. That was Smith coming from, I think Finland is what it was, but it sounds like the overall standings are ready. You see the teaser right there. And ultimately, when it's said and done, it is Fnatic EU who ends up on top. I see Glitter dancing as well, because Echo Fox, her Dark Horse prediction, also made it through. Pittsburgh Knights right behind him. Team Liquid Blue, who she also mentioned. What stands out the most for you guys?
Honestly, Fnatic EU, that's a huge turnaround for them. For not having the greatest of day ones to be #1 coming down from the lower bracket there. It is huge for them, and it should be a nice bounce in their step moving on.
Anything from your end, Glitter?
I'm so happy. I think I'm a little bummed about Nagano.
Yeah.
I feel like they maybe they just struggled this time around. Like I said, you know, they had to deal with a roster change, and that potentially could have thrown them off. They have all the potential in the world to be incredibly successful, but I am very, very happy for both Echo Fox and Team Liquid Blue.
Yep, and unfortunate for Akihabara and Count. Their journey ends all the way from Japan, just a few points separating that 10th place team. So wow, the way the action finally does break down, great for 10 teams, obviously heartbreaking for the teams that will be going home, but we are getting ready and locked in for losers bracket round 2. Before then, we have to break down that last game because really one more kill, 2 more kills may have meant the difference for the Japanese Wonders. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Blaze and Nathanius over at the command center. Boys, take it away.
My man, thank you, Fallout. Now, over here on this breakdown, we're just gonna, this section of the command center, we're gonna just talk a little bit about positioning. Towards the end of that last game, we had 3 teams left in the circle, and 2 of them kind of died to the gas, giving that last win out to Lazarus. So let's go over here and let's talk about the team that we got. So Nate, break this down for us.
Well, we're talking about opportunities. You're talking about trying to make it into that top 10.
Yeah.
And close calls and missed calls. And there was some good stuff here, but you know, you're playing these late game comps. We got Akihabara, and here's part of the thing. You've got your turtle strats. You're able to hide out. They had a really good setup. They fell back as that circle closed in on them, and the Wraith's going to go for the portal out. But there's always these opportunities that are coming in. You're going out on your own. Because of the way the team had kind of pigeonholed themselves inside that spot, the only way to escape was with the Wraith portal having to take that cue to get outside so the rest of the team can come out. But of course, when you do that, you're going to make yourself vulnerable. You get the quick pick, and there's some nice stuff that can happen. But
And
the
now,
problem is,
they recognize the situation too, because you see, when they stayed inside those houses, they made sure that they knew the entire time that they was going to Wraith portal out, and because they knew that Lazarus was on the top of that roof.
Yeah, but the other thing I missed here as well is if you've seen that kill feed was still moving at the start, even while they were chilling inside. But I did want to give it a little compliments. Love the panic reaction as well, getting the Watson fences up on that portal immediately. Basically turning this into an absolutely, you don't want to try and chase through that.
Yep.
Of course, that comes into the smart part of the other team. Now, possibly you get a little bit aggro. You see the red mist. You try to chase in there. That could be your opportunity to throw it away. Of course, the enemy didn't make that mistake, but as we saw, there weren't too many other opportunities to actually get out of this room.
And the reason why it wasn't too many opportunities was because of Lazarus' positioning over there towards the top half of their roof. And we're going to take a look at their positioning up top. And this is almost going to be like a montage on the top of this roof because they're going to see so many targets down here towards the bottom area. Now, you see they're well fenced up. They know exactly what to do. And now it's just shooting fish in the barrel down there, and they get it done. Lazarus just showing that, hey, the height advantage is exactly where you want to be at. Nobody can really contest them in the last few moments of this game, and that's why they won it the way that they did.
Yeah, you know, it was really nice to be able to see Akihabara trying to take that cool positioning, but Lazarus having the better one for the fight. While they're sitting in there hiding in the corner, Lazarus is picking up kills. They're cementing that advancement, and well, as we heard, they didn't have a whole lot of words to say. They're just here to play the game and win, but
hopefully they have a better day 2 than they did in day number 1. But that's going to be it for me and Nate over at the command center. Back to you guys at the desk.
Thanks so much, Blaze and Nate, for breaking it down for us. And we may have heard 1 or 2 comments in Twitch chat that you guys like gameplay. So guess what? We're getting ready to jump right into our B-Stream matchup. We got Onset and Gaskin ready to take us into losers bracket round 2. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, and it is time to get into our next game. Dan, the losers bracket is slowly moving its way forward, and now, of course, we have round 2 of the losers bracket to kick off, and some very big and noticeable teams we're going up against each other right now.
Yeah, now we've got the teams that dropped from winners bracket round 2 going into that lower bracket, so we've got some big names in this group. However, we have teams who haven't really been able to achieve maybe the heights they've expected from themselves. We've got those 10 teams that dropped from winners bracket round 2. They've yet to get a minimum of 10 kills in any of their matches so far, whereas some of these lower bracket teams that are progressing through, we saw some big stuff from them early on.
Well, let's take a look through this Group B here in losers bracket round 2. Some of the names that I'm kind of picking out from these teams we had the likes of CLG, we have Gen G, SJ, who have moved through from a fantastic first place performance in their first losers bracket round earlier, and Sonics, another team who had a standout performance, kind of night and day from what we saw yesterday to today.
Yeah, SJ and Sonics, I would say, are the 2 teams that are going to be trying to disrupt this group. And And what I mean by that is a lot of these teams that have dropped from the winners bracket are probably expecting to progress and get further in the lower bracket so they can get another chance of getting towards that grand final. But from what we've seen today, the differences between the two teams of SJ and Sonics has been sublime. Now, SJ, a Finnish side, they've got a lot of composure about them, but they are a new roster. I was speaking to the EMEF on Twitter, and he was telling me that the reason why we're seeing such a difference is sometimes with that composure from Finnish players, it can take them a day just to try and gel, just to try and mesh, and it seems like they found that right rhythm about them. They really need to know how they're going to be rotating, where they're going to be pushing, and it's all starting to click today.
And sometimes it just takes a running through situations a couple of times in a live environment, like you say, to get those things down, to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're making those decisions together. And that's really been one of the standout things I think we've been hearing sort of echo across some of the successful teams so far is when they're making a decision, there's no second guessing. There's no, thinking about, are we going, are we not going? Everyone has to make that decision together, commit to that decision, and more often than not, when that's being done, we are seeing that success.
One of the biggest things I've seen from teams as well is being prepared to make an individual decision. I know there's so much on in-game leaders and them calling the shots and you following their lead, but if you feel you as a person are either A, about to die, or B, need to survive to keep your team in the game, you get out of there ASAP, especially if you're a Pathfinder, especially if you're a Wraith.
Well, here we go. The first game of round 2 of the losers bracket is live. You can see the dropship slowly moving its way from the bottom of the map to the top, so lots of opportunities, fairly comfortable landings for a lot of these teams. And we're going to look at the start of Aquilibritas Esports to see exactly where they're going to be falling. But there's some really dangerous teams in this lobby as well. I mentioned a couple of them, Reciprocity, another team who didn't have a great showing yesterday. We heard from a couple of players on Twitter saying they were extremely exhausted after their travel situation, and they made it here, but they're fresh today, reset of the mentality, and we could see a very different Reciprocity.
It's going to be a cage drop for AEQ, and actually they're being able to spread the distance in their drops because they were uncontested. However, that is not the case over here at Gauntlet. Plenty of action at Octane's playground.
Yes, there is indeed. And Alistar, one of those teams who didn't have the greatest performance yesterday, looking to put that right, and a lot of congestion going down, as you say, at the Gauntlet here. Another player going to be peeking around the corner, and it's going to be HRO who are causing all sorts of problems, and the problems seem to be falling more on their shoulders than anyone else's.
I was saying about how you want to get away if you're a Pathfinder, if you're a Wraith, but when you're the Watson and you're left as the final solo, it's so difficult to try and escape because you don't have the way to maneuver around the map as the other two Legends, but it seems like the Watson has just been able to escape and survive. If he can heal up, then there's always that possibility of getting to the late game, but going to be very tough as a Watson.
And what better way to establish dominance on the Gauntlet is, of course, win that battle, push that Watson outside, and take a couple of those little jump pads across the map and just say, hey, just to let you know, anyone watching in the surrounding areas, this is ours.
Just like a celebratory wave on the trampolines if you're enjoying yourself at a theme park. Sonic seem to have the control of Slum Lakes as well, so they're going to be able to get plenty of loot over here. And you wouldn't have seen the losers bracket round 1 game if you have been watching on the mainstream, but here on the side stream, Sonic's really showed up. Yesterday, I was pretty disappointed with them, and I'm sure they were disappointed with themselves as well. But the 3 USA-born players, they have shown sheer aggression today. When they realize they're unable to get a deep rotation, they're unable to set up early, instead they're just saying, let's play for kills, let's push these teams, because there's so many scared teams currently in lobbies because they really want to go for those late placements, they really want to survive, they don't want to drop out of the tournament. You can take advantage of that, you can pressure them, and you can force mistakes out of them.
Let's see if Sonics can keep up that aggression today, see if they can add some more eliminations to what has been an incredible start to the day for them. Keep that mentality and keep that momentum going their way as we now jump over to SJ Gaming, arguably the standout, obviously, of the group that we saw earlier, the first losers bracket round, but they're coming under a little bit of fire here, and one of the players is going to be dropped, and that's going to force a little bit of an engagement here, and it's going to be Chaos who are getting very interested in this battle. Shots going down here with the Spitfire, and it is going to be a squad elimination here. One of our standout teams from earlier, SJ, are going to drop, and Chaos Esports Club announced themselves to the lobby.
That's going to show the difference between the losers bracket round 1 and round 2. SJ, who won 2 of their matches in the first round, taken out straight away. The early LMGs doing the real damage for Chaos, as now Team Kurt seem to find themselves with only 2 members as well.
Yeah, and it is going to be the leader of Team Kurt, who is the player who is eliminated, and CLG are now showing some aggression early on. And interesting to point out here, Dan, still inside this first circle, we've already seen 2 squads eliminated. That is something that's kind of out of the ordinary from the pace of the games that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, occasionally you'd see maybe a few players just dropping and being being taken out, caught off guard, but it seems like there is more contesting in terms of drop positions, and also people just being more willing to take early game fights, because it is that do or die situation in the tournament now. If you finish in that bottom 10, you are out of here. If you can win though, you can progress to that lower bracket round 3, and then you still have to get in the top 10 again to get to the lower bracket final, top 10 again to get to the grand final. So we know it's going to be a long road, and I think these players know it's going to be a big ask as well if they do want to get to the grand final, but you have that opportunity, and that's all you need in the back of your head.
Just having a look at where the circle seems to be moving. It looks like a fairly central circle at the moment. Maybe moving towards that hillside outpost, maybe up towards the farm, that kind of area. A lot of maps still to obviously be discussed, but you can see teams looking to move from the south side of the map, maybe to a more northern position, a more central position. Just now see a little redeploy coming in from Call It Esports from the balloon, moving back over to Hydro Dam here, and you can hear the communication as well just in the background there, because there's shots flying in. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be running into Samsung Morning Stars, who currently have control of this place.
Yeah, they just thought they'd be able to glide into Hydro Dam, but unfortunately Samsung were just there waiting, and they immediately wanted to turn around. You don't want to be dropping on a team when you are redeploying, because if you do, you're just going to be so vulnerable, because it takes a little bit of a while to get your weapons out, and you can't engage in that fight straight away.
And one thing I like here from Samsung is the fact that they've kind of decided to back away from this battle in the open and kind of focus more around this choke point here. They have a huge height advantage should the people who are dropping on them choose to push or, you know, try and commit to this fight. They've positioned themselves in a way which now means they have every single advantage on the map as far as getting that first shot away in the battle is concerned.
We saw 2 finishes just outside of Market towards the river's end in losers bracket round 1, and you know what, we could see it as well. It's a slightly southern circle, so those who have used the Pathfinder passive will have a little bit more information as to where it's going to be heading, but certainly teams on those outskirts will be starting to traverse the map now to get more central, to try and get deeper into the circle, to try and set up and predict as to where they think the circle's going to finish. And there we go. That is heading towards Market again. I wonder whether we might see something similar.
And do you know who I think is going to be rubbing their hands together after seeing that circle develop? It's going to be Sonics, because they picked up so many devastating team battle wins around the Market, either inside of Market, on top of Market, or on those 2 choke points from the caves on the opposite side, trying to push into Market. So I think Sonics, if they can get a rotation down here and get themselves into position to potentially contest around Market, they're going to be pretty happy that there's a lot of presence on the map at the moment in this particular area.
It's Team Secret who are holding the top of Market at the moment, and it's worth mentioning again, and I will continuously say it, Team Secret, they had to pick up a new third coming into this event. Limek joins, the Polish player, young Polish player actually, given the opportunity to play on the biggest stage alongside the 2 USA players, Aladdin and Pish. I mean, it's always a bad situation when one of your teammates can't get to an event, but being able to pick up a player like Limek and the way he's adjusted to their playstyle has really been impressive.
If our observers in the back can hear us, I want to go over and watch some Sonic's POV, because every time I take a little glance up to the top right-hand side of my screen, they are picking up kills again, Dan. They are not afraid to engage in battles, and every time they are, what would you not be? They're winning the majority of the fights they're getting in at the moment.
Yeah, aggression is what got them so many points in their previous round. They were able to pick up 13 kills. Their best placement was only 5th in losers bracket round 1, but they still finished 2nd overall because of the sheer amount of kills they were constantly able to get. And you can see them now pinging where those enemies are, getting aggressive, looking for high ground, and trying to swarm on their enemies. Even now using Pathfinder's ult just so they can actually get some high ground and try and get above this final player on Chaos.
And Joey Blackout is taking his time here to just hide among the bushes. Listen to those audio cues. He can hear the players creeping around them, and they run past him. This could be absolutely huge as far as placement points is concerned. I think it was actually Sonics who, you know, they weren't exactly subtle in the way that they moved past there, but they weren't smart enough to realize there was a player lurking in the corner.
Yeah, Sonics are kind of pinging around saying maybe he's moved here, maybe he's moved towards this little compound, but now they're under fire from elsewhere. So they do just have to calm things down a little bit, take a little bit of time to heal themselves up and have a little rethink of their strategy, as Joey has done the job and he's been able to recover the banners as well. Real question though, Mark, is he actually going to be able to get a respawn?
I think he is. I mean, you look at the clock here, but between that, when that ring's going to next be moving in, he's got a respawn beacon in front of him, and he's got 1 minute and 10 seconds until that circle is going to move in and do the damage, and it's not going to be doing too much damage as far as, you know, making it difficult to get that respawner into the map and potentially move around and find himself a couple of death boxes or a little bit of loot, which you can see there. At least there's a couple of guns for him to be picking up, but that's a huge play in the context of things and the context of the tournament and this losers bracket round it. If you can get both teammates up in a situation where you had an entire team swarming past you and running, fair play to you.
And you might be watching him saying, well, why is he not instantly gone for that respawn? Well, he's just having a little scout around to ensure no one's waiting just to pounce on those respawners. But of course, when that dropship does come in and implement those players back into the game, of course, that is going to be warning signs for everyone around. You will hear that dropship, you will see it as well, and they are going to have targets on their back. Chopper,
he didn't even touch the ground!
He's ripped out of the air.
He did not touch the ground, and Chaos inboxes as well. I think he's holding on for dear life as well. So for all of the great work there that Joey Blackout did for Chaos, and getting those 2 banners, managing to sneak his way back to that respawn beacon, it just looked like there was another team there who was just one step ahead and the precise moment to pick up those kills.
Can I say, I must appreciate, and I have to appreciate, the in-game communication that you have in Apex. I know that, of course, they're on, like, whatever voice communication they want to be, and they're going to be able to communicate via voice as well, but the fact you can still ping things and give visual cues to your teammates is both excellent in competitive play, and also for me at home when I don't want to put my headset on and I don't want to talk to people.
So then BDS set up here. There's a couple of buildings just outside of the crossroads area of the map. A good position to be in, as you can see, just holding down this choke point, calling out that there is a team down here, and what a shot that is. Absolutely smashing the shields off of that player. The wingman still so devastating from distance. Of course, this isn't day one wingman. However, you can see how much work it still does. And Joey Blackout here, I'm going to need to give a shout out to you. You are doing all sorts of work for your team at the moment. This has not been an easy game for the Chaos boys to be involved with.
So many players in this situation as well would just be running, head down, let's get into the circle, let's play for placement. Joey's like, nah, I've got a wingman. Let's actually do some damage. Let's show that I'm here to fight. As we move across and we see that CLG have now poised up here. CLG, who did struggle in their winners bracket round 2 game, and that's why they find themselves in the lower bracket. The most kills we've seen them actually get so far is 8, and that was in winners bracket round 1. They weren't able to get anything like that in winners bracket round 2, and even winners bracket round 1, Mark, CLG did find themselves having to go into their 3rd match before they were able to pick up points and guarantee themselves into a top 10.
I do want to maybe put a little bit of an asterisk on that as well, because Nicewig, obviously a controller player, was having a few technical issues yesterday, which maybe has to be factored in. We'll see how he bounces back today after a good night's sleep and maybe getting those technical issues sorted that he had with that controller. And you know, at CLG, we talk about controller players and you know, how being in those close range battles can be a huge advantage for them. And then you can see the rotations that CLG are making through the likes of Skulltown. That's going to favour them, especially yesterday when they had that game where you know, they were a little bit worried about being knocked down to the loser bracket a little bit earlier. They won those important battles around Skulltown, so they're going to feel comfortable in those surroundings.
This was the problem with Joey actually standing out and being brave, though, is suddenly everyone's turning on him and they're seeing a vulnerable little Wraith just running through Kings Canyon. And yes, okay, a valiant effort, but unfortunately, it's for 0 points as they finish in 17th.
Yeah, I feel for him there. That was a tough pill to swallow, a bitter pill to swallow, I should say, after doing so much work. I'd be looking either side. If he sat in the middle, I was looking either side and going, come on, man, like, give me a little bit of support here. You know, it's one of those,
at least one of those situations.
Yeah, exactly. He did everything for his teammates, but over to Team Kurt just momentarily there, and now we're going to check in with Team Fire, Longbow in hand R99 as well to complement that if anyone decides to get aggressive here and push in. And they are going to have to make some moves towards that next circle in around 40 seconds time, as are Team Kurt here. So Team Kurt, I think Kurt was actually knocked down at one point during this game, so they've managed to get him back into the game to get up to a full 3-person trio. We'll have to see what they can do now that they've managed to get themselves back into the game.
And it was Team Kurt and Team Fire who both came very close to staying in the winners bracket, actually. They finished in 11th and 12th, both on 14 points, but just not able to scrape through. It does seem like 14, 15 is really that 10th place threshold in a lot of these lobbies. But you just can't rely on it. You always have to push for that extra kill because you never know. It could just be that 1 point that makes a difference.
Yeah, Gen G yesterday, they had a few, I would say, big opportunities to place well and pick up, you know, significant points in some of the games that they were involved in. Just those little moments, those clutch factor, maybe they were missing at certain times. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well and see if they can find that little bit of magic, that little bit of spice in those pressurized situations to convert into points here. But 16 squads left at the moment as we are seeing round 3 and that ring closing in around 20 seconds.
Not quite going to be the eastern ring that we saw going towards River's End in losers bracket round 1 twice. Instead, it is heading a little bit towards Market. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have 2, maybe 3 teams already set up shop, quite literally, in the Market. But it depends what stall you want. Do you want an aggressive one, or do you want a passive one?
Choke going to be picked up here by Madness as well. And we've seen the range that can add to that Peacekeeper, just making those projectiles nice and tight, being able to hit those distant shots. And inside Market now, as you say, Dan, I think we're going to have 3, 4, at some points, maybe even 5 teams with the amount of enclosed spaces that you could put those Watson fences up, put those Watson ults up and fight from there. And the only problem is we're setting up early on Market here. If everyone's sat in there and that ring rotates outside of Market like it just has now, as you can see it pop up, everyone's going to leave at some point, and there's only certain amounts of way to leave.
And it actually looks like Segglebert are the only team in Market because they fenced off the entirety, and that's just going to scare everyone else from pushing inside, as we see Gen G using Bangalore as here. So that's worth mentioning as well. That's showing that they want to get a little bit more aggressive, and they really want to get in people's faces, utilize that smoke as well with digital threats.
Yeah, and they were running this composition yesterday, one of the only teams to have a little bit of flavor added to that 3-person lineup. As far as the Legends are concerned, we're going to see them raining down some shots here, but now over to third impact. You can see a team trying desperately to rotate in on them. They're trying to gatekeep this part, and Gen G are just above them at the moment, raining down shots. Dummy's going to take down, snipe down, and Reciprocity have had a real struggle so far in this tournament, nailing these rotations. They always seem to be running into teams with these choke points.
And several times we have seen Snipedown being that first player to be knocked as well. I know naturally he is one of the most aggressive players around, if not just in this team, so it's not of a massive surprise. He is usually going to be making that initiation and trying to make that push, but it just seems like either Rex and Grego, they're not getting there quick enough, or Snipedown's just getting caught out a little bit on his own.
If we could just very quickly pop back over to Reciprocity while we have a quick view in on Triumph Gaming. I just wanted to check the composition and who was running what particular Legend there for Reciprocity, just to see. I was wondering if Snipedown was running that raid still, or if he'd actually swapped over to the Watson. We'll have to have a check on that maybe a little bit closer in the game, but now inside Market, we are seeing the battle go down. The wingman shots are landing, and they're landing hard here onto Team Fire, and this is looking like a difficult situation to be in. And speaking of Team Fire, there's some flames in front of them right now.
Yeah, they've got that digital threat, though. That's really going to help them in this battle, and Burt with the longbow is just trying to support his teammates, but they're just being pegged back at the moment, and we are going to see utility used. Arc Stars and grenades are going to get involved.
And now you're going to see Segglebert, another team trying to push in on them as well, and Roe is going to be dropped. Does have that self-revive shield, though, to potentially get back into the battle, but it's actually Team Fire here who, for me, looked like they had the disadvantageous positioning in that particular fight, have found their way out, and not only that, they've managed to take some kills with them.
Yeah, I think Roe thought he might get away with actually reviving himself there. He thought he'd been a little bit sneaky, hadn't shown that gold shield enough, but he gets caught out as finally Team Secret are being put under pressure on top of Market. They've been holding this for quite some time, and you can see that circle has now moved slightly towards the southwest. It's going to be in that one particular compound just to the left of the screen of Aladdin at the moment, so they are going to have to move off of Market, but they've got 1 minute and 10 before they want to make that decision.
Yeah, there's a couple of teams who are set up in those buildings as well, so that's an almost guaranteed, top 7, top 5 placement. They don't need to peek, they don't need to get too hungry for kills and extra elimination points, because they're going to pretty much guarantee themselves some points unless they get pinged by the wingman and get dropped in a bit of an overzealous situation, maybe getting a little bit thirsty for those kills.
I think what Team Secret have done well throughout, certainly the lower bracket anyway, in the games that we saw recently, maybe not yesterday when they were still trying to gel as a team, is their rotations have been good and their positioning has been phenomenal. They haven't really picked up as many kills as they would have liked, but I think we can expect that when it's not a well-practiced 3. I think their most kills they've actually achieved was 5, and that was in that lower bracket round 1. But they were able to get a couple of top 3 placements, and I think if you can achieve at least 2 top 3 placements, you can set yourself in a really good position of getting out of whatever group you might be in.
Just need to point out there, initially in this game, we had a little bit of action early on. We were talking about how we hadn't seen, 2 or 3 teams drop that early in that first circle, but now we're on round 5, and we have 15 squads remaining. This is going to get get very, very tasty very, very quickly, Dan.
I think when you start to get a lot of the better teams who know how to rotate, who know how to avoid those shots and those sight lines, you are going to have more teams in these smaller circles. Ring's closing now, so you got to push. You got to make your decision right about now.
Not for the first time. Samsung Morning Stars here has fantastic positioning as far as that circle is concerned. CLG now desperately trying to push in. Nicewig is going to be the last player alive for them. The other two players have been dropped. He's going to perform some miracles here of CLG. Want to place well. 14 squads remaining. Look at that kill feed. Now it's lighting up like fireworks night.
Really nice positioning from CLG, as that's going to be on fire out of the competition if they notice the knockdown shield on Urban. And yes, there you go. They're out of the lobby. Samsung still watch on from one of these little buildings, and they can just do whatever they like at this point. They just grief everyone and anything that they see out of these windows.
Yeah, Samsung in a phenomenal position here. You can see Urban on fire, maybe just hoping and praying that he can get a couple of extra placement points. Finally does get taken down as third impact, excuse me, just on the outside on the low ground now. And interested to see if they can kind of get away with some positioning here, because you can hear the fire that's going off. If a couple of teams get taken down, they're just going to shoot up those leaderboards.
Well, they do have the zip line, and they can shoot up that as well to actually get into a position. As I say that, actually Felden is taken out, so no zip line available. And now Triumph here, they're in the commanding point. They have a little bit of high ground. They also have cover, but I think it's going to be Samsung who are going to be one of their biggest competitions. The Morning Stars are actually opting to move out early. They want to get aggressive. They want to get some kills. They're quick to back off.
Still 7 squads remaining though. Call up one of those teams. You can see Lager there taking down Forsaken in the feed, and the ultimate high ground in this particular circumstance seems to be in the hands of these 3 players. We're going to watch Vanillus now from Triumph Gaming as he's looking for a quick shield swap potentially here. A little bit of loot, add that barrel stabilizer onto that longbow, make those close range, those mid-range shots a little bit easier, a little bit less recoil onto that weapon. As we see BDS now down low, trying to rein in some R99 shots and back those players up.
Triumph are all on white armor. They hadn't been able to loot up, but because they positioned themselves so well, they can take advantage of a lot of those death boxes around them as the zip line is put up now and the ring is going to be closing in just a couple of seconds. You got to move.
Here we go, they drop in. This is where the battles are going to be going down. BDS get a couple of downs, but I'm not sure that anyone is going to be picking up kills in this position. 5 squads left to go here. Cooler taking down Nicewig in the feet. CLG now out of contention.
Triumph though, look how much height they have, and they can try and shoot through these little grates. It's not working out at the moment, but the most important thing is they can't be shot by anyone else because they're all down low. They're all hiding from each other. So Triumph just need to be patient, wait for the battle to unfold, wait for a couple of shots and grenades to come out, and then they can just spray down and rain down hell on everyone else in this lobby.
Halcyon Gaming still with a full complement of players here, decent shielding as well. Triumph Gaming just trying to locate these last 5 squads who are just lurking about in this final couple of circles here. 1 minute 20 until we move again. I'm not sure we're going to see too many engagements as we now hop over to Samsung Morning Stars. Everyone seems to have some sort of comfortable position, even in a circle this small.
And of course, the advantage is going to go to those who do have Wraith still as one of their surviving players, so they can use that ultimate, so they can use that portal and the Q to survive during the red.
And the worrying thing here for Samsung Morning Stars is they've had this great position. They've had control of that building in the compound for so long. However, look at where the circle is moving now. They are going to have to move out of this, give away their position and expose themselves for essentially the first time in this game, and they're looking to utilize the zip line here to try and escape.
I mean, everyone is going to have to move from where they are, and everyone is just going to have to dive into open space at this point. You can see him just going through his utility, going through his grenades. He's got arc stars. He's got the ability to just destroy anyone that does drop. So you have to have patience. You have to have the ability to just take a small chunk of damage from the red. Remember, it ticks for 25 at this situation, so you can only be ticked 4 times in the red before you die.
Vanillus now taken down to pretty much no health. He's going to have the time to back up though and reshield and live to fight another day in this battle. Here comes the push from all of these teams. Grenades go in, arc stars go in, trying to clear those players off that platform, before making their move. And it's going to be Halcyon Gaming who are guarding these portals and picking up some kills on Samsungs as they do make that move. Peacekeeper now in hand, and that's a great play here from Halcyon Gaming. They have shut down that push.
Massive fences from Watson as well. It's so difficult to get into this circle when those fences are in the way, and the Peacekeeper's doing so much.
Oh, the Peacekeeper lands the second! Make it 3 here, Rain is making it rain. inside this circle.
He's doing so well, and he's got a wingman to boot, and he just needs to wait for the remaining player. He's looking for him. Who's got the knockdown shield? Where are you? He just waits. He can finish this off. The game is in his hands. The self-revive might be there, but how long can he stay alive? This is the thing. He's going to dance through the portals, Mark.
He's going to dance through the portals. He's going to do a jig, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And what a play it was to close things out there. The Peacekeeper being the answer to the problems here. Halo Client Gaming take the first game of Losers 2 Group B. He didn't miss a bullet.
He didn't, and Halakline, they just set up so well. They saw all of these teams desperately trying to portal towards the center, and they went, nice portals there. How would you like some Watson fences? And it just made it so difficult to anyone to push out. Not only did they get the victory, but 12 kills as a squad as well. That's the best we've seen from Halakline so far this tournament. Previous to that, we've only seen them actually manage 4 kills as their best. So finally, they seem to be finding their rhythm in this tournament.
Such a huge play towards the end as well. It's such a good feeling when you drop in that circle, and it seems like you've got that half a second and everyone who's coming at you just chunking people, that Peacekeeper, dropping them left, right, and center. And in those moments, that's what we mean about getting to endgame, because you will get those opportunities to rack up the kills and put up extra points. What a performance that was. Big plays in big moments. That's what makes a big performance.
I love how calm Halakline were at the end as well, because obviously there were a couple of knockdown shields they had to worry about and they had to scout around, but they had a little bit of time before that circle was going to finally enclose and just destroy everything that was within it. The reason why the knockdown shield is so important, because you get that extra little bit of health, and it is, we have seen teams win because of that knockdown shield. It actually happened earlier in the lower bracket, but they stayed calm, they stayed patient, they communicated, and they made sure that they didn't do anything drastic.
Well, here's the breakdown of statistics from Halakline Gaming there at the start. Number one, of course, they won that first game of round 2 of the losers bracket. 12 kills on the board, 12 placement points, adds up to 24, and you can see how they were shared across there. Rain with no kills to report, but a lot of damage, I would imagine. Brent Royale picking up 7, and Azzy with 5 kills to his name.
And when we do consider that the general cutoff point has been around 14 points in a lot of these lobbies, sometimes 15, maybe a little bit higher, 24 should secure you your passage into the next round of lower bracket, and that's going to be the entire standings then after this game. So currently, the teams in that 11th to 20th, they're going to be the teams heading out of the tournament, but they still have 2 matches to get back into things.
You can see the standings here then. Halakline Gaming 24 points at the top, Triumph Gaming 15, third Impact 9, and I'm looking all the way down there to Samsung Morning Stars. 8 points on the board, yes, 6 placement points, but a little bit disappointing for them, considering that they had such a fantastic early rotation towards that final circle. Maybe they'll be a little bit disappointed that some points have slipped away.
I think that's maybe like the 5th time we've seen Reciprocity finishing in that 15th to 20th spot as well. I'm not sure whether it's just rotations that aren't going right or whether it's a communication issue, but something isn't quite clicking. Maybe they need to switch things up going into match number 2 and 3, but we can now go all the way back to the start of this game, which seems like an age ago, and SJ, who were a team had performed so well in losers bracket round 1, I thought they were going to be bringing the heat into this round, but instead they were greeted by early LMGs. And if you can find a Spitfire early, if you can find Devotion early, you are going to be in such a commanding position in those early battles.
I just want to give a shout out there to Joey Blackout as well. Never forget. You did everything you could. Yeah, we're big fans. You did everything you could to survive, and I'm glad that we got to capture that moment on the replays package as well. But this is where it really came down to it here, and you know, Triumph Gaming, they had that ultimate high ground towards the end. They had the advantage as far as where they wanted to be positioned, but it was this play towards the end, dropping in and hitting these shots with the Peacekeeper. This could have gone so differently had these shots not been hit.
And this is one of the biggest examples as to why high ground isn't always the best situation in the final circle. It was Halakline who had the low ground underneath this stairwell. They were able to fence up, they were able to get the shots off, and because they could just look and choose and ping everyone that was walking into the circle.
And it was Brent Royale, the man, and look at this, there's 1, there's 2, make it 3, and do you know what, he wasn't done at that point as well. I think he just continued on his merry little way and gets the another kill there with the wingman. I think he ended up with 5 kills, was it? And I'm pretty sure we just saw 5 there from Brent Royale.
Might well have got them all in that final circle. And then you just have the merry little dance of everyone with the knockdown shields. Triumph did what they could to try and survive by going into the red, but unfortunately it wasn't going to be enough, and they couldn't get back in and not be chunked by the red.
They just got to watch things happen at the end of that. It's quite a lovely situation to be in. And you should be allowed to take that second to just enjoy what you've just done, especially destroying people with that Peacekeeper. But that is going to do it from our first game here in round 2 of the lose bracket. We're going to throw it over to the desk now on stream A to break it all down.
Alongside Jamerson and the man, the myth himself, Rain Day, back on the desk. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, fellas. Good to be back again. You guys looking good today, so I'm excited to kick things off right.
Back. We're to match your level, man. You can't see this guy's jeans right now, but it's the next level stuff going on the desk, honestly. Very impressive. What's even more impressive is how much this guy knows about Apex. He's been doing his research. I know a lot of storylines, a lot to break down there. It was actually insane at the very end. It was almost like Pop Goes the Weasel with that Peacekeeper, one after another, and ultimately Hallicline comes out on top. That's what I saw. What did you see? Obviously, you have much different eyes than I do.
Honestly, I think what we're noticing is the value of those close-range Peacekeepers. We were kind of seeing a lot of value with the EVA 8 as well, and people even in the earlier games where we saw in the push earlier in Game 1 where longbows are even being prioritized for the flexibility, Peacekeeper got the job done. And then the patience at the end to try to pick out who got the gold knockdown shield, because that was something that Triumph actually ended up falling to in an earlier game that you guys didn't catch on broadcast. That's a big, I think, impact, and players are going to be starting to look for that more in their looting process than they have before.
Yeah, this time we're seeing the impact of it too, because we had both teams down there, and so it came down to a difference of 2 points because of that. And so he was able to use the Wraith portal, get in and get out, and make sure that he wasn't the one that was on the offering table to the Hallicline gods.
Yeah, the offering table, indeed. It was like a butcher knife, just
everyone was just bowing down to him.
Crazy. Indeed. And actually, like you said, got them top 2. So Triumph, an extra 3 points, literally because it was just last man standing or last man knocked, I guess. Ability to use that portal to stay alive made a big difference. Of course, the knockdown shield as well. But ultimately, Hallicline comes out on top. In the end, it was Hallicline with 24 points, Triumph right behind him with 15.
Yeah.
So very good performances from two teams that maybe you didn't expect to go big in this one.
It was a team that, like, definitely coming out from Triumph that I was hoping would show up a little bit more. And so starting off here in this lower bracket group with the second place finish with a lot of points really underneath their belt, which is, as they talked about on the casting desk, right? A lot of this like cutoff has been around 15, 13, 14 points. So already hitting that mark is going to make them feel very comfortable.
Yeah, and I think it was a great thing for Triumph to go through, like we mentioned in the game in the earlier round when they were playing out of it, to have that moment where they actually failed on the gold knockdown shield. They actually lost placements. They had great positioning on the high ground. They ended up falling, and it was SJ who took the win when they were actually looking for somebody to kill and saying, what's happening? They died to the ring and realized their mistake. So they put it into practice immediately after. They're warmed up. It's also an interesting factor. They've played before. Some of these teams like Hallicline just getting warmed up for today. So I think that does start to play into the fact as to why we're seeing Triumph continue to know how to operate around these pretty tricky situations.
Yep, of course, Triumph, a European team representing the nation, Germany, Sweden, and the UK. So multinational, again, speaking in English. Imagine having to communicate. Not only in your primary language is it hard enough to communicate in esports, but in your secondary language as well. Big shout out to Triumph. Another team that is multinational and did it very well was Samsung, who they made it, I believe, in top 5, top 6, secured a few points themselves. They, of course, have Nissa on their team. Nissa, a former member of Team Italy for the Overwatch World Cup. He was able to represent his country there. Now he's representing Italy as one of the last competitors from Italy remaining.
Yeah, so I mean, we were seeing that a lot of organizations, a lot of companies are starting to branch out and have like more regional kind of sponsorships and teams now, and that is what the Samsung Morningstars are for EU. And so if we take a look at two players coming from Samsung Morningstars, Casper and Nissa, they have both moved on from their Overwatch teams from the Samsung Morningstars, making that transition. And that seems like to be, you know, a small bit of a trend that's coming out here in Apex. A lot of players making the transition within the same organization into Apex instead.
Yeah, and I mean, Samsung have shown a lot of consistency today as well. They're clearly getting in top 5s multiple times. They've already had several games beforehand that they're able to find themselves in those final circles. So their positioning is on point. They actually are really advantageous in trying to make other teams fight before them. And that's a huge part of Apex, the third-party nature. Whether you like it or not, you have to be able to let people kind of fight each other and then see when is the best time to approach. Samsung and Casper specifically are very good at doing that and then poaching targets with wingmans, which they prioritize pretty heavily to be able to do that and get extra points.
Yeah, a little bit of hot and cold, cat and mouse. You got to understand when to be hot, when to come in for the attack, or when to sit back and let the fight happen. Another team that has been performing well today is SJ, a team of 3 Finnish players.
Yes.
And generally speaking, the Finnish are known to be very, very intelligent individual players, very good at strategizing, adopting. They unfortunately did not have a good game 1. They got dropped on early, as you guys mentioned. They got taken out early. Had a great losers bracket round 1. Maybe they'll try and catch fire and adapt here. I'm interested to see how they bounce back.
Yeah, when you talk about getting knocked down early, this was actually actually an uncharacteristic game out of all the games that we've had this weekend, where we had a lot of challenges early on. We saw HRO actually falling early on, challenging, I forget which team over at Gauntlet, but yeah, I mean, we had a lot of scuffles, and even the casters mentioned it themselves that these are the most fights that we've seen in the early game.
Yeah. Well, that's going to be it from us, guys. Good, of course, to chat about storylines and all that is going on here as it's win or go home. Once again, these teams do not want to pack their bags. Can Reciprocity and Snipe Down bounce back? Can the finish in SJ have a better game too? Let's go ahead and throw it back to Onset and Gaskin for game 2.
Thank you very much, John. Looking forward to, of course, getting into this second game. And for your sake, John, as well, we need to say we hope that Snipe Down continues, to be in the tournament because, we've noticed you like talking.
Is there an obsession there that we're seeing?
We'll hook you guys up afterwards. Anyway, let's look at the standings. Of course, how we stand going into this second game. Halakline Gaming, they're 24 points on the board. Triumph Gaming sitting in second place, and third Impact rounding out the third place with 9 points. But again, we need to reiterate the top 10 is what matters here. Outside of that, I'm afraid you're going home.
Even if you are currently sitting in the bottom 10, you have a real chance with 2 matches left. So I don't think they're going to be too scared. I think what the important thing we should focus on is that Halakline have solidified their spot in the next round of losers bracket. That's almost guaranteed unless we saw some wild antics, but I think they're pretty much there. You can say the same for Triumph. 15 points should be enough. Really, they only need to pick up a couple of kills or 1 placement point or 2, and they should be in the next round as well. So it's the guys who perform well in match number 1 that usually set themselves with a really good chance. But now we need to see a little bit more from those teams as finally the fist bump comes in. I thought it wasn't going to come. Oh my goodness.
Did see some awkward moments yesterday. Ooh. It was like a double one that went out.
Yeah.
And it was like the cold shoulder from both sides. I was like, dude, I'm sorry that happened. But
I think that's rule number 1 when you perform as a team. You need to discuss how you're going to be fist bumping. Is there going to be high fives, etc.? You don't.
Well, I mean, what would happen if I put a fist bump out to you and you didn't reciprocate? I mean,
you'd probably.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, let's not get too much into that. Sonic's a team that we didn't talk too much about in that game. We didn't see too much from them. Again, we're going to need to maybe put their foot back on the gas in game 2, much like they did earlier on in the second game of the first round of the losers bracket, to kind of cut down a little bit of that prosody. You've got to remember. At the moment, they're facing elimination.
Yeah, well, his 2 teammates are now on G2, and they did get offered to come and join Reciprocity. Snipe Down made that offer, but they wanted to stick with their original 3 that was around before the X Games, and it's going to be tough for Snipe Down to see that happen, because I'm sure he would have loved to stay together, and they could have progressed, and they could have been one of the better teams, but he is confident in this roster, and I still think they have a lot to offer, but we're going to be on the dropship with Halakline as they're just watching everyone dismount the dropship, and of course they will head towards their usual side of runoff, and I wouldn't be surprised if they start to spread out so they can ensure they get as much loot as possible.
I just wonder if the teams who had a little bit of an awkward landing, shall we say, in that first game are going to maybe reevaluate, not exactly their drop location, but as far as the surrounding area, more where they drop in that particular location, try and split apart or land together so that if they do get involved in an early team fight, that they're at least going to be able to fight as a squad and hopefully come out on top.
Halakline definitely veered off from their original destination there. I mean, I know you're not going to go everything off what they were pinging, but we're not used to seeing them drop necessarily over here towards the settlement, just to the side of farm. So I think that maybe they saw other people going towards runoff.
So then Chaos Esports Club, once again, chilling in the slums, looting up and taking their time. You can see the first circle has come up, so it looks like it's going to have a fairly strong northern pull to it. Probably maybe thinking about ending up at the top of the map. Some of a lot of locations, of course, to try and eliminate before we make a more of a educated judgment on where that circle is going to end. But at least that's going to allow those teams in the south who are landing around water treatments, etc., to know that they're going to have to traverse quite a lot of land.
Well, as Jameson was alluding to on the desk as well, our match number 1 had a lot of early fights, a lot of early eliminations, and I think that was because it was more of a central circle. When we get a circle like this, where it is fluctuating towards one side of the map and it is easier to predict, people naturally, they want to rotate a lot quicker. They want to avoid those fights because they have a better prediction of where it's going to finish. And the Sonics boys, well, they're in a decent place to rotate here. And I think maybe they've sniffed out someone else might have actually joined them here at Slum Lakes, because they were leaving and now they're heading back.
Let's see if they can find anyone that's hovering about in the slums. And as we move over to watch SJ Gaming, obviously a great performance from them earlier in the day, taking first place in that losers bracket group, the first one of the day. They're going to have to continue that fine form that we saw from them earlier, and now it looks like they're going to get a little bit aggressive here. On the southern side of the map, just side of runoff, and we're going to see them pushing in and out onto Chaos Esports Club. Early battles again here, Dan, inside this first circle.
Yeah, sometimes when you are going to be pushed this aggressively, you just have to accept that you're going to take a fight. And to be honest, with SJ, the team who got knocked out very early in the previous round, they've got decent loot, very good armor. They've got a purple and a blue, tier 2 and 3 to work with, and they're going up against a Chaos squad who are full white. So it means they can choose to get aggressive, especially if they notice those shields when they're able to get a couple of cracks.
It seemed to have forced them out of this compound as well. So now they're going to possibly look to think about moving back and rotating more towards, you know, a circle-orientated rotation across the map, having backed that team up. And then we're going to see SJ Gaming quite happy to pick up a purple helmet at any point in the game. Moving back, and just in comparison to that first game that we saw, Dan, a lot quieter as far as the engagement is concerned. Maybe that's because we aren't seeing those teams landing on each other like we did in that first game.
Right, here's the really early rotation from Kurt towards artillery. It does look like the circle is very much going to be heading that way. This would be beneficial to teams like CLG, who usually drop artillery, and they have been in this tournament as well. So Kurt do need to be very careful as they head up this way, and Succubus have already found themselves over here. If you remember previously in the tournament, we have had a finish in this exact building where TSM were able to pick up a victory. So that's a decent place to try and gamble and it finishing here.
Lots of fences going up, and they're going to be quite happy to just hold this area of the map and wait for that rotation to come in. Now over to the winners, of course, of our last game, Halakline Gaming, and Brent Royale doesn't have the Peacekeeper quite yet to do the damage that he did in that final circle, but I'm sure he'll be more than eager to get his hands on that shotgun, excuse me, and do just as much damage as we saw at the end of the last game.
And here are CLG as well, just shouting, get off our turf, we were here first. That's where they dropped, and they're doing so much damage with the thermite, and the R99 just rips through shields.
CLG, again, there's going to be a battle here, and the Pathfinder is missing all sorts of shots, and somehow on fire is on fire and wins that battle. You get the feeling there that that was probably not a situation he should have come out feeling quite as good as he does.
So unfortunate for Kurt. They were trying to rotate into artillery, and this is the risk you take when you go through tunnel. You've only got one way to go in, only got one way to go out, and there were teams on either side. Everyone desperately trying to get this early rotation.
CLG have had a phenomenal start to this game as well. Yes, this is their home ground. Yes, this is where they like to land, and this is where they like to take their battles. But as I talked about so many times so far, execution's so important, and I also love the aggression from CLG in that position.
Well, yeah, because it is CLG's home. They know all the nooks and crannies, they know all the loot spots, they know all the positions you can hide and you can traverse, and you'd assume that everyone in the lobby is going to have a good idea of how artillery works. But you know, when you have a drop location that you've learned down to every single pixel, you're going to have somewhat of an advantage. So you're going to push, you're going to take that advantage as best as possible.
So looking across the map at the moment, you can see Succubus still Watsoned up inside this building, and you fully expect them to not really do too much, to be honest with you, as far as pushing out in that from that strong position on the map as that ring is closing. 18 squads left now as we get toward the end of round one. And we were saying early on, not too many fights, but we are starting to see quite a few engagements now as we head towards that round two.
That's because everyone's just desperately trying to get early into this circle, and just by accident, a couple are running into each other. When you are rotating so early and so quickly, sometimes you don't even think about who else could maybe just be joining you in that rotation down a certain path.
Speaking of being joined, Joey Blackout has a couple of teammates alongside him now, which is obviously going to help him out a little bit as far as progressing towards those placement points is concerned. An all-gold alternator there, just shining in the bottom right hand of the screen for a moment there before we move over to watch HRO now. We're going to have a pretty difficult push through this little choke point next to the watchtower on their way towards that artillery final circle.
If you haven't already rotated to artillery, you're gonna have a difficult time rotating in, because everyone's already set up and already posted up in several different locations. So your hope now is that the circle doesn't go as far as into artillery, even though it looks that way. We've seen some strange things happen with the circle at this event, so you never really know. And even though teams like to hedge their bets, and of course you get so much success if you do hedge your bets and you are correct, there's always that off chance that maybe you're incorrect.
Well, here comes Chaos Esports Club, and the Havoc is doing some damage here on that player behind the Watson fence, and that is not going to be too long destined, but you can see how many are set up at the moment in this artillery tunnel. This is such a choke point here for all the teams trying to rotate in, and you can see at the moment Chaos are in trouble once more, being forced to back up, and there's another team now dropping. Just run for your life. This isn't going to be a good situation for you.
If you are one of those teams that's rotating in at this point, you've got to take advantage of the others that are actually tried to rotate and failed. And it's this point where you really need to decide, guys, we're probably realistically not going to get into artillery yet. Why don't we take some fights outside of artillery, try and loot up, get as best gear possible, try and take some squads out of the game to get placements, rather than just trying to survive.
One player going to be caught behind this pillar as well, and that flatline is going to do enough damage to at least crack those shields. Not sure if they've been able to secure the kill at the moment, and that Watson ult did not last too long. The generator didn't generate too much, to be honest with you, before being taken down. No shield regen will be coming in there, and now the R99 and the Peacekeeper in the hands of Wicked and Sonics. They love these close quarter battles.
And it all looks well and good for Sonics at the moment. However, when that circle does close in and they have to get towards artillery potentially, they're going to be watched by about 7 teams when they come out the other side of that tunnel. So yes, they're surviving for now, but realistically, can they get close to a top 5 placement and posting up here in the tunnel?
Shots going in here, as you're going to see SJ Gaming now trying to rotate, taking a little bit of a different angle. They're at the bottom of this valley at the moment. There's so many teams within, looking to move through that artillery tunnel. There's just going to be a graveyard of bodies by the time that this circle does finally move around this area of the map. Great shots there with the flat line to take down that player at the bottom of the valley, and it's Sonics at the moment who are gatekeeping. And even though you're saying the fact that, yes, it's going to be difficult for them to get into artillery, they're in command as far as other teams who are trying to get into the artillery tunnel. So they're kind of the gatekeepers of the gate.
And that's what Sonics are good at doing, though, is they are good at picking up those kills when they don't have a central rotation, when they haven't been able to rotate nice and early. And that's what saw them get into this losers bracket round 2, is they were just able to find so many kills from teams desperately trying to rotate late. So even though, yes, okay, it's probably not going to win them the game, they're going to get some decent eliminations from that position as now Triumph on this watchtower. This could be a really good spot for a lot of circles, and it's good for now, but if we do see it move over towards the artillery zone that we expect, they are going to have to move quite some way.
This is going to be one of those interesting points, and it looks like at the moment Triumph Gaming are thinking, you know what, we've seen some funny things today. Yes, normally we would have seen that artillery finish in some other circumstances, and we could have been a little bit more predictable. As Forsaken absolutely lands a headshot onto that player who's just poking at the top of that maintenance facility building. But yeah, it looks like they're thinking, hey, it might not be artillery here. We might be able to set up on the watchtower and get a little bit lucky.
Well, I think when you get to a point where you do see teams filling up artillery, you just have to try and take up elsewhere and hope for the best. And you can see there on Reciprocity's screen, or you did see, Snipe Down has switched over to Watson, and he's actually released the Wraith and given it elsewhere.
So a little bit of a change there for Reciprocity, and interesting decision to be made. Of course, Snipe Down known for playing that Wraith, and maybe that's been one of the reasons we've seen him go down first in those battles a few times. Doesn't have that ability to get out of dodge quite so quickly with that Watson. Gonna have to play a little bit slower, allow the keyboard and mouse players to maybe take that mobility away from him and try and put it to use. But again, Sonics now, you can see, they have complete and utter control of the artillery tunnel. The question is, can they move into artillery? And can they burrow their way in?
Right now, they don't have to. We have seen circles finish in artillery tunnel. It's an ugly, ugly circle to finish, and it's very weird because there's kind of walls on either side, and you end up with 2 teams that might be on opposite sides of that wall. But it has shifted towards artillery as expected. Most teams have got that right, as you would expect. And COG, well, they're the big winners. If you are in a zone, if you do drop somewhere and you know the circle's going to be finishing there, you should realistically be getting top 5, but it depends how heavily other teams push you. A lot of these teams in artillery, they're hitting longbow shots, and you can see they're eager to try and push because they want some kills, but then common sense kicks in and they say, well, actually, if we start to push, we're encouraging a third-party possibility, and a third party quickly in artillery could turn to a 4th and a 5th and a 6th because there's just so many teams right now.
Equilibritas Esports on the outskirts here of artillery as well, taking control of this wall. And a little bit of high ground for anyone trying to get a little bit sneaky, get a little bit peeky, and pop around some of these corners.
Sneaky peeky.
Wingman shots going in as well. And this is, again, this kind of point where everyone's just trying to get a little bit of real estate going their way. Trying to find an area to put those Watson fences up and trying to hit some longbow shots, some wingman shots, just to grief, just to hassle, and maybe create an opening for themselves to move forward as that ring does collapse.
And notice how all these teams who are kind of on the outskirts of artillery, they're all looking outward at the moment. They don't care who's in artillery because they know they're all going to be hiding in buildings. So they're saying, look, let's pick up some kills on everyone that's going to be heading in. Occasionally you have a glance to make sure you're not going to get shot from behind, and you might be able to grab a few shots on those who are inside, but this is a real opportunity now to get some big eliminations, get some points on the board for all those who are going to be trying to rotate towards artillery, especially Sonics in tunnels. I really think they're going to have a couple of fights coming their way.
The team that was up on the watchtower as well, they're going to have to be moving pretty soon as well. Sonic still playing this one patient, playing for these eliminations of teams trying to push up on them through the artillery tunnel. You can see just changing that fire on the flat line to that single fire again, looking to peel anyone who's going to be popping around that rock in front of him. Good disciplined play here, once again from Sonics.
Flatline's a really underrated weapon. I hate finding it early on because without the attachments, like some other guns, it's just so difficult to control, but in the hands of some of the best pros in the world, the flatline absolutely rips you apart, and you can see Ali has to back off because his shields were just torn away from him there.
Graceful now trying to land some shots from this top of this watchtower, and now you're going to see that zip line is set up. It looks like Triumph Gaming are looking to do as much damage as they possibly can before they formulate their push. You can see their exit strategy here. Be interested to see if the Wraith goes for a portal option as well to get them out of what is a bit of a sticky situation as far as the rotation is concerned. But somehow here, Alistar have managed to stay alive. They've got Sonics one side of them. They've got the team up on the watchtower. They're kind of not where they want to be in this particular circumstance.
And this is a tough situation for Sonics as well. I think they might actually have to get aggressive on these teams outside of Tunnel because you can see the circles moved and shifted where they will have to push outside the other side of Tunnel. So they need to make sure they kill this team first before they attempt to get inside of Artillery. And that's why we're seeing this aggression right now.
They're looking to get aggressive, pick up these kills, because there is an option to potentially rotate in a slightly longer route. However, it is fraught with risk, and now you're seeing the push come in. There's a knockdown onto one player. Android Dream goes down, and you're seeing Alistar get aggressive, trying to take advantage of that numbers advantage they've worked.
Yeah, Dream's down so synced. Synced is out now eliminated, so that's just one player left for Sonics, and where's he hiding? Have they found him? That's Dream? No, there's still one player left from Sonic somewhere. It's Wicked. He does have purple armor, but now he's being greeted by everyone else in his artillery. He's desperately trying to get inside Mark, but he's now going to be hit from behind as well. This is not going to be a good situation for Wicked. They're out. Sonics are down. They held the tunnel for so long, but it just didn't work out. They finished in 16th. No points for placement.
This now might create the opportunity for Triumph Gaming to try and rotate from the destroyed cascades, towards the outside of artillery. How are they going to play this? Is it going to be a zipline play, or are they going to look to use that portal ability of Wraith to poke their way back into the circle?
It is always a scary situation when you use your Wraith portal in round 4 or 5, because you want to make sure you're going to have it if you get to round 6 and 7. But are you going to get to round 6 and 7? That's always the big question.
Well, they've got to win this battle here, and they're not in a good position to do so. The shots are coming in. They're trying to keep this team at bay that's trying to push them. The only problem is they haven't got ammunition in the gun to actually take this fight. Gen G now coming to get involved in some battles of their own. The Eva 8 being pulled out and destroying the shields and the health of the players on BDS. Silk Thread, big play from him.
You know, I am wondering how these players hit these shots sometimes. It is absolutely phenomenal. Even without attachments, they hit shots. But as soon as you add some attachments onto those weapons, they just seem to hit absolutely everything. Perfection, well practiced. And Gen G now need to try and actually push inside artillery.
And this is one of the other areas you can get inside artillery. The little underpass on the way in. We've seen the tunnel. We're now having a look at the underpass, and someone who's not looking to go under. He's looking to go over to get out of dodge. Is that player there, the Pathfinder, using his grapple to stay alive. The wingman shots connecting here, and Segelbert are going to win this battle here and have a chance to potentially move up.
Can't go under him, you got to go over him. If you can't go over him, you got to go through him, Mark, and that's exactly what we saw from Segelbert there, destroying the opposition, as now that final circle just has that one building in, and it's also got that circular kind of structure in the middle of artillery as well. That's a perfect place to try and post up, to try and hide. Usually a great place for caustic traps as well, but no caustics in this lobby.
And a big performance here from Reciprocity, finally getting something going their way, but they have now got to move, and one player's going to be moving out. They've got to move towards that final circle, and 9 squads left here, so it's going to be a little bit of a slower game until that circle circle does come into move. You can see Grego trying to peek out there and just peel the heads off of anyone who was trying to poke their heads up and say hello from that little pit area.
The entire of Reciprocity still alive after a really struggling game one, and after a tough tournament for them so far. It's about time that they start to push into this top 10 now and make that top 8 as another squad is eliminated.
Yes, it's Halakline Gaming as well, the winners of our first game. They are inside the top 8 once again. Not got the best loot to work with as far as, you know, shields are concerned. However, a longbow in hand, R301 in the hands here. One of the players, and Ray Rain, I'm just checking across to see if he had the Peacekeeper. Not yet, not yet.
Worth mentioning, Halakline, previous StarCraft 2 pros as well. I mean, I know we've seen a lot of transitions from CSGO, Overwatch, previous FPS titles, but to move over from StarCraft and play this well, it really is a joy to behold.
See a couple of players just saying hello to each other. Polite greeting there across the through the door, and the shot there from Nitro is going to melt the shield as well. Look at that shot again. 11 damage being done, and there's the knockdown onto that player. Nitro with the longbow just lighting it up here on artillery.
This is a really interesting finish because of the levels that are actually available in the center of this circle. Yes, okay, you can post up inside this, but then you're going to be lower than the teams that are trying to approach through these windows. It's so dangerous, but everyone's been able to scatter their way in. 5 squads left now.
Snipe down, picking up kills here for Reciprocity as well. Maybe this is the game that they needed. Maybe the switch is working out for them, but Crypt here from Succubus is looking to do some work as we do go over to Reciprocity, and the R99 is melting shields, but Grego hasn't got too much to work with, especially when it comes to teammates. His 2 teammates drop. Now he's left on his own.
Huge plays from Grego, though, to actually go up and over with Pathfinder and pick up a kill as well, as now Kula trying to survive. But this is what I'm talking about. They're coming from all angles at this point, and it's so difficult to look at every single possible situation.
Succubus in control here, and they managed to pick up a kill. 3 squads left in this situation. Succubus look like they have the advantageous position here. One player's going to be trying to desperately get away. They're chasing him down. They're trying to finish the kill on the Wraith, and finally it looks like they have to concede. That player's going to get away for now.
CLG are top 3 though, considering they landed at airbase. This is a really good finish for them. Madness being the final player. Can he get any revives off here? I think Succubus might be preoccupied. There is a fantastic opportunity for him actually to pick up a couple of these players, because Succubus, they're looting. Maybe they think there is a team of 3 somewhere and they're reluctant to push, but I think at the moment it might be 2 solos, but the revives are coming through from CLG, and this is going to be a real chance for them to get back in the game.
Welcome back to the game. Nokoko Puffs, you have the chance to maybe pull off a miracle play to beat the Phoenix to rise from the dead and put some more points on the board here for CLG. He's going to be able to loot some boxes as well to keep himself going. And Nicewick, welcome back to the party. CLG back to a full complement here as the Peacekeeper shots are going to miss initially. They're going to land now, and CLG, well, they're bounced into life.
Now it's CLG versus Succubus, and it's going to be a case of, do they know there's going to be any revives available? Do they know that those 3 players are now back up, or do they think they have a man advantage?
Here comes the push there from Succubus. They want to get this first place. They want to see that championship banner. They take down 1. The R99 shots are ringing out across the arena at the moment. Star Wraith pushing in as well. They can't quite finish these kills though. CLG are keeping it together, but not for long enough. Succubus, they played it perfectly. They got aggressive, and they take game number 2.
Credit to CLG though for making that work and actually for getting to top 2. You heard a brief communication from Succubus as well, saying, we hear rezzing, but they didn't push it quick enough. Didn't matter though, because they were so well equipped. They all had the purple armor. They got 11 kills as a squad, as well as the victory. And as I stated previously, that is going to be enough to push you into the next round.
Big stuff then. 11 kills on the board, as well as that first placed finish. I mean, that was an exciting end to things there. You saw Succubus desperately trying to chase down that Wraith player who managed to get away. And CLG came so close there to pulling out a huge clutch situation. I think they know, having been given an opportunity there, you could see the reaction. It's kind of like, you know, it's great to get in that position, get second, but having been given that opportunity, I think they were thinking, maybe we could have done something a little bit different to somehow pull out that win.
I mean, they still got 9 points for placement. That's going to be massive, and we'll see how many kills they got as well in a minute when we look at the standings, but it was Succubus who were able to pull it out. And the reason why I love a final circle like that is because there were no doors, Mark. There's nowhere that people can hide. It was just open areas. And yes, okay, you can get inside that little bunker, but then you're just you're vulnerable to grenades, you're vulnerable to shots, you're being shot from 4, 6 different angles, and then all you've got to try and do is maybe try and get on top. But there are the standings. CLG were able to get 8 kills as well as that second placement, so that is going to be an incredible amount of points for them.
Yeah, big stuff from CLG and Reciprocity as well, starting to find a little bit of something when they needed to as well. 3rd place for them and 10 points on the board. Cooler there with 9 points and rounding out the top 5 this time. 3rd Impact, been pretty consistent so far in those first 2 games.
I think if you can achieve around 10 points per match, you're going to be in a fantastic position. Gen G finishing in 6th. Not getting much from placement, but they got a lot of kills early on. Segobert in 7th, AEQ 8th, and Alistar 9th, and BDS in 10th. And you can really see how kills are influencing this lobby mark.
You certainly can, and it's going to be the story throughout the tournament, not just now, Dan. It's going to be the story for anyone who wants to become that final Apex champion. Here are the standings after the first 2 games. Helicline Gaming 26 points, but hot on their tail now. CLG on 24, Succubus with 23, but now looking down outside of that top 10. A couple of teams not looking good for them.
So you'd imagine that the top 6 there have pretty much secured their way into the lower bracket, but I'd say anywhere from 7 to, well, anywhere from 7th downward are vulnerable to being eliminated from the competition. Yes, we get Alistar in a decent place, but they just need to pick up a few more points if they're going to guarantee themselves into the lower bracket round 3. Reciprocity have worked their way into the top 10, so that's good news if you are a Reciprocity fan. Bad news, however, if you're in that bottom 10, because you still have work to do, but good news, there's still one more match.
There is one more match, which is always good news. There's plenty more matches to come today as well, plenty more rounds of action. Of course, we've got more losers bracket rounds, we've got winners bracket rounds, we've got everything you could possibly want as we take a look at some of the replays here. And that early rotation here from CLG was what got them that 2nd place placement.
And this is when it pays off to actually drop in artillery, because we have seen so many finishes in artillery throughout the history of competitive Apex Legends, and albeit a small history, but even when you're playing online, how often do you see that circle head up north? So it's paid off for CLG. They've done very well to survive, and the barrage of people trying to join their home, and they invited them in, but they invited them with a lot of shots and a lot of hassle as well.
Kind of the begrudging, yeah, come in, do you want a cup of tea? That kind of thing. Like,
yeah, you can have a cup of tea, but no sugars.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those kind of situations. And Sonics, again, you know, that was interesting story of that game for them, just trying to, you know, hold down that choke point for so long. And finally, there's the first time that they really lost the initial engagement and got backed up. The team that pushed them, they took advantage of it so well, and they focused their fire. It was pretty impressive stuff, to be honest.
Sonics did play it right, though. In my opinion, they were forced to actually go for an aggressive push for the team that were behind them, because if they hadn't, they were just going to get sandwiched between the teams pushing, trying to get into the circle, and the teams that were already in the circle. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to win that engagement.
Succubus then, we're going to see these final moments here, this push. They were kind of set up inside one of the buildings inside artillery for a long time in that round number 2, but it was these moments towards the end here, having, you know, Nokoko Puffs managed to get off the 2 revives on his teammates just to make his life a little bit easier and give CLG maybe, you know, a 5% chance, a 10% chance of pulling off a miracle, but the push was just too strong here. We saw the R99 up close, personal, and doing everything that you don't want it to do if you're a CLG fan.
Yeah, unfortunately for CLG, Succubus were able to just like loot up, get ammo, get shields, get attachments, have everything for this fight. Succubus probably could have won it a little bit earlier if they had realized they were against 2 solos at one point, but it's very difficult to concentrate on that kill feed whilst you're actually having a fight. But they did well. They were still able to get the victory, and I'm sure that they know now that they're going to be into that next round, so they can be nice and chilled going into match number 3.
And speaking of rounds, round on round at the moment, CLG seem to be finding something a little bit more. Things starting to click, things starting to feel a little bit good, and we just saw Madness there leading his team with kills in that last particular game. And CLG, I always feel that there's a few teams who kind of warm into tournaments. I'm starting to feel that CLG might just be one of those teams.
CLG definitely have what it takes to get to that grand final, in my opinion. It's just whether they can actually find that rhythm and whether they can get circles that are beneficial to their drop. But that's always going to be an element of Battle Royale. Where is that circle going to finish? If it is somewhere where you are dropping, you're always going to have a better chance, but you still have to play it well. They could have easily just gone, oh, people are pushing us in artillery, and then dropped on them and then died straight away. Instead, they kept the high ground, they played it patient, they laid down fire, but they didn't push any things unnecessarily. It was really well played from CLG.
And we've got one more round to bring you all at home. We're going to take a quick break now, but when we get back, of course, we'll be concluding this losers bracket round 2, which 10 teams will be making it through. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is, of course, time to get into our next round, our final round here of round 2 of the losers bracket. Me and Dan Gaskin are having a lot of fun in the booth, and we hope you are as well at home. It's crunch time, though, for some of these teams. We are going to eliminate 10 more teams from the tournament right here, right now, after this game is said and done. But a couple of teams have got to be feeling good about making their way through the bracket.
Yep, 20 teams have already been eliminated from the competition from the losers bracket round 1, and of course another 20 will be eliminated in this particular round. But in this group, just the 10. But yeah, I think there's a lot of teams who would have been nervous coming into this one, wondering how they were going to perform, and they've managed to turn up when they needed to. Teams that I had questions about were CLG, Gen.G, Reciprocity, but they've now actually shown up in these matches. However, teams like SJ Gaming, who performed so well in that losers bracket round 1, they're really struggling, Mark.
Yeah, they are struggling a little bit, to be honest with you, and Team Secret down there as well, Dan. Struggling as well. Samsung Morning Stars, you know, they're holding on at the moment to that 10th place, and a lot of that goes down to the fact that, you know, they had that first game performance where they managed to get a little bit lucky with the rotation. So we'll have to see what happens with them in this third game. Can they do something more apart from, you know, get a little bit of an early rotation? Are they able to win a team fight or two on their way to securing points on their way through to that top 10 finish?
Would you say they need a little bit of a rotation, an early rotation, Mark? Do you think that's actually going to help them? Because personally, they tried to rotate early there, but it didn't quite work out. They ran into about 6 other teams that were trying to do the same. It was a very rotational based circle, though. I think that a lot of these teams work differently. Some like those kind of circles because you can predict it and they know it's going to be artillery and it does have that pattern. But when it's in the middle, I think teams who like fights are going to be really thriving.
It's also the entry points to that circle as well. You've got to think about artillery. Your ways in are pretty limited, to be honest with you. You've got, you know, the tunnel, you've got the underpass, you've got the huge walls that you have to get through in order to actually access that area. So if you are CLG, for example, you have all the cards on your side, and it's not surprised to see them close out a top 2 finish. But Sonic's here, I think, you know, they're in a fairly decent position at the moment, but they're one of those teams that you kind of worry about at the moment. If they get a little bit unlucky at the start of this game and fall and don't get placements or a couple of kills on their side, they could be looking over their shoulders.
And that's going to make you play pretty passive, to be honest. That's going to be encouraging you to sit in buildings, to wait, to not take fights, to not show the aggression that we've seen from them. But they're not going to be aggressive anyway, because when we saw the minimal amount of aggression from Sonics in that previous game, they lost that fight, and that is going to be an absolute killer for confidence. That's really not going to help you moving into the next game when the one fight you tried to get aggressive on, you actually end up losing. As we'll start with the winners from match 2. It's going to be Succubus, and we'll have an idea of where they're actually going to be dropping. As this is something you can learn from at home if you are playing as a 3, if you have your own trio that you like to play Apex with. You've all got to be looking in different directions. You've got to be working out where other teams are dropping, where is going to be an easy loot spot.
Well, let's see exactly what they can do then. Succubus, they're in a pretty good position, pretty much guaranteed with that win in the last game to make it through. And from one of those teams placing inside the top 10, but it's the worrying moments now that the teams are in that 7th to 12th position, that you're looking over your shoulder, you're thinking, have I done enough? And it's even a case for some of these teams. They're going to get to the end of this and think, have we done enough? They're going to be scrambling around looking at what eliminations were picked up by what teams and who is going to be able to lock down those final positions. So much to play for here for so many teams. And only 10, of course, will be moving on.
We have this team dropping
towards the farm, and that is going to be a southeast circle at the moment. So that could be beneficial to those who drop around Repulsor. I believe Reciprocity are a team who drop around Repulsor as well, so I'm sure they're going to be rubbing their hands together as they're not going to have to rotate around the entire map this time. But we'll see. When I get a better look at the map, I can give a better idea of where exactly this circle is going to be finishing.
And we'll be keeping our eye on the kill feed early as well to see if there's any teams who are taking that risk and thinking, do you know what? We need the kills, we need to try and grief someone, and we need to get the points on the board early and maybe eliminate some of the teams around them as well. Think about it. If you're in 15th place and you're kind of like, we need to have a Hail Mary game, drop on someone that's just inside that top 10. Try and take them on. Someone who might be a little bit worried themselves. Put that team under pressure.
And I think that kind of strategy might work in the later rounds of the tournament when you really know where everyone's dropping. But I think in this particular round, in losers bracket round 2, there's quite a little bit of unknown. There's some teams who weren't participating necessarily as much in pro scrims, so they're not really going to know where actually the drop locations are, so it's very difficult to try and target them.
You just got a little sneaky peek of that circle as well. It's going to be down the south side of the map. So players around Thunderdome, players in sort of the water treatment area are going to be in a good position to potentially get a rotation. And maybe Thunderdome isn't quite exactly where it's going to be. You just saw the Pathfinder being pinged there to find that location. It's going to be a little bit more to the southeasterly area of the map.
Yeah, southeast, so Repulsor side, landing pad, we also saw a finish like that already. It may end up a little bit more central if that first initial circle doesn't have itself over water. If you don't know how to predict circles, there is kind of a pattern, and there are plenty of videos around on YouTube as well, but essentially...
Shout out to Jameson.
Yeah, Jameson, who is on the desk, has done so well at analyzing the different patterns that have emerged from only normal Apex and, of course, competitive Apex as well. If that circle, if the white ring is just over water like you see, you are going to see a tendency, you are going to see a pattern where the circle is going to end up on one of the nearer main named locations. So that's why we are predicting something like the possibility of Repulsor.
Okay, you can see the standings as well after 2 rounds of action from this second round of the losers bracket. You can see who's holding down those top 10 positions. Reciprocity 11 points, Samsung Morningstars on 9, and just behind them, actually tied on points, was one team, BDS I think that was, on 11 points as well. So they're going to be super nervous going into this game. It is such a tough decision to make. Are we going to play for eliminations? Are we going to play for placement? I mean, I kind of feel for the players in this kind of situation because of the fact that, you know, so much pressure is on you, and one little false move and you're out of the tournament.
I think the trouble is, even if you go along the mentality of, I want to play for eliminations, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to go for kills, it's difficult to do that when everyone else is playing for placement, because even if you get aggressive and you push one team, you're probably going to be greeted by 3 or 4 other teams that are just going to be hiding nearby, and they're going to grief you and make it very difficult.
And this is the good thing here for Reciprocity as well. So many times we've seen them involved in games so far this tournament where the circle really hasn't favored them as far as where they have to rotate to. They've had to move a long way across the map from where they like to drop and Repulsor, but now that you've got that kind of circle a little bit more friendly to their side of the map, they might be able to get that early rotation and put points on the board and put themselves into the next round.
It's literally dropping in their backyard, just as it did for CLG in Artillery. So this is a fantastic chance for Reciprocity to try and ensure their way into the top 10, to try and keep their place in the top 10, should I say. For other teams, it's going to be a case of whether they can get to that southeast side quickly. Currently, Triumph are in water treatment, which is going to be fine. That's a nice little place that you can move over and actually take a couple of kills of teams that are going to be rotating through the middle of the map. So this is a good spot for them to be right now.
I thought you were going to say it's a lovely little location, as in like water treatment. So I was like, dude, it's a water treatment plant. Like
it's a horrible location.
Exactly, I mean,
like, what's that green stuff that's in the middle of water treatment?
Nobody really wants to know. The last time I saw something like that. Anyway, let's keep on to the action. Let's keep talking about what is in front of us at the moment. You can see teams are trying to rotate through pretty early here, as Halo Clan Gaming, team who of course took map #1 here, are looking pretty good. And Gen.G, they're inside that top 10 at the moment. But again, they're one of those teams just on that bubble who could have some really horrible thoughts after this match is done. They need to be consistent. They need to get some points.
They have 3 legends who have a lot of mobility. Having Bangalore as well, it means that you have 3 escape artists, essentially. Being able to use Bangalore's ability to smoke out and escape, and then you can actually use it as an aggressive ability as well, providing that your teammates have digital threats. But those are harder to come by in competitive lobbies.
First blood has gone down. You just heard it in the background there. And it is going to be a Succubus player, actually, who's been taken out there. Secret actually getting aggressive as well, taking down one of the Samsung players. And that's not good news for Samsung, one of those teams who are right on the cusp of making it through or being eliminated. So we'll have to keep you up to date the best that we possibly can on how those guys are getting on.
Yep, Gen.G are just going to be posting up here. It would seem they're more than happy to see where this circle is going to be moving towards, and they will wait for maybe a couple of these teams to be rotating outwards. So they're going to be gatekeeping this game. Again, it comes down to whether you can rotate early enough where you feel comfortable to move into that space, but on the edge of water treatment, on the edge of Repulsor, and again, I think that's teetering towards maybe a landing pad finish.
So Samsung now in a very precarious spot, really are teetering on the brink of elimination. Only 2 players left in this game as well. Need to just try and eke out some placement points, get inside that top 10 and hope that someone doesn't have a huge game who's part of that chasing pack. HRO then, they found themselves in a decent position here, and they're just going to take their time, probably drop some Watson fences around here as well to make sure that nobody can push them too easily without running into Any damage, getting stunned and getting taken out of the game themselves. And this is going to be a super nervy lobby, especially towards those endgame moments.
One squad has already been eliminated. I didn't quite catch who it was, but as soon as I notice and I get that information, I'll let you know, because it might be someone out of the tournament already. Shots are going to be coming across from BDS. You saw briefly as well, Team Secret have already set up shop at the landing pad. I think they are banking on it finishing around there, so they might be in prime position, but they're also going to be getting griefed by everyone else trying to get there as well.
Well, here's BDS. I think they are just about still in contention with making their way through as well, but they need to have a consistent game. So many teams here are kind of going to be thinking, you know, we need to just not throw it away in that circumstance. It's a dangerous mentality to have, and now you're going to see Cycloop here from BDS just retreating, desperately trying to get away to the safe grounds of that little, I'm going to call it a little recovery area, to be honest with you. They got that Watson ult set up to help those shields get recharged and back ready, and now you're going to see players trying to move across the map as well, and it's going to be HRO who are doing a great job here of focus firing onto these teammates.
Yeah, they're just pushing in and getting so aggressive onto Third Impact, and Third Impact desperately trying to run away, and that's very impressive play as well from a Pathfinder, knowing when to get out of a fight, and really using that ability to grapple away as best as possible. And I think that might be Third Impact eliminated as well. I've just seen Forsaken drop, and I think he was the third and final member, so that's going to be Third Impact with an inability to get any more points in this game. And you can see the ticker running across at the top of your screen after 2 rounds where they stand. And I think Third Impact were in contention for maybe dropping out of this top 10.
And this is perfect for Reciprocity here. We've seen they have the control of pretty much the only building that is around this landing pad area. This is where we saw Samsung, I believe, a couple of rounds earlier today just hole up and almost guarantee themselves a 3rd or 4th place finish. So Reciprocity inside that top 10, complete control here. The only way that they can really throw this away is if they make a bad mistake.
Third Impact were actually on 18 points. They were up in 5th, so even though they've been eliminated, they should be just about safe to get through to that next round in the losers bracket, unless we see pretty much all the top teams at the moment finish in that bottom 10 and all the teams below them finish in the top 10. There is still a possibility we could have a very high points lobby here.
Teams still making their way towards the circle. Only round 2 at the moment. 48 seconds still left on the clock. And just say 2 teams have dropped so far. And Joey Blackout with that wingman in hand, maybe just looking to get information at this point on where these other teams are rotating from and where they can be protected and where they can land their shots. And Reciprocity, as much as I'd love to watch them at the moment, they ain't going to be moving for a while, to be honest with you. Let's take our attention away to some of the teams who are trying to rotate down onto this area.
Team Kurt under a lot of fire, and they want to drop down, they want to get out of the sight lines of all these teams that have already managed to find themselves with height here at Repulsor, and they seem to have actually wormed their way into a decent little spot. The trouble is, every time you dive into any situation, there could always be a team just hiding around the corner who have already posted up and stolen that possibility away from you.
I've got positioning as far as where this final circle is concerned. However, as we talked about, not a huge amount of elevation differences around here. You have the top of that landing pad area, sort of refueling station, if you like. But as far as the others are concerned, they're in a good position here, Chaos as well, to watch anybody who's rotating in from the bottom of the valley there. They have the height advantage, but they've just got to be careful with the fact that they have those teams either side of them as well. They can't poke. Reciprocity are still above them inside that building, and if they turn their back for too long, we know that the R99, which is probably in the hands of Snipedown, is quite happy to land those shots.
Decent shots there coming out from Azzy, but unfortunately there is some return fire, so he's just going to have to back off. It's going to be the ultimate placed, just so he can generate some shields for free and hope that no one else can take out that beacon that's been placed, because when you do see one of those beacons on the map, you take it down as quick as possible. You don't want to give free shields away. You want people to use all of their shield cells, all of their batteries, so that if you do come into a fight with them later, they ain't going to have it.
And this is a good time for us to maybe break down why it's so important to try and land some shots with those sniper rifles, force players off of rotations, because you saw the shots that were landed there. Force had a client gaming down onto that low area of the map, and from there, there's so, you know, few areas for them to move through to try and rotate into that next circle. When they're up high and they have that power position, they're the ones who are controlling who can walk in, who can walk under them. A couple of landed shots, like we saw from that triple take, could completely change, you know, the orientation of how teams have to move and where you can locate your reticles.
Yeah, it also gives you the freedom to move as well. If there's a team that's higher than you, you can manage to push them off that high ground. You can either A, take that position, or you can B, rotate elsewhere as a member of Halakline Gaming goes down. It's going to be Brent Royale. We saw some incredible Peacekeeper stuff from him earlier, but unfortunately he falls. As now we're on board with Cooler at landing pad, and several teams have actually transitioned over to landing pad, hoping and praying it's going to finish on them.
17 seconds until that circle's going to be moving, and unfortunately there for QTSat, he just got put on his butt pretty quickly by a long-range shot there across map, just as he was looking to make a decision. But you could see in that moment there a little bit of indecision, not sure what way they were going to push, how they were going to try and approach this next rotation, and that just allowed those shots to come in.
Oh, poor Chopper. He's been left for dead here. Joey was like, nah, I'm out, I'm rated. You've got good luck as a Watson to try and get away. Come and join me if you can. And actually, Chopper's done pretty well at just laying down a little bit of fire, saying, I'm not just going to sit here and be under fire from you. Instead, I'm gonna take a couple of shots back, and it was enough to actually push them back. I think sometimes that is enough. If you just fire back at someone, they go, oh wait, they can aim with their weapons.
Every single fiber in my body wants to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, but the people at home, I'm sorry, I won't put you through that. It's not good, it's not funny. It literally has nothing going for it. But anyway, let's continue with our game now. Triumph Gaming trying to land some shots, I should say, with that scout on the triple take, and they're in a position here to be one of those teams who are looking to gatekeep one of these ways in to this landing pad area towards the end. And you're looking at those kind of teams to look for eliminations at this point, put those points on the board.
And there it is. Circle moves even further towards the landing pad, and Reciprocity still rubbing their hands together. But the trouble is, it's a very vulnerable area they do find themselves in. There's a few teams that are around. If two of them suddenly decide they want to get inside this building at the same time, Reciprocity might struggle.
I was getting a little bit worried here. Frex is getting a little bit antsy, to be honest with you, peeking out and looking for any players. Yes, he's got the ability to get away. He is playing the Wraith now for Reciprocity, something we did highlight in the last round, the change from Snipe Down playing that Wraith to him playing the Watson now. But it's still a risk. You know, a longbow shot, or someone might have a Kraber, for example, just lands a headshot in there. He's down. He's out of the battle, and Reciprocity, all of a sudden, with 17 squads left, for what is an almost guaranteed top 5 position, could be in trouble.
Yeah, unless you have a level 3 helmet, a Kraber will take you down in one headshot as well. But as you can see, several people have been able to find a level 3 helmet, and that is going to help out just in case any of those snipers are trying to take you down. But Secret still in the same place we saw pretty much from the early game here. And I think previously, when we've seen a circle finish here, it was Team Secret who posted up down there as well. A really good position because you've got the small wall to peek over, and you can also retreat under the stairs to your left as well. So plenty of room to dodge out of the way of bullets.
Well, here's SJ Gaming. So impressive in that first round of losers, and you have to wonder if just the increased ability in this lobby has made life a little bit too difficult for them. Is it one step too far? Because they were down in 18th place, I believe, when this lobby got underway. So they need big placement, they need big points if they want to continue their run in the tournament.
When you consider that SJ were able to get 43 points in the previous lobby in Losers Bracket Round 1, winning twice, getting 12 kills in one of their games, they look like an entirely different team. But I think that shows the difference of quality between some of the teams we have at this tournament. Even though every single team here is incredible at Apex Legends, there are certain tiers the further you get.
Of course there is. It's the same in any competitive environment. There's always those tiers, always those levels. And TSM, yesterday, the standout on it seemed like they were on a tier of their own, to be honest with you. But now we are starting to see some action start to unfold. Samsung, who needed kills, they were in a position here where they only had 2 players alive, remember, for quite a long time on this particular game. They've managed to pick up a couple of kills and a couple of extra points when you're holding on to a top 10 spot. That could be the difference here for them.
And this is now where you're going to be greeted by those players who are just waiting on the inside of that circle. Teams like Team Secret, who do have the view onto the choke points. They're going to be picking up so many kills. Chaos Joey goes down, and the whole squad of Chaos is eliminated out of the competition as well. God bless Joey. We remember what you did. You will be remembered in history of Apex Legends, but unfortunately, Chaos out of the competition.
We will always remember Joey for what he did. But anyway, it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Now we jump into Segelbert's point of view. Nitro, the man who we're watching. At the moment, they're just dipping and diving, and it's a surviving game for them. And you look at this next circle as well. They're in a pretty good spot under this building with Reciprocity. The Watson fences are up as well, and they're not going to have to move. It's going to be a case of everybody's going to have to push into them. I'd actually like to jump back to them when we finish this particular engagement that we're in with Cooler, just to see what the weaponry is like. Are they going to be able to take those close range battles?
The only bad thing about where they are is they can be shot from several different angles, and finally now Reciprocity getting an advantage from their early positioning. They're able to pick down a couple of knocks here, and maybe get some eliminations as well.
And one thing to point out here for Reciprocity as well is Frex has got the golden alternator as well, so if anyone wants to peek around a corner, dare to knock on his door and ask trick or treat, it's only going to be a treat. A trick, I should say. It's not going to be a treat. That is not a treat to run into.
No, that's going to be ripping through your shields as well. If he can communicate with his team, the disruptor rounds, of course, on that alternator, it does extra damage to your shields. As soon as those shields are depleted and he gets the crack, that's when his teammates need to come in, swoop, and finish them off.
SJ then, 13 squads remaining, slowly climbing towards those point placements that they need. They need big points though, and they're looking to make their move at the moment, trying to sneak in, maybe pick up some shields, maybe pick up some ammo to help with these battles. And now we're seeing that ring closing in, and we're going to see HRO have to make that rotation in. They've got a long way to go. They're trying to carve out a path. You can see them trying to see what the easiest way is, but it's not going to be easy for them. The Wraith goes out, the Portal goes out, and they're unfortunately going to find themselves under all sorts of fire on their way to this ring.
They're bobbing, they're weaving, they're doing everything they can to survive, but they're being shot by 10 different squads at the moment. 10 squads who have already found their way into the circle, and it's Team Secret on top of the landing pad now who are doing all the damage to all these teams trying to get in. 9 remain.
9 remain, as you say, Dan Gaskin. Cooler now still in position to fight this battle, even though one of those players was knocked, and SJ again managed to find their way into a position, even though one player has been taken down. Jumpy's going to be coming under fire himself, maybe trying to desperately rotate away just to stay alive in this situation.
He has to survive because SJ need a big game here, and they haven't got that many kills to work with, so they need a high placement. It's going to be difficult to do it on his own, but he is in the next circle, and that's what's important. But all this happening, Reciprocity, the building that they pitched up in is still in the circle as well.
That's knowledge, and that's experience coming in from Reciprocity, knowing what buildings are going to be favored in these final circles. And looking across at the moment, there's a few solos, there's a few duos available. So even though we have 9 squads left, Dan, excuse me, it's not going to be a case of pure 3-on-3 gameplay.
Yep, still some solos who are trying to finish things off for their squad to try and keep them alive in the tournament for so many of these teams as well. Whilst we've seen some eliminated from the competition already, there is still a chance for others. 25 seconds until this circle starts to close down. And BDS, only 2 of them remaining, and they are going to be one of the teams that's going to have to push into the center area of this circle.
15 seconds until this circle moves. Teams still with their tournament lives on the line in this particular situation. Plays are going to have to be made. History is going to have to be made for some of these teams if they want to stay in the tournament. Reciprocity, though, 9 squads left. They've made their way into the top 10. They should be pretty good as far as staying in the tournament is concerned.
Reciprocity just laying down fire on everyone, but it's Cooler who are trying to move in. They do serious damage with this alternator, but can you get away? Amaz falls. It's just ASCII left, and he's managed to find a spot in his hiding mark.
He's managed to stay alive in this situation. Again, Reciprocity with all the cards at this point in the game. 7 squads now remain.
7 squads, though, but everything gets a little bit quieter. I hear screams from the hall just outside of us here in Krakow as teams get excited. We're down to 5. 2 have just been eliminated. On Fire managed to get a revive, but now we have 1 minute 30 where you've got to try and decide how you want to finish this game.
And I think this is the case again. That was the desperate scramble to just try and get inside this circle. Now that we have players like ASCII who's managed to find a spot just to stay alive, there's going to be a reluctance from teams here to make that first move, to poke out and try and get those kills on the board. A Secret will take down ASCII and add another point to their tally.
Cooler finish in 5th, so that means now everyone here has at least achieved 5 points, finishing in the top 4, and you can hear the
they found a solo.
Secret. They've spotted a player, and they're going to fish him out, and they are not going to allow him to just walk away with a free placement here.
So we have Team Secret placed on top here. trying to take down this solo player. He's desperately trying to stay alive, but the only issue is when you're trying to stay alive, flames are going to hurt you, and you can't escape in that situation. Finally, Row will be taken down. Now we are down to the final 3.
Final 3, but you've wasted a little bit of utility that might come in handy for this final drop. 35 seconds, you've got your Wraith portals to try and move in. Are you going to go for the play of trying to drop early into that circle, look outward, and take shots on everyone else? Or are you going to utilize those ultimate abilities from your Pathfinder, from your Wraith, so you can try and survive for as long as possible and just play the survival game?
Let's make it clear here where everyone is as this circle is about to collapse once more. Secret, they're on top of the map. Reciprocity, they're just below them, having to now try and escape. Frex will be taken down. Huge plays here from Secret, and Team Fire are still in the battle as well. 3 squads remain.
Frex did his job though. He got the Wraith portal out, and then he goes back through, and then he gets revived as well. So now it's going to be a case of them all pushing through together, but Watson comes in and fences up around all these portals.
Everyone's desperately trying to stay alive. You have to say the Secret are in position here. Reciprocity is still alive. Reciprocity are going to be taken down though. Secret are in here. They're taking down everybody who tries to move into that final circle, and they will close out game number 3. Team Secret, what a way to finish things off.
Yeah, Team Secret just had the vantage point when it came to that final circle, and that will have them ensure their path into the next round of losers bracket. And what a mustache that is, might I add. But Reciprocity also did enough getting into that top 3. 14 kills for Team Secret as well, and considering the fact they have a new player being added to their lineup, what a performance that was.
Yeah, huge stuff, and that moustache is looking even more glorious with a smile underneath it. Fantastic stuff from Team Secret. 26 points on the board for them. 12 points for that placement, 14 kills to go alongside it. But the story for me, when you need something to go your way in a Battle Royale situation, when you're holding on to a top 10 spot to get that circle going your way right next to where you were, Reciprocity, they held on, they got that 3rd place finish, and they solidified a top 10 finish.
Yeah, both CLG and Reciprocity had some really favorable circles there. Cooler finishing in 6th with their points. Segelbert, SJ picking up 7 points. I don't think it's going to be enough for them to get into the top 10, but we'll confirm that in just a second. Triumph Gaming finishing in 9th with 7 points, then Alistair getting 10th with 5. Really good rotations from a lot of teams. Again, it was a heavy circle towards the edge of a map, so we saw a lot of early rotations, a lot of teams posting up to try and kill outward. But here are the series standings then. These are your top 10. BDS just missing out.
Genji are gone.
Genji are gone. Samsung, SJ all eliminated from the competition here at the Preseason Invitational.
Wow, I mean, look at some of the names we have just lost from the tournament. You mentioned Genji, Samsung, Morning Stars, SJ, and at the bottom there's Sonics and Team Kurt as well. I'm pretty sure that not many people would have predicted that this early into day number 2.
Yeah, I'm just looking across at how many teams qualified from that lower bracket who are making a run and how many from the winners bracket dropped, but just a point difference as we've seen so often in these lobbies between 10th and 11th. And actually, that's a pretty high scoring lobby as well. We've seen 14, 15 be the threshold, but it was 17 for this lobby. And well, that's your losers bracket round 2 group A game that's been done. Of course, there is losers bracket round 2. There's still other games going on the mainstream as well.
Yeah, even for the players, as you say, and all of the teams who have made it into that top 10, it's not a case of, you can relax a little bit now. You've got so much more work to do today, and it's kind of difficult to keep your focus and that mentality throughout the day, especially when you're constantly playing with the idea that you could be going out of the tournament. I mean, what do you say if you're part of one of those teams, to the 2 players alongside you have just managed to clutch up in that situation to keep that focus?
You go and you get some food and you just chill out and you have a chat about what went right and what went wrong. You've just really got to keep that focus.
Okay, then, I mean, who was the most impressive for you in that lobby across the 3 games, just very quickly?
The most impressive to me is probably going to be Reciprocity and how they held out, and CLG. I think CLG did very well as well.
It's been an absolutely incredible performance so far today. I must say, it's been every single game that we're seeing strategy develop as well between teams. I think they are becoming more and more aware of what they need to do in these final games as well. Do you think it's a case of it's a feeling, or do you think that maybe they're getting a few text messages from a few people watching and going, this is what you need to do in this final game?
I just think people are starting to gel. People are starting to get their rhythm, Mark.
Okay, well, that's going to do it all from the side stream for now. We've closed out round 2 of the losers bracket. We're now going to throw it over to the other casters, over to Andy, Bravo Dodinsky, and Dreadnought on stream A.
much breathing room on this final series to go. It's probably, as long as you don't have two catastrophic games, likely find yourself in our top 10, but everybody else, a lot to fight for here.
And you and I were talking about it as we watched the replays, Dread. Fnatic EU really held down that rooftop there at gas station and then did not make many mistakes, and even stealing that last kill from Wyvern as well, which is something that you caught.
Yeah, it's actually really cool. We saw Wyvern and we were like, oh, you know, the crazy plays, and you saw them distracted trying to get the shots out, and actually Fnatic just took one longbow shot. Said, thanks for the free kill. Thank you for the advancement points here. And as we clearly saw later on, the remainder of that game. But they kicked this one off here with a Labs drop. I don't believe the drop that actually we've been getting from them before, to be completely honest, between both NA and
it is
EU.
it is one of their scrim drops that we did see leading into the tournament.
Okay, good deal. So at least still sticking a little bit more structured here.
That's right. You know that Nicola has Watson fenced those garage door entrances many times before as he slides right in. But we do have some updates from the command center guys once again. What are you seeing across the map here in game number 2?
What's up, guys? Just to give you guys a quick updates on some of the notable teams that you guys mentioned. We did have Wyvern. They went over there and landed at Repulsor. They're going to be looting Tempo Storm, doing their normal route at the pit, rotating down towards the south side of the map. Also going to have that Pittsburgh Night Squad as well. They're going to go on over to the cage, and they're going to be able to loot that for free as well. Nate, what about the teams on your side?
We had Team Liquid driving over towards that Bunker Town setup once again, spreading out just a little bit. Kamikaze landed outside artillery, pushed their way in. That circle going in the northwest. Not too difficult a stretch for either of them to make the transition.
All right, guys, that's it for our brief update to start this match. Brav and Dread, back to you.
All right, thanks so much. Blaze and Nathaniel now looking at Liquid Blue here in this game. Taking a look at where they sit in the table. If you're just joining us, Team Liquid Blue in 6th place with 6 points after that first game. And keep in mind, quite a delta between those top teams. It's Fnatic EU really standing out with 22, and then the really close 2, 3, 4. That's Wyvern, Luminosity, and Sinisters with 15, 13, 12, respectively.
Yeah, as you see that beautiful ticker there, giving us an upgrade on everything we want to see. And, you know, I know this is a bit off topic and maybe not as severe as this series is, but that is the first formal flyer I think I've seen looted this entire tournament on this stream so far. I might be incorrect, but
I think we're on the main stage. This is the first one.
We saw a flyer shot at, somebody went to the box, and they gained loot out of it. And though that's a common experience, you know, for my solo queue, at this level, it's like everybody's afraid, do we take this shot? Is that worth this risk?
I think anyone's afraid to, as we heard from other teams, and especially some of the teams talking about the X-Games strategies, the teams were afraid to shoot, period, let alone try to shoot down a flyer and give a pretty clear indication that they're not only shooting from a certain location, but they'll be heading to a very specific loot box somewhere on the map as well is risky. So certainly maybe the first time we've seen that, but we're on board with Justice Esports.
Yeah, and it looks like Justice may be in a bit of a skirmish here. At least took a chip of damage, and everybody now posturing up here. You know what? Let's go ahead and check in with these comms here. Let's tune in with Justice Esports.
그거 나쁘지 않죠? 여기 존나 불안하긴 해, 여기는 약간.
야 빨리 너 궁 없냐? 없네?
이제 오냐?
야 밑에 깔아야 돼 할 거면. 거기야 맞냐? 물론 맞네. 얘 나갔다. 얘 나가는데?
들어와! 들어오지 마!
확인 안 들었어요.
내가 옮겼지 얘네도.
같이 들어왔어.
90%.
Feels good when a plan actually works. Nice job.
쟤네가 1층 먹은 거예요?
쟤 2층 먹었어 2층. 뭐야 왜 타져? 타지 마. 조졌다. 와 갈 뻔했다. 야 탈수도.
안타. 펜스티는 안 타요.
타수도.
뭉키면 안 되는데?
예. 너 이거 하긴. 야 내려와 그냥 2층에 있지 말고. 1층 문 막아야 돼 이거. 보관 먹어라 먼저 태시야. 나 오늘 갖다 줄게.
일로 와. 야 우리 돌아서 일로 갈 수 있으면 가야 돼.
지금 돌아서 갈 수 있으면 가야 돼.
나가. 안돼 소리 사운드 빨리. 있어. 먹혔어?
오케이.
1층에서 버텨야 돼 우리.
야 아침 멍멍이 너무 맛있다. 나 위에 에바 좀 가져올게.
저 중국탄 있어요.
나 에바 죽었다.
저 1템 셀한 게? 딴 거 아무것도 없어요.
나 셀 2개 끝.
As we heard in there from Justice Esports, a bit of confusion, or not so much confusion, but definitely aggression with that Wraith portal opportunity there. You could hear them I believe identifying some of the Watson traps in the setup and trying to bait them out. It seemed like for a bit there.
And also a very great, first of all, to hear from both South Korean teams in this lobby, because we talked a lot about different communication styles, play styles, but and then things of that nature across the region, and similarities of you as a player who's watched a lot of South Korean gameplay across different titles. Tough to compare apples to apples there, because it's a very different situation for both sides, but definitely intensity coming out of the Justice side, as you'd expect in that situation.
Yeah, whereas Wyvern maybe a bit more cutthroat, right?
Yeah.
Straight to the point, you know, matter of fact here for that roster, but Liquid trying to create some facts here with some posturing over this final circle, and this is an interesting one. We can see a bit of a glance here. Actually, I'll talk about it a bit later. Look at these pretty sniper shots here coming out from Casper himself. Nice easy knock here. See if he finds any more.
That's going to be Kamikaze, and actually just off screen, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe we saw a full wipe for Justice. So we'll have to see if they can get it in the replays towards the either at the analysis desk or at the command center, but we did see Justice must have gotten pushed in on, or maybe on the terrible end of a bad portal experience, as we saw it all Watsoned up, but now still on board here with Liquid Blue. 2 squads have been eliminated.
There's actually a major setback that Liquid Blue lost one of those 2 major pillars, and the fact that they got knocked onto one target. If anybody's able to push in that window, it's going to be a colossal setback there. I was just going to highlight that this circle is getting pretty wild with this very Western runoff kind of focus, and that could be where we saw Team Liquid Blue already, an actual final circle. That being said, still need to be able to look at the map a little bit more before I can actually write home and call that one confident, but you can tell with the focus here that everybody is considering this outskirts runoff situation, and I feel like that is enough to say it could be a problem. We'll figure out here as it just hones in a bit more onto it. Maestro Gaming still posturing up at runoff themselves.
That's right, in no rush to rush into any decisions. Also taking a look here at Tempo Storm.
I like their approach here. Coming up from the slums, it's actually one of the easier transitions into that runoff. I will argue
about this
zip line may be the problem, though, because they're going to want this in about, I'm going to say 20 seconds, as they'll realize about everybody has a high ground sitting in front of them, and the only way to be able to get there and threaten Team Liquid once they deal with this is going to be through that zip line.
Yep, right there. You just saw a Decop thinking about a flank. He's also going to take the time to pop a few cells, and they're all actually going to move down here as they go full west, southwest, now going to fly down, maybe take a back road into those buildings that are just off a runoff.
I absolutely love this, you know, a bit of a kind of almost rope-a-dope. You're swinging around, make them consider maybe this is going to be our initiation and make a quick transition out. Now you see Tempo Storm, they decide to get into the back road, maybe going to get them too stuck heavily and within that kind of caveat, unable to get out. But now you see them focusing on that wall. And again, this is where that zip line, I was wondering if they would have wanted it a little bit later there, but here with Karanpei and the rest of Wyvern, struggling when they're coming to the high ground control over that of runoff.
Absolutely, we saw them play well into the late game there, as they're able to now, at least this time, have 3 members up and be able to fight into an even different game. But you have to remember, points-wise, they're going to be sitting pretty. So not a ton of pressure on them. And Dread, we talk about how much these results of games 1 and 2 influence games 2 and 3.
Yeah, very much so, especially because we only have one team that really has enough cushion. But look at this, Ninex actually very heavily split, which is why you see the grapple coming up from Noted, trying to help make sure that they can test and have that backup fire. Noted hasn't opted in towards that shielding, and look at this, trying to stay outside of that Watson enough to get one knock.
Look at that, look at that perfect timing there. Stays just on the edge of the Watson fence to land the Peacekeeper shots, and then also is able to take out that fence. Now the Wraith has nowhere to go. Take a look at that. That will be Sinister Gaming down and out.
Fnatic with a whole lot of loot to be able to decipher from. Definitely going to be stacked moving into some of our final circles here. But now Tempo Storm, you realize they were struggling with that skirmish that we highlighted. Maybe they would want the zip, and now they're backing up. But we just witnessed there's some members sitting into slums. So at this point, Tempo Storm seems a whole lot of stuck.
They do indeed. And this is right in the far back corner there. That pressure is going to be coming because those teams from slums, you and I talked about the rotates there, as they're going to have to choose a very few points to get out of this area of the map.
Yeah, and I want to hear what they're thinking here down on the ground floor.
We can literally play wall.
Rotate back to swamps, it's fine.
I hate playing the right side of the map unless you're like high ground, because you just get shot by everyone.
Yeah.
Same thing that happened yesterday. We tried the same thing and it didn't work. We just sat on.
I mean, we could just play like into fucking
tunnel. Could be kids close.
I've been also.
I think we play up there, dude. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a sibling up there and just see. Because if we can get this corner, then that shouldn't be too bad either.
Wait, where's that longbow at? I'm about to just take this bitch. There's a fucking 3 extra here.
What guns they have?
We need to be able to just shoot at people. Like, we need to poke everyone we can.
I'm putting a sibling, I'm gonna scout real quick. There's a team in here. Come.
I'm popping up.
Oh shit, there's people in here, watch out. They got a lot of longbows. Watch out, watch out. You don't need to overcommit.
I can portal as well.
You guys gotta run. You guys gotta run.
You need a res.
I'm portaling. We can just portal out.
Okay. Yeah, I'm low.
Pop it if you can.
Pop it.
I can't take TP. I just walked through it 4 times. They took TP on accident. They took TP on accident.
Just keep running if you can, assert.
They're on top. They're high ground right now. They're looking down at you guys.
Fine, that's fine. Are you good in there?
Shut up. I need you here. I'm getting pushed. I need you.
He's not with you.
Coming. I can try.
Dead. Just play yourself.
Fuck. I'm gonna try to hide in a tree or something.
Come on, man.
And listen to that Tempo Storm, really the first team comms we've heard like this, Dread.
Yeah, very frantic, very back and forth. I can't help but say the one word that, you know, is kind of not a word I would use to describe it is cohesive. No. A bit torn on some of the decision making, trying to compare from yesterday. I understand wanting to learn from your mistakes, but maybe not the time nor place here, but we'll figure it out here as Maestro Gaming struggling a bit here after having a great performance in game number 1. Otter, only man left standing here on his Wraith, low on the shielding, questioning if he wants to go for this res. Wyvern, though, hot pursuit from down below.
They're going to pop in, some quick shield swaps and fly right up. Here's Parka now, makes easy work. Peacekeeper into the Havoc swap, not something we've seen all day here on the main stage.
But Krampe received a lot of pressure elsewhere from a different angle. I have no idea who that came from, but you can see them begin pincered in, forcing out now Parka with a portal. That's going to be Echo Fox here trying to track that one down. Gets a Peacekeeper trip, but that's only 13 into the 96. He's got one more. Will the Watson peak? Nah, at least not yet.
Going to stay down here and try to wait. We'll see what they could do here. Stormin going to take the time for a much-needed pop of the meds now here with the squad. It looks like Stormin's going to be able to pop that entire. I'm not sure if off-screen was a Phoenix kit or a bat, but now back on board with Parka here, who has a moment to breathe.
Sully left alive, one of the players that is pretty quickly rising to be considered one of the best players in all of Apex Legends, clearly wanting to be able to walk away from this series, not into the loser's bracket, not going home, so that title, that questioning can still remain in his side, on his favor. EBC now making their transition here from airbase over to the hot relay that everybody's been so interested in, but a bit later than everyone, which has net them an actually pretty ludicrous amount of loot just based off of those armor.
I was going to say it's a much easier path, as we've seen, coming down this way instead, as we heard just how difficult it was for Fnatic to think about trying to come up that cliff. Not only did they have a tough road up to run off, but they also had quite a few angles coming in from slums now, and this is going to be the hard part for EBC. They've made it here to the wall, but how do they decide which way to push from here with still 14 squads left in the game?
Yeah, and I like their approach to that circle with that rotation here. I was going to say, you know, much like water, try and take the path of least resistance for them, and that nets them so much loot, but immediately get a Wraith portal deep into the heart of runoff, and I feel like suddenly we have a change of pace here for EBC. What do they have to bring to the table, though? Is the Wraith?
Yeah, Wraith comes back, potentially bringing good news and potentially some not so good news if they don't go right away. Now back on board, Wyvern in a familiar spot as Krampe has fallen again. A little bit of a deja vu here.
Needs a reload. Could be a problem. Somebody gets a push. Something considered down 2 extra shots here within this trade. Ends up opting out after eating what felt like maybe a wingman shot there coming through.
Sully and Parka, if there's one thing we know, it's that they can fight these 2v3s and even 2vx's if they need to, because we saw them well into the late game in that last one, in that gas station final ring.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that with a lot of these rosters, until you really see everybody removed off the table, don't expect anything to be held as true, or maybe not having an opportunity to be able to recover here. But a team down a member, maybe looking to get that recovery, is here. Lazarus still sitting on that side runoff compound.
And Dread, that point you make about not counting any of these teams out, that is only going to become more true as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, very much so. And also, Bravo, you know, not to change the subject here, but something I need to bring up before things get a little bit too hectic is I can't but feel like this next circle is going to hit that one baby hut that sits on the outskirt there of the most western side of runoff. And if that is the case, there are so many people who actually need to make a rotation. I can't but wonder, is anybody coming over from slums? Because if so, they may have an optimal kind of cadence and approach here to it. But either way, this runoff is going to be a massive just slaughterhouse in about 40 seconds.
And EBC opts to not take that portal really, and instead they just flank right around, and now they made themselves around here towards this eastern wall. and potentially taking a little bit more time. So it sounds like the Wraith came back with bad news.
Yeah, she came back going Mayday, Mayday, which is about what Craig's saying here. As he manages to get the iframe used, ends up surviving. Shots coming from behind as Echo Fox now trying to aggress. I believe this is onto Wyvern in that top angle. Actually gets Selly there with the clip.
So now we'll have to see only one player remaining here on Wyvern, and that is going to be in the limb on Selly as well. We'll check in with that Wyvern player when we can, but Echo Fox with a pretty coordinated push, and looks like they caught Wyvern looking 2 different directions there.
Yeah, here we are with Parka, the last member of Wyvern. And more importantly, if beyond Wyvern, I'm worried about this circle as it starts to close in, because again, it's going to draw a lot of the aggro from a lot of these teams, and more importantly, who controls that most northwestern section towards that home, because that is going to be a very big deal.
Now I got to point out, if you saw Ruski on Twitter, he did say, of course, looking for that TL win for Liquid Blue, but he's going to dye his hair blue tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
I'm ready.
Does, so we're kind of rooting for him here just a little bit to see that come out as well. We checked back in with EBC. They've now made their way into the buildings. Like what I saw there, it's a pretty calm, cool, and collected push. They took their time, they weighed their options, and they made their way well into much better positioning here for these final rings.
Yeah, I was kind of joking about it a little bit before with the path of least resistance, but it kind of is working out there. Also, keep in mind that Wingman you were just staring down only had 1 bullet in the chamber. Might be a problem as you see it distributed there. Havoc's the swap over everybody pressuring up towards that stairs. That's going to be a double knock. Team Liquid White, only 1 person there, and that's the iframe and the portal. I don't think Mataruski can make it out there much longer. He still managed to survive a little bit longer. And
see where he is.
Yeah, he managed to get out actually completely.
We gotta see exactly where Ruski ended up.
Here he is.
Okay.
Look at those eyes, man. He was like, whoa, did I just do that?
And right now, of course, you're thankful that it's the Wraith who has found himself here, because otherwise this would be a pretty difficult decision to get out of, but there's also a reason that the Wraith got themselves in this position in the first place.
All right, Bravo. I agree with you, and this is wild for Mad Ruski, but again, I need to bring it back to that hut. Who is in the hut, because that is going to be the problem. Runoff is interesting, but it's not the end game.
Nope.
In 30 seconds, all of us need to leave to where we are looking now. That hut out there, the very glimpse of your screen, is the problem child. And the team inside of it looks like it's a bit of HSL off on the side.
Shots are coming in from Ziki there, and yes, indeed, Runoff does have a closing time, and it's in 20 seconds. Everybody needs to leave and make their way across a pretty big piece of open ground there, Dread.
There we go, with Pittsburgh Knights setting up this side. Just out here in the bit of Runoff. They are going to have to make this rotation as well here, Bravo.
Now back on board here with Ramba on the HSL side. Peacekeeper is out, also has a 99. They've lost Freshie though, so they're fighting 2vx into every battle here. And also on the Fnatic side, as we go back over here to Convertibles on that Game Arena side.
No surprise here, off onto the side of the circle, here's going to be Fnatic controlling over this hub. This is something we've seen from this roster time and time again, is everybody trying to get that runoff rotation into them, but it looks like it's their game to lose once more.
Yes, indeed. Pressure coming in here now. Fnatic just trying to avoid everyone who's flying up here. Lots of pressure coming in there. They do get 1 knock and able to go back and just going to try to stay alive in this exact hut.
Yeah, they are going to be fine, at least for now. The question is on the backside of this runoff wall, how many kills can they get? Only 1 of those 4 or 5 longbow shots is going to be able to land and connect on the backside of that Wraith here.
Now they also do have that zip up as well, trying to lock this down. They know their pressure is going to be coming in, like you said, from that wall as well. Wingman Peacekeeper here. Forward Octave is going to push in. They should be able to get this one. There's 2 players on screen. Wraith is going to queue out, going to drop down and take that opportunity to do it, and now just get back up. That's a great job there. That's going to be on a limb there on Ramba. There's a little bit of damage there, so they're going to shield up some Watson fences that aren't their own. Posted up. Now back on board with Ziki of Echo Fox.
Very clutch play there from Fnatic, because if that did not go perfectly and anybody else looking to get the trade against them, that positioning could have been a little bit too much.
And like you said, risky play there. They saw the Wraith Q. That means he's going to drop down there, land the Peacekeeper shot, and you saw how fast he got out of dodge. Right back up the cliff, right back there with the rest of the Fnatic squad. Now we're looking at Kashera. For a second, Lazarus will be eliminated by a Fnatic shot with the longbow. That will be another wipe for them and another kill on the board.
And Nicola here looking good there with that longbow. Now trying to join the rest of the ranks here of Fnatic, who find themselves a couple of targets here that low on the side of the runoff wall.
And look at the decision there to move over to the wall, right? To go down and play that advantage that they had. If they hadn't seized that, they could have lost that wall.
And they get a beautiful pre-zip, so they have a rotation back to the building they already control, and they know everybody else is frantically concerned here on this runoff wall.
Look at Bowser right there on that wall, right in the tree. as we've seen a little bit yesterday. We'll see just how long it takes for him to be found out. He's got a Disruptor ult with a digital threat, purple shield, so sitting in an okay position for a potential third-party end to try to play in, but here we go, as now it's going to get real tight here. 3 squads left here. Taking a look at Nicola. Fnatic EU once again looking so strong. We'll stay on board with them here through this. Going to drop down with the Peacekeeper. First does not hit, but the second one does. Wingman is out as well. Can they get the pick here? Yes, indeed, and Fnatic EU does it again, making it look way too easy.
Absolutely beautiful play coming out from all angles of Fnatic. Whether it be North America or Europe, these guys set up shop and do not let anyone enter their domain.
I think it's safe to say we have never seen such a similar ending from the same team in games 1 and 2 in this tournament. They set up shop. They weren't afraid for some quick rotations over to that runoff wall. They come back and hold that ground down, and perfect target prioritization, amazing Peacekeeper drops, and they go back and disengage as well. Amazing work from them, Dre.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane on what we got there from Fnatic EU, and I believe that this is actually a situation to where we now have the 3rd or 4th time where we have ever seen a team win back-to-back. It was denied of TSM the 3-peat yesterday. Now I'm suddenly wondering, is Fnatic EU that one to make Apex Legends history?
With the way we just saw Fnatic play and end those last 2 games, you and I talked about it last night after the matches, there's going to be different levels of composure. All wins are not created equal at this tournament between these teams. What we just saw from Fnatic, with all 3 players up, 2 back-to-back wins, they look great. Let's go ahead and head on over to the desk to hear more about that last game Fallout. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bravo. Fallout here, back with Jamerson and Glitter. Fnatic EU does it again. We questioned their consistency. We called them out for sporadic performances on day number 1, for getting dropped to the losers bracket, and look how they've responded today.
You guys talked about it, right? Getting put down into that lower bracket, sometimes it does light that fire underneath you, and it looks like Fnatic EU are here to play. They moved on from their lower bracket with 41 points, and they're about to match that.
Unbelievable performance from them. Walk me through what we saw here. The Fnatic gameplay, of course, was unbelievable. Talk about the performance here today so far. One of the things that I think was actually really important, and I don't know if you saw it or not, I think we might have been sitting next to each other when it happened, but Fnatic EU actually took out Sinister's crazy early on in the game. I think about like 16th or 17th, or they knocked them out, and that kind of set them up for success from there. Sinister's obviously having done well in the game before, they were kind of taking out their competition right from the start. Yeah, of course, Fnatic, consisting of a roster, speaking in English, 2 members from the UK, and of course, a Swede on that team as well, I believe. Let's look at the replay here from EBC, a team that's kind of come out of nowhere this tournament. Great storyline in this tourney, great shots put in here, but ultimately, it was Fnatic that came out on top with from their perspective.
And this is the perspective I really want to see. Nicola.
Wow, unbelievable sniper here. Okay, there comes. No comms. Nice! No comms, all focus, all screaming. Is he still kissing himself? He loves Fnatic. This man loves playing for Fnatic. It's official. Nicola, you love your organization. You love to see it.
One of the great things, you know, you put him on the anchor position as that Watson. When he's playing far back, he's got the longbow in hands. He's hitting his shots.
Every shot. Now, I want to see the damage done if we have that stat. Look at Fnatic, 27 points. Oh my God. They get 25 plus last game. They got close to it.
That, I think, might put them at the threshold.
That might put them at the threshold. What?
In 2 games.
No.
In 2 games. It might. I will see.
Okay, we need to double check that.
We will definitely double check that.
24 or 25 from game number 1.
It might have been.
A first place finish, 27 points. They're at least over 45. Meanwhile, the Pittsburgh Knights, a better game. But that's not going to be enough for them to bounce back. Kamikaze, unfortunate for them. The only team representing Australia here, a 20th place, last place, not looking great. Luminosity Gaming, another big org you'd expect to maybe do a little bit better here as well.
Again, it's the stacked lobbies. These lobbies are getting tougher and tougher as the day goes on.
And look at Nicola, 1,462 points. He's done a combined almost 3,800 points, 3,700 points for Nicola. Dids right behind him, the Brit with 1,400 points to his name of damage done as well. Of course, it was Keller of Team Liquid doing the most damage.
Yeah, and Team Liquid White, you know, they found themselves in a very difficult position there. We saw at one point that Risky was the only one alive. He Wraith portaled away. He found a little corner to be able to tuck himself away in and stay alive just a little bit longer. And sometimes, you know, when the Wraith is the last person still alive on your team, she's going to be able to do wonders and try to get you some more placement points.
And we have gotten to the point of, you know, the weekend where every last point is going to count. We've seen too many times that 1 point is the deciding factor between placing and qualifying through or not.
Crazy how much of a difference it makes, but it looks like the standings are ready, and it is Fnatic with over 49 points.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. 49 total points in 2 games. I think that's a record in 2 games, is it not? Has to be at this point. I don't think we've seen anything more than that.
In 2 games, I think.
TSM are the leaders, I think, coming out of a match with about 59 points.
Out of an entire series, right?
Yes, over an entire series.
So, I mean, we'll see if Fnatic can beat that. If they do, they cement themselves as a top contender here. Meanwhile, look at this. Team Liquid White and Team Liquid Blue in 11th and 12th place.
Right on the bubble.
Under the bubble, indeed. They got to try and sneak in that Gibraltar bubble if they can to make it into that top 10. Team Liquid needs a hell of a performance here.
And not just Team Liquid, also Fnatic also sitting right there at the bubble at 7 points, 2 points below them. And I believe our 9th and 10th positions are just around 9 and 8 points also. So honestly, it is anyone's game up for grabs at this point.
That's for sure. Can you imagine if we see 4 teams from 2 orgs make it through, if they all can step up here? We'll see if that's the case. But let's take a look at the replays here and see how the action broke down. Of course, Justice representing Korea, trying to do what they can. They had a really shaky early game. And Justice, a lot of early fights. They snuck away from one fight, but unfortunately another one got taken out. Look at Casper here. No wonder why he did over 1,200 damage in both games. Hitting shots with that sniper. That longbow meta right now is insane. The amount of damage being done with snipe is crazy.
I mean, the rate of fire makes it feel like just a really long-range wingman.
It does, yeah. Is it a sniper? Is it a marksman weapon, or is it a wingman senior?
And this is the play that really hurt me. He goes for the Wraith Portal to try and get out, but he runs right into a door. And as you all know, once you try to use that Wraith Portal, you cannot interact with the environment at all. And that's why he just tried to make that U-turn right back into Fnatic EU.
Yeah, Fnatic EU is just having a heyday at that point, picking up kill after kill. And this is where the Fnatic train just continued here. As we saw Dids and Co. A lot of passion, a lot of screaming. When you're playing the way you are, I can not blame them. I'm the same way when I compete. Of course, Wyvern as well, looking to secure themselves top 10. 2 good finishes. They should be in a good spot to do that. And then there's Echo Fox of Stormin, Ziki, and Clem. Of course, a multinational team from Sweden, Finland, and the UK, respectively. They're another team that was listed as a dark horse from my girl Glitter over here. And so far, so good with that prediction.
Yeah, this is the moment where Brewski is somehow able to get away as that Wraith when Team Liquid got collapsed on there. Looking at Alliance's positioning, again, the longbows are so valuable in this meta right now.
Yep, Alliance getting some good shots in. Also a European team here. Alliance has been really showing up. And Europe has been really showing up today, in general, I gotta say. In Poland, on home turf, showing up very well.
They don't. Oh, D-Cup, did he get it? No, he didn't. He was able to get the armor swap there, but it just wasn't enough.
They're burning? Yeah, they're low.
Mad Rooski, last member alive here for Team Liquid White, did everything he could, but unfortunately was able to get this kill, which is big. And that helps Team Liquid White, gets taken out soon after. Team Liquid White, we said it earlier, now on the fringe. 11th and 12th place for both of those teams. Fnatic NA and 14. But it's all Fnatic EU today, silencing any critics that said their North American counterparts are the better team. Of course, they're all representing one nation, or sorry, one banner. But ultimately, it was Fnatic EU that turned up and showed up on Saturday when it mattered the most.
Also, one thing we haven't been talking about, we saw Games Arena there at the end, and that's actually a pretty incredible story because they did lose one of their thirds, and we're having a substitute coming in for them. That's actually FlyQuest's coach in Convertibles that's playing as their third, and they're having a pretty good day so far. I believe they're in the top 10.
I gotta give a huge shout out to Convertibles, one of the kindest, nicest people in Battle Royales ever. I mean, comes from Fortnite. I think did he come from H1 before that?
Fortnite, Overwatch. I mean, he did Overwatch, and then he was basically a Battle Royale coach and player. Yeah.
Coach, player, analyst, knows the scene really well. He's leader of multiple Discords, and now he's playing on a main stage, which is absolutely insane. Big shout out to Convertibles, but of course, we have a lot to analyze and a lot to talk about after a dominant performance from Nicola, making a name for himself. Make sure to drop that man a follow on Twitter. But it is Blaze and Nathanius right now. They're going to break down the action.
Yeah, thank you, Fallout. Yeah, Nicola, his sniping has been amazing, but the player who had the most damage in that last game was Keller from Team Liquid. Now, I want to kind of bring us back full circle with this next clip because we talked a lot about type roping on that last game, using that zip line and being able to jump and dodge those shots. So we actually was able to catch a player trying to dodge shots from Keller, and I just wanted you guys to see how effective it was. And he's about to be in this window, and you're going to see him on a zip line. Now, even so, Keller still hit some great shots on the zip line, which was still pretty impressive. aggressive, and he almost got him, but still, just wanted to kind of showcase you guys how using that tactic can make your opponent force him to make some difficult shots.
On one hand, it's crazy that you can do that sort of micromanagement off of the zip line to dodge those shots. On the other hand, it's even almost more incredible that Keller is still able to find a way around that. And the only other thing I wanted to just get into real quick was just talking about this game was interesting to say the least, with the way that the circle played out, with the way that everybody had to kind of rotate and move around, everything heading towards runoff. And we really saw a lot of the success come from these teams being able to isolate the high ground positions on runoff itself, because the rotations are going to get so much more difficult when you're not able to get that center. You've got a lot of players that are going to be coming in from that southwest side. You got a lot of players that are going to be trying to slip in through here. Most of them are going to avoid trying to get caught up in anything like bunker. Of course, sadly, no caustics in this, but
also
being
pit
able
as
to
well.
hold it down as well. They just did such a good job of holding that top side. Being able to make those rotations early on helps so much in Battle Royale.
And something that helps those early rotations is Pathfinder's kit. Being able to use that beacon, figure out where you need to go early on in a map, because once you recognize that the next circle is going to be somewhere over here, you can get over to the runoff, get set up with those Wattons, or even make it to that far western corner of the map that we heard Dread and Brav and them talking about.
Making those fast rotations and securing that high ground, those defensive spots, so useful, so effective here in Apex Legends. Now, without further ado, we're going to get ready to get into the next match. Let's kick it back over to the casters.
All right, thanks, boys. Appreciate the breakdown here. Bravo and Dreadnought back in the booth. We're ready for game number 3. And Dread, if we thought that Fnatic EU had created a gap after game number 1, they have certainly done it after game number 2. They're up with 49 points. Next closest is Wyvern with 21.
Yeah,
way more than double.
It was like the San Andreas Vault turned into the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
Like, it was massive how much they have separated themselves from the remainder of the pack at this point. But EBC having a pretty good performance in that last game. A roster I can't help but feel like we haven't touched up on too much. And of course, that is Fnatic EU. I think it's important to highlight that there are 2 Fnatic rosters in this same lobby, one of North America and one of Europe. And again, if you've heard their names talked about a lot, I think North America is actually more talked about here than this roster. But going forward might not be a true statement anymore.
Right, that could change depending on how the results of this game 3 goes. We also do want to know, Fnatic NA, their North American counterparts, are absolutely on the bubble. They have 7 points, but they're in 14th, but that's only 2 points away from being in 10th and only 3 points away from being in 9th. So we have a very big, as you'd expected, bubble with any team really still able to get through with a big enough performance. Fnatic going to be one of them as long as they can get to past the mid game into some part of the late game.
Yeah, when looking at the 2 South Korean teams that we have here, Wyvern and Justice Esports within the same lobby as well. Justice struggling quite heavily, actually placing within our 20th, whereas Wyvern resides at the top here at 2nd, only behind what is clearly our benchmark creator of Fnatic EU.
And Wyvern's done well. We've seen them twice in 2vx scenarios. They've held on as long as they can, eventually getting pushed, but also talking about some more squads in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, Maestro Gaming was one that we talked about. Pleasant surprise, having a good opener in game 1. Game 2 wasn't too shabby, but what went from probably going to hold our own about 5th place, they've actually dropped all the way down to 9th, suddenly finding themselves at this, are we actually going to move on here? Because again, we cannot say it enough. This is the last game. Whoever, after these best of 3 completes, after this last match, if you do not find yourself among our top 10, you're going to have to go ahead and punch that ticket right back home, which, as we've already talked about, there's a lot of different homes here for this roster. Very, very diverse and international group of players, Bravo.
And if you didn't catch it in the standings earlier from the analysis desk, the points difference between 4th place and 16th is only 8 points. So we have essentially the middle of the pack could not be tighter, and this could come down to, there's a very good chance that each kill is going to matter. We could see tie break scenario as well, and that's what you'd expect here. As we get further and further into the tournament, it is going to be tighter and tighter in terms of not only the skill level, but also the points after these games. And these teams are going to be thinking about that in their head as they're playing this game. Do we go for this LM? Do we get that extra wipe? How do I play this? Do we need to push this situation? All of that's going to come into play. And with such a tight middle pack, it's going to be tough for these teams to figure out exactly what that right play might be.
You are completely correct on that. Is probably something that I think we see coming to light here. But it's been a point that I talked about yesterday that I also think we get showcased through this point dispersion here very, very well today. I always try and talk about how there are only so many points available, and you can make the argument again based on kills that it is not a finite number or not an easily predictable one. But whenever you take points, you actually deny others, and that's kind of why you see a bit of that colossal split. When Fnatic EU double down on a back-to-back win, the amount of resources available to everyone else feels like merely just scraps, right? Everyone else is the scavenger, whereas Fnatic EU is the lion hunting everything down. So it is part of the reason we see that competition, but by no means is that not also because I feel like we have, again, increased the quality and closed that gap in skill level between these players.
Absolutely right, of course. Does explain a lot of the tightness in that middle of the pack. The question is, as we load into game number 3, if that will be the case, once again, Fnatic EU is poised to take the three-peat, and the first three-peat, 3 wins in a row that we would see in professional Apex play so far in the preseason.
I just want to see Echo Fox here roll up and make it look good. Turn it from Echo Fox to, as I've heard about in other games, maybe Echo Zulu. Make it the easy street here for this squad, because I feel like they really have shown a couple of moments within this final series, but at the end of the day, maybe not working out as well as they would have liked. They are one of those bubble squads sitting at the 8th place here, residing at 12.
Be keeping an eye on them. We have seen them make some plays into the late game, and we're going to go ahead and actually, given their position, like we said, on the bubble, we're going to go ahead and start with them on the drop in just a moment. This game kicking off here in any second, and it's anyone's game here, and also anyone's opportunity to continue on. Keep in mind here, our bottom 10 teams will be eliminated on the spot here after this game as the settings are totaled. As the standings are totaled. Match 3 of 3 here for our losers bracket round number 2, and we are jumping into the gameplay right now.
Echo Fox is the perspective we're going to have descend down to Kings Canyon for our last match here in this series. Where are they going to volunteer? Also very interesting, not a north-south trajectory plane or airdrop ship here. It's not like it's by no means impossible or necessarily even that much uncommon, but it does feel like, at least here for the sample size we've gotten at the Invitational, more often than not, we find ourselves with that north-to-south split. So see if that changed some of the drop strategies for some of these teams.
Yep, going to be heading down southeast. For a second, look like, they're going to go all the way, going to continue on past Hydro Dam into Repulsor. Taking a look here with the free look to see if there's any company. And I think in terms of this corner, they're going to be okay to at least take a breath as they get their initial loot.
Question is, if this doesn't work out that well, do they have the opportunity to make a rotation to better loot elsewhere? Usually your next rotation, because you've already seen them kind of opt out of the Repulsor, means that it's got to be in Swamps. But Swamps, because of its beacon, usually has somebody also sitting there. So Echo Zulu, I think, is really hoping that this drop ends up working for them in their favor.
That's right. Just to add some context there, if we talk about teams in the scrims that we saw leading up to the event, Swamps was a really popular place to drop. We saw Nagano, Justice, Luminosity, Windstrike, lots of teams finding a success there in their scrims, but of course you can expect someone to be there as well. We're taking a look here at Urbania right now, but I want to go check in with the command center, guys. What else are you seeing here?
Hey, Brav, I got some important info for you guys. Our next circle is going to be going towards the market area, market cave, towards the back end of that south tower. So we're going to start seeing all these teams converge towards the center area of the map. Nate, do you got anything for the boys?
Well, with a circle like that, could end up being a long rotation for some of our other teams. Looking at Kamikaze going for the artillery drop up top. Some of the teams a bit more central. I was looking at our Team Liquid with Casper and all them.
I see, Lazarus at Thunderdome.
Yeah, we had Cali over towards Bunker, so those southwest rotations won't be too rough, but our teams up north, you're going to have to go through some good players if you're going to be able to make it down south, and that's maybe where we see some hopes crushed, trying to get those points in the last round.
All right, hey, we'll see which teams make it towards the market safely. Brav and Dread, take it back away.
Thanks, Blaze. And Dread, as soon as you saw that mini-map, you saw that circle, I saw the reaction on your face. Tell me what you're thinking.
Oh my chaos for game number 3 here. About no outcome over the circle that we have highlighted does not lead to usually a pretty juicy end game here. As we already heard from the command center, likely going to be weighted a bit more closer towards things like market, but I can't help but feel like even if it doesn't end perfectly at the market, you've got caves, you've got the river center sitting next to it with the Detroit Cascades, which creates some of the most interesting circles I can't help but feel like across the board. So I'm really excited to see this unfold here, but we still have 20 squads. We're still just sitting in round 1, so we've got a while here before that kicks off.
We jumped on board with HSL right at the time they hit an unfortunate zip. Looked like that zip up to the cliff just hit a slip texture, and all 3 members actually slip off the rock, go back down, and maybe we'll take the long way.
Yep, got to go for the whole big old trek there. This is one of those downsides when you are the Pathfinder player. As I am for my squad, I can tell you I've disappointed them with my placement more than once. Yeah.
And I would hate to even talk about my Pathfinder play. You don't want
Who
to
do you
hear
play?
about it.
I've never actually asked you, Bravo.
I play mostly Path. I started to play a little bit of Watson just to kind of, I think, have an appreciation for the amount of Watson that we've saw at X-Games. I think right away at Watson's release, didn't play a ton of Watson. I think her character was really interesting to me. But certainly after seeing the popularity after X-Games, played a little bit of Watson, but a Path myself as well. Now taking a look here at the Wyvern side, and a little bit of trouble here for them early on.
Wyvern, our second place team, feeling pretty comfortable with their standings, at least so far, but also because Fnatic EU has separated the gap so much, likely. Jeez, that was an absolute laser. Look, somebody actually flanked the other side of that shot, or excuse me, of that wall. I thought there for a second, maybe just saw a bit of a graphical glitch there, but either way, Parka's showing zero mercy.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the confidence in your shot and just flies right in and takes the challenge, and after you see the shots land, you know exactly why. Absolutely beamed.
And here, Echo Fox, excuse me, here on the low ground, trying to deal with what looks like a descending Wyvern off from that side.
And this is the team we started with, keep in mind, in 8th place right now, and already needing to grab Clem's banner and only running white shields. Tournament life on the line for Echo Fox.
What do you do in this situation? Do you try and, I don't even think you have the opportunity to kind of go back to that and try and deal with it. Either way, we'll figure it out here as we get Fnatic and A, as we were talking about struggling here as a squad. Definitely one that as things move on and get more tense, we're definitely going to have to take a glance at what some of their feelings are on the line. Because again, not only a fan favorite, but Campbell feel like just talent favorite, very personable dudes.
Absolutely, these guys really likable. If you caught X-Games, you heard a lot from them in some of the post-game interviews. 3 great players who have found themselves here in Losers 2. Now checking back on board with the Herbania side. A 99 and a wingman for Hackus here, and it looks like they are spotting enemy here up on the high ground, just above nesting grounds. So I'm going to have to be careful as they push out of here towards Cage.
They've only got 30 seconds up there outside of any crazy kind of portal. Actually, maybe even made it through that little caveat there. A little bit of door play here. Somebody stuck on the outside of this little shack here in front of them. Nobody going to pressure out from Fnatic and A. They know that they're going to be too distracted.
Now back to Spirit here. Does have the longbow in hand. She's going to see if they can get the right damage. If they do get the right knock, may go ahead and push that. Now back over to the Herbania side, and they're in all sorts of trouble, but still here on board with Fnatic, and we're looking at Muffins.
Yeah, they're actually pretty stubborn here with their decision making on whether or not they want to rotate out. Let's go ahead and check in with what they have to say there as they see that Wraith.
Let's explore this way.
Star out.
Frank.
That's it. He didn't hit 31. I didn't hit him. Out the backside, together.
Are they trying to leave? They're so far out. They're like gold. Damn. I almost wonder if it was worth portaling to kill them. Probably not. No, Rogue would have third if we took damage. Yeah, we would have got thirded instantly. They're hurt though, so we know that a team of Golden Sands is weak as fuck. Yeah, we might need to take that rotate. Yeah.
A lot of great thoughts there from Fnatic. Really interesting to see them question whether or not they should have been looking for those kills, move up into that.
Yeah. And I think it also kind of goes back into the story that we started to tell yesterday, and even at X-Games, about their play style, right? We talked about if you didn't catch it yesterday, they are the only team within that top 5 that did not have a 10-plus kill game. So it kind of tells you just about how early rotate and position heavy they are, and they're doing a little bit of that here as well. Once again, on the bubble, they do need a great performance here to stay alive in the tournament.
Now Pittsburgh Knights, a squad that kicked off game 1 very, very well here for us, setting a bit of a tone.
A little bit left to be desired, though, for their side today so far. sitting in 17th with 3 place. So sitting in 17th place with 3 points. Great shots here though for the Khazar Red, and it's going to be a knock coming in. Cameron Pay with a triple take knock.
What is he? He's very separated from the rest of the team here. Exco, the fact that he was willing to break that threshold by himself with no retreat. And again, I think the biggest thing I want to highlight is because he's the Watson. He's like the last of the leaders. Well, if you're a Pathfinder, you grapple out there in a second. You have the iframe whenever you're the Wraith, but Watson has nothing to be able to traverse or get out of that situation. And I can't help but feel like it was Wyvern who was the one who I believe got the knock there, is feeling very, very happy about the fact that little Watson scuttled out.
Yep, and you can see them dropping down here at Destroyed Cascades, and they're going to have to check the bins real quick and try to get out of there as open to plenty of vantage points, Caves being one of them, and they're going to decide to take that route and that rotate.
Yeah, and that's an interesting moment where the precision choke on the triple take can actually be a pretty big benefit, even though most of the time it's not necessarily a common conversation point that much, and that's mainly just because the bullets are a shotgun that has that kind of horizontal or lightly triangle spray pattern. When you try and shoot through small materials like that, not all the bullets and pellets will actually always make it through. You know, your standard shotgun mechanic, but it's a triple take, but that precision choke can ensure they always slip and skirt right through some of those.
Also
nice
did
roofs.
get a great notification. We saw Blaze did catch that Liquid Blue was already set up top market. Observant team also giving us a look at that, so we're going to be certainly keeping an eye on Liquid Blue as they've set up shop already. Liquid White also, we're hearing, has the caves. If we look at where both of those teams are, Liquid White in 10th there, Liquid Blue in 13th, both right on the bubble.
And both were side by side. Nocturnal pretty much just staring down the next rotation opportunity for his counterparts of Team Liquid. Casper sitting the best when it comes to at least the armor loot, at least got the disruptor rounds there, and it's also the P2020 likely going to have the hop up there for that as well. So pretty lethal combo as long as you get the proper swap.
And here's Maestro. This is the team we've been talking about their resilience so much, and the question is, can they make it through this game as well? Toes on the edge of the ring, and they're going to have to fight out of this together. Another team that has to perform here in game number 3. They've done it so far. They've fought out of some wild circumstances. And if there's one team that can do it based on the gameplay we've seen, we could certainly say it's Maestro. And to be honest, I think they're more comfortable with double white armor than anything else so far in this tournament.
Yeah, probably. This is what we know. You know, it's one of those, like, if you give them everything, then maybe they'll get a little bit too hasty, right? So it's very interesting to be able to see that grenade into a nice push, but actually Cowley going in by himself, not creating 2 points of pressure at the exact same time. Muffin's got to be the first to drop here. Shiny needs to make his way here up to the high ground. Spirit trying to follow up too.
Yep, shield swap there for Shiny for a second, but he gets melted. Now has to come back up top now. Only 1 cell, now 2 cells here for Spirit. Watching that staircase very closely and just going to carefully pop each of those. Off screen, we do have Ruski here. They're getting a revive there. That's going to be on Keller.
Is it right below?
Exactly. Yep, they're right below. See if they're able to apply pressure up top. Keep in mind, for both of these teams, their tournament life on the line in this 1v1.
Yeah, and as we heard earlier from the command center talking about the market circle that we had highlighted, right, being as early as round number 1, all the options that were available are chaotic. Now that we've hit round 3, we know some of the answers. We do not have a full marketplace. It is not going to be a full case, but instead is going to be here as we see towards the destroyed cascades. And this is one of my favorite circles. I feel like it defines so much of who is good at dealing with any and everything thrown at you, because you can't control an outcome or a high ground. And that being said, the high ground, though, that you do have to focus on until we get to those later rounds is exactly here that we're looking at with Urbania.
Yeah, right here, just off of the cage, and an area that now here has destroyed bridges. And that's not just destroyed bridges, it's essentially leveled bridges. There's not much cover across that river at all. Not really any remaining signs of bridges, to be completely honest, as we're now on board with Sinister Esports.
Man, just barely trailing on those. You can see the streamer setting behind it. Just a couple shots too late. The wingman projectile speed. Count, but wish it was a little bit higher there. Say that for him, but in reality, let's be real. I would like that to be exactly where it is.
Yep. Tempo Storm here, a team we listened in with last game. You heard some frustration in the comms. And another team that is here right around that middle of the pack. They're in 11th.
Yeah, and it's, you know, something that I'd love to hear some of your thoughts on, Bravo. We'll get that in just a second here. First, got to figure out what Justice Esports is doing up in the caves. They found themselves somebody to dance with.
Right now, maybe going to take this fight if they can. Double fenced up. Going to be very difficult for anyone to push
even if a knock does come through on the receiving end.
While we try and figure out if they are going to aggress, I was just going to ask, how much do you think that mentality is probably going to set that back here for them in game number 3? Just not clearly feeling like everything's going their way. Do you think that is a hindrance or something that...
I mean, I got to be honest, I think, you've had a lot of time professional play. I had the opportunity to coach a lot of professional teams, and when you hear that in a game 2, I'm not going to lie, I don't have a lot of hope for a game 3, but I'd love for them to prove me wrong here, as we do see Fnatic EU on the push again. They do get 2 knocks here, and they get the finish on Crank as well. Let's see if they can continue on here. We do see Dids there will go down and get finished and thirsted, but now they're going to need to try to fight here out of Crossroads if they're able to do it. We'll see. Grenades here coming through. And still, once again, Liquid Blue here up on top market.
All that damage coming out that other way, you might be wondering, what was that weapon? It was a P2020 from Casper there. Really great accuracy being displayed here. Campbell feel like that land ping is really aiding as well. Longbow available for Casper and Nocturnal. Got the Wingman. No extended magazine or scope. Magazine being the biggest concern there, is Casper being the only one posturing up, and understandably so. He has the armor to be able to risk some of that damage. Nice battery here acquired, but the rest of Team Liquid needs a bit more gear.
Yeah, they really do here. There'll be a Q here on the side of Sinister, and also with 2 white armors, and Liquid Blue still with 2 white armors, so it's not too dissimilar from a game we saw late last night, where so many teams have a big disparity between the armors that they have coming into these later stages of the game. And we say that, but there's still 18 squads up.
Yeah, and as the game moves on, it's totally fine to have that on whatever character you would like, but as the game moves on, it's in your best interest to put that onto your Wraith because of her likelihood to increase your win condition opportunities on those back rounds. Chipsy taking a whole lot of chip damage there out from that ring.
And right now, finds just enough space in the corner to pop a med here. And here, look at Team Liquid Blue just reclaiming and popping up top.
Bravo, I'm so concerned though. Everybody's worried about these fights. And the circle moves in 26 seconds. This fight will not conclude in that time frame.
To see, they're going to have to make quick decisions here. You're absolutely right. Now staying with Glon on Game Arena. He does have a teammate here with the Peacekeeper around the corner. Tries to turn, but the Thermite starts to eat him up here. No Shills needs to drop and pop a bat as we see Glon continuing to nade. Thermite will hit again, and now going to go with some cells. Now onto teammate here. That's going to be convertibles for a second, but now onto Krem here with the Wraith.
If the bad guys weren't your opponent, the circle, in fact, will be. We've hit ourselves 0 seconds. They understand that HSL is going to move up, knowing that the circle will be a pressure point.
It's a great push and a great finish there as well. Great timing there to push together and get the knock and the elim all in one foul swoop. And here they had 2 caves destroy bridges.
But they are not done yet. They're going to keep running into multiple targets here as we find the next one in line. And Cages break the armor into 1, backs out, and actually takes damage from the circle. And that is the beginning of the end.
Stays alive somehow. Looks like a misclick maybe on the med, and see if he can stay alive and try to get out of here. And no, that's going to be it. Too little too late for HSL. They will be eliminated now with 14 squads remaining. HSL was our team. If you take a look at exactly where they sat on the board, they were at 16th. That's going to be the end of the road for them. Now here is Exco. For a moment we saw him, but now back to Pittsburgh Knights here, 6th. They're also running double white armor. Need to be careful as they have a little bit of advantage here on this high ground, but not much room to work with.
Yeah, Hodzik Did's the one with that armor trying to peek off and get that pressure in between. Look at all those ticks through the Thermite. That's a confirmation onto 1. That's
when we talk about a scorched earth strategy, I think we could say that is a fantastic Thermite pit, and they're staying alive here. But once again for them as well on the other side, not much room for them to work with as well. Going to pop a Phoenix kit and try to fight out of this. Now Wyvern, and what other way would they be? Not quite a 2vx. They also lost Selly. Going to need a revive opportunity there. Park it down as well.
It doesn't look good there for Wyvern, but Fnatic NA looks great. We talked about them being one of the bubble teams, and right now they are posturing, sitting in the only house inside your final circle, at least for now. Great situation for them, and they need this win. They need many, many kills, which they haven't gotten very many so far, if any.
It's true. They're playing the way we know Fnatic NA to play. Like we said earlier, they're getting into those rotations early, and they're playing a positional game and looking for any damage they can do, but they're not going to be able to push. And take a look at this. This is Justice Esports going for a little bit of a Hail Mary here.
Yeah, and he used his Q, which means that he's going to be very susceptible if he decides to walk in the house. Good job displaying patience, but he has got himself a couple of seconds before he comes back to be relevant and able to initiate whatsoever.
Take a look. This is your last place team, and with the Hail Mary portal, they have 1 point in the board. They're in 20th. And they need a big game here to stay alive in this tournament. Team shooting here from this low ground.
Just an opportunity to be able to hide on that rock, at least for another couple of seconds. Round 5 closing in, forcing everybody. And the question is when does Justice Esports have to deal with Fnatic inside that home? As right now, they're just kind of bunking up in a duplex by one another here.
And there could be a third-party opportunity here now, staying on board with the Justice side. And Tastic is going to have a lot of trouble. Q's out, but he's also stuck next to the pylon here. Now Shake with just a little bit of shield left. Great shots there to get the knock there on Hackis. And Fnatic still inside. 6 teams remaining now.
6 teams remaining, but Fnatic's only a couple of kills there too. It seems like 2 of their name. They're posturing up and holding up well here, but they still have to be able to deal with Justice Esports on the outside of their corridor. Lazarus still alive, sitting on the low ground here. We don't even know if somebody's on this roof.
We got to see here, still on board. Fnatic is fully shielded up, and they're not getting greedy with these third-party opportunities. They're instead, like we said, holding the position. They could have popped out a little bit more there to try to sneak a few kills, but instead still playing for those placements and positioning.
High ground off the side. We asked who was on the roof. Kamikaze is the team on the roof. We have 3 or 4 tiers of elevation over this final circle and only 5 squads. As we see the peek in from Kamikaze trying to prep that precision choke, wondering if Fnatic maybe wants to sniff out the end of that barrel.
And here's Lazarus with the low ground. We've heard a lot about why this is viable here of several reasons. First of all, you got, of course, Watson fencing up, but of course that Watson ult going to happen as well. Here's the push as we take a look at Shake now, taking some damage. Justice now, Songfield, only player alive there. Now Jace tries to follow through with the ult under a ton of pressure and somehow gets the first knock. Can he pull off a miracle heal with the EVA 8? Missing several shots, Q's out.
He didn't hit a single shot there, and we do see Pittsburgh Knights maintain the high ground. We asked if Justice would have to deal with Fnatic, but instead decide to go to that high ground. Now that the Pittsburgh Knights have this, the question is do Fnatic have any answer to the fact that they are being crippled in here, into this house?
3 squads left. Like we said, Fnatic and A, now with a ton of kills on the board here. They've secured certainly some placement points here. Now here is Lazarus, and they're still holding this bottom ground. That's what they expect them to do. We talked about a lot of teams preferring this, actually, potentially, you might say over at least, at the very least, that mid ground.
If that was able to get rid of that generator, granted it was put down long enough that likely we do have another generator available for the Watson, but could have been a make or break positioning and something to consider that may force Fnatic to maybe shift to a different elevation. You never want to be on that top floor if somebody controls your roof. And also, as we close here on round 7, who is going to focus on who? Because right now, again, we have 3 tiers of elevation. Lazarus shooting through the dang floors, and we see up above Pittsburgh Knights shooting through the roof. I mean, what do you do? Fnatic, this is not a sandwich you want to be the meat of.
No, not at all. This is going to be a game of very small sight lines through these little cracks in the floors and cracks in the roofs. As you see, there's a choked Peacekeeper as well peeking through, which is the last thing you want to look up and see, and the pressure coming in there. And they're going to have to be real careful, is Fnatic NA, and they know that Lazarus trying to engage so many Watson fences up as well.
And keep in mind that the 2 teams that are trying to compete here, Lazarus is the only one with very comfortable positioning looking forward. Fnatic NA needs this win here for this series. It is absolutely dire that they display some of that success, and it's still a true statement when
looking. Look at Postkill actually poking out for the first time in a while. Just taking a few pot shots, see if he can do damage there, and yes, indeed, just going to take out a Watson fence. Continue poking away here. 45 seconds until that ring closure where things will get pretty wild. Looks like that pre-trace coming in.
Who focuses who? I don't think we have any fast heal backpacks, so it's something we have to be looking at when it comes to these final heals. Everybody should be prepping to make sure that the Wraith has as many meds as they possibly can. You know what? If we can, I'd love to hear what Fnatic has to say over this final circle, because again, if they can win this, they may very likely be a team that moves on and survives this tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah, do you have arcs?
Yeah, I've got 1 arc and 1 thermite.
Okay. You're gonna just do the nades then.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, when ring closes, I'm just walking out and zipping. I'm gonna have self-revive for me.
No.
Okay, that's fine. Put it here. Put the portal there.
Okay.
It's all
Let's
gated.
do it. Let's do it.
I'm going. Oh, I didn't make it up.
Oh, that was no bueno.
That was not it. The Wraith is dead. Cracked. Path. I'm on the zone. They're trapezing. On me. Down. I'm down.
I can't believe this. Is Fnatic able to hold on? Muffins?
Let's see if he can stay right here. No, indeed, he will go down. Let's take a look in the end. Yes, indeed, it's Lazarus from the low ground that takes the win. And they will absolutely secure their place through from Losers Bracket Round 2. You see smiles coming out of their booth they're going to be happy with that. Fnatic NA, question mark there as to whether or not they're going to get through. We did see a second place finish from them. But the question remains on the points table, exactly how the middle of that pack will net out. But it's Lazarus winning that final battle, and you heard some unfortunate zips there from the Fnatic side. Not what we expected to see in those final moments, and you heard Muffin say, "Yep, we're going for it." And then the first thing you heard after that was Spirit saying, "I missed the zip," and then no bueno.
No bueno. And yeah, for anybody who's been that Pathfinder who tries to have that cheeky play, you know that experience. So you just put it off just a pixel and everybody's going the wrong way. Not an opportunity to be able to risk that there for Fnatic, but again, because they got second, placement may have been enough to carry them through throughout this tournament.
That's right, so Lazarus will close it out. As a reminder, coming into that, they were sitting pretty right within that top 6 already. So that will secure their advancement through. But to find out how that how that round will net out and more from that last match, let's head over to Fallout and the analyst desk.
Bravo, Dreadnought, thank you so much. And what a calling that was of a game 3. That was a thriller, a multi-layered ending, that's for sure. 3 teams stacking on each end of the house. We had low ground, Lazarus just chilling, Fnatic NA, mid ground, and then of course the Pittsburgh Knights up top. What a finish that was. Any little crack you could to get an advantage. I love the call that Fnatic NA makes as well. And the most calm and collected comms as well. Walk me through what we just saw here.
First of all, can we touch on how smooth that communication was? Like it was down to the pin drop size of a circle, and they couldn't have been any less affected by the stress of that ending.
The communication was smooth, but the execution left a little bit to be desired there, as we saw Spirit trying to get up onto the high ground, onto the roof, but he missed it. But still, I think Fnatic knew that they were in. I believe third should basically secure for them, but this was still an ending in the top 4, which was very hard to predict who was going to be moving on.
And obviously 1 pixel away, as Dreadnought said, but I like the strat call and the mid-game decision there, because honestly, Lazarus would have had Pittsburgh Knights would have had no idea that they were doing that. They were staying high ground. They were focusing on getting center circle. They had an easy flank, a wide open flank and opportunity. Instead, they get second place, but still, you got to think with a second place finish, 9 points, a couple kills, I think 2 or 3 kills, maybe even more than that. I think Fnatic NA is going to sneak through here for sure.
The difficulty here is wondering if actually the Pittsburgh Knights move on, because with that third place finish, it might not be enough points for them. We'll have to see what their kill count was like by the end of that round.
And we were talking about this going back and forth as well. There are so many teams that are currently on that bubble right now that the deciding factor is going to be their kills.
Yeah, and so we're also looking at Maestro, Team Liquid White, Echo Fox, Sinisters, all sitting at that bubble edge there. They might have been knocked down and knocked out.
Crazy to think it is a wild finish here in our losers bracket round 2 matchup on Saturday, where of course, if you lose, you're out, you're packing your bags and you're going home. It looks like we do have our round standings, or at least the match standings ready. Let's take a look at the points and how it went down. Team Liquid Blue, whoa, that's big, 5 points. Can it be enough? Of course, Fnatic NA with 15 points. They're certainly going to be in. The big question mark is Pittsburgh Knights though.
Team Liquid Blue with 5 points puts them at 13. Pittsburgh Knights with the 11 points, though, puts them at 14. So we know...
Stop it.
So we know that Pittsburgh Knights are above Blue right now.
Stop it.
What a finish. Fnatic EU, of course, 1 point. They don't care.
Maestro is at 13 points.
Oh, I hear people screaming. Justice? Justice is screaming and running around the stage right now. Justice may have snuck through with a 4th place finish. I want to see.
Hold on.
I have to see these final standings.
We need the overall.
We will see it as soon as we can, of course, in just a moment, as it looks like the players are made aware.
Oh, it's killing me.
Celebrations are coming. And what an unbelievable turn of events. I am on the edge of my seat waiting here, as I cannot believe how the action is unfolding.
Yeah, you can see them on the screen right now. Team Justice. They found themselves in the top 4. They tried to make a push for the high ground. They got punished for it by Lazarus. There's only 1 alive. They finished 4th. But did they get enough elimination points to move it on through? I mean, the way that they're celebrating right now, you see Teshik right there on screen. He is hyped. He is pumped up right now.
And that's something you and I were sitting here going back and forth on the math about. We were trying to figure out if it were even possible for them to sneak into that top 10.
And they are watching the screen. They are watching and waiting the screens.
Maybe their coach did some calculations.
I'm as stressed as they are right now.
Maybe the coach did some calculations and they got overhyped. That might have been honestly an early hype there. I don't know. Premature from Justice. We will see if they made it through. They got 4th place and got some points. We'll see if it's enough. Of course, our team is hard at work calculating the final standings to see who will continue and have another life in this tournament. But I gotta think.
We do know Fnatic and A definitely move on.
100%.
Definitely
yes, absolutely.
move
Pittsburgh Knights over Team Liquid.
on. Over Liquid, they're at 14 points,
I'm not-
which should
I'm
put
not
them
lis- I'm not
over
listening.
that
You think
threshold.
what's the bubble threshold right now? At least 13, 14?
14 looks like that's where it's going to be,
It is.
and that is the reveal.
Oh, Justice makes it. Celebrations come. The place
Pittsburgh
is losing it.
are going to be moving on. Take a look at that. 7th through 10th, 14 points, tied all along. I think we still need some final calculations, but this is nuts.
How are there so many 14-point teams right now? Look at that.
4 teams at the 14-point threshold. Justice knows they make it. The Koreans can celebrate, can take a breath for now, but it is a long road ahead to grind through this losers bracket and to make it all the way. They still have to get through losers bracket round 3 and then the losers bracket final. Boy, oh boy, has this double elimination format not gotten you more excited than ever.
Take a look at the names on the bottom half of the standings. Tempo Storm at 14
as well.
points as well.
Liquid Blue,
This might be a
13.
tiebreaker situation where we still need to maybe, I don't know.
I don't know what the
Only
final
7
word
kills.
is.
Only 7 kills. The tiebreaker is obviously points first, kills second.
Yes.
Only 7 kills for Tempo Storm. You got to think that wasn't enough. I don't think our team would have put the standings up if they weren't final. Tempo Storm.
And
packs the
Maestro
bags.
Gaming right underneath them at 13 points, but with 10 kills, if they could have just gotten some more placement points, that could have been them moving on.
This is breaking my heart. This is,
And this.
There's so many conflicting emotions. I'm so happy for so many teams, and then I'm so sad for other teams.
Take a look at the Pittsburgh Knights over there with their manager Leonix celebrating that they're moving on to the next round of lower bracket.
And this is the emotion that Apex Legends brings out of you. This format, the celebrations, the small celebrations for now, but of course you still have a long road ahead. But isn't it an amazing feeling to be awaiting those standings, to see your name in the top 10? And can you imagine the heartbreak for those teams right on the fringe?
This is just an emotion-riddled weekend now, and it's just the halfway points. We still have 2 matches, I believe, that we have to go through today.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, we do. So we do have Hod 6-6 and turns on screen. They qualify through, however, an amazing series. We have to throw it over to my man Jump on the main stage with Fnatic and A. It's my boy Shiny. Jump, take it away.
Thanks a lot. You said it yourself best, Fallout. The passion and the emotions are running high. We knew that on Elimination Saturday, it was going to be nothing short of action-packed adventure, and we have tiebreakers aplenty, but one that didn't have to face the tiebreakers is none other than Fnatic NA. I'm standing by with Shiny. I got it right this time. I'm righting my wrongs from the X Games. You guys had a difficult game 1 and 2. What was the communication like with your team coming into game number 3?
Well, we just knew that we couldn't make another mistake after we were highly contested on our rotates in our first 2 games. And I mean, we just won it, so we made sure to put it all out there. And we got blessed with the circle on that final rotate, and we beat the other team to the winning position and took it home.
Now, not only did the North American Fnatic team qualify, but the European team walked away with over 55 points, which means now that both of the representatives for Fnatic find themselves in the next set of losers matches. What's it like having both teams go forward?
Just super proud of our boys, all 6 of us. I know everyone in the entire org has been putting in a lot of work, and it's been a huge opportunity for all of us to come out here and represent Fnatic, and we're really appreciative of them. And we just have a lot of expectations, and we don't want to let anyone down.
3 games stand between you, your teammates, and making it onto Sunday. What are you guys going to do differently to make sure that you show up tomorrow morning?
We're going to make the path a little easier for ourselves. Hopefully a first game pop-off, and then a second game pop-off, and wrap it up from there.
Any surprises we can expect?
Not that I know of. We'll find out.
All right, we will find out indeed. Shiny, thank you so much. Both Fnatic organizations qualify, and there is one more set of losers matches before the final set of eliminations happen. It's time to throw it back over to the studio with Fallout, Jamerson, and Glitter.
Thank you so much, Jump. You see Shiny holding up the 2 right there because he's representing his Fnatic EU boys as well, who performed incredibly well. EU reigns on top this time with over 50 points. They break the threshold again in that 3-game record-setting mark. So close to doing it in 2 games. You got to think Fnatic EU is looking dominant right now.
I mean, not only is Fnatic EU looking dominant, but so is NA. Yeah, they had a rough start in the first 2 games, and it goes so well, but they got it together for the 3rd game and showed exactly why they belong to be in the top 10.
And they talked about it themselves. When they get the circle that they want, right? They moved on down from containment. We're able to get one of the best house in River's End.
Wyvern here qualified as well.
They did.
That's another key storyline that, you know, Glitter, our girl's been talking about all weekend. The Koreans coming over. All 3 Korean teams still alive as Justice and Wyvern both sneak through.
This was a scary moment for Fnatic when they did actually trade away with Team Liquid Whites. That could have been a moment that might have ended their career or ended their tournament run here.
Look at these shots by Doxa right here. Oh my gosh, hitting everything with the Peacekeeper. The accuracy from these players, of course, players that come from Counter-Strike, particularly Overwatch, obviously know how to hit shots in key moments.
And this was HSL taking a fight with EBC, I believe. No, this was up against Gamers Arena.
And they get unfortunately caught in the caves there, and now they get an opportunity to rotate through. My heart goes out to HSL, particularly HSL Krems, I know is a remarkable individual. He's played and competed in a variety of titles in the past. They are going home, but Justice is a team that will make it through.
Justice, with this positioning here in the tunnels and caves, they were able to pick up the necessary kills that they needed to be able to move on. Because it wasn't just the placements, it was the kills that they needed to be able to move on.
Also, if you're paying attention to the amount of squads that are left as these clips go on, this is probably one of the slowest games that we have watched yet. At the end of the 3rd ring, there were still 19 out of 20 squads up.
Yep.
So these fights just kind of came and all happened at the same time as people were forced closer.
That's true. I think it was ring 3 to ring 4 was when things got absolutely insane with squad drops after squad drops. Right here, Justice had nowhere to go. They're just sitting outside the house that Fnatic NA was in. People had to rotate to them, and they somehow held their ground with their backs against the wall.
But that definitely worked out for them because those were the necessary kills that they needed to be able to move on, right? In that tiebreaker, 14th across the board here for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th position. And so they just barely eked on in by getting these engagements and getting these fights and getting these kills.
Yeah, this is where Justice finally does get taken out, I believe. A couple of missed shots there is what cost him, but that was enough to get them through. And this is, of course, the infamous missed zip line up. Unfortunate, but Fnatic NA somehow still pulls away with a couple kills here. It was Spirit that actually popped off, did so much damage. Is that a P2020 that I saw?
It definitely is with the hammer point, and I love how you guys talked about it, right? Their communication. It was calm. It was cool. When they were in this moment, they said, oh, look up. They're ziplining right now. They're trapezing. And so they were dealing with that threat. Unfortunately, not all the shots landed, but still, they got the 2nd place finish. They're moving on today.
Look at that smile from Muffins, the older brother of Spirit. He wipes his head, like the sweat off his forehead, and he feels good. He's like, we made it, boys. Don't worry. As that Fnatic NA knew that game 3 performance was what they needed.
I love that little play coming up from post-kill there where he's just, setting down all the traps. That's right. I got this designed. You guys are going to die.
That's what I'm saying. Look, imagine a Caustic in that scenario, and
you're just waiting on it. You just want it to happen.
I'm just waiting on it. I'm hoping that we see some Caustic action by the end of this tournament. But of course, the Watson Pathfinder meta is way too strong right now, of course, as an overall meta. You see the longbow action has been in the case. I know there's been a lot of discussion around exactly that. But rather than us breaking down the meta and breaking down the gameplay, let's go ahead and throw it to some people. And I have a telestrator and can do it very much better than we can. Blaze, Nathanius, how you guys doing?
Doing great over here, Fallout. And yes, we do got our beautiful telestrator that we've been having a lot of fun with all weekend long. It really is. So to start off this breakdown, we're going to show you guys 2 clips. We're going to go back and watch our final moment. But want to give some tips out there to some of our newer Apex players and some of our newer just Watson players out there. And Nate, what do you have for us here?
Well, I just want to start off and say that in game of Apex Legends, those rotations, moving around towards those safe zones is important, but it changes every single game, right? You never know exactly where you're going to have to be, and being able to adapt and terraform your surroundings is absolutely huge. And what we're going to see is Justice making a good way of that, because looking at this minimap, there's only so many different directions that they actually have to worry about. They're stuck in a really tight position. So what they're going to do is we're going to see them use those Watson fences to cut off the sides, but there's actually a cool little thing that you can do that maybe people don't talk about as much.
Yeah, you know what? I just learned this myself.
Yeah, you don't have to hold that many different angles.
Yeah.
So when you want to make sure that if someone pushes you and tries to get through that Watson fence, you can just double stack them up like this. This is small ways to say, I could try to stagger out 4 layers, but you're holding a central position. You don't need to spread it that thin. And I just like seeing use of tactics like this because stacking them up like that,
It makes it harder for your opponent to, even if they have to come in and push you, and we saw the way that zone was moving where people kind of had to come through that cave. They got to shoot out those pylons. They have to be very methodical on which one they want to go for, but also taking fire at the same time. So let's go on and let's check out our next clip of those final moments, because this is also when it comes down to rotations, you want to rotate as early as possible. We had 3 teams on this final hill. One team set up under, one team set up mid-house, and another team set up on top. And it came down to this final moment of all 3 squads saying, hey, you know what? We need to make this rush and try to come on through and get this hill off. Something else that happened too as well, one of our Wraiths went out the circle, took a little bit of damage on that roof so they can pre-prep that med kit, because if you had 100% health, you can't use any med kit. So they purposely took damage so they can do that, and we're going to start to see how this unfolds.
Yeah, of course, making moves like that always going to be extremely risky, but when that circle starts to close in those final moments, being able to make those quick reactionary plays is extremely key, something that you were talking to me about right before we got on as well. Also, just the awareness by the Watson to drop down that fence right in those final seconds to catch everybody.
And almost got a shot off as well.
Yeah, able to just try to inhibit the opponents as much as you can.
So, yeah, pause right here for a second.
It's mayhem.
Yeah, mayhem. And in this final moment, there are 3 squads left. The player who clutched it up for Lazarus is right here in the corner. It's right there in the corner. That's going to be the final one up, because 4 members are going to down. Cashera getting it done right there.
I mean, it's a great play. But I have to say,
yes,
someone trying to steal my thunder on the desk. I want to see the caustic gas. Okay, I'm just saying that's that moment where being able to bring that gas bomb gets huge. One day it's going to happen.
It's going to happen one day. You're going to get it, Nate.
A lot of these circles, I won't lie, the pancake stack of being a top, bottom, low, that makes it a little bit harder to get those plays. But when you force everyone to come down there, that gas bomb.
But imagine if Caustic was on that roof just throwing bombs down. You're going to get everybody. Flush them out of that house right there. But they got to make it to late game first, and that's the reason why you don't see a lot of them. Very, very clunky there in gameplay, but the meta's so strong there. And but once again, you saw Lazarus close that game out and get it done. But that's going to be it for me and Nate over here at the Command Center. Fallout, take it away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Fallout back here, and let me tell you, the action's been great so far on Saturday. Elimination Saturday, as my friend Jump put it, and I'll tell you right now, a lot of teams have gone home. However, one thing we missed on stream before, and like we said, we're all about gameplay here, we want to make sure you can watch, was Match 3 of Losers Bracket Round 2A, which featured teams in the likes of CLG, Nicewig, Reciprocity, with sniped down the 2 controller players that are debuting this tournament. Of course, Team Secret, playing with Lemek as a substitute for Yusuf, had an interesting game 3 as well. No spoilers here, but we're going to throw it to that match number 3 before we get started with our other stream match and our winners bracket final here on main stage.
As well, so that means if you are wanting to make your way towards water treatment, it's going to be a little bit of a tough time. You need to have a decent jump master on board to make sure they can get you there, or at least get you close enough. But SJ, they're staying on board for quite some time, and they're now going to be heading towards runoff, and they're just scouting around to see if anyone's going to be joining them as well. If they're not, they should be able to separate. It looks like one team going towards Slum Lakes, but I think they're just about safe, and that's why one of them's now actually heading off towards pit and saying, look, no one's heading towards the pit, so let's go and take the loot there as well.
Yeah, so much loot, and what a way to drop there. Get a nice purple armor to kick things off, exactly how you want to start the game, especially after you just won that first one. Sometimes it just seems to work like that, doesn't it? You have a good first game, and oh, look at that. The luck continues, and yeah, we'll put ourselves in a good position to maybe pick up a back-to-back here.
And I know it's not as easy when you are playing at home and you're playing in your ranked games and you see all these teams, like 6 teams dropping Skull Town, etc. But if you do wait, if you are patient on that dropship, you can find yourself dropping away from a lot of other teams, and you can spread yourselves out like these guys have done, because you've got enough time to regather after looting, and it just means that you're going to have such better loot. You're going to be able to have people with purple, blue armor, even a gold knockdown shield I think was just picked up there as well, and that is just going to help you so much later in those fights. If you all drop together, if you're all trying to split that loot, you are going to struggle.
And that is the difference between these pro lobbies. Everyone has those set locations, and they like to get that loot on board and not be challenged and go down early. Obviously, points on the board is the huge thing. Whereas my favorite thing to do, of course, when I'm dropping down is scream to you, I don't have a gun, Dan. Do you have a gun? Please give me a gun. Please help.
Well, usually I have all of the guns and all of the weapons and all of the ammo. I have everything because I'm a little loot goblin. As Forehead find one player going down, it's going to be Pride, and it means that Payne and Linz now have one of two options. They either retreat or they try and take this fight. It depends how much damage was done to the opposition team here at Thunderdome.
Yeah, Hemlock, single fire selected as well, just to have a little bit more accuracy at distance. And the scout, I mean, he's only got one bullet left here. He's got to do a good job of keeping his teammates in, well, keeping that team who are pushing at bay. And it seems like that scout shot maybe has just kind of potentially warned a team off, looking for the finish now. So there is actually an opportunity here for a couple of players to be taken down. It's actually Forehead who are going to lose the first player in this game. Venus takes down Pride. There's going to be points on the board here.
Yeah, it seemed like they traded 1-for-1, Triumph and Forehead, but unfortunately for Forehead, they weren't able to take down that player and get that elimination after the knock, and then that's when the revive came through. And now Forehead have just had to retreat. But let's see whether Triumph are going to be allowing that retreat. It looks like they're saying, all right, well, we will. We're going to carry on looting Thunderdome. We'll just maybe wait around this beacon to ensure that that third player can't be brought back.
Yeah, very interesting to see that challenge early on around the Thunderdome area, especially when there's so much loot still up for grabs. So you have the feeling that maybe that was a contested drop in that particular situation, or maybe one of those teams just landed to the side of Thunderdome and thought we might be able to get a pick here just while they are looting. They might have had a weapon in their hands that they might be able to do with a little bit of damage from distance. But now we're going to move over to Samsung Morning Stars, of course, taking home that second place finish after an early rotation towards the end circle. Last time holding down that compound within for pretty much the majority of the game. Just that last little circle movement really sold them out as far as having to hold down that compound for the entirety of the game. But they're in a great position now as we jump on board with Isurus Gaming, who do need something to happen.
Come on, Isurus, get your first point, get the elimination, please. They've managed to get 2 knocks. They haven't got any elims yet, but it looks like they're going to be getting their first points of the tournament in this fight in Canyon at the moment. There they are. Welcome to the Preseason Invitational. It's taken you 5 matches, but now you've got some points on the board. Let's see if you can build from that. And let's see whether you can actually finish off this squad, or whether Den Pride is going to be able to survive for Estral. Estral, who you remember from match 1, had prime position for quite some time, but weren't able to pick up those kills, weren't able to secure as much points as maybe they could have.
I feel really good now they've got their points on the board. You know, it's kind of that warming, humbling feeling. It's like, all right, boys, good stuff. You deserve to be here. You've done it. And now we're going to see Quasar Generation Blue actually set up here around Bunker Town, and one player did get knocked. It looks like there's some trouble going on, to be honest with it. Attain, one team who have been struggling a little bit, seem to continually be struggling here. Shots going in here from the R301. The distance will be not too much of a problem, and won't be either short range, because that Peacekeeper is going to absolutely chunk the player as Defties is now looking to close down the space on that Wraith, but they can't quite get the finish. They do have the time here to get the res off.
Good communication though, just to ensure that someone's blocking the door so they could make sure they get that revive. But the Wraith player did get away. A couple of missed shots though. There could have been a finish there, probably could have been a knock if he had been a little bit more accurate, but very different when that Wraith is dancing around, strafing and trying to avoid you. It looks like a pretty central circle, so that's why we're seeing a lot more early engagements, because everyone is rotating from out. Well, they're not rotating, they're actually just moving from the outside to the inside, just W-keying towards that circle, and they're all running into each other at this point.
And that's going to be the interesting thing here. That round, you know, second or third ring really are going to be interesting, because every single player is going to be converging on that circle. Every single team, excuse me, going to be converging in that circle from essentially a different angle. And one thing we just noticed in the makeup of this team as well, we are seeing a lifeline, and we saw that from Reciprocity. Yes, they didn't have too much success with it. They're certainly seeing a little bit of variation in those legend picks.
Yeah, North taking lifeline maybe to go for a little bit more aggression. It doesn't sound right using 2 support legends to actually go for aggression, but the fact you've got the quick heals and you've got the quick recharge of the shields as well from Watson, it does work out really nicely if you like that close quarter combat. And And of course, you get the quick res with Lifeline as well. North were only able to pick up 1 kill yesterday in their 3 matches, so maybe they just felt like they weren't doing enough, or they weren't confident enough going in with the Pathfinder.
Quasar Generation Blue are in all sorts of trouble though. Rhythm's going to be the last player alive, does manage to crack a shield, but the only problem is the shield's cracked, but there's players coming around the corner to finish him off, so Quasar Generation Blue, every single player there will fall to the hands of Chaos Esports Club.
I have heard that Rhythm is a dancer, but unfortunately he couldn't dance enough there. He couldn't avoid the shots, not well enough strafing, but that is going to be the first squad down and out, as now all the teams are moving around Bunker Town here and just trying to work their way towards the central circle, whilst also guessing and predicting where this final circle is going to be as well.
Yeah, great shot there from Synced from Sonics here. Again, I think they had a seventh place finish in that last game, but again, not a particularly convincing performance. However, a big game here for Sonics. Maybe they'll just calm things down a little bit for them and stop those worries, those kind of feelings of looking over your shoulder at elimination.
And I think once you do pick up some kills and you get some points in the bag, it opens up this game for you, and you don't actually think necessarily about, okay, we have to finish top 5 or we might be dropping into the low bracket. You say, all right, well, we're feeling confident, we're looted up now, we're hitting our shots. Let's actually take some fights here. We've already secured 2 points. That's what we would be getting if we finished within that top 10 anyway. So let's keep going.
Then holding down one of these huts, and I think we are going to see a lot of different engagements, a little bit of poking with wingmans, a little bit of poking with longbows and scouts. As we see also teams traversing across the map, that sort of time from the bunker side of the map. And you can see Market's quite central here, Dan, so we might be looking towards a finish around the Market area as well. We're going to have to see. The big part of the game here is where this central circle is going to move. Is it going to locate itself in a place where a lot of teams are going to have to force themselves through particular choke points towards it? And most importantly, is there going to be some teams who find themselves in position to control those choke points and pick up quite a lot of eliminations?
Yeah, a lot of teams will be relying on what they've seen previously, not just in this tournament, but in scrims as well. Cave's finish is entirely possible at this point. This is where really you want to be in a place where you can use Pathfinder and use that Pathfinder to get as much knowledge as possible of where that ring's going to go. And Cage is a good place to be standing, because there is a beacon over a Cage.
And it's very interesting as well. You talk about composition of weapons across a team. Difficult to judge at the moment exactly what you might want to be holding. You're kind of covering a lot of bases with the alternator, longbow combination here. Obviously short range, long range covered. But if we do move towards that cave area where things do start to get very, very tight, maybe we'll see a few teams and players swapping out those longbows for an R99 and a Peacekeeper setup, trying to take 2 short-range weapons instead of taking that long-range weapon.
And of course, sometimes you just have to deal with what you're given when you go through your looting process. If you are a team who's on the outskirts and you've had to loot up fast so you can rotate early, you might not have the ability to pick and choose as to what you want. You might just be given whatever is on the floor or whatever is in a little box for you.
So Cooler then, they haven't moved too much here. Secret coming under a little bit of pressure here. They've been holed up for a while, but shields, not too much of a problem. Of course, with that Watson ultimate inside that room, we'll be slowly just regenerating those shields. Health is the one thing that you have to keep your eye on, to be honest with you. But it looks like they've got plenty of heals to be working with as well. Let's take a look across some of the teams here just to see where they are located, as this next ring will be closing in around 30 seconds time, as Aladdin ain't going to be moving. Team Secret ain't going to be moving, but one team who are on the move is SJP2. They're in Market at the moment. Maybe they're hedging their bets on a Market finish here.
Around Market, or at least the little settlement outside of Market, is also somewhere it could be heading towards as well. So yes, okay, hedging your bets early can really work out, but it can also very much not work out in the same situation. It's probably going to guarantee you a top 5 if you can predict close to where that final circle is going to be. Here's going to be the next one, and Market just on the edge there, but also Cave still in as well. So Market Caves was a good bet for a lot of these teams, but now you've just got to make sure you are looking at the possibilities of the 2 or 3 final circles of where it could be heading.
And if it does move towards Market, that's going to be a very interesting finish, because you have so many close quarter areas that can be held down by those Watson defenses. You also have the differences in elevation, so there's going to be a lot of peak shotting before one team decides to maybe get a little bit ballsy and make a play in and try and finish off those kills. And Sonics, again, being aggressive here, taking these battles. I do enjoy what I've seen them from so far today.
The thing is, right now, are Sonics being aggressive, or are they being griefed from several different teams from both angles? Or is it just one team who have managed to just fall into market here and saying, oh, well, there's another team here, so we need to actually try and take this building off them, otherwise we're just going to be sitting here alongside them. As I say that, SJP2, here they are. They're in market as well. They're going to be this team right on the other side. And they're just peeking at the moment, trading shots and trading shields.
This is a little bit of a wingman measuring contest at the moment, isn't it, to be honest with you? Both teams poking out and saying, I'm going to hit you. All right, let's go again. And we'll see who hits the next shot. Jumping back in and recharging those shields. So a little bit of an ego test, to be honest with you. Quite enjoyed it.
I would quite like to see one of them push, and I know that you could argue it's a waste of utility if you have got some grenades, if you've got some arc stars to use, but there's potentially 3 points available for you in such a short distances away. If you were eliminated outside of the top 15, you're not going to get any points. So maybe you push for those kills, maybe you are brave, but these are teams that are competing for their tournament life, so it's very difficult to have that bravery.
We are starting to see a couple of kills, or downs, I should say, in the feed. Killers picking up one caller, picking up another down as well. So a few battles going down on rotation here. In around 17 seconds, you are going to see a lot of teams having to move through some choke points. I mean, if you take your eyes to the top left-hand side of your screen right now, you can see that overhead on the map, and you can see the choke points. There's quite a lot, Dan, that are going to be in play, and it'll be interesting to see who's located around the caves at the moment, and if anyone is holding down that high ground area.
You can see on the top of your screen as well the current standings, several different teams on 0 points, so they're going to be the ones who really are going to be nervous in this match number 2, even more nervous in match number 3 if they don't actually find any points. And you can see now teams just teabagging on the floor as they can see each other through the windows as well, just saying like, hiya, yeah, we know you're there, let's see whether this circle ends up here, because if it doesn't, we're coming for you in a second.
Synced again. Looks like he's just trying to close the door on them at the moment. Lock them in that room with those wingman shots. On the other side of things, you're seeing that door just being peeked. So both teams still trying to peek, but you can see here maybe Sonic's thinking about getting a little bit aggressive, sending that Wraith in synced and then backing up with that.
He had a thought.
That Wraith.
As soon as Android was able to get some damage there, Sing was like, all right, we're going. And then it was like, okay, we're not. There was that moment of panic where he just suddenly took damage as well, as that circle moves just slightly outside of market, but it is going to allow for a smidgen of market still in the circle. I would imagine that a team might end up on top of it as well.
Here comes a push across, and one player with the Wraith there is going to be in all sorts of trouble. The Arc Stars are going to go in. Just waiting for maybe for that Wraith to be pushed out here. SJP2, maybe the distraction technique like you talked about, Dan, being used here. The portal going down as well, and there you go, managing to escape. And I think just trying to set up an escape route here for them if that circle does close. And you can see from their position here inside market, they've got some problems now because North have got this kept. They have Watson fences up in front of that portal, and that's pretty much the only escape method unless they go into the R99 fire, excuse me, the alternator fire from the SMG. That North are locking down. Good position here for North.
Yeah, North have just been able to take that one side of market that is going to be in the circle. And as you can see on the mini-map as well, there's 3-4 little tiny buildings that are going to be in this next circle as well. So I would expect a couple of teams to already be residing in those, as now North under fire. A lot of grenades coming in the way of Nook.
This could be bad news indeed, and Jellycore now coming under fire. This is where the moves are starting to come in. If you can get the finish on this, that will be great for North. Nook manages to pick that one up. And now SJP2, they've been kind of in position to command a lot of the real estate here in market, and they are making their move out towards North. SJP2 coming under fire as well. Sonic's involved in this battle as well, and they've relocated here to the top of market. So then they've now got that elevation in their advantage. Watson fences set up, of course, as well. And on top of them, you've got another team here.
Yeah, because of the side of market, or the corner of market that's still in the top of market is actually quite a nice place because it's very difficult to be shot from, and there's a couple of like little generators on top of market you can hide behind as well. So I would say that it's decent positioning to take that.
And you can see why the teams are starting to move at the moment. 30 seconds until this ring does close, and if you're looking at market, there really isn't a lot of places to rotate out, to be honest with you. You have the doors to the side, you can have the option of trying to maybe zip line up top and maybe lay down a portal. But with so many teams involved in the battles here within Market, someone is going to have to lose a battle here, and one squad is going to have to go down, and Sonics are making the move now, and they're picking up kills, taking down one player. This is fantastic positioning from them.
Yeah, Sonics moved early so they could get those teams rotating in, have the red on their backsides. It's what North tried to do on the inside section as well, but I don't know whether that's been successful for them because they were taking that fight very early. Wraith tries to get the team out. He does get tagged in the backside as well, but I think just about managing to get away.
Now you're going to have to see these teams be forced to move. One team here just trapped on that inside edge of Market. Not a lot of room, excuse me, to work with for SJP2 at this point. And again, having to take a battle just to get repositioned in here. So this is a huge fight, in not only as far as the game is concerned, as far as who's going to pick up the kills is concerned, but for placement points, this could be massive. The EVA 8 shots ringing in as well, landing. Look at this push coming in from Sonics. Love the aggression that's coming in.
Yeah, Sonics just smelled blood. They knew there was vulnerability down below them. They could hear the healing, but now here comes the third party. They knew there was noise as well, but Sonics are straight back out and they're getting aggressive with the wingman. But can you hit your shots? You got to do the damage and rely on your teammates to finish off.
Sonics are still alive in all of this carnage that's going down. They are picking up so many eliminations at this point. This has been a fantastic run. They've put themselves in the position they've had to take these battles down, but having taken them, they've had a lot of success.
And I love that they did take the battles. I think when you see the circle spread that far away from you, and you know it's going to be so difficult to get towards that final circle, you say, look, we've got 2 teams below us. We have potential to pick up 3, 4, 5, maybe even 6 kills here and really get some points on the board. Then we'll see whether we can get into that circle. We trust our ability. We know we can win these fights. Sonics are a team who can progress through this tournament.
Yeah, you're going to see Sonics involved in another battle now and dipping out here. Here's Android Dream. A little bit of a paranoid Android at the moment as he's searching around looking for that player. His team are trying to push out as well, but this is the choke point I was talking about. Sonics have won the battle and the right to move up onto these buildings just outside of Market at River's End. And this is where the battles are going to go down now. 10 squads remaining and not a lot of buildings to be hiding in either.
Yeah, Sonics have done really well to get this far, but you can see they're not quite in the circle just yet. So they're going to move together and they have to move through open ground. They're going to be chunked by this red. They need to communicate, so they're pushing in the right areas. Pathfinder can get in, but are you going to be able to get the battery off? No, you're not. 2 members of Sonics down.
Yeah, Synced is the last one alive here as far as being able to compete in the fight is concerned. And Secret in a decent position here as well. They do have the low ground, but as we talked about before, that Watson ult has changed the meta game as far as high ground, low ground is concerned, Dan.
Yeah, I really like low ground. I think a lot of teams can agree on that as well. You've got quite a lot of cover here, and also with that final circle, you're not going to be stunned if you suddenly have to drop into it. But I'm not sure. While I don't know whether we're going to get to a final circle, we do have several different levels. I think when you've got 2 or 3 levels, you can get to that tiny circle right in the end game.
So Cool are one of the teams who are involved, and they're in a very, very nice position as far as placement is potentially concerned. All of them full shields. We've got Triumph Gaming who are involved as well. Maybe a team who haven't had the greatest of runs so far in the tournament. They're going to have some big points on the board. And they currently have the ultimate high ground in this particular circumstance as well, and that Alternator is just melting shields. The Disruptor rounds just doing so much damage, even at medium range.
Ultimate high ground and utilizing ultimate accelerants as well. Of course, Watson, her passive is that if you use an ultimate accelerant, it instantly recharges your ultimate as well. Very important. We've seen how Watson is just the definition of this meta. She is everything. You need her in for her fences and for ultimate as well.
Synced has a huge role here for Sonics as well. We've seen how many eliminations they've picked up so far. He's managed to eke his way into a top 5 placement as well as the last player alive for his squad. If he can just let these teams go about their business, get busy with the fighting and somehow stay alive and take another couple of placements, this could be a massive game here for Sonics as the wingman shots are ringing in across Kings Canyon.
Wraith trying to get away, trying to use the portal as well, but everyone is staring at that portal. You just start firing at it as well, just in case anyone's going to come behind you. But it's madness now. Everyone trying to get in a building or under a building or on top of a building. And then we will get a period where everything will slow down once everyone has got some sort of vantage point.
Yeah, Team Seeker in a pretty decent position here. They don't have the high ground, but as we say, that Watson ultimate is going to make that not too much of a factor in comparison to maybe some of the early game iterations and meta games that we did see. Cooler now coming under a lot of pressure as well as the last 4 squads remaining here try and push on each other. They peek. The R301 shots ring out across as well as we saw a player trying to peek around that corner, maybe finish off some of those kills, and now we're going to see some desperate reshielding as they try and hold their ground.
5 points for fourth, 7 points for third, so a 2-point difference if you can get into that top 3. So that's why teams desperately trying to survive here, and there's 1 minute and 10 seconds to think about what you want to do. Are you actually going to get aggressive? Are you going to try and push one of these teams, or are you going to wait for that circle to enclose and just hope for the best with what utility you've got? Looking across SJ, looking across Cooler, I'm not seeing much utility whatsoever. Not many grenades to be throwing into that circle, so then you're relying on Wraith. You're relying on her ability to queue and survive a lot of this red.
Triumph Gaming still holding that high ground, and now we're going to see the moves now, trying to maybe go for that loot box, maybe get a little bit greedy, but the Pathfinder mobility getting him out of trouble momentarily. Wonder if that was worth it. It was a little bit of a risky move, but we are going to see a knock come in here, and Team Secret, they are holding this ground as they do drop Painless their piece with that Peacekeeper shot.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Triumph was looking for, whether it was ammo, maybe whether it was utility, or whether he just hoped he could kind of drop very central to the circle and not be noticed. But here comes now all of the action. 4 squads left, 10 seconds and this circle's moving.
Mortals go down from those Wraiths. You're going to be seeing players and teams just whipping about towards this final circle. On board with Lemic here, as he tries to land some wingman shots. SJ Gaming, of course, they took home your last game that we saw, so they're looking for a big points result once again. Jerpy now setting up his portal to find an escape mechanism or being able to stay alive as that ring closes in. The shots are ringing out now, but Rubo's going to be taken down. Team Secret, they've controlled this low ground for the majority of this second game. Secret trying to do what they can to close out a win. The Peacekeeper shot comes in, but it's not enough at this point.
Ishi's the only one who's actually alive at the moment. He's trying to survive, but there's so many portals. Everyone's just dancing around and just surviving this red, but someone's got to survive. Someone's got to get the final shot. Graceful's still alive, so's JMW, but someone is still lurking.
Someone is lurking. They've just got to find him. Who is it going to be? Triumph Gaming, they have it all to do with this point, but no! The one player alive somehow does something magical and turns this game into a win. Jerpy, what did you just do?
Great finish to that one, and an unbelievable turn of events there, of course. That was a losers bracket round 1 matchup, but back here at the desk as we're getting ready and geared for our losers bracket round 3 matchup on the side station. Of course, winners bracket final being set up on the main station right now. Fallout alongside Jamerson and Rain. How's it going, my friends?
It's going great. I'm really excited, man.
Yeah, it's good to have you back on the desk as well. Always a pleasure. Of course, we're recapping that one and where we're at right now in the tournament. If you guys are just watching, it's been Elimination Saturday. A lot of teams have been eliminated. I think 30 teams already out of this tournament. That leaves us about 50 teams left still competing. I believe, as it currently stands, maybe 40. 40 and 40.
40 currently, yeah.
Yeah, especially in losers round 3. Yeah. As it currently stands. So a lot has gone down. We've seen the likes of both Team Liquid rosters, Echo Fox, some pretty reputable teams not making it. Anything surprised you guys the most?
He's already surprised. Look at that. They're surprised.
There's just so much to talk about here. And honestly, like the surprise is honestly that Fnatic EU and NA both survived. At this point, you had already mentioned it, right? Like Team Liquid is out, and neither of their teams were able to move on. Quasar Generation, I don't, they're having a little bit difficult time also. And so to have both teams still alive at this phase, where 50% of the teams have been knocked out, is a huge surprise to me.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think officially no more teams from Australia region are being represented. Justice, which is an Australian organization, still has representation for their Japanese team.
Korean team, yeah.
Oh, Korean, sorry. Korean, yep. Korean team that qualified through with that epic celebration early. And we did get confirmation their coach calculated all the numbers. That's how they had the early intel. Justice makes it. And what an event that was. What a scene that was. We saw so many teams celebrating. Pittsburgh Knights, a group team hug. They just walked past us, and a lot of hype for that team as well. So again, we're actually currently at a little bit of a delay because of a rule. We want to make sure we give players enough time to get ready for their next match. It's obviously a grind. So there's a rule in the player book that says 60 minutes in between matches. Our next match will be losers bracket round 3 that will be showing on stream. So until then, we're obviously just going to show you guys as many broadcasts as we can and as much gameplay as we can, because we showed the Fnatic NA in the EU qualifier, Justice, Wyvern both making it through. What we didn't show you was an epic game 3 where a few teams that I know some of you guys are fans of, CLG, Reciprocity, etc., had a chance to compete for a chance to qualify. Let's go ahead and take a look and see how teams like CLG, Reciprocity, Team Secret, keep an eye out for them, fared in this next one.
Well, let's see exactly what they can do then. Succubus, they're in a pretty good position, pretty much guaranteed with that win in the last game to make it through. And from one of those teams placing inside the top 10, but it's the worrying moments now that the teams are in that 7th to 12th position, you're looking over your shoulder, you're thinking, have I done them enough? And it's even a case for some of these teams, they're going to get to the end of this and think, have we done enough? Well, they're going to be scrambling around looking at what eliminations were picked up by what teams and who is going to be able to lock down those final positions. So much to play for here for so many teams. Only 10, of course, will be moving on.
We have this team dropping
towards the farm, and that is going to be a southeast circle at the moment. So that could be beneficial to those who drop around Repulsor. I believe Reciprocity are a team who drop around Repulsor as well, so I'm sure they're going to be rubbing their hands together as they're not going to have to rotate around the entire map this time. But we'll see. When I get a better look at the map, I can give a better idea of where exactly this circle is going to be finishing.
And we'll be keeping an eye around the kill feed early as well to see if there's any teams who are taking that risk and thinking, do you know what? We need the kills, we need to try and grief someone, and we need to get the points on the board early and maybe eliminate some of the teams around them as well. Think about it. If you're in 15th place and you're kind of like, we need to have a Hail Mary game, drop on someone that's just inside that top 10. Try and take them on. Someone who might be a little bit worried themselves. Put that team under pressure.
And I think that kind of strategy might work in the later rounds of the tournament when you really know where everyone's dropping. But I think in this particular round, in Losers Bracket round 2, there's quite a little bit of unknown. There's some teams who weren't participating necessarily as much in pro scrims, so they're not really going to know where actually the drop locations are, so it's very difficult to try and target them.
You just got a little sneaky peek of that circle as well. It's going to be down to the south side of the map, so players around Thunderdome, players in sort of the water treatment area are going to be in a good position to potentially get a rotation, and maybe Thunderdome isn't quite exactly where it's going to be. You just saw the Pathfinder being pinged there to find that location. It's going to be a little bit more to the southeasterly area of the map.
Yeah, southeast, so Repulsor side, landing pad, we also saw a finish like that already. It may end up a little bit more central if that first initial circle doesn't have itself over water. If you don't know how to predict circles, there is kind of a pattern, and there are plenty of videos around on YouTube as well, but essentially...
Shout out to Jameson.
Yeah, Jameson, who is on the desk, has done so well at analysing the different patterns that have emerged from only normal Apex and, of course, competitive Apex as well. If that circle, if the white ring is just over water like you see, you are going to see a tendency, you are going to see a pattern where the circle is going to end up on one of the nearer main named locations. So that's why we are predicting something like the possibility of Repulsor.
Okay, you can see the standings as well after 2 rounds of action from this second round of the losers bracket. You can see who's holding down those top 10 positions. Reciprocity 11 points, Samsung Morningstars on 9, and just behind them, actually tied on points, was one team, BDS I think that was, on 11 points as well. So they're going to be super nervous going into this game. It is such a tough decision to make. Are we going to play for eliminations? Are we going to play for placement? I mean, I kind of feel for the players in this kind of situation because of the fact that, you know, so much pressure is on you, and one little false move and you're out of the tournament.
I think the trouble is, even if you go along the mentality of, I want to play for eliminations, I'm going to be aggressive, I'm going to go for kills, it's difficult to do that when everyone else is playing for placement, because even if you get aggressive and you push one team, you're probably going to be greeted by 3 or 4 other teams that are just going to be hiding nearby, and they're going to grief you and make it very difficult.
And this is the good thing here for Reciprocity as well. So many times we've seen them involved in games so far this tournament where the circle really hasn't favored them as far as where they have to rotate to. They've had to move a long way across the map from where they like to drop and Repulsor, but now that you've got that kind of circle a little bit more friendly to their side of the map, they might be able to get that early rotation and put points on the board and put themselves into the next round.
It's literally dropping in their backyard, just as it did for CLG in Artillery. So this is a fantastic chance for Reciprocity to try and ensure their way into the top 10, to try and keep their place in the top 10, should I say. For other teams, it's going to be a case of whether they can get to that southeast side quickly. Currently, Triumph are in water treatment, which is going to be fine. That's a nice little place that you can move over and actually take a couple of kills of teams that are going to be rotating through the middle of the map. So this is a good spot for them to be right now.
I thought you were going to say it's a lovely little location, as in like water treatments. I was like, dude, it's a water treatment plant. Like
it's a horrible location. Exactly. I mean, like, what's that green stuff that's in the middle of water treatment?
Nobody really wants to know. The last time I saw something like that. Anyway, let's keep on to the action. Let's keep talking about what is in front of us at the moment. You can see teams are trying to rotate through pretty early here as Halo Clan Gaming, team who, of course, took map number 1 here, are looking pretty good. And Gen.G, they're inside that top 10 at the moment. But again, they're one of those teams just on that bubble who could have some really horrible thoughts after this match is done. They need to be consistent. They need to get some points.
They have 3 legends who have a lot of mobility. Having Bangalore as well, it means that you have 3 escape artists, essentially. Being able to use Bangalore's ability to smoke out and escape, and then you can actually use it as an aggressive ability as well, providing that your teammates have digital threats. But those are harder to come by in competitive lobbies.
First blood has gone down. You just heard it in the background there. And it is going to be a Succubus player, actually, who's been taken out there. Secret actually getting aggressive as well, taking down one of the Samsung players. And that's not good news for Samsung, one of those teams who were right on the cusp of making it through or being eliminated. So we'll have to keep you up to date the best that we possibly can on how those guys are getting on.
Yeah, Genji are just going to be posting up here. It would seem they're more than happy to see where this circle is going to be moving towards, and they will wait for maybe a couple of these teams to be rotating outwards. So they're going to be gatekeeping this game. Again, it comes down to whether you can rotate early enough where you feel comfortable to move into that space, but on the edge of water treatment, on the edge of repulsor, and again, I think that's teetering towards maybe a landing pad finish.
So Samsung now in a very precarious spot, really are teetering on the brink of elimination. Only 2 players left in this game as well. Need to just try and eke out some placement points, get inside that top 10 and hope that someone doesn't have a huge game who's part of that chasing pack. HRO then, they found themselves in a decent position here, and they're just going to take their time, probably drop some Watson fences around here as well to make sure that nobody can push them too easily without running into any damage, getting stunned and getting taken out of the game themselves. And this is going to be a super nervy lobby, especially towards those endgame moments.
One squad has already been eliminated. I didn't quite catch who it was, but as soon as I notice and I get that information, I'll let you know, because it might be someone out of the tournament already. Shots are going to be coming across from BDS. You saw briefly as well, Team Secret have already set up shop at the landing pad. I think they are banking on it finishing around there, so they might be in prime position, but they're also going to be getting griefed by everyone else trying to get there as well.
Well, here's BDS. I think they are just about still in contention with making their way through as well, but they need to have a consistent game. So many teams here are kind of going to be thinking, you know, we need to just not throw it away in that circumstance. It's a dangerous mentality to have, and now you're going to see Cycloop here from BDS just retreating, desperately trying to get away to the safe grounds of that little, I'm going to call it a little recovery area, to be honest with you. They got that Watson ult set up to help those shields get recharged and back ready, and now you're going to see players trying to move across the map as well, and it's going to be HRO who are doing a great job here of focus firing onto these teammates.
Yeah, they're just pushing in and getting so aggressive onto Third Impact, and Third Impact desperately trying to run away, and that's very impressive play as well from a Pathfinder, knowing when to get out of a fight, and really using that ability to grapple away as best as possible. And I think that might be Third Impact eliminated as well. I've just seen Forsaken drop, and I think he was the 3rd and final member, so that's going to be Third Impact with an inability to get any more points in this game. And you can see the ticker running across at the top of your screen after 2 rounds where they stand. And I think Third Impact were in contention for maybe dropping out of this top 10.
And this is perfect for Reciprocity here. We've seen they have the control of pretty much the only building that is around this landing pad area. This is where we saw Samsung, I believe, a couple of rounds earlier today just hole up and almost guarantee themselves a 3rd or 4th place finish. So Reciprocity inside that top 10, complete control here. The only way that they can really throw this away is if they make a bad mistake.
Third Impact were actually on 18 points. They were up in 5th, so even though they've been eliminated, they should be just about safe to get through to that next round in the losers bracket, unless we see pretty much all the top teams at the moment finish in that bottom 10 and all the teams below them finish in the top 10. There is still a possibility we could have a very high points lobby here.
Teams still making their way towards the circle. Only round 2 at the moment, 48 seconds still left on the clock, and just say 2 teams have dropped so far, and Joey Blackout with that wingman in hand, maybe just looking to get information at this point on where these other teams are rotating from and where they can be protected and where they can land their shots. And Reciprocity, as much as I'd love to watch them at the moment, they ain't going to be moving for a while, to be honest with you. Let's take our attention away to some of the teams who are trying to rotate down onto this area.
Team Kurt under a lot of fire, and they want to drop down, they want to get out of the sight lines of all these teams that have already managed to find themselves with height here at Repulsor, and they seem to have actually wormed their way into a decent little spot. The trouble is, every time you dive into any situation, there could always be a team just hiding around the corner who have already posted up and stolen that possibility away from you.
I've got positioning as far as where this final circle is concerned. However, as we talked about, not a huge amount of elevation differences around here. You have the top of that landing pad area, sort of refueling station, if you like. But as far as the others are concerned, they're in a good position here. Chaos as well to watch anybody who's rotating in from the bottom of the valley there. They have the height advantage, but they've just got to be careful with the fact that they have those teams either side of them as well. They can't poke. Reciprocity are still above them inside that building, and if they turn their back for too long, we know that the R99, which is probably in the hands of Snipedown, is quite happy to land those shots.
Decent shots there coming out from Azzy, but unfortunately there is some return fire, so he's just going to have to back off. It's going to be the ultimate placed, just so he can generate some shields for free and hope that no one else can take out that beacon that's been placed. Because when you do see one of those beacons on the map, you take it down as quick as possible. You don't want to give free shields away. You want people to use all of their shield cells, all of their batteries, so that if you do come into a fight with them later, they ain't going to have it.
And this is a good time for us to maybe break down why it's so important to try and land some shots with those sniper rifles, force players off of rotations, because you saw the shots that were landed there, force Hellacline Gaming down onto that low area of the map, and from there, there's so, few areas for them to move through to try and rotate into that next circle. When they're up high and they have that power position, they're the ones who are controlling who can walk in, who can walk under them. A couple of landed shots, like we saw from that triple take, can completely change, the orientation of how teams have to move and where you can locate your reticles.
Yeah, it also gives you the freedom to move as well. If there's a team that's higher than you, you can manage to push them off that high ground. You can either A, take that position, or you can B, rotate elsewhere. As a member of Hellacline Gaming goes down, it's going to be Brent Royale. We saw some incredible Peacekeeper stuff from him earlier, but unfortunately he falls. As now we're on board with Cooler at landing pad, and several teams have actually transitioned over to landing pad, hoping and praying it's going to finish on them.
17 seconds until that circle's going to be moving, and unfortunately there for QTSati, he just got put on his butt pretty quickly by a long-range shot there across map, just as he was looking to make a decision. But you could see in that moment there a little bit of indecision, not sure what way they were going to push, how they were going to try and approach this next rotation, and that just allowed those shots to come in.
Oh, poor Chopper, he's been left for dead here. Joey was like, nah, I'm out, I'm raked. You've got good luck as a Watson to try and get away. Come and join me if you can. And actually, Chopper's done pretty well at just laying down a little bit of fire, saying, I'm not just going to sit here and be under fire from you. Instead, I'm going to take a couple of shots back, and it was enough to actually push them back. I think sometimes that is enough. If you just fire back at someone, they go, oh wait, they can aim with their weapons.
Every single fiber in my body wants to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, but the people at home, I'm sorry, I won't put you through that. It's not good, it's not funny. It literally has nothing going for it. But anyway, let's continue with our game now. Triumph Gaming landing trying to land some shots, I should say, with that scout and the triple take, and they're in a position here to be one of those teams who are looking to gatekeep one of these ways in to this landing pad area towards the end, and you're looking at those kind of teams to look for eliminations at this point, put those points on the board.
And there it is. Circle moves even further towards the landing pad, and Reciprocity still rubbing their hands together. But the trouble is, it's a very vulnerable area they do find themselves in. There's a few teams that are around. If two of them suddenly decide they want to get inside this building at the same time, Reciprocity might struggle.
I was getting a little bit worried here. Frex is getting a little bit antsy, to be honest with you, peeking out and looking for any players. Yes, he's got the ability to get away. He is playing the Wraith now for Reciprocity, something we did highlight in the last round, the change from Snipedown playing that Wraith to him playing the Watson now. But it's still a risk. A longbow shot, or someone might have a Kraber, for example, just lands a headshot in there. He's down. He's out of the battle, and Reciprocity, all of a sudden, with 17 squads left, from what is an almost guaranteed top 5 position, could be in trouble.
Yeah, unless you have a level 3 helmet, a Kraber will take you down in one headshot as well. But as you can see, several people have been able to find a level 3 helmet, and that is going to help out just in case any of those snipers are trying to take you down. But Secret still in the same place we saw pretty much from the early game here. And I think previously, when we've seen a circle finish here, it was Team Secret who posted up down there as well. A really good position because you've got the small wall to peek over, and you can also retreat under the stairs to your left as well. So plenty of room to dodge out of the way of bullets.
Well, here's SJ Gaming. So impressive in that first round of losers, and you have to wonder if just the increased ability in this lobby lobby has made life a little bit too difficult for them. Is it one step too far? Because they were down in 18th place, I believe, when this lobby got underway. So they need big placement, they need big points if they want to continue their run in the tournament.
When you consider that SJ were able to get 43 points in the previous lobby in losers bracket round 1, winning twice, getting 12 kills in one of their games, they look like an entirely different team. But I think that shows the difference of quality between some of the teams we have at this tournament. Even though every single team here is incredible at Apex Legends, there are certain tiers the further you get.
Of course there is. It's the same in any competitive environment. There's always those tiers, always those levels. And TSM, yesterday, the standout on it, seemed like they were on a tier of their own, to be honest with you. But now we are starting to see some action start to unfold. Samsung, who needed kills, they were in a position here where they only had 2 players alive, remember, for quite a long time on this particular game. They've managed to pick up a couple of kills and a couple of extra points when you're holding on to a top 10 spot. That could be the difference here for them.
And this is now where you're going to be greeted by those players who are just waiting on the inside of that circle. Teams like Team Secret, who do have the view onto the choke points, they're going to be picking up so many kills. Chaos Joey goes down and the whole squad of Chaos is eliminated out of the competition as well. God bless Joey, we remember what you did. You will be remembered in history of Apex Legends, but unfortunately Chaos out of the competition.
We will always remember Joey for what he did, but anyway, it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Now we jump into Segelbert's point of view. Nitro, the man who we're watching. At the moment, they're just dipping and diving, and it's a surviving game for them. And you look at this next circle as well. They're in a pretty good spot under this building with Reciprocity. The Watson fences are up as well, and they're not going to have to move. It's going to be a case of everybody's going to have to push into them. I'd actually like to jump back to them when we finish this particular engagement that we're in with Cooler, just to see what the weaponry is like. Are they going to be able to take those close-range battles?
The only bad thing about where they are is they can be shot from several different angles, and finally now Reciprocity getting an advantage from their early positioning. They're able to pick down a couple of knocks here, and maybe get some eliminations as well.
And one thing to point out here for Reciprocity as well is Frex has got the golden alternator as well, so if anyone wants to peek around a corner, dare to knock on his door and ask trick or treat, it's only going to be a treat. A trick, I should say. It's not going to be a treat. That is not a treat to run into.
No, that's going to be ripping through your shields as well. If you can communicate with his team, the disruptor rounds, of course, on that alternator, it does extra damage to your shields. As soon as those shields are depleted and he gets the crack, that's when his teammates need to come in, swoop, and finish them off.
SJ then, 13 squads remaining, slowly climbing towards those point placements that they need. They need big points though. And they're looking to make their move at the moment, trying to sneak in, maybe pick up some shields, maybe pick up some ammo to help with these battles. And now we're seeing that ring closing in, and we're going to see HRO have to make that rotation in. They've got a long way to go. They're trying to carve out a path. You can see them trying to see what the easiest way is, but it's not going to be easy for them. The Wraith goes out, the portal goes out, and they're unfortunately going to find themselves under all sorts of fire on their way to this ring.
They're bobbing, they're weaving, they're doing everything they can to survive, but they're being shot by 10 different squads at the moment. 10 squads who have already found their way into the circle, and it's Team Secret on top of the landing pad now who are doing all the damage to all these teams trying to get in. 9 remain.
9 remain, as you say, Dan Gaskin. Cooler now still in position to fight this battle, even though one of those players was knocked, and SJ again managed to find their way into a position, even though one player has been taken down. Jumpy's going to be coming under fire himself, maybe trying to desperately rotate away just to stay alive in this situation.
He has to survive because SJ need a big game here, and they haven't got that many kills to work with, so they need a high placement. It's going to be difficult to do it on his own, but he is in the next circle, and that's what's important. But all this happening, Reciprocity, the building that they pitched up in is still in the circle as well.
Yeah, that's knowledge, and that's experience coming in from Reciprocity, knowing what buildings are going to be favored in these final circles. And looking across at the moment, there's a few solos, there's a few duos available. So even though we have 9 squads left, Dan, excuse me, it's not going to be a case of pure 3-on-3 gameplay.
Yep, still some solos who are trying to finish things off for their squad to try and keep them alive in the tournament for so many of these teams as well. Whilst we've seen some eliminated from the competition already, there is still a chance for others. 25 seconds until this circle starts to close down. And BDS, only 2 of them remaining, and they are going to be one of the teams that's going to have to push into the center area of this circle.
15 seconds until this circle moves. Teams still with their tournament lives on the line in this particular situation. Plays are going to have to be made. History is going to have to be made for some of these teams if they want to stay in the tournament. Reciprocity, though, 9 squads left. They've made their way into the top 10. They should be pretty good as far as staying in the tournament is concerned.
Reciprocity just laying down fire on everyone, but it's Cooler who are trying to move in. They do serious damage with this alternator, but can you get away? Amaz falls. It's just ASCII left, and he's managed to find a spot in his hiding mark.
He's managed to stay alive in this situation. Again, Reciprocity with all the cards at this point in the game. 7 squads now remain.
7 squads, though, but everything gets a little bit quieter. I hear screams from the hall just outside of us here in Krakow as teams get excited. We're down to 5. 2 have just been eliminated. On Fire managed to get a revive, but now we have 1 minute 30 where you've got to try and decide how you want to finish this game.
And I think this is the case again. That was the desperate scramble to just try and get inside this circle. Now that we have players like ASCII who's managed to find a spot just to stay alive, there's going to be a reluctance from teams here to make that first move, to poke out and try and get those kills on the board. A Secret will take down ASCII and add another point to their tally.
Cooler finish in 5th, so that means now everyone here has at least achieved 5 points, finishing in the top 4, and you can hear the
they found a solo.
Secret. They've spotted a player, and they're going to fish him out, and they are not going to allow him to just walk away with a free placement here.
So we have Team Secret placed on top here, trying to take down this solo player. He's desperately trying to stay alive, but the only issue is when you're trying to stay alive, flames are going to hurt you, and you can't escape in that situation. Finally, Row will be taken down. Now we are down to the final 3.
Final 3, but you've wasted a little bit of utility that might come in handy for this final drop. 35 seconds. You've got your Wraith portals to try and move in. Are you going to go for the play of trying to drop early into that circle, look outward, and take shots on everyone else? Or are you going to utilize those ultimate abilities from your Pathfinder, from your Wraith, so you can try and survive for as long as possible and just play the survival game?
Let's make it clear here where everyone is as this circle is about to collapse once more. Secret, they're on top of the map. Reciprocity, they're just below them, having to now try and escape. Frex will be taken down. Huge plays here from Secret, and Team Fire are still in the battle as well. 3 squads remain.
Rex did his job, though. He got the Wraith portal out, and then he goes back through, and then he gets revived as well. So now it's going to be a case of them all pushing through together, but Watson comes in and fences up around all these portals.
Everyone's desperately trying to stay alive. You have to say the Secret are in position here. Reciprocity is still alive. Reciprocity are going to be taken down, though. Secret are in here. They're taking down everybody who tries to move into that final circle, and they will close out game number 3. Team Secret, what a way to finish things off.
Yeah, Team Secret just had the vantage point when it came to that final circle, and that will have them ensure their...
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the main desk here. Fallout joined alongside these 2 great individuals. We got Jamerson and Evan back on the desk. Evan, great to have you on, especially because I know you've been watching each and every match on that side station, which has been equally as exciting as our main stage matches.
I'm ready, baby. I got all the info for you.
This man has like 19,000 pages of notes. There's a stack of note cards like this over here. He's been putting his work in, of course.
Right.
Awesome to have you on the desk and appreciate the insight, especially on that match we just saw. I want to quickly break that down.
Yeah.
What did you guys see at a high level before we talk about a little bit about format and then jump into some pre-show?
Sure. I'll start. I mean, honestly, this was the game of revival. This is like a drone of compassion from Lifeline. Hit 3 teams in a row because Secret, and you look at Fire and you look at Reciprocity, were not in the top 10 until this matchup. Secret go from 2 points to 26. And Reciprocity with a big 11-point game there. And most importantly, Fire, I think, who were really in a bad spot. They had to fight 2 solo players as they made their way back into that final circle. But they keep the quest alive to try to face their former teammate Monsoon on FlyQuest later on in the tournament.
Yeah, the revival and the rebattle of the old world's best gaming roster, as you mentioned early on. That's a crazy storyline, undoubtedly. And me and you were having a conversation in the back. You're like, Fire made it. I'm like, no, they didn't. I refreshed.
I'm like, wait, yeah, they did.
I refreshed Wikipedia. I'm like, how'd they go from like 17th place Secret as well with a ridiculous game to close that one out? An unbelievable performance. That is what good teams are made of, that loser's bracket run.
Yeah.
You guys see how the standings all ended up playing out here.
I mean, that was a huge game for them. Taking first gives them 12 points, and they also had 14 eliminations on top of that, giving them 26. So it looks like they had 3 points leading into this round. And so having very quiet game 1s and game 2s, but then coming back, that's what we're seeing a lot of teams in that 3rd round, in that scuffle, they're able to eke it out.
And Jamerson, we're also noticing that one big round could determine everything. You can mess up round 1 and round 2. You can take a risk, and I think we're seeing teams do that more often. And you can get one big round and turn it around for your entire tournament. So this is exciting for, I think, heading into the next next losers bracket, but also the finals tomorrow. You're not out until it's over. So teams should always have something to play for.
Yeah, that is a huge point, right? Because we're seeing that the threshold to be able to move on from your group or from that round is about 13, 14 points. And so if you get one W, if you get one first place, that's 12 points. That propels you immediately
Plus
forward.
the kills from what you got winning that. It's probably about 15, 16 that almost guarantee you that you're moving on.
Yeah, that's a great point. Of course, this double elimination format leaves for a lot of opportunities. If you're just tuning in for the first time, we've been talking about it all weekend because it's worth talking about. The first time ever a Battle Royale major tournament has seen a double elimination tournament format. Of course, you see on screen how it's working and how the rest of the tournament will play out. Losers Bracket Round 3 is about to be live on stream in a moment. Of course, Winners Bracket will be staggered following that on the main stream as well. Of course, the teams that lose from Winners Bracket Round 3, the bottom 10, will then move down to Losers Bracket Round 4, aka the Losers Bracket Finals. The top 10 teams that win from this upcoming Losers Bracket Round 3 matchup will meet them in the Losers Bracket Finals. Top 10 teams from there advance to play in our grand finals against the best 10 teams to make it out of the winners bracket. What a great story that is to add to the amazing story that Battle Royale is in general.
And what I love about this format is that we had moments like Justice waiting just off of stage, waiting for the results, and just even though their coach was trying to reassure them, they were still just sitting there waiting, staring at our screens to see the standings.
It was amazing. It was a four-way tie at the end too. One of my very good friends and former people I've cast in an old world of Paladins actually, Puleole on Sinister has made it tied with 14 points. So it just shows you anything can happen in this type of tournament environment. That's what makes it so exciting.
I think ultimately it was a five-way tie.
It was a five. You're right.
Yeah, with the 11
place
team
too. Yeah.
not
four-way
making
just on the
it
first page.
Yeah,
crazy. And yeah, to your point on Sinister, the only Argentinians, I believe.
Yes,
correct?
Argentina.
From South America. Sinister doing a great job. I had no idea we had Paladins representation. We've been talking so much about Overwatch, Realm Royale, Fortnite, PUBG. I mean, you name it.
Great part about Apex.
That's the best part about Apex. So many different players, so many different skill
StarCraft
sets,
2?
different scenes. Cool, StarCraft 2
Halo
pros,
plays
too.
still alive, so yeah.
When we get Hearthstone players, I'll be very turning and I'll be like, well, how did that transition happen?
Yeah. What in the world? What skill sets come from there? Maybe
intelligent thinking? I don't know. Yeah.
Hey, something tells me we got at least one
Gotta
Hearthstone
work out all the
player.
variables and all the numbers. I don't know.
Yeah, like this guy's been doing on the broadcast the entire time.
If we have 1 second to talk about one team in particular, I think Snipedown and Reciprocity is the team I want to look at in this bracket because this is now 2 days in a row. Two groups where they were facing elimination on their third game had a big clutch at the end. So I think this is almost a theme of what it's going to take to win this tournament. Somebody with that type of captain idea and mentality to really push through the tough times and have a big game when it matters most.
The craziest part about this is that this is a ragtag roster, right? They're bringing in 2 former players from Cloud9, and it looks like the roles haven't been solidified because even though I believe Snipedown was playing the Wraith yesterday, he did swap off today onto the Watson, and then they were just mixing around the roles. So this is very awkward. We're not used to seeing these kinds of changes being made mid-tournament.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I think one big discussion is that big game tournament format or the big game results format, like Reciprocity said, having one big game versus consistency. You know, we've seen a lot of teams consistently perform. Yeah, Cooler's a great example of that.
3 top 10s, 8, 9, 7 points. That's another viable way to go about this, Jammers. I'm sure we've seen different ways, and we'll still see different ways as the tournament progresses, but what we've seen consistently be the determining factor, can you top 10 multiple times, or can you just get one huge game? Because then it doesn't really matter what you do after that. You still try to mess with people, but you're pretty much secured to the next round.
Hitting that top 10 is important, right? Because that's the difference between 1 and 2 points. And if you do that 3 times in a row, that's 6 going into your total, and you just need to get the elimination to close it out.
Sinister's got 1 point in that final round. That's what put him into that tie.
Wow.
That's what put them into the next round.
Crazy what it all comes down to. It has been an amazing day so far, of course. We are getting ready to kick off our losers bracket round 3 matchup where we have the likes of CLG, Team Reciprocity, Cooler, even some teams like EBC that have burst out of nowhere, representing Australia actually still alive in the tournament, getting ready to compete against the likes of Fnatic, NA, EU, etc. It's going to be an unbelievable matchup. And to bring you the action, we got Onset and Gaskin. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Beautiful stuff as always, gentlemen. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Great stuff on the desk as always. And yes, it is time to get into our next game now. Losers bracket action does continue. We're into our 3rd round of action. And a couple of names that I want to talk about in this group is we have the Battle of Fnatic, Dan. We have North America taking on Europe. It's a battle for the ages, and it also is going to give you those bragging rights moving on to the tournament.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight each other again after doing it already in Losers bracket round 2. But look at some of the names in this round. We've got CLG, CLG there as well. We've got Reciprocity there. Pittsburgh Knights, who were able to scrape through previously. Luminosity. I mean, I could name all 20 of these in the same tone of voice because they're all incredible and they all have a chance to get to that losers bracket final.
And the scariest thing about what you're saying there, you're showing the positive side of it, Dan. You're saying you have the chance to get through. We're going to lose 10 of these teams in this set of games. It is going to be make or break for every single player. And I just feel like we're going to have a few moments in this match that are going to be those clutch factor moments. We've seen it from Reciprocity. We've talked about that on the desk. You heard it from Evan. He was saying, you know, those last games where they had to pull out performances, they were doing it. It's going to be a similar circumstance for other teams in this group as well.
I think the largest factor for a lot of these teams is trying to eliminate the situation where they're having to rotate late. I know you can't do anything about where the circle's going to finish, but maybe rotating earlier rather than later will give you a better chance to get there. Of course, if you're looting southwest and it ends up northeast at relay, it's going to be a really tough rotation. And that's why we saw in previous lower brackets, finishes like at Artillery was so beneficial to CLG, finishes at Landing Pad was so beneficial to Reciprocity. Are you going to get that little bit of fortune, or are you going to have to work extra hard in this lower bracket round 3?
Well, you can see the claps coming in. They're starting to get hyped, the players. It's time to get into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, good news. We can see the dropship is moving from south to north, and we're going to be seeing the teams dropping off for the first time. And it's always exciting the first time we see these drops in round number 1, Dan, because there's a few times that we see a little bit of contention going down for those spots.
And we're going to kick off with Fnatic EU, and I guess we should, after how they performed in losers bracket round 2. They were able to secure 2 victories. They got 15 kills in one of those games as well. 2 UK players on that roster, may I add, and of course Nicola, who's from Sweden. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what this roster can do now they get into the later nitty-gritty stages here at the Apex Invitational.
It looks like Fnatic EU are going to be dropping outside labs to kick things off there, and they'll have the option, of course, of using that huge portal to redeploy back into the air and maybe make a rotation to wherever that ring may end up. We're going to watch them loot up now through labs. Not going to be too much to report, to be honest with you. It seems like they're pretty much uncontested, as Dids is going to land outside as well. Just using those bins to pick some stuff up as we now move over to Fnatic NA. They've got that watchtower on lock.
Yeah, Fnatic NA are just going to be having a free loot, as is everyone, it would seem, just looking at the top right on the kill feed. All 60 players still up, so that means you're going to have a successful loot sequence, and of course that's going to be important, because then you're going to be able to find yourself in the best situation possible later on. A very central circle, I did just notice. Now, I would suggest
rubbing my hands together there.
I think this is going to benefit teams who like to take early game fights, teams who like fighting against others that are rotating. When we've had the outer edge circles that have been so easy to rotate early, a lot of the teams that like those fights haven't been able to have them, so maybe this is going to benefit close quarter combat teams who like to just sit in the caves and get up in people's grills.
I also feel like it's great for the people who are watching at home as well. We're going to have those forced engagements as the teams have to traverse the geometry of the map to get towards those circles. And look at that, Dan. We're going to see the passive ability being used by Pathfinder there to locate that next circle as well. So we've got a really great indication early on here of where those next couple of circles are going to be.
We've seen 3 central circles today on this particular stream, and all of them have ended around market, 1 north of market, 1 east, and 1 actually on market as well. This one looks like it might be heading slightly north, and the reason why I prefer central circles personally is they're a little bit harder to predict. So that means that you're not able to just pick one building and say, look, I know that this is going to be in the final circle. Instead, you have to either take those fights or just take some guesses.
Enemy over there.
So we are going to see this process of looting for a few teams at the moment. No engagements to talk about, no gunfire ringing out across Kings Canyon to report of so far. And no surprises to see that early on as well. We talked about how some players like to play a little bit more aggressive in that first game, maybe take a few more risks just to see if they can put up those big numbers to start off and give themselves a little bit of a cushion to move through rounds 2 and 3 of this particular matchup. But we're going to see here, Justice Esports are taking a few shots to start with. They're going to have to reshield. It looks like they might be under just a little bit of pressure in this central position.
And I really do think this is quite a stacked lobby, as it should be when we get to this stage of the tournament. Every team in their previous round finished at least 5th at one point in that previous round. A lot of wins, of course, and a few seconds, thirds around. It's really going to be a case of, can you now do it when everyone else also has the ability to get these victories as well?
Also got that experience on your side as well, with a lot of teams who have been in those end game situations, who know how to clutch up under pressure, that thing that I think really is going to be the X factor moving through these games to stay alive in this tournament and make it into Championship Sunday. Because let's just remind ourselves, that's what this is all about. We've got $500,000 on the line, but if you're not here on Sunday, you're not going to be taking home a piece of that pie.
Yep, this is potentially your last, well, this is going to be your last game today, no matter what, or your last round today, should I say. Either you're going home or you are moving on into that lower bracket final, which will be played tomorrow. And of course, there is still the winners bracket final to be played on the mainstream, as well as Reciprocity are going to get into this early engagement, and they do love an early fight.
Frex is in all sorts of trouble here. You can see shields have been removed. You can see in the feed there as well, his health has been removed, and that's going to force Snipe down now, who is playing that Watson. We have highlighted that change in character for him. That change in legend is going to have to just give his teammates a little position here to get those shields back, get that health back before they think about re-engaging in the battle.
And I know this is an argument that we've had when playing ourselves, Mark, and I personally feel like you should have mouse and keyboard players on your Pathfinder, on your Wraith, and a controller player should be on more of a support character. But what we saw from Snipe down as the Apex Predator at X Games kind of threw a spanner in the works, but it seems like in this particular instance, he's conceded to the two former members of Cloud9, and he has actually gone for more of a support-orientated player.
It seems like they are finding their feet a little bit as this tournament does go on, and we talk about growing into a tournament, Dan, and finding your best when it matters, and of course that is on a Sunday, but you have to get there. They have to remember that every single player in this lobby. It's all good, well and good, you know, scraping through, but when it gets to Sunday, that's when the beans are on the line, and that's when you have to play to the best of your ability.
And you know at this stage of the tournament as well, every fight you take, every engagement that happens, you're going to be coming up against players who are feeling confident, who are going to be willing to actually take a fight. They're not always going to be running away at this point, especially, in my opinion, in a match number one, where you can afford to take some fights.
And that's where the decision-making of these teams really does get highlighted as well. You know, every single team in this lobby is going to be shooting well at this point. They're going to have had those points on the board. They're going to have those successful team fights to fall back on. It's a case of, you know, if those decisions are wrong now, the fact that everyone is shooting so well and everyone is picking up those frags that they should be picking up, you make one bad decision, that can cost you a team wipe at this point.
Doesn't look good for Fnatic EU at the moment. Nicola's gone down, so it's going to be Dids and DCT, the two remaining members who are just trying to hide and survive, watching every doorway, and of course, smartly putting your back to a door as well, so it's not easy for your opponent to get in. They're going to have to kick it down if they want to get in and join you at the building. Or the latest thing we've seen in the meta, and I say latest, it's been in the meta for quite some time, is just thermiting those doors to blow them up and also set alight any player who's sitting on them.
I like the idea of just poking out the door as well, as that player was traversing into a little bit of cover as well. If you hit those shots, again, we talk about how as a team you're always keeping a mental note of the resources that have been used by the team that you are engaged with a fight with. And what we mean by that is how many shield cells do they have? How many times have we backed them down to heal? And you can kind of gauge from there, if you can make a push, depending on your own inventory, how many heals you have, and what the likelihood is that you're going to come out on top of that battle.
On fire, yeah, Team Fire here, using every possible Watson fence they have. Up to 12 you can put down, and they have really hunkered down in this particular building. But you're completely right, Mark, and as an esport and as a game, Apex Legends is still quite young. Have people develop that ability to track those kind of things whilst they've got to think of all the different situations of rotating and their personal game management as well? I'm sure that there are some teams that are better than others at doing so, and there's always going to be that RNG element of you don't actually know how many shield cells they've got. So you've just got to guess, well, they've used about 8 or 9, or they've used 3 shield batteries. Surely they're going to be low at this point.
We're taking our attention now to the action which is occurring around the cage. I think there's a team positioned up on top, and it is going to be EBC here. And it's going to be Banter Storm with that longbow in hand as well, looking to rain down some shots. Doesn't have the best of scopes on it there for any particular distance as far as range is concerned, just the one times to try and land some shots. And Wyvern, one of those teams we were talking about at the beginning of the tournament, Dan, who were, you know, one of the favorites among some of the analysts, and you know, some of you know, the fans at home as to make it through to the late tournament here. Had a little bit of a struggle on that day number 1, but they are still alive here in the tournament, looking to make it through to Sunday.
I'd say this would be a bad circle for a team like Wyvern. They've been successful throughout the tournament at rotating and finding and positioning themselves, but they haven't been picking up any big kill games. The highest we saw from them in the last round was only 5, and that's when they did finish second. And don't get me wrong, that's still decent, but when you have people in this lobby, teams in this lobby, who have been getting 14 kills with their victory or 11 7 kills with their victory, then you really need to be kind of meeting the kill threshold that are being set by other teams.
Well, the man that's on your screen right now, Karen P, some of the shots that he was hitting on day number 1 when he had a wingman in his hand were absolutely superb, just cracking shields left, right, and center. It was like a day 1 version of that particular weapon. He had the longbow in hand there, couldn't quite connect, but now we're going to move over to watch some Team Secret.
Yeah, and when we talk about Team Secret, I mean, they really did have a game of their lives in the last round. They came first with 14 kills to secure themselves a change from 19th place all the way up to that top 5 position is where we saw them finish. And I mean, the fact that they've been able to do that when they lost a player coming into this tournament, and I will reiterate it because I still think it's incredible that they brought a last-minute sub, Luka from Poland. It's just incredible that A, you're giving a player that opportunity, and B, they've been able to gel this well.
Find that chemistry. I think that's a great point that you make there. You know, finding that chemistry is something that teams spend, you know, months and years trying to perfect. That's why you see team changes coming in because of that lack of chemistry, and I think they certainly have to be pretty pleased with their performance so far. But of course, as every single player and team in this lobby will want to do, Dan, they need to progress to that next stage. They want to go all the way, and now we're moving towards that 3rd circle with the 2nd one just closing with 43 seconds left until we see that fully collapse. 20 squads still left in the lobby. Only 3 players have been eliminated, and you can see one of them there, post-kill for Lazarus, has gone down.
And it's not like Team Secret are the only team that's had issues as well coming into this tournament. Someone else I'd like to highlight, and they were sat at the top of Cage earlier, was EBC. 2 Australians. They picked up actually a stand-in from Team Fire. They picked up Bowser, so he's a USA player actually playing with the Aussie boys. Again, having a stand-in and getting to this point in the tournament is incredible. And currently in Cage, they're still in the circle as well, just about. And one of the benefits of taking Cage is when that survey beacon is there to use Pathfinder, you can use it over and over after each ring collapses.
Not only that, you have such a huge advantage as far as height is concerned over anyone else. There's so many exit points to move across the map, to use that Pathfinder ultimate zipline to traverse the map and get into a position and maybe even drop down on top of some players who are a little bit unsuspecting in certain circumstances, excuse me. But now Sinister Esports, let's see what they can do at the moment. They're kind of one of those teams who've rotated to the edge of the circle here, trying to just sort of inch their way in towards the farm area of the map right now, trying to see if they can traverse without taking any fights. And you can see the decision made to move from point A to point B, using that rate just to make sure that they make that move successfully.
And usually at this point, it's almost impossible to move across the map without someone spotting you because there's such little teams. Well, the teams are actually starting to get loud in the hall across from us here at the casting booth as well, and it's Reciprocity who are getting in the faces of their opposition here in Canyon, and they are just going to be doing so much damage with these R99s.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do damage, but the problem is, damage is one thing. Finishing the kills, getting those eliminations is a completely different one. Frex manages to land a wingman shot to drop those shields by around 47. However, they're not in position here to really engage, and now there's going to be all sorts of teams just appearing out of nowhere. Succubus have come for a piece of the action.
Succubus want to join in. They're going for the 3rd party. They heard the shots. That's Grego down. Snipe down is also falling, and with Grego eliminated, that's going to leave 1 player left now on that Reciprocity roster. The question is, can you get away?
It's looking like they're not going to be able to get away, to be honest with you. This Wraith is currently sat there. I'm not sure if they're able to actually finish off that kill for whatever reason. And Succubus here having a little bit of problem securing that one, and maybe that's just a sneaky spot. He didn't mean to end to get up in there, Dan.
Yeah, not so sure about that one, but Wyvern, they might have heard all that action. They decided they don't really fancy heading in and taking any of the fights, but Team Secret are going to be on the edge of this as well. A lot of teams are just around this Canyon respawn beacon at the moment. We have seen finishes in this canyon area, and it is so deadly because there's only a few entrances, a few exits. If you can get in there early and you do predict that circle, you're in such an advantageous position.
Succubus were drawn to this fight from that initial battle of Reciprocity, just listening out for those audio cues. And if we just, I was going to say, we could quieten down for a minute there because we could hear the team's comms coming in. They still can't, for whatever reason, finish that kill. They do finally secure the kill to get another elimination point to their total. Great start here for Succubus, taking down all 3 members now of Reciprocity.
And that's Reciprocity out in 20th place. So not the start they wanted to this losers bracket round 3, but you did hear the communication of, guys, can you come and help me? I can't finish this person. Eventually he falls as we move across to Fire now, who will have to return to the battle very shortly. And of course, course, when you do drop, you are going to be stunned for ever so slightly, and you got to make sure you do it soon. But this is really good manipulation of the map to ensure that you can get up, recharge, and then rejoin the fight.
It also gives you a chance to check out some of the other positions of the players who are currently inside that circle and see where the clearest route is, or maybe just wait for that opportunity to rotate and move yourself as soon as two of those teams draw their attention towards each other, and you see some rounds being fired off between them. So smart play there to rotate in. It looks like they've been able to do it successfully as well. As we're on board with Alistar now, you can see shield-wise looking pretty healthy, but they've got a difficult position to try and get up onto the side of that little bit of the farm there. That difficult wall to get over as well. Such a difficult angle to try and peek over.
Gold backpack is a really huge pickup for those late game fights, though, just being able to recharge those shield batteries as the crack comes through with the grenade. And Succubus, they're not pouncing on this, and that's because there's another team trying to third party it as well. You've got to be so careful. Even if you think you have the advantage, there's always going to be another team potentially lurking.
Yeah, Secret in a tough position here, and you can see the call has come in to put down that portal. It looks like they're trying to get out of dodge before you're going to see the re-challenge come in from Succubus. Succubus had the advantage as far as that armor was concerned, so they're going to have a little bit more health to work with. But the other way, the only problem is there's so many teams that are sort of around that hillside bunker and around the farm area that they haven't really got either way to go. They've got to take a fight.
Those teams that did commit to farm early, they are going to be absolutely over the moon with this circle, because it has shifted so far north out of this actual particular circle that it is going to be finishing in one of those buildings. I'm sure they're aware of that now if they have positioned themselves, but so many of these teams are still on the outskirts, and they're really going to be struggling to get through now, because look at the amount of choke points they have to get through if they want to get into this next circle.
Yeah, Justice Esports, who were all smiles just about an hour or so ago now, once they made that qualification to stay in the tournament and have the chance to compete here. Well, they've got a long way to go at the moment, and Alistar, they're finding some players, and they get absolutely chunked as well. Fnatic, NA, Muffins, and Shiny, you are no longer destined for this lobby.
Unfortunately, they were just desperately hiding in this room, probably trying to shield up, probably just trying to survive. Hopefully, they were going to be unnoticed, but as soon as you do suss out that maybe a couple of players are weak, or if they are just a couple of players, not a trio of players, that is a chance to get a couple more eliminations, a couple more points on the board in match number 1.
So round 4, that ring 4 will be closing, and you can say Team Fire now having to traverse, trying to jump, dip, dive, do everything they can to get into a little nook and cranny to get their shields back. They have managed to find a location here, and that ultimate is going to be huge, because they were vulnerable to grenades for just a second there, but now they're inside the circle. Now they can take their time and breathe.
Real question, is this a nook or a cranny that they found themselves in? But either way, they're actually able to survive, and that's the important factor. As now Triumph are actually laying down some really big shots. They were able to get into this circle early, and they have decent weaponry for these long distance battles. Flatline and a scout are certainly going to be working out, as well as these longbows to get some decent shots as well. Tagging for 55 at a time, and it's chunking the opposition team heavily.
Justice Esports, we were talking about that last time we checked in with them. They were kind of the wrong side of the cage and the wrong side of this circle. They've made a fantastic job of repositioning themselves towards this circle. Now they've only got kind of about 15, 20 yards to move until they're inside that circle. So a great job here from the guys on Justice to really elongate their life in this game and put themselves into a position to maybe pick up some points. They're now inside that top 10.
Just dancing around any sort of structure on the map where they can avoid fire from every single team that's looking at them right now. There's always going to be one team looking at you at this stage of the game, because there's still so many squads and such a small circle. Decent weaponry, though, I'd say, on Justice. R301 and Peacekeeper, one of my personal favorites. That's going to be great for both close range and mid-range. Okay, you don't have the longbow, but if you can get up and close and personal in this farm area, which has been taken by the looks of it with all those Watson fences, then you're going to have a bit of fun.
Yeah, I'm not sure who the team is that's inside that compound at the moment at farm. It looks like it's Cooler, and they are going to be feeling cool right now, to be honest with you. It's a terrible pun, but it's a great position to be in as we're seeing this circle closing. You can see how important it is, because everyone is making their move now towards this building to try and get control.
And it's a good spot to be on top of this building as well from Triumph. Yes, okay, you're very vulnerable, but if you crouch, if you use these little structures that are on top of the building, you can avoid quite a lot of gunfire. And also, at this stage of the game, you can also presume they'll a lot of people are going to be occupied elsewhere. They're not going to be able to lay down that much fire without being shot by someone else.
And I love what I saw there as well from Cooler. They're the team who are below at the moment, and they decided that they were going to peek out while all the carnage is going on, but sort of around them, around the farm area, everyone is closing in to throw a few thermites up into the sky and just try and clear that roof out. And now you'll see the moves come in from Triumph Gaming. A shot comes in. Cooler having all sorts of problems. They've been flushed out.
Yeah, ASCII is going to fall, and so did Empty earlier. Forsaken falls, and that's ASCII eliminated from the competition. There's the knock onto Nauser as well. CLG, we haven't spoken about them, but they have quietly gone about their business.
Yeah, quietly, but now they're introducing themselves and they're making a lot of noise in this lobby. 6 squads remaining. Madness manages to pick up the kill there on Cappy, and that is going to add points to the board here for CLG, as well as a top 6 placement.
And Nicewig will desperately want to get that ultimate accelerant, if there is one around, to get that ultimate charged up for Watson, because they're very vulnerable down there below farm. So many grenades can puncture them right now if they don't have that ultimate up to block them.
It's going to be interesting to see now, because that building that was in the farm is going to be pretty much redundant as we move in 48 seconds to that next circle. 6 squads remaining. Triumph Gaming, the Longbow, the Skull Piercer need to hit shots to back these players off that are trying to flush them out of this position.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are in the low ground situation at the moment, and they're trying to just pepper these guys that have the high ground, but of course those high ground players will have to move centrally into the circle as well, so it's not like they're in prime position either. Everyone's gonna have to meet at this point, but all the meanwhile, CLG, they're down underneath, and they're actually decided to take some shots. Like, hey, if you forgot we're here, here we are.
It was a little bit like they were setting off fireworks from below there and just lighting up the sky and letting everybody know that you're going to have to come and join the party if you want to win this game. CLG in a great position, and as well as that, Triumph Gaming just at the top of the stairs as well. It could come down to those two teams just having that fight to decide who's going to be top.
Well, Wraith Portal just to see if you can actually survive here, and wow, this is a nice spot right in the center of the circle.
He's got through as well.
You're not being shot by anyone else at the moment, and now you can shoot outwards.
That's great stuff, and great timing on it as well. We saw the wingman shot getting laid as well. Wyvern doing a great job of timing that rotation, picking up the kills. We're down to our final 3.
Justice eliminated. CLG still waiting below at this point. Wyvern are able to shield up. They might be able to get the revive as well, but CLG, they can wait, they can pounce. Can they get out, though, is the real question. Do they have access to actually get up and actually battle who they're going up against, or are they stuck down below?
One thing to notice here is Wyvern not only have 2 shields to work with of the golden variety, one of the players also has that gold knockdown shield as well. So CLG now looking to force the pace, looking to make something happen.
Yeah, so that one exit where CLG actually can get up, they have to go through the red, but of course you can use Wraith's Portal if that's going to be the decision to try and get out. There's a team waiting on those stairs. That's going to be so tough for them to actually escape. So it's whether they just go for the play of getting to the center of this circle down below and hope that teams are going to drop on them.
Now you're going to see these ultimates coming out from Wraith as well, setting up that pre-portal to try and elongate those potential deaths, as we are going to see that circle collapse for the final time potentially here. 57 seconds left on the clock before we potentially find a winner, and I just thought there for a second, Wyvern were going to get a little bit excited and maybe try and drop down on CLG.
Yeah, it's like, calm down, Wyvern. You have got the best position right now. You've still got 45 seconds as well to see what the other 2 teams are going to be doing right now. They're the ones who have to make moves. Force the mistakes, wait, be patient, take advantage of the high ground. They know exactly where both these teams are, and they're below them. They just need to watch the exits.
Wyvern in a phenomenal position here to potentially close out this first game of Losers Bracket Round 3. It's just a case now of patience, of a little bit of quiet before the moves will be made by one of these teams. CLG, that's who Wyvern are looking at right now. They're below. As well as that, we have Triumph Gaming. They're holding their ground at the moment, but they're right on the edge of that red as well. They're going to be forced to move, and it looks like the Rift Energy at 28% is going to be used, and they're going to try and get into the battle now with CLG.
Wraith's at the ready. Here come the portals, and everyone's going to dive through. You're going to get chunked by the red, but the Wraith has done her job, but now everyone's going to join in. What are Wyvern doing? Are they just sitting up top and watching all of this unfold?
They could be. They could let this just happen. They could let the 2 teams do the damage. CLG, they're in the middle. Here comes the push now. Madness with the alternator shots, and here comes the push as well from Wyvern. Carapace's in there, and at the top of it all, Parker's just sitting up top and saying, you guys get on with this. I'm going to play the healing game.
You can light your campfire at this point, Parker, because now we're going to get a little bit of a heal off, and you are going to have to set up a tent and wait. They're going to heal up the team. They're going to get the revive on no Cocoa Puffs. You've got a little bit of time before this circle closes in. Who's got the most heals? Who has a gold backpack?
Just wonder as well, CLG, do they realize that there's only one player alive here for Wyvern? If they could use a Pathfinder, get out of that position, they may be able to take it. However, Parker is dumping, he's diving, he's desperately trying to use everything he can to stay alive. I'm not sure if CLG can win it. Yes, they will be able to. The revive of every single player gave them that little bit of extra time, and iMadness is the last man standing, and CLG are standing up and getting hyped here in Poland.
Just by having 3 different players, they could all be going back and through that portal against the one player going through the portal was enough to get them the victory. They were patient, they knew they had the ability to stay down low and survive. All they had to do was win that one fight.
And you don't need to be a lip reader to hear exactly what Nicewig said there. It was let's freaking go. Maybe I'm not the best lip reader in the world, but you can know what he's saying. And look at these guys getting hype. Let's go, boys. That's what I want to see here.
And quite rightly, should be getting hyped as well. We've alluded to it on the casting booth. We've alluded to it on the desk as well. A victory and a high kill game is usually enough to get you into the next round. And that would be the losers bracket final for CLG. 7 kills they secured as well as that victory. So that will have them on a mammoth 19 points after match number 1.
And they were the team I was talking about even before round number 1 kicked off, how they seem to have just been getting better and better as the rounds have gone on here in Poland, as they have moved through the bracket, as they have stayed alive, excuse me. And one thing that really highlights that, like I mentioned at the start again, is that ability to perform in those pressure situations. CLG did it perfectly. Wyvern, you have to say, had the opportunity there to win that game. It just didn't happen for them.
I can understand what Wyvern tried, but unfortunately they just ran into a CLG team who weren't missing their shots. And let's break it down a little bit. So CLG, they had the low ground, they knew someone was above them, they knew another team was potentially going to push and join them down low. They were able to win that initial fight, even when they were weak, and when Wyvern then dropped, they still won that fight. But because it was a 3 versus 2, because Wyvern opted to only send 2 men down and keep that one person up, it meant that they just were a man down and they weren't able to win the fight. And unfortunately, in the heal-off, and I say heal-off because actually there was no healing, it was just a survival game in those Wraith portals and using the Q from Wraith, it didn't work out for Wyvern, but they still were able to secure some decent points.
Yeah, I was going to say, just look at the points standing there. Big game coming in from Wyvern. I don't think they'll mind coming in 2nd place here. Of course, they will want to take home 1st place in the tournament, but coming top there with 27 points from our first round of action there. We'll put them top. CLG, they picked up the win. However, 19 points on the board for them, and just behind Triumph Gaming, they were your final 3, 10 points on the board.
You'd have to imagine Wyvern and CLG through to that lower bracket final. We haven't seen a team eliminated from the competition with 19 points at this point. But then you see the teams at the bottom. Reciprocity, Pittsburgh Knights, Luminosity, Lazarus, all on 0. All teams capable of winning a lobby as well. Bear that in mind. Match number 2, I'm sure, is going to be very fiery, very spicy.
We're going to take a quick look at Wyvern here. You can see them all smiles at the moment. Big kills, and Karen P, again, 9 kills from him. Mechanically and, aim-based player has been one of the best that I've seen so far today. As I say, the wingman in his hands really has been somewhat of a spectacle for everyone who's been spectating this particular tournament to watch and to experience. And I'm sure it's not been too fond of an experience for anyone who's been on the receiving end of it.
And I was expecting more from Reciprocity in this particular circle where it was central, where you were going to get these close encounter fights, but unfortunately for them, they were the first to actually fall in this engagement. And then elsewhere, we saw the teams that were able to predict that circle early and get towards farm. They were the most successful. They seem to have the most knowledge and maybe have seen that finish before. A lot of these teams will have seen the majority of circle finishes throughout Apex Legends, so they'll always have a good idea of where it's going to be.
That was the world's longest kill that we saw there. Not too sure what happened. I'm not sure if that player knew that he was meant to be in that spot or not. We can leave that to you guys at home to decide, but these are the replays in these final moments here. Triumph Gaming did a great job with 8 squads left to getting in towards that circle. It's all about the timing of that final push.
Yeah, when you do push, if you push too late, you're going to be shot by everyone in the middle. If you push too early, you're going to be shot from everyone on the outside, so you have to time it perfectly and almost find that balance. But a really good play ultimately from CLG to go down low here and take that position nice and early.
Yeah, we will see these final moments closing out here as Wyvern did a great job as well of timing this push. We have to remember they got in just ahead of those final couple of teams there, and then they won this fight as well. The P2020 absolutely destroying just before we got into this final battle.
Yeah, you're going to be feeling very confident about your up-close and personal play if you've got a P2020 in your back pocket.
Well, we're going to actually chuck it back over now to the guys on Stream A to enjoy everything that we've just seen and break it all down.
And Controller Gang stand up after they react to that one. They explode, almost like they won a championship. If you guys thought Nicewig gets hype on his streams when he wins a ranked match, you should see this man here in the studio right now.
Oh my God. That was incredible. What a finish. That was one of the most exciting ones of the day, and also one of the most complex as far as how it ended up evolving.
Yeah, the thing is, a pop-off like that is pretty much well-deserved because we're seeing that the threshold to move on, 13 points. The highest threshold we've had so far to make it into the top 10 has been 17 points. So right there, they basically secured their way into the losers finals.
Yeah, you have to think, unless something crazy happens here. We've seen a pretty even distribution of points, though, in this one. I think all the way down to 11th or 12th, you have at least 3 or 4 points. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes the distance, but a lot to talk about for sure, Evan. I know we saw the ending. Break it down for me. What did you see in that ending there?
So many dynamics that were coming into play. You had high ground and low ground. We also saw Triumph, who had been in a lot of high ground situations, set themselves up to have a high contest to start out their top 10s. That's what's been so successful for them. Every single time they've done that, they've gotten at least top 3 in those games. So they are a contender too. But it ends up being the CLG, Wyvern, Wraith, Portal, Heal Off, which that dynamic was just incredible to watch. We had no idea if he was going to do it. Bought so much time going back in between the portals, but unfortunately, it was a bit of a gamble, and it was almost a gamble because it was so safe, because they only sent 2 members of Wyvern to deal with CLG, and they left one up top to try and win that battle if it didn't work out.
The big difference was that on Wyvern's squad, right, the Wraith did not heal.
Yeah.
She was sitting at 100 HP, and you need to have at least taken 1 tick of damage. He prioritized making sure that they used all the portal energy as possible to try to get as much invulnerability as possible, and that was kind of their undoing. They could have taken first. They could have also added on about 6 points there at the end, but still, they walked away with 20 some odd points. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous.
I wonder if they're moving on.
27 points.
I don't know. That might be enough. Yeah.
It might come down to the wire here. It might be a fringe team. I don't know. Wyvern with an unbelievable performance. 18 kills, which, by the way, if we didn't think that their round 1 matchup of 16 kills was great, 18 kills, they beat it in the losers bracket semifinal. You know, winners back around 1, you're playing a lot of teams that maybe aren't up to snuff. They're playing against some of the best teams right now, and they're still doing it, going to prove that the Korean style of play, W key in your face, uber aggressive, is working.
Yeah. And we saw so many different changes as far as the weapons as well, because we saw a lot of prioritization of the flatline early and up close, especially with Triumph. JMW was great at that. And a lot of that hip fire is not as easy as you would if you had an alternator in your hands, where it's a lot clearer. Muzzle flash isn't as distracting as it would be, but you have the headshot bonus potential. You have that high damage per bullet. And you also saw the P2020 with Hammer Point, which is becoming a favorite in those close circles when shields are sparse and you need to finish someone quickly.
We saw Spirit using it earlier to almost win a game.
Also, in those close quarters combat, the flatline is ridiculously good with the hip fire there. You got to see he did not go ADS at all because he was so close. The entire model was taking up his screen, basically, so he was able to just fill him up with lead.
Yeah, most people don't know you lose movement mostly with all of the weapons in Apex, too. There's only a few, the wingman and most of the shotguns. You essentially don't, when you go ADS. So having that hip fire is not only good for the speed of just being able to react, but also being able to dodge as well.
Yeah, obviously lose accuracy a little bit, but of course, movement versus accuracy, the age-old debate. Of course, getting a flatline in the hands of someone like Nicewig is always helpful. Controller players, a little bit of aim assist, get that extra oomph. And I'll tell you, he took the most advantage of it with 4 kills, playing great was Nicewig. No Cocoa Puffs and Madness, his teammates obviously popping off as well. They end up on top with a first place finish. However, in second place on the standings, third place right behind them, your boys Triumph, who I know you called at the beginning of the day today as a dark horse team to watch. Man, they performed the European wonders.
Yeah, things were looking great for Triumph. I mean, it came down to a 3v3v3, but they were stuck in that really difficult position. They were just at the end of the corridor with CLG waiting on the opposite end, guns trained right on top of them.
Well, part of what we've seen with them, and I've been watching all their games on the B side, it's so funny because they do prioritize deep rotations early. They get high and they wait. And then what that does is it gives them a great spot to not get caught out rotating, like we saw Justice, the other Korean team, which had a great performance in that last round. It was just Wyvern who was a little bit ahead of them as far as rotations. But Triumph gets in the top 3 situation. They just have a hard time getting into that low ground, which tends to be prioritized prioritized in some of these multi-layered fights, typically the low ground does end up providing the victor.
And honestly, I'm really surprised by this result. I thought they were going to do well, not this well so far, especially because they are bringing in a substitute, right? Evoke wasn't able to come in for them. They got a last-minute replacement in JMW, and now they're still sitting pretty right now in third.
Yep, still performing, that's for sure. It's been a great first game here to kick off our losers bracket semifinal. We, of course, have 2 more matches to see who will make it to that losers bracket final. Right after that, winners bracket final on the main stage. We're just heating up here and getting started. It looks like match number 2 is ready to go. Onset and Gaskin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fallout. Fantastic analysis, as always, from everybody involved on the desk. And Evan, and a little bit of spice as well. Really enjoying him being on the desk as well. And some great points about, you know, some of the mechanics in Apex Legends as well that we don't get to highlight sometimes in the middle of commentary with so much that's going on. You know, the debate versus movement and you know, accuracy. It just shows both sides of the argument, to be honest with you, that we saw in that last game. And Wyvern seem to have a beautiful balance of when they are using that ADS site and when they are, you know, opting to use the hip fire in those close range situations.
The ability to strafe and crouch strafe and be able to outmaneuver your opponent is one of the biggest things in any first-person shooter, and in particular Apex Legends as well. So if you do have a weapon that can hip fire so successfully, you can have a lot more fun. Also, what's this with Fallout calling out controller players saying about all this auto-aim? Isn't Fallout a controller player as well? I think he might be. I think he might be.
I'm not saying anything on the debate. The debate will roll on until the end of time. However, let's talk about what we've got coming up in front of us, because we've just seen the standings there. We've seen what teams are feeling pretty good about things. CLG and Wyvern, you know, they're pretty much solidified their place into the next rounds now. And you know, with those huge performances in game 1, but I mean, Reciprocity, it's becoming the Reciprocity story, to be honest with you right now. Every single time we're seeing them, game 1, struggle. Game 2, struggle. Leave it all on the line for game 3, and they have to pull something out of the bag. And you just wonder, how deep is that well? How many times can you go to the well to pull out a result like that? Is this one step too far?
Yeah, I'd like to see them get a result in this match number 2 rather than wait for match number 3, especially in a lobby that is this stacked. And the scary factor is when you've got teams like Wyvern and CLG who know they've secured their spot in the lower bracket final, they're going to be playing with that little bit more pizzazz. They're going to get more aggressive. They're going to look for kills. They're going to want to enjoy themselves. They're going to want to warm up their aim. I say warm up their aim. It's not like they're going to be playing again today, but they just want to be feeling good about themselves. Go into that lower bracket final with a bit of oomph behind you.
Here we go then, match number 2 underway. As you can all see at home, we always thank you guys for joining us and being on this fantastic journey with us at the Apex Legends Preseason Invitational here in Krakow, Poland. It has been an absolutely phenomenal event so far, and we're going to see some early aggression. The team dropping here with Wyvern, but they look like they're ready for it.
Yeah, it's not really where you want to be dropping, though, with a team that's just finished in second, and their mechanical skill is incredible, but it's going to be Reciprocity.
Oh, this could be bad news here for Rec.
They have to win this fight, Reciprocity, otherwise they could potentially be eliminated first yet again. But I wonder whether this is on purpose from Wyvern, because they know Reciprocity drop here.
This could be very, very interesting indeed. And Grego has gone down, so now Frex and Snipe down. Oh, they are in a world of pain. And it's going to be Parker with a little quick scope round the corner with the longbow to finish off that kill. Reciprocity, this is horrendous news for you.
Down and out. What have Wyvern just done? And I'm fairly certain these two faced each other in an earlier group in winners bracket round 1, and we've seen teams do this to Reciprocity because they know they dropped there. And maybe Wyvern were thinking, right, who are potential threats that could be going with us through to the lower bracket? Maybe we should just drop on them. Let's see if they can take a fight. I, of course, can only speculate, and I don't know if that was the thought process, but either way, that is terrible, terrible news for Reciprocity fans.
We'll take a moment here. F in the chat for Reciprocity. They've still got one match ahead of them, of course, to maybe make another miraculous comeback. We'll jump over to watch some Game Arena Esports, though, because we haven't really caught up with them too much so far in this particular set of games. Convertible's going to be moving across here through a couple of corridors, just taking our time to loot up at the moment. But I've got to be honest, I might sound a little bit stuttery because I'm just shocked at what we've just seen straight away. Reciprocity, 20th place after game number 1. I mean, they're just going to be holding that 20th place until the next game at least.
Considering how little the little amount of early engagements we've seen in this tournament, and specifically in this lower bracket as well, I think that probably came to a shock to maybe both teams. Okay, if Wyvern did it on purpose, they're going to be prepared to take that fight, but I'm sure that Reciprocity would have seen them joining them on that flight path, and there would have been that element of panic of, do we try and stick this? Do we want to take that early fight? And there's a glimpse of the circle then. The edges around Pit and Cage, so maybe could be something around a bunker town finish. We'll need really a Pathfinder passive to get any more information.
And now we are seeing the advantage here for Fnatic EU of, landing in that labs area. You have that ability to traverse the map, as I said previously, to redeploy yourselves using that huge portal that allows you to get so much height and cover so much distance. Now they can get inside, maybe where a couple of teams were looking to rotate.
I guess the only downside of using labs is that portal does make one heck of a noise when you exit it, so everyone is going to know where you're going because they'll look up in the sky and they will see your trail. But in a game like this, in a lobby like this where so many are spread out, it shouldn't matter too much. But as I say that, Pittsburgh Knights, it seems like they have spotted the Fnatic players and they're actually griefing them a little bit.
Here we go. First real battle that we've seen since a shocking start to this lobby. This are going to be involved as well in a very similar area, and it looks like a lot of teams looking to rotate through farm as well. This is of course where the last match that we had, the first game of this particular set of matches in our losers bracket round 3 did finish.
The fence is complete.
A couple of players might have fonder memories than others.
We saw a small pinpoint on the map from Succubus there. It was just outside of Bunker, in Bunker Town. That's where they're heading. That's where I assume they believe the circle's going to be finishing there or thereabouts. So I imagine a lot of other teams will have similar ideas. So expect to see a lot of these teams that have looted from the outside area of the map start to head towards the central.
It looks like Triumph Gaming have spotted someone in front of them right now, and they're trying desperately to close that ground and really look to pick up some kills. And look at this, Graceful, he's getting all sorts of aggressive. He's got the R301 in hand, the Peacekeeper as well. They're down 1, and now they've down 2 as well. Look at those shots from distance there to pick up that knockdown. The R301 getting it done at long range.
Yeah, I think they're chasing after Game Arena, and whether the third player can get away remains to be seen. A Wraith Portal is there. I wonder whether they'll follow through. It's Petty Boss as the final survivor. Does have a purple shield at least, so that's something that he can scream and shout about, but he's going to be screaming and shouting on his own because his teammates are lost in the wind.
So 19 squad left, a couple of players have been eliminated, those banners still down on the ground, so the chance to maybe pick up and revive, respawn those players through, and it's going to be Luminosity Gaming, another team who haven't had the best of performances so far, who are coming under pressure here on the bunker. And this is a huge fight, just considering where the circle is at the moment and where the circle could potentially finish up towards the end of this game.
Yeah, I think if you can take control of bunker at this point in the game, you're going to be in a great spot, but you've also got to be considering the fact that it's very unlikely to finish at bunker. If you're looking at where this circle is heading towards, it's going to be a little bit more central. And then maybe you're going to be choking yourself off if you are the one team that is going to be in bunker, because people will be able to watch that exit, hear that big door that opens. But you saw how Alistair, they were considering actually taking this fight against LG. They were considering pushing in. They were shooting down the Watson fences, and LG are well aware of that. And it looks like they're more than happy to take this fight as well.
I think the initial damage was done, and they thought, do we push this one? Do we try and peek and get one player down and then have that numerical advantage to try and convert on that fight? Looks like they've decided to back up from that particular decision, and now they're going to make some other changes. You can see now Pathfinder's zip line being put up to the top of the rocks there. A smart position to be in as well, just because of the fact that when that circle does move, they have options then to rotate down across different areas of the map to traverse that terrain and put themselves in a pretty good position.
So much time still to move around the map and decide where you want to go, but a lot of the teams will have already had a plan of how they want to execute their rotation and where they want to end up, where they're predicting this circle being, and it's all about the weaponry as well. What have they been able to achieve? Do they think it's going to be suitable for this final circle? R99 and Peacekeeper for Crank on Luminosity Gaming. A very aggressive and close-based combat type of weaponry, a type of situation for them. A couple of grenades as well, arc stars. It's all well and good having them at this point, but you need to be saving them for later, and it's so tempting in these early battles to actually use them, but you just have to have that little bit of discipline because you know how crucial they can be.
Let's get the feeling here from what we're seeing across our screens and what you can see, of course, from your screens at home, is we're going to have quite a sort of touchy-feely part of this map now, and the fact that there's going to be a lot of longbows in play, a lot of players trying to chip away at his shields, but nobody really getting aggressive just to the distance that's obviously still left on this circle and how difficult it is to close down that space once you do land those shots, but also because of what's on the line now. We have to remember now, elimination on the line for these teams. Nobody's going to want to go down early, especially with these teams alive, and I think that's what's still, to be honest with you, it shook me in the way that Wyvern took that battle early on.
I just love central circles because you see everyone moving to one side of the map where they think it's going to finish. They suddenly get the information that actually the circle's moving a little bit more north. So they're like, okay, we don't think it's going to finish here now. Let's try and get to another side of the map. And then there's already someone waiting in an alleyway, in a cave. Someone is just going to be there around a corner. And it's terrifying. You really have to tread lightly as you are moving around this map.
So Sinister Esports.
I spotted an enemy.
In this canyon area, just maybe looking to gatekeep some of these teams who are looking to rotate through from that high ground, maybe looking to get some shots down. And this is an important game for them at the moment. 4 points on the board from that first game, currently sat in 11th place. And that is not good enough to get through to the next round, to have yourself coming back on Championship Sunday. They need to scrape their way through this losers bracket round 3. They want to be here tomorrow.
2 matches is still plenty of time. The bottom 5 at the moment only on a maximum of 1 point, with 3 teams on 0 points. One of those being Reciprocity, who have already been eliminated. Justice Esports are under fire here, though, having to use Wraith's Q just to avoid a little bit of damage, so you're not having to waste any of those shield cells or shield batteries.
56 players left in the lobby. 19 squads left as well. And this is going to be a slow-paced game. However, the thing is about these slow-paced moments in these games, it makes the excitement even more exacerbated when we do get to those final rings, when all of these teams collapse. This is kind of like the fuse to the firework. I've used a lot of firework analogies today. Is it nearly November? I think we're getting close, aren't we?
We're there or thereabouts. It's somewhere near Halloween, I think. I'm not really a Halloweener. At this point, though, there's so much noise in the hall where all the players are. So much loud communication, and I only heard because we paused and we got quiet for a second. The thing is, when you get to that final circle, that noise either does one of 2 things. Either gets even louder, or everyone just starts screaming at each other, or it gets quieter.
Dead silent.
Everyone is just focusing on hitting their shots. They've already spoke about the actual execution, and sometimes you need clearer comms rather than just the traditional FPS of screaming at one another.
Finally, we are going to see a little bit of action go down as the team now coming in on the flank, trying to beat that circle in, and they're going to have to rotate pretty quickly here. Triumph Gaming won't take too much damage as far as, you know, potential end game damage, as the damage being done that will end their particular game. But the only problem is they're in the eye lines right now of All-Star, and they've got their longbows in hand as well. So although you might be able to get into that circle just about surviving, if someone picks you off with a longbow shot, then, well, that's a completely different kind of situation.
Alistar, they set themselves up for this particular scenario. They knew there were going to be teams coming from this way, but look at LG just waiting, hoping there's going to be more shots fired that they can join in on the party, and it will be quite the party if this battle goes down. The elimination comes through in the red zone, and it is going to be the beacon actually picked up, or the banner picked up to deliver to the beacon, and it looks like Triumph are considering doing this one, or are they?
I think they're backed up from that idea. I think they're taking a little bit too damage potentially. They do have quite a lot of heals in the bag there, but I think they might have just got a little bit low on resources, having used those med kits, so they've decided, I'm sorry, JMW, we're going to have to leave you. That's just that banner. You're not going to be rejoining the action at any point. Yeah. Leave it to us. We'll do what we can.
But he can come along with them for a trip.
If we win the fight, we get the
sure we'll enjoy it.
And then we gotta,
you can hear the communication slightly. If we just pause, we might hear what LG are trying to say to each other in this particular scenario.
You knew that they were going to go quiet at that point.
Definitely knew it was going to happen.
Just had to leave that.
But at least I tried.
For comedic effect.
Yep.
Completely and utterly throw you under the bus. But here we go. Back into the game.
But what I did hear from them was they were just kind of saying, look, if we wait patiently, if we wait for the shots, then we can burst out. People are going to be distracted.
This is the zip line they set up a little bit earlier that I was discussing. Ways to traverse above a choke point, but you know, it's very difficult to get around when you have that bunker in the way. You've only got 1 or 2 ways to go, and if you can take yourself away from that, you know, ground level where a lot of those reticles are going to be aiming, a lot of these teams are going to be watching, you can get yourself a smart rotation away, and that's exactly what they did. Great knowledge of Kings Canyon there.
Looks like the circle moving towards the destroyed cascades at this point, so this is a really nice spot for Fnatic NA just to take the early high ground, be able to kill any players that are rotating in late. EBC able to pick up a kill, but now they're under fire from another squad. You've got to be careful here. You need to have at least one player attempting to escape, but it's just the Watson left, and that's going to be the full squad eliminated.
Guess who it was doing that damage? It was the team who have the hot hand at the moment. They got the most points on the board, they got the most kills on the board in game number 1. It was Wyvern picking up just another couple of eliminations, but look at this, now they've got to turn around, and look at that team fire coming in from Wyvern. Somehow they survive under all of the pressure coming in on them.
Flatline hip fire again, just destroying an opponent, absolutely turning on him, and that is pretty embarrassing, I've got to say. When you fire on someone and they're not even looking at you and they turn around and destroy you, that's always going to be a hard one to take, one that's going to wake you up, I'm sure, at night.
Fantastic spray control on that R99 as well. I was looking at the barrel stabilizer, just the blue on there, so not the best that you could possibly have. Obviously going to help you out a little bit as far as spray control, but still hitting so many shots, and it's so deadly with that rate of fire. If you're trying to traverse across any kind of open ground at medium to short range, before you know it, your shields are going to get ripped.
Parker probably is going to be picked up as well. Looks like they were able to weather the storm, Wyvern, and now they can get inside and just turtle up ever so slightly and get back on track. But Succubus know they're there, and they are going to utilize the scout here to just pop a few shots off.
No, they're not from the same team. They're not from the same team, I think. Concentrate on rotation. Concentrate on rotation.
Just taking a moment to listen to these comms here from Succubus as well.
Headshot Watson in the...
Making sure that they're communicating with each other of what shots have been hit on what particular legend here. 14 squads remaining, 1 kill on the board here for Star Wraith, and trying to just land some of these wingman shots just to weaken those players as they're forced to eventually rotate out of the circle.
Well, the biggest thing I heard there during that little mix of communication was focus on rotation. We don't need to take this fight. We just need to move towards this circle. Let's not risk taking this for too long and end up getting third parties or wasting too many resources. Instead, they leave whilst Wyvern are being shot from elsewhere at this point. Yes, okay, they were able to hunker down in this building, but they've got to get out at some point. And Succubus, they've actually stayed. Maybe they sussed out that they might be able to get some free kills here.
Yeah, maybe they've sussed out that Wyvern are kind of trapped at the moment in this building in the farm, and they just bide their time and they play this one nicely. They may be able to just catch them rotating out. However, much easier said than done when we've got the players, the mechanical skill and the ability that we've seen on Wyvern so far in this game. And now they are making their exit. They're making a concise decision here to push the team to the, I think it's the northern side, excuse me, the western side of the farm. And now they're pushing out. And look at this again, the communication from Wyvern and the decision making as well as the aim. Beautiful to watch.
I mean, the mechanical skill from Wyvern is absolutely nuts. It's crazy. And their aim just adds to it as well. But they're still stuck here, and they've got 15 seconds before this circle moves in, and Succubus are literally on top of them at this point.
He hears go now from Succubus there. We had a moment just to hear those comms, and that means that they're going to try and push across, having had that damage done onto Wyvern. The only problem is they've got to traverse down, and Wyvern are going to be chasing them down. And there's one team that you don't want to be going up against in a 1v1 battle at the moment. It is Wyvern.
One of the worst things is trying to push into a circle as you take a fight, and this Storm is going to chunk you for a lot of damage as fights are going down here, there, and everywhere. It's just Karen P that is left alive. He does have a self-revive, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I just wonder if Succubus are going to be able to heal up here. If they are, that will be the end of Wyvern. You can see Selly went down, but look at this. Just take a moment to try and hit that self-revive. It looks like Succubus are far too smart for that. They make sure to take out that player. But look, there is another team now pushing on to Succubus. The wingman shots are hitting though, and Star Wraith is doing so much damage.
So much damage, and well, here's CLG again. We haven't seen them much in the early game, but they've been able to get themselves into a position where they can just rain down fire on all these teams that are now moving into the circle. And it's going to be ending at the bottom of that hill as well, in quite some open water.
Yeah, there is going to be some open grounds to be covered here. One team who are just outside of that next circle are going to be Alistair, and you can see them trying to ping off some shots, and they will be able to potentially finish off a kill here, which is going to add to their points tally. That's going to be Nauza, sorry, excuse me, going down from those longbow shots. And now we're going to see a couple of players trying to find any kind of cover they are, but the problem is this circle doesn't look like it's had potentially any cover whatsoever.
Alistair have done really well, though, to move from when we saw them pitching up a tent elsewhere in the map, and they've been able to really rotate successfully towards this final circle. It's a very difficult thing to do, avoiding all the shots from everyone else who's already made it into the circle. And on fire, well, it's a real struggle for them at the moment because the amount of cracks in the structure they've decided to hide behind means they can just be pinged by all these longbows and wingmen.
I think Alistar have a great position for now, but in 22 seconds they are going to be forced to move, and I think pretty much every single team is going to be forced to move. You can see those rocks are going to be, you know, pretty much the most expensive real estate on the board. Everyone's going to be trying to find any kind of cover they can possibly find, excuse me, and it's going to be a really, really interesting last circle here. And maybe those zip lines are going to be important. You're going to see a lot of Pathfinders just jangling around, trapezing around, trying to avoid damage while doing some damage themselves.
Cooler, one of the first teams to actually rotate central circle, but everyone else has already spotted them. This is the risk of moving too early, but you do find a couple of rocks. There are structures to hide behind. Cooler, have they been able to survive? It's just Lagger on his own. He is doing some damage, but he could fall here.
Yeah, Lagger's only got 1 HP. He's desperately trying to stay alive. He's jumped over to Succubus now. Star Wraith trying to do some damage, and so is Crypt, just firing off shots with that G7 Scout, trying to land the shots he can. Maybe look for some armor swaps there, did manage to get it in, and now we really are seeing gun-ho from every single team. This is what we want to see.
There's not many places to hide at this point, so that's why we're seeing so much gun battles, and it's all going to be down to your raw aim. How are you at hip firing? Can you hip fire a weapon like a G7 Scout?
The interesting thing here, you look, so light ammo might come at a premium now, and Succubus have managed to all stay alive in this situation, and they're just watching over the arena of death that is below them, managing to get off those recovery, those medkits, excuse me, and those recoveries. As far as shields are concerned, they're going to be able to re-engage in this battle.
Circle's getting smaller. Alistair just trying to pick up these kills and get these eliminations, as there are teams just hiding in every nook and cranny.
Ammo an issue here, though. Ammo an issue here for a few of these teams. I've seen that light ammo. It's very great. You know, it's brilliant having that R99, but it just shreds through ammo, which can be a problem towards the end game.
Succubus taken out of the game. Fnatic NA only have 1 player left as well, desperately trying to hide behind this tree, but he also falls. We're down to just 4.
Yeah, the tree hugging technique there didn't work, unfortunately, and now Succubus will fall as well. 3 squads remaining here. Alistar are doing a phenomenal job. They've just found a little dip here in the circle that's given them just enough cover, and as well as that, there's a couple of death boxes next to them, allowing them to swap out shields in these battles.
Yeah, they've managed to find a tiny little crater, a divot, whereas Pittsburgh Knights have found themselves a little lake to sit in. I say lake. Lakes are usually very big. It's more like a tiny stream they seem to be sitting in. Only 3 squads, and Alistair are getting aggressive here.
Here comes the push then. The X is getting aggressive. Maybe he is the X factor for this team. The X now moving in again, trying to land these long-range longbow shots. There's only 1 player alive, I think. This has to surely be the game going to Alistar, and it is. They close it out. It was carnage. But boy, was it beautiful to watch.
Considering Alistar were one of those teams who were on the edge of the circle earlier, just longbowing teams that were joining them, they were able to successfully rotate very centrally without taking much damage and without using much utility whatsoever. Okay, it wasn't a finish that required a ton of grenades, but oh my god, they also
17.
picked up, wow, 17 kills, as well as a victory. Well, that's definitely guaranteeing your way into the next round.
Welcome to Sunday. Phenomenal stuff in that particular game, and I think that final circle, when you have so many players dropping down in the battle, if you can 3P a couple of those battles when you got that R99 in your hand and that the range isn't going to be too much of an issue, you can pick up a lot of kills. I'd be very interested to see in what stage of the game a lot of those 17 kills were picked up, but closing it out there, we have another winner in our losers bracket round 3, and this is what gets me excited about the format for the final as well. We've had so many different winners across today. It just means that we can have so much more Apex before we have a final winner.
Yeah, because once you reach that points threshold, you have to get a victory. That's one of the big differences at this tournament, is when we do get to that grand final, you have to reach a certain point threshold. Once you're on that point threshold, you're on match point. And if you win the next game, you win the tournament. So it's actually very good practice to be getting into these late game situations and pushing for victories. And it all comes down to the in-game leader making those decisions. Where are the spots? How deep is their knowledge of every inch of the map, where they know where all those crevices are, where all those craters are that they can dip and hide in?
You can see the 3 players there from Alistar having picked up that champion banner. And with that, of course, picking up 17 kills to boot. That's right, 1-7-17. plenty of points on the board. Here's the standings from that previous match. Of course, they're going to be taking home that top spot. 29 points on the board. Pittsburgh Knights taking home that second place, and Succubus coming in huge there with 12 points in third place.
Massive game for Pittsburgh Knights. Triumph finishing with a decent placement, but also a lot of kills. That's why kills matter so much in Apex Legends. Fnatic NA also securing 6, Cooler 4, Fnatic EU getting 3 online, and then Team Fire also picking up 3 points with 1 kill and 2 points from placement.
So that is your top 10. But there is some stories to be told at the other end of the table. And you can see it in front of you right there. Reciprocity, 0 points on the board. I would like to know the total amount of time they've probably been alive on Kings Canyon in this loser bracket round 3.
I'm going to go for around 2 minutes, I think, at this point. But good news for Reciprocity is 10th place only on 7 points, and that's very much achievable. And realistically, if they can get into... Can they do it again? Yes, they can. If they can get into top 5 and pick up some kills, then they definitely have a chance to getting into that top 10. But the trouble is, you've also got the likes of LG, the likes of Team Secret, Fnatic EU, Halocline Gaming. I can keep naming teams who are trying to get into that top 10 that have the potential to win games, not just get top 5.
Wyvern finding some phenomenal form as well. Alistar obviously with that huge performance in game number 2, but CLG again a fairly decent placement there. We saw them towards that end game as well, being involved in a few battles, so some decent placement points for them as well. As we take a look at some of the replays, and this is the big thing, Dan. I wonder what is going through the minds of Reciprocity now, having been dropped on by Wyvern as well. Are they going to think we have to change where we're going, or are they going to stick to what they know? Because if they go in the same place again and they get dropped on again, that's their tournament over if they lose that battle.
Yeah, they were confidently taking that fight where Reciprocity, and I'm sure they are used to taking early game fights just in normal ranked Apex Legends, let alone in pro lobbies and here at tournament events, but they just really struggled. The weaponry went in the favor of Wyvern, and that is why it's always a risk taking 50-50s on drop, because if you don't find an SMG, an LMG, if you only pick up a scout or a longbow in close range, you might struggle against those that have found something like an alternator.
Well, as these replays roll on, we're going to pass it back over to the analysts and Fallout to take it away. I mean, so many stories to talk about, gents.
Here in match number 2 as it comes to a close. Heading into this match 3, there is a lot to dissect, that's for sure. But I think we have to start at the top with the top. That is Alistar, an unbelievable performance, a team we have not talked nearly enough about this weekend because they have been consistently performing well under the radar.
The craziest part about that was before this match started, we said to ourselves, we said amongst the desk that we need to talk about Alistar, we need to talk about Third Impact. And they just did exactly what we
did. They hear us? Like, we'll give you a reason to talk.
Yeah, that's the way the world works, it seems like. It was time to mention these guys because they've been so consistent and they had been so prevalent, it was almost impossible. It was getting to that point. They finally won a game and said, now you have to talk about us. You cannot ignore us. And it's good because now the whole lobby can't either. They understand this is a threat, and teams like Reciprocity, the Fanatics that everyone was worrying about, there are new names on the chopping block now that everyone's going to be gunning after. That's the Third Impacts, and now that's the Alistars. G-Dolphin, a guy I've casted before, a great competitive FPS player and Battle Royale player. He's proving it again today.
Yeah, that's for sure. Of course, 22 kills that they picked up. I know Misfits had 20 yesterday. I'm trying to think if anyone else had more than 22. I think we've seen maybe a few teams over the 20 mark, but has to be up there.
It remember at this point, but yeah, a lot of teams have done it, but it's been few and far between.
Yeah, it's one of those scores that you definitely say this sets us up for not only today, but now we get to kind of start looking towards tomorrow. And you saw Wyvern change their tactics a little bit too on the drop as well.
Yeah, a great discussion point right there. I know our casters had some conspiracy theories. No, I'm just kidding. They had some thoughts as to why Wyvern dropped there. We were talking about it, and really ultimately I think Wyvern does like to drop Repulsor. Reciprocity likes to drop Repulsor. I think they just finally met up here. Would you guys agree?
Yeah, I think honestly, the way that Wyvern does like to drop Repulsor, they get pretty greedy with it. Sometimes they will also split off onto Hydro Dam, and I think we didn't quite get to see it in the first game. They might have split off into Hydro Dam instead of contesting over a Repulsor area. This time around, honestly, they go for broke. They have nothing to lose because honestly, after that first game, they have basically secured their way into the next round.
And it really hurts a team like Reciprocity who's trying to get something going, and it sets us up for next round, do or die. However, every single round they've been in this situation, Reciprocity have to get into the next round by a big game in Game 3. It seems like this is definitely going the trend that they like, but you have to watch out. Maybe Wyvern does it again. Maybe they understand the threat and they don't want to let them through into the next round.
Sets up a really interesting question. Where does Reciprocity drop? Do they drop the Pulsar? Because I'm telling you right now, Wyvern's not going to be scared of nothing. No. Reciprocity should be scared of that Wyvern squad, maybe just a little bit. Great point. Rec needs to step up, and that leads to another big discussion point. So many big name brands here need to go huge. Yeah. Both Fnatic's, Luminosity Gaming, Reciprocity, as well as Justice, who barely made it last time. Do you guys think these teams have what it takes to go big in Game 3?
Right now, a big issue for a team like Justice, right, we'll talk about them quickly, is that, you know, one of their spots is also Repulsor. We have 3 teams that love to drop there, but during the metagame, during the scrims, Justice got kind of bullied out of there by MVP, by Wyvern, and so they are avoiding it. So that's why we're not seeing them as comfortable as they used to be, especially in these games right now. We've been seeing here in the lower bracket, right now, Wyvern has been clearly heads above Justice.
And Jamerson, it seems like what's really determining your success and how well you can move to that last round is the deep rotations. We're seeing Alistar do it. We saw that fight between Succubus and Wyvern. It looked like it took half the game, and then Alistar is just sitting and saying, oh, some people are coming through, let's just snipe them. Easy kills for them. So I think we can expect a little bit of a safer play because they not only have to place top 5, they've got to grab a couple of team fight wins after that. So I'd expect a little bit of a slower pace for some of these teams that need to go big.
And now for a team that, like teams that have been consistent, we were talking about Third Impact just beforehand. I mean, they've had a top 6 finish, now a top 3 finish, or I believe, a top 3 finish in that last game. Yeah. Do they are they afforded the opportunity to play a little bit more aggressively now too and kind of show what they've got also? Alistar went big there.
That's
we
true.
had Wyvern go big there. Will Third Impact try to go for one of those games?
If I'm both of them, I'm saying let's try to find the targets that we know would be trouble for us in the next round. Let's eliminate them and maybe make it a little bit more of a free-for-all so we know we're eliminating some good competition.
A lot of different strategies and ways that you could approach this third match. Of course, our eyes are going to be all on the Fringe teams, but we were kind of talking about it as well. Yeah. 7 and down, really, or maybe 6 and down are Fringe teams. That's starting at the Pittsburgh Knights. Even though they got 2nd place last game, they're currently sitting in 7th place total with 14 points. Yeah. You got to think that it's a little bit scary in that scenario for them too. So it's not just those big name brands that are 11th through 20th. It's really 7th through 20th.
Yeah, for Pittsburgh Knights, that's where we are like really questioning the consistency.
Absolutely.
Right? They've been able to move on off the back of one big round almost in every single round
here. A lot
here.
of placement too.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's important. I think that's one of the most, as you can see, there's elements to this. There's the Wyvern style that we saw demonstrated very well in this last one. Let's just go frag people. But there's also how well can we, almost like the Fnatics we were talking about earlier, find consistent placements like Cooler had been doing, and like we're seeing, Alistar and Third Impact do really well. And then add the kills on top of that. I think that's what people are going to find is the most successful way to continue to go on in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm so excited for match 3 here. Of course, it is losers bracket round 3. The winners here will be moving on to our losers bracket final, where they will place against the bottom 10 teams from our winners bracket final. Gosh, it's going to be a good one, that's for sure. It was a really awkward kind of end finish there. A lot of open space at that last ring. We'll see if that remains the same here in match number 3, because guess what? It's ready to go here. The match to decide it all. Who will continue on in this tournament, or who will have the bad side of fate and be sent home from Poland? It's going to be it for us on the desk. Let's go ahead and throw it back to Onset and Gaskin for match number 3.
Not only match number 3 here, this could be the final match for 10 of these teams still left in the lobby. Still to decide, of course, who those 10 will be, but so much on the line for 11th through to 20th here. They're the teams we're going to be focusing on at the start of this game as well. Let's go through them very quickly, Dan. Fnatic NA, Sinister Esports, EBC, Fnatic EU, Halo Clyde Gaming, they're holding on to 11th to 15th.
And Team Secret, Game Arena, Lazarus, Luminosity, and of course Reciprocity. And I particularly would like to focus on Reciprocity to begin with to see if they are going to continue to drop at Repulsor. As the analysts quite rightly pointed out, that Wyvern do like to drop Repulsor as well, but maybe they had been drifting off to avoid the early gunfights. But as they had nothing to lose, they said, why not? Let's just drop with them and see what happens. So now it's Reciprocity's decision. Do they stick with what they've been going for throughout the entire tournament, or do they start to look elsewhere?
Players are ready. We're ready in the booth as well. I'm sure that everybody who is sat at home watching at the moment is ready for this game as well. Of course, we thank you for all watching. An absolute pleasure to have you along. for the ride as we go through the losers bracket rounds today. Losers bracket round 3. This is, of course, if you're wondering where we are at in the tournament. And we're going to be sending 10 more teams home, and some of the names we could potentially lose here as far as organization, players. It is absolutely astronomical to be sending them home and not even seeing them here on Sunday.
So I think roughly you're going to need around 15 points if you want to get out of this group. Of course, that is just an absolute guess. But when you have teams like Fire, who currently sit in 8th, but they're on 9 points, you've got to be thinking, all right, well, this is really up for grabs no matter who wants to take it. It's going to be a question of who wants to actually grab it and seize this opportunity.
Now, this is the interesting thing. We talked about where are Reciprocity going to land. Are they going to be confident in their normal landing spot, or are they going to change things up? And I'm looking at where it's being pinged here, and it looks like there might be a little bit of a change in location potentially.
Yeah, they're just heading over and looking around and seeing where they can get a free loot spot at this point. They pinged labs and they considered labs, but it looks like there might be another team heading there, so they're going to split off and take swamps, it looks like. So we'll see whether anyone else is going to be contesting them over here.
Yeah, they are going to be taking swamps now, so at least they won't be contested right at the start of this game. The only issue with dropping at swamp a little have to change with the way that you have to move across the map. Tough scenes here for Reciprocity, but not as tough as they were in the last round.
Yeah, I think that was an extremely central circle. If my eyes did not deceive me when that map just showed up for a second. So it's not going to be the end of the world. At least it's not going to be on the opposite side of the map for them. But we are going to try and focus on the 10 teams that are currently in 11th through 20th at the moment. Luminosity Gaming also, just like Reciprocity, are on 0 points. They dropped over at Airbase. They're uncontested, so they're going to get free loot here as well. Just pinging important items that they can be picking up. Level 3 helmet, of course, extremely important, so you don't get instantly killed by a Kraber headshot, although we've not really seen much, if any, Krabers throughout this tournament.
Yeah, a little bit risky to go for those drops with everybody locating their eyes on them. And Lazarus now, another team who needs some wins, going to find themselves a little loot tick there, but not too much to report about what dropped out of that.
Who shoots a loot tick? Did he just shoot the loot tick?
Hey.
You always punch a loot tick.
The unwritten rule. Fnatic NA, another team. Both of the Fnatic lineups here, both EU and NA, in those positions where they could potentially have their tournaments ending here. Fnatic EU, I mean, what a performance they put in the previous round. It's amazing how quickly those kind of memories can dissipate and fade as you find yourself in this do or die situation.
Yeah, quite a lot of European teams still left in the competition, as Fnatic EU are now going to do their usual flying through the map out of labs. They don't usually fly very far, they usually head towards farm, but the last couple of times they have been greeted by another team, so instead just going to take a little bit of high ground, make sure that no one's around before they decide where exactly they'd like to be pushing.
So Fnatic EU, as well as NA, obviously in those positions where a little bit of trouble could come their way if they don't perform in this final game. However, the thing that we must point out, Dan, is that you still can make it through, even in this last round. Yes, you've put your own back against the wall. Anything is possible, though. And we are going to see the first down in this game, and it's going to be in the hands of Third Impact. One of their players has fallen. Can they get this revive?
I don't think they're going to go for the revive. I think they are entirely going to be after placement. They're currently in 6th at the moment in this group with 16 points. So they're kind of around that threshold of being qualified for that lower bracket round 4, well, that lower bracket final that we've got coming up tomorrow. So I'm sure they'll just try and get into that top 15 for the 1 extra point, even maybe get into the top 10 for an extra 2 points. And it doesn't matter if they've got 1 or 2 players left, they just can't risk taking that fight and leaving themselves on only 16 points and leaving themselves in the hands of all the other teams in this group.
LG there, moving around High Desert, trying to make some decisions of where they want to set up, where they want to move around. And looking at that ring at the moment, looks like Fnatic NA are going to play that more slow, patient, methodical game and look for those kills towards the end game circumstance. Game Arena Esports here, Petty Boss is going to be zipping up to some high ground as well, maybe trying to find a little bit of real estate himself to move in and make himself comfy.
And a couple of teams just setting up in mid-river. Whether that's just a temporary setup and they're just renting, or whether they're looking to buy at this point. We'll see whether the next circle moves in their favor. Of course, at the moment, Caves is quite central to that circle as well. You can see the teams just pinging of where the circle could be, where they want to move, but as soon as you try and move across this map, someone's always got eyes on you.
The scary thing for any of these teams placed 11th or 20th at the moment is if you're one of those teams who gets involved in one of those first battles, you lose it, you're gone. You pack your stuff up, you take yourself home. And for some of these players, that is a long, long way to travel. Reciprocity now. What have you got left in the bag? And it looks like they've found a target in front of them. Let's go back to Reciprocity, though, because that's a huge battle that could be going down as we're seeing shots fired from Fnatic. NA, Reciprocity had some players in front of them. I want to see if they can pick up those kills.
On fire also. Just boiling up here and setting up. Using those Watson fences in case anyone's going to be pushing them, but doesn't look like there's going to be any action for Team Fire right now. Instead, they're just looking for that late game placement, hoping the circle heads this way. I wonder whether Reciprocity were able to push in. Here they are then, and they are under fire here, Buck.
Yeah, they are under fire, and they're moving across quite a vulnerable part of the map as well, through that central area towards the farm, and they didn't manage to close down that space onto those players that were ahead of them, and that's one of those things that can just grow that frustration level. If you see a player in front and you can't get that elimination, can't get that point on the board, that could be huge. But for Fnatic NA, they have picked up at least 1 point here. Good start for the Americans.
Reciprocity cannot afford to just go for placement here. Let's say they finish first with no kills, they're only going to be on 12 points. I don't think that would be enough. So I'd like to see them get aggressive. I know it's risky, but they've done it before. We've seen them do it twice. Both times when they've had their backs against the wall, when they've had bad placements in matches 1 and 2, they've come out hot in match number 3. It would be crazy if they do it again.
If they do it again, I think all bets are off as far as where they're going to place in this tournament is concerned. We're going to see EBC now, another one of those teams who need a performance here. And it's not looking good for them at the moment because Bowser is the last player who is alive. He has got one of the banners of his teammates here, Banterstorm, so if he can get to a respawn point, maybe there's an opportunity for him to bring a player in, but it's such a risky play at this point with tournament life on the line. Do you try and bring another teammate in to push yourselves up those rankings, to give yourself a better opportunity in those team fights? Do you just try and play for placement?
So difficult as well when they're on 5 points, EBC, and they're only 2 points. They're 2 points behind 10th at the moment. So in theory, if they were just able to get a couple of points, they have the chance of actually getting back into things, but you have to assume that everyone else is going to be picking up points elsewhere because the points have to be distributed to someone. You really need to be getting at least deep into that top 5 if you're not picking up kills.
Which is the point of view here of Lager from Cooler. They're feeling pretty good at the moment. As far as their placement is concerned, they're just inside that top 10. But even so, I mean, we're looking at the point threshold here, and you're looking around sort of 7th, I would say, is one of these teams that could drop out. So even those players who are currently in teams who are holding down those qualification positions to tomorrow, to the next round, to that losers bracket final, one mistake from them, and then they've got a very, very scary rest of the game to just spectate.
Fnatic North America still hunkered down in the same spot, of course. All US-born players, and they were actually a team who opted to compete in Twitch Rivals just the day gone when they were in Poland. They were playing on some crazy ping. I think they were playing on 60 Hz monitors, 30 FPS as well at some Polish LAN center, and they were still able to pull out victories. So some extreme dedication coming from them. But are they going to be able to survive in this tournament? They are currently in 10th. Reciprocity, though, still trying to get more central. They've tried almost every angle.
They're inside the circle, though, and it looks like they're trying to get a little bit aggressive here. This could be absolutely massive for Reciprocity. They lose this battle, they are out of the tournament. It is quite simply as simple as that, and that's a great start for Fnatic EU. Now they've got to back up. They're in a horrible position, and Reciprocity could take advantage here.
And Fnatic EU are out of there. They do not want any of this fight because they are also in that bottom 10. They only have 5 points as well. So if they were to lose that fight, they would be out of the competition, but that's big for Reciprocity. Just getting 1 point on the board, just to start, just to give you a little bit of confidence. All right, we do want to take fights. We do actually want to try and stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, the moment that you start second-guessing yourself, that's when problems start to happen. And Reciprocity now, you can see, looks like they might be coming under a little bit of pressure from another team, but now they're going to rotate out and take this high ground and just set up for a second, take that deep breath. And in these situations, sometimes just standing still and taking a moment is the best thing you can do.
You've always got to presume if you take any fight in Apex Legends, someone else is going to be lurking and trying to vulture you and take you down when you are weak. But Reciprocity seem to have been able to get back to full health, being able to loot successfully without anyone taking them down.
Hellacline Gaming, another team who are in the elimination spots at the moment. Only 4 players at the moment have fallen in the lobby. Every single squad still has members alive. 20 squads remaining as round 2 is about to close. You could cut the tension with a knife. Normally we can hear a little bit of chatter over our, through our headsets. We can hear teams communicating. It is so silent you could hear a pin drop in there.
You could cut the tension with a Watson fence. Actually, that's one of my favorite finishers. Have you seen the Watson finisher? I'm sure you have, where she just electrocutes the person.
Yeah, I've experienced it enough. Thank you, Dan.
I'm sorry that you die a lot, and I'm sorry that I don't save you. I run, I survive, just like we see all these pro players. See? See? I was doing the right thing, Mark, even though we finished up.
You run, you survive, you come back, and you loot my box. Anyway, Lazarus Gaming, another team who are outside of that top 10.
And Lazarus Gaming are another team that were able to find a victory in their previous round as well. They were able to come first with 7 kills in losers bracket round 2. So they definitely have that potential to have that big game that will push them through into the top 10.
We should go here.
Fine game, and then you can see decisions being made. You can see the pings being made as well. Going to take down this Watson fence. That might alert the team that is through this choke point, though. And you can see now HLC, they've got a little bit of pressure coming in there in a battle of their own, but they are inside that circle for that next ring to be moving in.
I hear people.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
And Hellacline just letting the rest of their teammates know that the audio cues of people being near them, of course, any footstep you hear, any sort of bullet that is going to be fired is going to be a chance.
This is super bad news here for Hellacline Gaming. They need to win this battle. They need to stay alive, and they're coming under pressure from multiple directions with around 60 seconds left until this ring moves.
Ray Rain is the one player who has the most amount of health, and the rest of the team are just desperately trying to scamper away, trying to survive, as it's going to be Game Arena who actually getting a knock onto Hellacline. Brent Royale going down here. Game Arena, of course, another team right down at the bottom. 2 points at the moment, so they need to be aggressive. They need to be picking up these eliminations.
Brent Royale is taken down there by a member of Cooler. Not what they would have wanted to see at this point in the game. Reciprocity still with a full complement of players here, and they haven't moved from this location that they were in. It's a pretty decent place to be in, to be honest with you, just depending on where the shift is with that next circle. I think that's what Reciprocity are waiting for here. How do we try and rotate? Where do we want to move to?
Yeah, the good thing for Reciprocity is they can move out in a couple of different angles to actually rotate towards the center of the circle, but I think the benefit of being in the area where they currently reside is they might be able to come across teams that are rotating in late and pick up some big kills, and that's what they need. They need those eliminations. Frexes is under fire though, so that will bring the attention of the rest of his teammates to come and help him, as currently Sinister Esports, they are currently stuck in this hut and being shot by several different teams as well, so they're desperately just trying to avoid everything.
And another team just outside of that top 10. Positionally though, they have some pretty good positioning, and look at this in the kill feed as well. 2 members of Cooler have fallen, as well as another player here, and I think that Lazarus, one of the teams who were desperate for placement, desperate for points, are feeling pretty good as they picked up some kills.
Fairly certain that's Cooler that have just been eliminated as well, and they were in 9th on 8 points.
Oh, that is a scary time for them then, for the rest of this lobby.
Really depends how many kills they were able to pick up, and actually 2 more squads go down, and it's really tough from the kill feed to decipher as to who that was. Maybe Sinister might have fallen there as well, so that's another team who are outside of the top 10, so they potentially will be out of the competition. Lazarus's post skill also falls. It's down to Smith and Kashira to try and survive here.
And look at the team who is that's putting the pressure on it. It's Reciprocity again, who are putting pressure on in these final moments moments in the final game. 3 more kills have been secured here for Reciprocity.
That's a good start, but that's all it is. It's a start, and it is definitely the first hurdle for Reciprocity if they are going to get back into the top 10. We have seen some great resurgences from many teams throughout this tournament. Team Secret famously doing it in the previous round. Can Reciprocity also replicate that?
So Reciprocity going to take this second here just to back up, but I'm looking at the circle at the moment, Dan, in 56 seconds. Reciprocity's options as far as rotation a little bit limited here. They've got a couple of choke points they're going to have to work their way through, and to be careful just to not expose themselves in the open for too long.
A couple of members of LG.
Huge for them where they rotate now.
A couple of members of CLG and LG have both gone down. Luminosity Gaming, they're on 0 points, so that's not going to be great news for them. I saw some Fnatic on Fnatic action as well in the kill feed. EU versus NA.
CLG have fallen as well, I believe. Saw 3 names fall down in the feed. So that could be the end of the game here for Counter Logic Gaming. Of course, they are safe after their huge performance in game number 1. But Fnatic EU, this is nervy times for them trying to pop that Phoenix kit just to stay in the game and stay in the tournament.
Sneaky positions here in the middle of the circle, just underneath the Leviathan as well. You're going to have the Leviathan legs to hide behind temporarily as this circle just close in.
The good thing here for Fnatic EU is, yes, they have lost a player, but positionally, look at the circle. They are in a fantastic position, and they have a couple of kills as well, so Fnatic EU can hold on to this position, as well as Fnatic NA. They could both find their way through here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think they're right next to each other right now, Fnatic EU and Fnatic NA. They're literally shooting each other's pylons at this point. They have the chance to wipe out a same teammate. I already saw some kills go one way or another, but are they going to be aggressive? Are they going to push their opposite counterparts?
Well, the circle is getting smaller. Round 4 is about to close right now. So now we're going to see the movement from players setting up for that next circle, and look at how far Fnatic EU and Fnatic NA have to move, as well as Reciprocity.
Down to our last 10 though, so everyone secured 2 points, and that's a knock onto Shake. That's Snipe down, getting aggressive. That's more kills for Reciprocity, and there's the elimination as well. There's the confirmation of kill. Reciprocity on a tear.
Can they do this again? I actually wouldn't believe what I am seeing if Reciprocity managed to do this again. They are getting the kills they need. They need the placement now, and look at the focus fire as well. Rec are starting to find their feet.
Counted at least 4, maybe 5 kills for Reciprocity already. So with a decent placement, there is still that chance. But Snipe down! He's under fire, but that's what that man can do when he's up close in person.
Worrying moments now for Reciprocity though, because Snipe down has fallen and they are coming under pressure. Can they survive this onslaught?
Snipe down's just able to duck down in this little bunker though, and Grego's going to be able to lay down fire. Really good aim from both of these players. Can they get Snipe down up? They are reviving him. All 3 might be in a chance here. 7 squads left. I think Reciprocity are doing it.
This would be a monumental performance once again from the 3 members of Reciprocity. Let's have a look across the other teams we still have. Fnatic EU still in the battle. Fnatic NA still in the battle. They are going back and forth, these 2 Fnatic lineups at the moment. I said it'd be a bit of an awkward bus journey home if one of them knocks the other out. Kind of don't want to be sat in the middle of them.
I think realistically, we need to see a top 3 placement from Reciprocity with the kills they currently have.
It is the move then from Fnatic NA. The portal goes out. They have to make that move towards the circle. They're looking for that early rotation. One player has fallen here. Fnatic NA, Shiny is down.
And it's just Muffins left, and it's the Watson, the one legend with the least mobility, but he's been able to dodge and dip and get behind this rock. He's going to pull off the shield battery, but the circle's coming in.
And look at this, Reciprocity have picked up more kills now onto Fnatic EU. Somehow they're alive, but Secret have dropped Grego here.
That might have been the elimination onto Fnatic NU. It's just Frex now for Reciprocity. He has to play for this top 3, but they're into top 4, and they have a decent amount of kills. If Frex can get into top 3, this is entirely possible for Reciprocity.
The team who are holding the high ground on all the cards at the moment, though, are Triumph Gaming. They're currently sat on 19 points coming into this game, so they're in a fantastic position. They are all good. They're qualified. They will be back, and Frex is looking to do some damage, and somehow Frex stays alive. But here comes the push from Secret onto him. Can they finish off this kill? They do. Reciprocity down. Have they done enough?
They had a lot of kills to their name, But 4th place, is that going to be enough points for them? It's so tough to decide, and I'm sure all those teams that are in 9th and 10th are going to be desperately trying to work out whether they've been able to get into this top 10, as now we're down to 3. Triumph do have the high ground. Team Fire have been able to secure a building, but they're going to have to move out of this building with that circle that's moving in 23 seconds.
It's going to be some flames coming out the bottom. Have some calculators after these numbers are going to be added up. There's going to be tears, there's going to be smiles, there's going to be everything at the end of this round. And Secret have the low ground at the moment, and they are within the circle. They are looted up pretty well as well.
Okay,
3 squads remaining, excuse me. And they do have access to the higher level here via that zip line. Question is, do they play the low ground here? Do they play the high ground? It looks like they decide to play the low.
Here comes Fire, though. They're actually getting into this battle, but the grenades everywhere makes it so difficult. You've got to retreat when you're weak, but they just retreat into the red.
Here comes the circle then, and a chunk of a Peacekeeper shot there. Urban is doing a great job here for Team Fire to try and close this out. Pushes in now, the slide isn't good enough though. He will fall. Urban now gets the knock onto Veinless, gets the elimination, goes for the heal as well. I think it's a 1v1 situation. He can't close it out, and Team Secret, you can hear what it means to them. They get the win.
Team Secret do it again. They were on 3 points coming into this one. They secure the victory with a decent amount of kills as well. Surely they will be heading through. Surely they'll be above that point threshold for the top 10. A victory with 12 kills. That's 24 points.
Oh my word.
Team Secret and Reciprocity just seem to be the teams that get the job done in the final match. We know Secret did it. Was it enough, though, from Reciprocity?
I had to take a minute here just to catch my breath. What a final match that was in our losers bracket round 3. Here's the standings. Team Secret, 24 points. They rise from the dead. They will make it through to tomorrow. Team Fire, 18 points. Is 15 enough for Reciprocity? Is it enough?
Throughout this tournament, it would suggest around 15 has been that teetering point for the top 10. Reciprocity going to be right on that line. Considering we saw Cooler get eliminated in the early stages, we saw Fnatic NA eliminated late. Fnatic EU picked up 4 points. Fnatic NA picked up 3. So I'm fairly certain Reciprocity leap over Fnatic NA and EU. I don't think Fnatic EU have done enough to get into that top 10, but we'll get confirmation shortly. Either way,
wow.
Team Secret, they do it again.
Incredible resilience, and Reciprocity did make it through. Oh my, how have they done it again? 15 points on the board in the final game to make it through to the top 10. Unbelievable.
Unfortunate scenes for Fnatic. Both North America and Europe are out, along with all the other names you see on the right-hand side of your screen. But the big story from that game, Reciprocity and Team Secret, who bumped themselves up from bottom, currently in the group they were going into that game, Reciprocity, all the way up to 10th, and Team Secret from 3 points to 27. Amazing, amazing stuff.
Absolutely unbelievable stuff from what is our final game of the day, losers bracket round 3. I mean, what an absolute pleasure that was to experience. And, you know, we were concentrating in that final lobby of who was making it through, and quite rightly we should. You know, that top 10 placing is so important. But I want to talk a little bit about Wyvern, because they just ran away with that.
Wyvern just look like a different class at the moment. I'm really excited to see how they do as we go into this loser bracket final lobby, and potentially a grand final lobby for them as well. But all these 10 teams don't currently know who they're going to be facing in that losers bracket final. They've done their losers run.
What insane group of statistics. Sorry to cut you off, Dan. When you need points on the board, just do that. Just get 27 of them.
12 kills along with a win from Team Secret, and it was great in-game mechanics as well in that endgame to win all of their personal individual battles. But both Team Secret and Reciprocity with big comebacks in this match number 3, and that's what we knew would happen with this format. With there being 3 rounds to try and get through, there's always going to be that possibility of that one victory being enough. Difference being, now we move into the lower bracket final and the winners bracket final. Those 3 matches shift to 4. 1 extra match to get the job done.
Absolutely incredible stuff in that final round. What a turnaround it was. And you have to feel for any team getting eliminated at any point in the tournament But when you go down to comebacks like that, you know, if you're sat in 7th or 8th place at that particular circumstance, you know, going into that lobby, you're feeling pretty confident. You go down early and you're like, oh no, like please no, do not let this happen. And then you have to watch the kill feed, Reciprocity, Team Secret, all putting up points, all doing everything they can to knock you out of the tournament. It's gotta hurt even more.
Massive shout out again to Limek, the Polish player, 17 years old, picked up a day before this tournament by Team Secret, and he's been able to get them all the way into the losers bracket final alongside some incredible performances. Honestly, that is the perfect way to round out losers bracket round 3.
It was an absolutely insane way to round things out. I think that is actually going to do it all now for the B stream. Again, an absolute pleasure to bring you all of the action today. Good news is, of course, the A stream will be continuing. Plenty more action to come in our next round of the losers bracket, and there will also be an interview with Reciprocity after pulling off that insane comeback. Congratulations to everyone who has battled through today. Head over to the A stream to catch all the action from myself and Dan Gaskin. It's been an absolute pleasure.